Chapter 1. The beginning of capturing my fiancée's infidelity, bringing her entire family here. In the serene abode of the Liu family in the eastern continent of Daoxian, a young girl, no older than 18 or 19, clad in a delicate lavender gown, sat upon the lap of a handsome young man. With a petulant expression, she lamented, "Brother Zhou Xuan, in just 3 days, I am to wed Zhou Xuan. I truly do not wish to marry him. Yet I cannot defy my father's orders. Sigh, if only that useless Zhou Xuan would perish." The striking young man named Zhou Xuan wrapped his arms around her waist and assured her, "Do not fret, I am presently devising a means to discreetly eliminate Zhou Xuan. Once I succeed, it will be his demise." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on the girl's face. "That would be splendid. Once Zhou Xuan is gone, all his family's resources will belong to me." Zhou Xuan playfully pinched her nose and declared with an air of dominance, "That is only natural. However, remember this. Even if you wed him, you shall forever be my woman. You must not allow that useless Zhou Xuan to touch you." Blushing, the girl replied, "Of course. Lu Zi will always belong to brother Zhou Xuan. That useless Zhou Xuan is unworthy of me." Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space before them, and Zhou Xuan emerged, clapping his hands, followed by a woman in her 40s, clad in a black dress. "Marvelous, simply marvelous. I never imagined my fiancée would conspire with another man to plot my demise." Startled, the two lovers hastily separated. Lu Zi adjusted her disheveled gown, glaring at Zhou Xuan with fury. "Zhou Xuan, how dare you spy on me? You are utterly repulsive." Zhou Xuan fixed her with a chilling gaze. "Repulsive? Am I more repulsive than you? Engaging with another man while having a fiancé?" Zhou Xuan frowned and interjected, "Zhou Xuan, your words are exceedingly harsh. Zi and I share a mutual affection. You are merely the unlovable third party." Zhou Xuan was almost amused by their twisted reasoning. "What nonsense! Infidelity is infidelity. Do not defile love with your pathetic justifications." "Enough, Zhou Xuan," Lu Zi retorted, her expression stern. "Though my heart is not yours, I am willing to marry you and be your nominal wife. What more do you desire?" Zhou Xuan was nearly overwhelmed by Lu Zi's flawed logic. He scoffed, "So, you think marrying me is a burden? Is it not?" Lu Zi crossed her arms, gazing at him with haughty disdain. "You are merely an incapable waste, unable to cultivate. What do you possess that compares to brother Zhou Xuan?" Zhou Xuan chuckled as he draped his arm around Lu Zi's shoulders. "Indeed, Zhou Xuan, Zi's willingness to be your wife is a tremendous fortune for you. Do not be ungrateful." Zhou Xuan shook his head, coldly dismissing their ignorance. He inhaled deeply and commanded, "Very well. Where are the hidden dragon guards?" 10 figures clad in silver armor emerged from the void, clasping their fists in unison. "Here." A fierce glint flickered in Zhou Xuan's eyes. "Bring every member of the Liu family to me." The hidden dragon guards responded in unison, "As you command." Lu Zi regarded Zhou Xuan with disdain. "Zhou Xuan, you are merely posturing. Do not overstep, or you may find that I shall not marry you." Her words dripped with confidence, as if she had Zhou Xuan firmly in her grasp. In the past, she indeed could manipulate him. But the current Zhou Xuan was no longer the pathetic figure he once was. He was a transcender. Just a day ago, Zhou Xuan had traversed into a fictional world known as Daolin, assuming the role of the ultimate villain, sharing his name. At this juncture, the main storyline had yet to commence. When it did, Zhou Xuan would already be the most formidable antagonist in the realm. This period marked the growth of Zhou Xuan as a villain. He hailed from a prestigious lineage. His father, Zhou Xuan, was one of the 4 heavenly emperors, the Eastern Emperor, while his mother, Yi Lingyu, presided over the world's largest merchant guild, with his grandfather as the Northern Emperor. Yet, despite such a distinguished heritage, Zhou Xuan was deemed a waste, incapable of cultivation. The year he was born coincided with a fierce contest for the Eastern Emperor's title, leading to chaotic battles among countless formidable beings. After being defeated, a rival, whose heart had shattered, ambushed Yi Lingyu, snatched Zhou Xuan away, ruined his potential, and cursed him before discarding him in a remote location. Fortuitously, an elderly beggar found and raised him. 10 years prior, the beggar passed away, leaving Zhou Xuan to fend for himself as a mere street urchin. It wasn't until 2 years ago that Zhou Xuan and his wife discovered him. Zhou Xuan had hoped to finally have the warmth of a family like others. Regrettably, fate had other plans. Zhou Qingsong and his wife had a second son merely a year after Zhou Xian's abduction. Their second son possessed exceptional talent, ranking among the elite as a solar sacred body, earning the adoration of his parents. In contrast, Zhou Xian, who had lived with beggars, whose potential was shattered and unable to cultivate, was deemed lowly. Zhou Qingsong and his wife disdained him, while the second son rejected him, and even the servants looked down upon him, often tormenting him. Zhou Xian endured it all, striving to please his so-called family by acquiring various knowledge to improve himself. Yet this was ultimately a world where strength reigned supreme. Being unable to cultivate was the original sin done a year ago. Zhou Qingsong arranged a marriage for Zhou Xian with Lu Zi, from a rather inconspicuous family, the Lu family. Lu Zi vehemently opposed the union, but the Lu family, eager to ally with the Zhou family, consented, leaving her no choice but to comply. Unwilling to accept her fate, Lu Zi unexpectedly encountered a young man named Xiao Chun, and they swiftly fell in love. Lu Zi wished to annul the engagement, but the Lu family forbade it, compelling her to remain bound to Zhou Xian. However, after their marriage, Lu Zi refused to consummate the union, desiring to preserve her purity for her beloved Xiao Chun. Yet a prolonged separation would be untenable. Thus Lu Zi and Xiao Chun devised a sinister plot to eliminate Zhou Xian. This way, Lu Zi could maintain her chastity while continuing to reap benefits from the Zhou family as Zhou Xian's wife. They employed secret techniques to ambush Zhou Xian, igniting the curse within him, leaving him on the brink of death. Zhou Qingsong and his wife had already resolved to abandon him, but in a moment of crisis, his grandfather Yi Junxiao arrived, using the essence of the heavenly emperor to save him. Moreover, to rescue him, Yi Junxiao took Zhou Xian into the endless abyss in search of solutions. Years later, Zhou Xian resolved his physical afflictions and regained the ability to cultivate. Yet Yi Junxiao was gravely injured. Upon discovering that Lu Zi and Xiao Chun were responsible for his plight, Yi Junxiao was consumed with rage, seeking vengeance against them. However, Xiao Chun had since risen to become the Western Emperor, and with Yi Junxiao injured, he was slain on the spot. Just before dying, Yi Junxiao managed to send Zhou Xian away. With the only person who had ever shown him kindness gone, Zhou Xian felt utterly unmoored. From that moment on, he descended into darkness, embracing the role of the villain. Upon realizing he had transmigrated into such a tragic character, Zhou Xian was left in a state of shock. He truly wished to avoid enduring the villain's lamentable past. Thus, he decisively sought out his grandfather Yi Junxiao, requesting assistance, and hastened to the Lu family, intending to eliminate Lu Zi first and then dispose of Xiao Chun. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon the two in a compromising position, making it perfect for a complete capture. That moment, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Detected a person with the fate of the great villain. The luck plundering system has been bound. The host can acquire fortune. Points through the act of seizing luck, which can then be utilized for lotteries, with prizes that encompass, but are not limited to, cultivation levels, techniques, weapons, and elixirs. The system rambled on in soliloquy. Yet Zhou Xian felt not a scintilla of surprise. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. He had no desire for this system. System, please bind with another individual. I have no inclination to become a formidable antagonist. Having traversed into this realm, Zhou Xian had come to a clear resolution. If he could not cultivate, then he would forego it entirely. He aspired to be a frivolous second-generation heir, indulging daily in feasting and revelry, enjoying the company of beautiful women, and effortlessly living out a life of 180 years. Was that not delightful? He had already formulated a plan. Once he eliminated Lu Zi and Xiao Chun, he would seek refuge with his maternal grandfather, Yi Junxiao, firmly grasping onto his grandfather's support, and under his protection, he would comfortably navigate through his brief existence. In this lifetime, he would not endure the tribulations of cultivation and was destined to forego the role of the ultimate villain. The system fell into a silence induced by Zhou Xian's resolute disinterest, and after a considerable pause, it ventured, "Host, do you not yearn to possess unparalleled strength? Do you not desire a prolonged life?" Zhou Xian slowly shook his head. "I do not wish for it. Not in the slightest. Cultivation would only impede my enjoyment." With no recourse, the system relented, As long as the host possesses fortune points, strength can be directly augmented through various means, without the need for cultivation. Even so, I still refuse, Zhou Xuan reiterated. Acquiring fortune points is a cumbersome endeavor. I would rather seek out a couple of fragrant, soft beauties during that time. The system was left utterly speechless, and after a lengthy silence, it tentatively suggested, "Host, might you reconsider?" Zhou Xuan replied, "There is no need for contemplation. You may disengage yourself." The system fell silent, leaving him uncertain whether it had lapsed into despondency or had departed altogether. However, Zhou Xuan remained indifferent to the system's plight. Before long, 10 members of the Hidden Dragon Guard escorted over 100 individuals from the Liu family, encompassing men, women, and children to the courtyard. The expressions of the Liu family members were tinged with apprehension, unsure of their transgressions. Some even resisted the summons, but were forcibly brought along after enduring a beating from the Hidden Dragon Guard. Yet, upon seeing Zhou Xuan, their anxiety dissipated instantaneously. After all, over the past 3 years, Zhou Xuan had treated them with utmost deference, even accommodating. Some of their impertinent demands, as time passed, they grew emboldened, feeling as if they could trample upon Zhou Xuan's dignity. Consequently, a few elder members of the Liu family began to assert their authority. "Zhou Xuan, why have you summoned us? What pressing matter could warrant the gathering of us all? Zhou Xuan, you must apologize to us today, otherwise we shall not allow Zi to attend to you." Gazing at these presumptuous individuals before him, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Xuan's eyes as he commanded, "All of you kneel. Classification of realms. Body refinement. Essence condensation. Yuan Dan. Divine concealment. Divine soul. Divine powers. Creation. Yin and Yang. Nirvana. Sage. Great sage. Sage. King. Semi-emperor. And emperor." Chapter 2. Reluctant to cancel the engagement, yet desiring to reclaim singleness previously, Zhou Xuan, though a beggar, possessed an inherent kindness, coupled with an acute sensitivity. He was acutely aware that Lu Zi, by associating with someone he deemed a burden, was unjustly compromising her own dignity. Thus, he endeavored to treat her as well as circumstances would allow. He strived to fulfill her every request to the best of his ability. Today marked the first occasion on which Zhou Xuan spoke such weighty words to Lu Zi and her family. Consequently, his declarations did not garner the attention of the Liu family. Rather, it incited their displeasure further. Madame Liu, Lu Zi's mother, sashayed forward, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Xuan, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Zhou Xuan? Are you attempting to impose your authority upon us? Zi is not yet wed to you, and you treat us with such disdain. If she were to marry you, would you then resort to violence against us? Apologize to us at once and bow your head." Lu Zi, visibly disdainful, interjected, "Zhou Xuan, cease this madness and promptly apologize to my family. Otherwise, do not expect my forgiveness." Zhou Xuan had no desire to engage in verbal sparring. He merely stated coldly, "Kneel or face dire consequences." In that instant, 10 hidden dragon guards unleashed a terrifying aura, overwhelming the Liu family like an immense mountain pressing down upon them, compelling many to collapse to their knees in terror. A few defiant members of the Liu family shouted back at Zhou Xuan, "Zhou Xuan, who do you think you are? By what right do you demand our submission? Do you wish to ensure that Zi never forgives you?" Zhou Xuan merely cast a glance at them, his expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "Eliminate them." One of the hidden dragon guards extended a finger, releasing a blinding silver light that struck the rebellious Liu family members. The sound of explosions echoed as they were obliterated into clouds of crimson mist. The remaining members of the Liu family stood in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Even as droplets of blood fell upon their heads and faces, they remained paralyzed by disbelief. In that moment, they realized Zhou Xuan was not to be trifled with. Those who had previously contemplated resistance or insult were now subdued, obediently kneeling upon the ground, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Zhou Xuan. Meanwhile, Lu Zi, witnessing the carnage, rushed to Zhou Xuan's side, her fury boiling over. "You scoundrel! How dare you slay my kin? I will be the one to end you." She raised her hand, a shimmering orb of energy coalescing at her palm, and struck down towards Zhou Xuan's chest with unrestrained ferocity. For Zhou Xuan, lacking any cultivation, the impact of her strike would undoubtedly cost him dearly. As this realization struck him, his expression grew increasingly frigid. Just as Lu Zi's palm was mere inches from his chest, Qin Yi, standing beside Zhou Xuan, let out a cold snort. Upon hearing that sound, Lu Zi felt as if she had been struck by a beast, propelled backward with force, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from her mouth and nose. Aunt Qin, the adopted daughter of grandfather Yi Junxiao, is named Qin Ran. Her cultivation talent is exceptional, currently possessing the prowess of a saint king, making her one of the foremost figures in the world. When Zhou Xuan sought to borrow someone from Yi Junxiao, he did not hesitate to summon Qin Ran to his side. The young scions of the Lu family are mere trifles. With a single finger, she could crush them all. Upon witnessing Lu Zi injured, Xiao Chen's face displayed a flicker of concern as he hurried to her side, reaching out to help her up. "Zi, how are you?" he inquired, simultaneously producing several healing elixirs from his spatial ring and placing them in Lu Zi's mouth. Seeing her beloved so worried about her, a trace of happiness graced Lu Zi's features. "Don't worry, Brother Xiao Chun, I am fine." Noticing Lu Zi's condition improving, Xiao Chun exhaled in relief and turned his furious gaze towards Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, how dare you lay a hand on Zi? Are you even a man? If you have the ability, face me in a one-on-one duel." A glimmer of mockery flickered in Zhou Xuan's eyes as he regarded Xiao Chun with the disdain one might reserve for a fool. "You are truly dim-witted." Unperturbed by Zhou Xuan's derision, Xiao Chun retorted with a smirk, "Oh, I forgot. My request might be a bit daunting for you, given that you are a worthless waste incapable of cultivation. Engaging me would be tantamount to courting death." Having regained some strength, Lu Zi chimed in, "Yes, Zhou Xuan, you are nothing but a waste. You cannot even compare to a single finger of Brother Xiao Chun." Zhou Xuan regarded the pair with disdain. "I hope you will still hold that opinion shortly." Xiao Chun and Lu Zi exchanged a puzzled glance, uncertain of Zhou Xuan's intent. Zhou Xuan then addressed the kneeling members of the Lu family, stating, "The reason for my actions today stems from my anger, which I believe you have witnessed. This woman, Lu Zi, is my fiancée, yet she engages in inappropriate relations with other men. This is something I cannot tolerate. I summoned you here to inquire how your family raises its daughters." The Lu family members, not lacking in intelligence, began to grasp the situation, initially unaware of the cause. They quickly pieced together the implications of the recent exchanges between Lu Zi and Xiao Chun. They turned their ire towards Lu Zi. "Lu Zi, you foolish girl. What are you doing? Are you trying to bring ruin upon our Lu family? You brainless wretch. How could this boy possibly compare to Zhou Xuan? What on earth did Lu Jinshan teach you to produce such a simpleton?" Lu Zi's father, Lu Jinshan, trembled with rage, for he recognized Xiao Chun. Half a year ago, when Lu Zi encountered some minor trouble while out, it was Xiao Chun who had come to her aid, leading to their friendship. Lu Jinshan held Xiao Chun in high regard, acknowledging his remarkable talent and promising future. Even if they were to engage secretly, it would not matter, as long as Zhou Xuan remained unaware. Lu Jinshan understood clearly that what the Lu family needed most at present were the resources of the Zhou family, rather than a promising son-in-law. However, he never anticipated that Zhou Xuan would uncover the truth. He turned his stern gaze towards Lu Zi and admonished, "Zi, you must go and apologize to Zhou Xuan at once." Lu Zi, her face contorted in displeasure, retorted, "Why should I apologize to him? I simply do not like him. I see him as a worthless individual. Since he has discovered the matter between me and Brother Xiao Chun, I might as well lay everything bare." She then turned to Zhou Xuan and declared, "Zhou Xuan, I wish to annul our engagement. Though I acknowledge my fault in today's affair, I have been engaged to you for 3 years, which has cost me 3 years of my youth. Therefore, you must compensate me. First, the betrothal gifts from your Zhou family cannot be reclaimed. Secondly, you owe me another gift, the value of which must not be less than that of the engagement gifts." Although Zhou Qingsong and his wife held little regard for Zhou Xuan, the gifts he offered to the Lu family upon their engagement were not to be taken lightly. While they may not have been esteemed by the Zhou family, they represented a rare resource for the Lu family. It was akin to the scraps of a noble feast being a banquet for a beggar. Zhou Xuan chuckled in disbelief Such audacity was truly remarkable. He shook his head slightly and replied, "There is no possibility of me annulling our engagement." Of course, he withheld part of his thoughts, that he intended to reclaim his single status today. If he did not annul the engagement, yet sought to be single, then Lu Zi could only be left to her own demise. Upon hearing this, the Lu family collectively exhaled in relief. The fact that he would not annul the engagement indicated that Zhou Xuan still cared for Lu Zi. This meant their lives would be spared, and they could also request resources from Zhou Xuan. With this thought, their previous fear dissipated, replaced by an air of arrogance. Lu Zi, upon hearing his words, wore a smug expression, though internally she harbored further disdain for Zhou Xuan. "I knew you could not bear to part with me. If you wish to maintain our engagement, you must consent to 2 conditions. First, you shall not interfere with my relationship with brother Xiaochuan. Second, you must provide our Lu family with a batch of resources as compensation, the value of which must still not fall below that of the betrothal gifts." Zhou Xuan regarded her with a bemused expression. "Though I will not annul our engagement, it does not mean I am devoid of anger. When I am enraged, I have a tendency towards violence. Yet, I cannot bring myself to harm you, so I shall have to take it out on the lives of others in your family." Chapter 3. If you kill Xiaochuan, I will spare your parents. As Zhou Xuan's eyes glinted with murderous intent, Lu Zi felt a sudden wave of panic. She had never witnessed such a gaze from him before. Even during their initial encounters, when he had yet to accept her, his demeanor had been merely cold, not the visceral hatred that seemed ready to tear her apart now. But soon, her embarrassment morphed into fury. The notion that she could be intimidated by Zhou Xuan was utterly intolerable. She pointed at him, shouting, "Zhou Xuan, what do you mean by that? Clarify your intentions, or do not expect me to marry you." Zhou Xuan looked at her with disdain. "What do you mean? The meaning is explicit. Open your eyes and observe closely." He had no desire to further engage with Lu Zi and turned directly to the hidden dragon guard, commanding, from this moment forth, every 3 breaths, "Take the life of a member of the Lu family." Lu Zi was on the verge of madness, her voice rising in a hysterical scream directed at Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, if you dare to harm my kin, you shall never earn my forgiveness." Zhou Xuan, unfazed by her words, coldly replied, "Time's up." An hidden dragon guard extended his hand, and a beam of light struck a member of the Lu family, who instantly erupted into a cloud of blood mist. The Lu clan members gasped in terror, cries of desperation filling the air as they pleaded, "Zhou Xuan, oh no. Young Master Zhou, you cannot do this. We have done nothing wrong. Young Master, I beg for your mercy, spare me. No, please don't kill me. I do not wish to die." "Z, quickly plead with young Master Zhou. We do not want to perish." Ignoring the chaos, Lu Zi charged at Zhou Xuan once more. "Zhou Xuan, you scoundrel, stop this at once." Zhou Xuan frowned slightly, exclaiming, "How tiresome. Aunt Qin, restrain her." Aunt Qin cast a chilling glare at Lu Zi, causing the space around her to warp, imprisoning her and rendering her immobile. All she could do was scream, "Zhou Xuan, if you dare to harm my kin again, I will not let this go." Zhou Xuan casually cleared his ear, stating, "Time's up, kill." The hidden dragon guard struck again, another member of the Lu family exploding into blood mist. Zhou Xuan, satisfied with the spectacle, instructed the hidden dragon guards, "From now on, act on your own accord. Do not await my command." The guards quickly nodded, "Yes, young master." As the Lu family members once again pleaded for mercy, Zhou Xuan feigned ignorance, turning his attention to Lu Zi. "This is the price you must pay." Lu Zi shouted desperately, "Zhou Xuan, you bastard, you must command them to stop. Do you hear me?" Zhou Xuan shrugged nonchalantly, remaining silent as he pulled over a chair, sitting with one leg crossed over the other. He pointed at Lu Zhanshan and Madame Lu, instructing, "Bring out Lu Zi's parents and crush their bones gradually. Remember, these 2 must remain alive until every member of the Lu family is eliminated." 2 hidden dragon guards acknowledged the command and swiftly positioned themselves behind Lu Zhanshan and his wife, gripping their necks as one would handle a chick. The couple turned pale with fear, struggling violently. Let me go. I do not wish to have my bones crushed." "Z, quickly plead with Zhou Xuan. I do not want to become a cripple. Hurry." The guards pinned the couple to the ground, placing their feet firmly on their hands, applying slight pressure. With a sharp sound of bones fracturing, their hands were shattered, eliciting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. Tears streamed down Lu Zi's face as she cried out to Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, I apologize. I apologize. Please, release my parents. Wish for me to spare your parents?" Zhou Xuan feigned contemplation before stating, "It is not impossible, but I have a condition." Lu Zi urgently inquired, "What is your condition?" "Whatever it may be, I shall comply." Xiao Chan was suddenly filled with urgency and hastily exclaimed, "Zi, you cannot act in such a manner. Zhou Xuan is deliberately coercing you. If you concede, you will have lost." Lu Zi gazed at him and replied, "But I cannot ignore my parents." A smile crept onto Zhou Xuan's face as he remarked, "Ah, truly. Miss Lu, your filial piety is commendable. In light of your admirable devotion, I shall assign you a simple task. Eliminate Xiao Chun, and I shall release your parents. What say you?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Zi was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she retorted with indignation, "Zhou Xuan, you are despicable. You harbor jealousy towards brother Xiao Chun, and thus, you resort to such vile tactics to coerce me." Zhou Xuan's expression darkened immediately. "It appears you are unwilling. The hidden dragon guards shall proceed. Do not cease without my command." With the order given, the members of the Lu family stood like sheep awaiting slaughter, resigned to their fate. It must be said that the hidden dragon guards displayed remarkable control over their power, striking down one individual at a time without harming those nearby. In a short while, nearly 1/3 of the Lu family had been slain. The attitude of the Lu clan shifted dramatically. Initially pleading for mercy, they soon resorted to cursing Zhou Xuan and ultimately sought to retaliate. However, they overestimated their own strength. The most formidable among them barely reached the Saint Realm, while the weakest of the Hidden Dragon Guards were all at least at that level. It is worth noting that the Hidden Dragon Guards were personally assembled by the Emperor Yi Junxiao, and their numbers were limited to 300, each a formidable warrior. Even Zhou Qingsong lacked a guard force as powerful as theirs. After witnessing the effortless demise of the Lu family's saints at the hands of the Hidden Dragon Guards, despair enveloped the remaining members. They huddled together, trembling in fear as they awaited death. Lu Zi was on the brink of collapse, her screams echoing through the air. Yet Zhou Xuan did not spare her glance. Lu Zhinshan, with an arm and a leg crushed beneath a foot, watched helplessly as his kin fell around him, his eyes blazing red with fury. He cast a venomous glare at Lu Zi and cursed, "Wretched daughter, you are leading our entire family to ruin." Lu Matron, having lost her earlier bravado, looked at Lu Zi with pleading eyes. "Zi, quickly, beg Zhou Xiao, for I cannot endure this any longer." Tears streamed down Lu Zi's face like pearls from a broken string, her earlier arrogance dissipating as she began to implore Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, please stop. Do not kill any further. I beg you. I truly beseech you." At that moment, Xiao Chun, filled with righteous fury, glared at Zhou Xuan and declared, "Zhou Xuan, you are truly contemptible, using the lives of the Lu family to threaten Zi. You are no man." Zhou Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "So you wish to spare her while I do not spare you? Aunt Qin, subdue him." Aunt Qin's gaze casually swept over Xiao Chun, and a formidable force enveloped him, rendering him immobile. The immense pressure compelled his knees to bend, ultimately forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Xiao Chun, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, erupted with fury, shouting, "Zhou Xuan, you arrogant bully! If you have the courage, release me, and let us settle this one-on-one." Unperturbed, Zhou Xuan dismissed him entirely, instructing the Hidden Dragon Guards, "Proceed, do not halt." A resounding explosion echoed, and yet another member of the Lu family was reduced to a cloud of blood. "Young Master Zhou, I implore you. I beg you, please cease this slaughter. Spare us, I beseech you." As he witnessed his kin dwindling in number, Lu Zhinshan, the clan leader, could no longer bear the sight and cried out for mercy from Zhou Xuan. "To spare you is not beyond possibility." Zhou Xuan's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. "But I must witness your sincerity." Lu Zhinshan, seizing the opportunity in Zhou Xuan's softened stance, hastily replied, young Master Zhou, whatever you require of us. We shall comply without hesitation, provided we are able. Zhou Xuan, reclining with a smile, responded, You have made this promise. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Zhinshan as he gazed at Zhou Xian's grin. However, given the dire circumstances, he felt compelled to acquiesce. This was the sole avenue to salvation for the Lu family. Gritting his teeth, he nodded, Young Master Zhou, command me. I shall fulfill your orders, even at the cost of my life. Zhou Xian's smile broadened, and he pointed at Lu Zi. Very well, then you shall kill Lu Zi. My wrath stems from her betrayal. Eliminate her, and I shall spare your lives. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhinshan trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Zhou Xian. In truth, he had anticipated that Zhou Xian would issue an unreasonable demand and had braced himself for significant sacrifices. Yet he could never have fathomed that this would be the request. Was it difficult for Lu Zhinshan to kill Lu Zi? Not particularly, given his strength. Dispatching her would be a trivial task. However, Lu Zi was his own daughter. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? This was a tormenting dilemma for him. The other members of the Lu family were less concerned with such moral quandaries. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, they urged Lu Zhinshan to act swiftly. Lu Zhinshan, agree at once. This calamity was wrought by Lu Zi. Her life should be the price for our salvation. Why should we sacrifice our lives to rectify the chaos she has caused? She deserves to die. If it weren't for her folly, my son would still be alive. Lu Zi was infuriated by the words of her family. You wretched lot. Over the years, how much has the Lu family gained through me? None of you have remained untouched by my contributions. And now, when trouble arises, you cast the blame upon me. How vile. Having expressed her outrage, she turned her attention to Lu Zhinshan, saying, Father, do not heed Zhou Xian. He merely seeks to coerce me into acquiescence. Rest assured, even if he were to slay every other member of the Lu family, he would not dare harm you. She then addressed Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, if you spare my parents, I will dutifully accept the role of your wife, never to meet Xiao Chen again. What say you? Xiao Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Z, you must not. By doing this, you fulfill Zhou Xian's despicable aims. Lu Zi looked at Xiao Chen with tear-filled eyes. Brother Xiao Chen, I am sorry, but I cannot bear to watch my parents perish before me. Zhou Xian, witnessing Lu Zi's inability to comprehend the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of exasperation wash over him. He spoke slowly. Lu Zi, do you truly believe that marrying me is a privilege for you? Chapter 4. Xiao Chen's Hidden Cards, the Remnant Soul of the Semi-Emperor. Lu Zi was momentarily taken aback, then replied with an air of entitlement. Is it not? Zhou Xian, your brutal treatment of my family today is merely an attempt to bind me to your side, isn't it? Well, you have succeeded. Zhou Xian looked at her with disdain. Surely you do not consider yourself to be of such high esteem? Let me be clear, Lu Zi. Your life and the lives of everyone in the Lu family hinge entirely on my disposition. If I choose to elevate you, your words may hold some weight here. If I choose otherwise, you become utterly insignificant. Lu Zi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, what do you mean? Have you not long desired for me to marry you? Now that I have consented, what more do you want? Zhou Xian's expression gradually turned frigid. What makes you think I would desire a wilted flower? Lu Zi still could not fathom how abruptly Zhou Xian had changed. She shook her head, murmuring to herself, Impossible, impossible. How could your feelings for me simply vanish? For 3 years, Zhou Xian had loved her deeply, never daring to question her, following her every whim. Yet today he had become so cold. She could not accept that a person's transformation could occur so swiftly. Zhou Xian, disinterested in her confusion, commanded the hidden dragon guards. Eliminate everyone from the Lu family. Leave no one behind. Lu Zhinshan and his wife, terrified and weeping, pleaded for mercy. Young Master Zhou, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. We promise to obey you from now on. Lu Zi was equally horrified, desperately begging. Zhou Xian, I apologize for my past actions. Please spare my parents. I will do whatever you ask from now on. I swear to obey you. Zhou Xian scoffed. It is too late. In an instant, the hidden dragon guards acted and the remaining members of the Lu family were obliterated. Lu Zhenshan and his wife met the same fate, turning into mere blood mist before Lu Zi's eyes, leaving no trace behind. Lu Zi collapsed, her voice rising in anguish. "No, no. Father, mother, do not leave me. Please do not abandon me." Zhou Xuan approached her, lifting her chin with his foot, looking down upon her. "Do you now grasp the disparity between us? Do you comprehend the glory you once felt in your arrogance before me?" With eyes ablaze, Lu Zi seethed. "I will kill you. That day will never arrive," Zhou Xuan replied dismissively. "For today, you must die. Qin Yi, eliminate Lu Zi and that pretty boy." Consumed by rage, Lu Zi's rationality returned in an instant, her body trembling as she stammered. "No, no. You cannot kill me. Zhou Xuan, do you not love me most? You cannot do this." Zhou Xuan stifled a yawn and remarked, "You have conspired with Xiao Chun to eliminate me, so it is only reasonable for me to retaliate. Aunt Qin, do act swiftly. Once we have dispatched them, we can return home." Aunt Qin, who had accompanied Zhou Xuan with the intent to kill, readily agreed. "Very well." She turned her gaze towards Lu Zi and Xiao Chun, her expression transforming into one of cold severity. "Humph! Ignorant fools, meet your demise." With a slight furrow of her brow, a formidable spatial force surged forth, tearing at the two. They were instantly, grievously wounded, blood spilling from their lips. Just as they were on the verge of being torn apart, a sudden surge of powerful energy enveloped Xiao Chun, liberating his previously immobile form. He bellowed in fury. "Zhou Xuan, I will slay you." Xiao Chun transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Zhou Xuan with a visage twisted in rage. A flicker of excitement danced across Lu Zi's face as she fervently shouted, "Brother Xiao Chun, eliminate him, eliminate him." Zhou Xuan, however, exhibited no signs of panic, merely revealing a cold smirk. "You overestimate your capabilities." As Xiao Chun approached Zhou Xuan, Aunt Qin barked, "You seek death." Swiftly, she positioned herself before Zhou Xuan, lifting a hand as luminous and delicate as jade, and forcefully struck downward toward Xiao Chun. With a resounding crash, Xiao Chun was sent flying. Aunt Qin's face registered surprise. "Intriguing. You possess the soul of a formidable being. No wonder my strike did not reduce you to ashes. Yet, I am curious to see how many of my attacks you can withstand." Aunt Qin raised her hand once more, summoning a colossal handprint above Xiao Chun, which descended menacingly. Xiao Chun erupted with a fierce aura, raising his hand to clash against the descending handprint. He coughed violently, blood spilling anew. He recognized that he was utterly outmatched by Aunt Qin. Wiping the blood from his lips and gritting his teeth, he vowed, "You despicable wretch. I shall remember this grievance and return it tenfold in the future." Seizing Lu Zi, he emitted a peculiar wave of energy and swiftly vanished into the void. Aunt Qin snorted disdainfully, thinking to escape. It shall not be so simple. With a grasp of her right hand, the surrounding space contorted, attempting to force Xiao Chun and Lu Zi back into view. However, after a considerable duration, no sign of them emerged. Aunt Qin retracted her hand, feeling somewhat awkward as she looked at Zhou Xuan. "Little Xuan, it seems that the soul within Xiao Chun was of quasi-emperor caliber. He employed some quasi-emperor techniques earlier, and I was unable to intercept them." Aunt Qin's prowess lay within the Holy King realm. In a direct confrontation with that remnant soul, she would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, if that remnant soul utilized quasi-emperor tactics to escape, even she could not hinder their flight. Zhou Xuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, Aunt Qin. None of us could have anticipated that Xiao Chun harbored a quasi-emperor soul. It seems our friend Xiao Chun has indeed stumbled upon great fortune." Zhou Xuan was aware of the powerful remnant soul within Xiao Chun, yet its exact strength remained unclear. After all, the animosity between Zhou Xuan, Xiao Chun, and Lu Zi did not constitute the primary narrative. By the time the main story commenced, Zhou Xuan had already succumbed to darkness and become invincible. The enmity among the three individuals unfolds in a side story, and the narrative is not particularly detailed, leaving him somewhat oblivious to certain nuances. For instance, the remnant soul residing within Xiao Chun was once a quasi-emperor in life. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this matter. After all, he harbored no fear of a living quasi-emperor, so why would he be intimidated by a mere remnant? Aunt Qi nodded slightly and then inquired, Zhou Xuan, what shall we do next? Zhou Xian's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Naturally, we must locate these two and eradicate them entirely. He had no intention of sparing their lives. Having chosen to take action, there was no turning back. If we do not eliminate the root, the grass will regrow when spring winds blow. Aunt Qin, please inform Uncle Zhang Tian to accompany us to confront the quasi-emperor's remnant within Shaochun. Lin Zhang Tian, being the adopted son of Yi Junxiao and the leader of the Hidden Dragon Guards, was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. Zhou Xuan was eager to witness what kind of turmoil a remnant soul could stir before a peak quasi-emperor. Chapter 5. The Pinnacle Quasi-Emperor. Lin Zhang Tian in less than 15 minutes. A man in his 40s, robustly built and clad in black armor, emerged from the void. Upon seeing Zhou Xuan, a smile broke through his stern demeanor. Zhou Xuan, what brings you to me today? Yi Junxiao held Zhou Xuan in great affection, and, as his adoptive son, Lin Zhang Tian was equally kind towards him. Moreover, Lin Zhang Tian was deeply sympathetic to Zhou Xuan's past, and, as he remained unmarried, regarded Zhou Xuan as his own son. Zhou Xuan pouted and said, Uncle Zhang Tian, I've been bullied, and you're still smiling. Lin Zhang Tian's expression immediately darkened. What? You were bullied? That shouldn't be the case. With your Aunt Qin, a saintly king, present, who could possibly dare to bully you? Zhou Xuan shook his head and recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's tale, Lin Zhang Tian was filled with fury. What a shameless pair of scoundrels. They dare conspire to kill you, Zhou Xuan. You were right to seek the annihilation of the entire Lu family. As for the quasi-emperor's remnant within Shaochun, he scoffed. I am curious to see what kind of tempest he can conjure in my presence. Aunt Qin gently cleared her throat and remarked, Zhang Tian, the urgent matter at hand is to locate Lu Zi and Shaochun. Zhou Xuan was aware of some aspects of Shaochun's background. He was the young master of the Shao family in Blackwater City of the northern region, and also the son of the Tianxian sacred land. However, he could not ascertain whether Shaochun would return to either of these places. What if they went and found no one? That would be a futile trip. Of course, Zhou Xuan could also capture Shaochun's family to force his hand. Yet given Shaochun's temperament, he would undoubtedly not allow Lu Zi to accompany him. If they could not eliminate both individuals, it would be utterly meaningless. Lin Zhang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Those are trivial matters. I happen to possess a bloodline tracking technique. As long as we have the blood of the individual or someone close to them, we can locate them. Zhou Xuan hastily pointed to the two patches of blood on the ground. This is the blood they spat out when I previously injured Lu Zi and Shaochun. Can we use it? Of course, came the reply. Lin Zhangtian reached out to grasp a clump of bloodstains. A mystical seal appearing on his hand as it delved into the crimson liquid, which instantly radiated a blinding red light. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I have discerned the whereabouts of the two individuals. I shall retrieve them forthwith and deliver them to you, Zhou Xuan, for your handling. Zhou Xuan, eager, interjected, Wait a moment, Uncle Zhangtian. I wish to accompany you. Lin Zhangtian smiled reassuringly. Fear not, Zhou Xuan, remain here in peace. I assure you, I will bring them back. Do you doubt your Uncle Zhangtian's prowess? It is not a matter of doubt, Zhou Xuan replied, but rather my desire to visit both the Shao family in Blackwater City and the Tianxian sacred land after capturing Lu Zi and Shaochun, to eradicate the roots of the matter. Lin Zhangtian and Aunt Qin exchanged astonished glances. They had never anticipated Zhou Xuan's resolute side. After a moment's reflection, Lin Zhangtian responded, If that is your wish, then I shall take you along. Aunt Qin chimed in, I will join you as well. So there is no need for the Hidden Dragon Guards to accompany us. Lin Zhangtian nodded, Very well. You will protect Zhou Xuan while I focus on capturing and eliminating our targets. As for the Hidden Dragon Guards, let them remain here to clean up the remnants of the Lu family and seize all their resources. Zhou Xuan added, Also, remember to hunt down and eliminate all members of the Lu family who are away, including those daughters who are already married. If their husbands are wise, they may spare them, If not, they shall meet their end. The 10 hidden dragon guards clasped their fists and affirmed, understood. Lin Zhantian then tore through the fabric of space, pulling Zhou Xuan along as Aunt Qin hurried to follow. In a forest hundreds of thousands of miles away, Lu Ziyi lay weeping in Xiao Chen's embrace. Brother Xiao Chun, my parents are gone. I have no home left. Xiao Chun, filled with compassion, held her tightly, continually offering words of comfort. Do not worry. I will treat you as my own family, ensuring you suffer no grievances. Lu Ziyi lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with vengeance. Brother Xiao Chun, I must kill that bastard Zhou Xuan to avenge my family. Gently wiping her tears, Xiao Chun assured her, I will assist you. Once I grow stronger, I shall capture Zhou Xuan, and you may torment him as you wish. Moved by his promise, Lu Ziyi felt a wave of gratitude. Brother Xiao Chun, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Chun embraced her tighter, his hands exploring her form. Just as their temperatures began to rise, a woman's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Chen'er, I have expended considerable energy and require rest. You must be cautious during this time. Xiao Chun paused momentarily, responding with his spirit, understood, master. With that, he and Lu Ziyi resumed their previous activities, oblivious to the impending danger. At that moment, the space nearby distorted, and 3 figures emerged from the void. Observing this scene, Zhou Xuan clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Ah, how delightful! Even in such dire circumstances, you two have not forgotten to indulge in intimacy. Upon the arrival of Zhou Xuan, the two hastily parted ways. Lu Ziyi, her face a mask of resentment, glared at him. Zhou Xuan, you have slaughtered my family. What more do you desire? Xiao Chun positioned himself in front of Lu Ziyi, asserting, Zhou Xuan, one should show mercy when possible. The Lu family has but Ziyi left. Do you truly wish to eradicate the last remnants? Zhou Xuan found himself at a loss for words, bemused by their hypocrisy. Moments ago, they had been intent on his demise, yet now they implored him for clemency. Such double standards were truly remarkable. However, Zhou Xuan was disinclined to engage in their verbal sparring. Instead, his gaze fell upon a ring adorning Xiao Chen's left hand, featuring an intricate design of a phoenix in flight. Reveal yourself, the hidden spirits within Xiao Chun, he commanded. A flicker of shock crossed Xiao Chen's face. Yet he feigned ignorance. Zhou Xuan, what nonsense are you spouting? What spirits? Zhou Xuan ignored his protestations and continued. If you refuse to show yourself, I shall take action directly. None of you shall survive. Lin Zhantian, ever compliant, let out a cold snort, unleashing his imperial aura, which bore down on both Xiao Chun and Lu Ziyi. In an instant, they felt suffocated, their faces drained of color, overwhelmed by despair, as though death loomed imminent. Xiao Chun hastily reached out through his thoughts to his master. Master, please save me. A sigh echoed, and a figure emerged from Xiao Chen's ring. She appeared to be a woman of 24-25, clad in a flowing red gown, her figure tall and her skin as pale as jade. Her beauty was breathtaking, with willow-shaped brows, eyes like black gemstones, and lips that shimmered with an alluring sheen. Yet, she exuded an aura of coldness, a presence that commanded reverence from afar. Upon witnessing her emergence, Xiao Chen's face lit up with excitement. Master! Lu Ziyi felt an inexplicable discomfort at the sight of such a young and stunning woman being Xiao Chen's master. She stepped forward, tightly clutching Xiao Chen's arm. The woman paid them no heed, instead focusing her gaze on Zhou Xuan. Feng Yu greets, young Master Zhou. I wonder what business you have in summoning me. Zhou Xuan regarded Feng Yu with a sudden smile. Feng Yu, I present you with 2 choices. First, become my woman and enter into a life-and-death pact of servitude, wherein I shall grant you a rebirth. Second, face death. What? Feng Yu's brows knitted slightly as she regarded Zhou Xuan with surprise. Young Master Zhou, surely you jest? Not only Feng Yu, but even Qin Yi and Lin Zhantian cast bewildered glances at Zhou Xuan. Could it be that this young man had been so affected by Lu Ziyi's plight that he had lost his senses? Zhou Xuan's demeanor remained cold as he replied. Do I appear to be jesting? Feng Yu fell into silence. Truthfully, the proposition was difficult for her to accept. She had never been touched by a man before her physical form was destroyed, and even after, she harbored no desire whatsoever. She did not acquiesce. She would face death here today. She did not wish to perish, nor was she capable of disregarding the value of life and death. Upon witnessing Feng Yu's hesitation regarding this condition, Zhou Xuan was engulfed by a surge of jealousy. He shook off Lu Zi's grasp and rushed forward, exclaiming, "No, I cannot agree. Master, I promised you that I would assist in reconstructing your body. You must trust me. I will undoubtedly fulfill this vow." Previously, when Zhou Xuan had glimpsed Feng Yu's true form, he was utterly captivated. Simultaneously, an overwhelming possessiveness surged within him. Feng Yu could only be his woman, and he would not allow anyone else to encroach upon her. Now, Zhou Xuan was audaciously attempting to undermine him in plain sight, a transgression Zhou Xuan could not tolerate. Lu Zi, observing Zhou Xuan's intense concern for Feng Yu, felt a pang of distress. Although she was aware that Feng Yu was Zhou Xuan's master, her intuition as a woman told her that Zhou Xuan's feelings for Feng Yu were far from simple. Spoiled by Zhou Xuan, she struggled to accept that the man she cherished could harbor feelings for another. Unfortunately, this was not the time for such reflections, as they were still ensnared in danger. Seeing that Feng Yu was ignoring him, Zhou Xuan grew increasingly anxious and urged, "Master, let us depart at once and disregard Zhou Xuan, that worthless fool." Feng Yu cast him a complex glance, sighed, and replied, "We cannot leave." Zhou Xuan's expression shifted dramatically as he angrily questioned, "Why? Do you intend to accept that fool Zhou Xuan's terms?" Feng Yu closed her eyes and slowly shook her head. "The opponent possesses a quasi-emperor. Although I was a quasi-emperor in my corporeal form, I now exist only as a remnant soul and cannot contend with them. Moreover, they have sealed the surrounding space. We cannot escape." A tremor coursed through Zhou Xuan at her words, and he asked with trepidation, "Then, what shall we do now?" Zhou Xuan, once a cautious individual, had transformed after becoming Feng Yu's disciple. During one incident, he inadvertently caused great calamity, which had terrified him, yet Feng Yu assured him there was no issue. With Feng Yu's assistance in resolving that crisis, his confidence gradually grew, eventually evolving into a reckless demeanor where he disregarded others. He believed that as long as he had Feng Yu as his master, even if he could not defeat an adversary, he could rely on her power to vanquish them. Until today, this strategy had proven infallible, but now, faced with Lin Zhantian, a peak quasi-emperor, even Feng Yu was not a match for him. Feng Yu, having no viable solutions, spoke candidly, "I do not know. I am uncertain how to navigate this predicament." Zhou Xuan pressed his lips together and said, "Master, think of another way. Let us break through together. Once we escape, we shall find a place to hide, and when I grow stronger, we will confront them." Feng Yu frowned and replied, "I have already stated that I am no match for them. We cannot escape today." Zhou Xuan grew frantic. "How can you know we cannot escape if you have not even attempted? Is it that you wish to become Zhou Xuan's woman to gain the opportunity for your body to be remade, thus concocting these excuses to placate me?" Upon hearing these words, Feng Yu trembled. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, we have spent several years together. Do you truly perceive me as such a person? You incessantly urge me to devise a plan, yet I cannot even contend with the woman beside Zhou Xuan. All I could do was lead you away. Moreover, that man possesses far greater strength than her. What do you expect me to do? Seek death? Furthermore, I have repeatedly cautioned you against impulsiveness, advising you to act only after careful consideration. Yet, you have never heeded my words. Over the years, how many troubles have you provoked that you could not handle? How often have I resolved your predicaments? I have already informed you that the Zhou family is beyond our reach, urging you to maintain distance from Lu Zi. Yet you were blinded by infatuation and refused to listen. Now, having attracted such formidable trouble, what recourse do I have?" Zhou Xuan, feeling the weight of Feng Yu's stern reprimand, was indignant, but recognized that this was not the moment for dispute, as his hope for survival rested entirely upon her. Once they had escaped this peril, he vowed to hold her accountable when he restored her form. With this thought, he lowered his head and said, "I apologize, Master. I admit I was somewhat carried away before. I assure you I will amend my ways. But presently we must flee." I implore you to conceive a solution. Feng Yu gazed at Lin Zhantian, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. I truly see no way out. Xiao Chun felt a surge of discontent. He suspected that Feng Yu might have already chosen Zhou Xuan, wishing for him to be eliminated. Zhou Xuan, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. Silence. I do not wish to hear your grievances. Feng Yu, my patience wanes. If you do not acquiesce to my demands, then you all shall perish. Lin Zhantian stepped forward, his formidable aura erupting, prepared to strike at any moment. Merely his presence bore down heavily upon Feng Yu and the others, instilling a sense of suffocation. Zhou Xuan extended a finger. One. Panic gripped Xiao Chun and Lu Zi, who hastily turned to Feng Yu. Meanwhile, Feng Yu bit her lip, her expression rife with conflict, clearly wrestling with an internal struggle. Zhou Xuan's finger rose again. 2. Xiao Chun, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Master. Feng Yu remained silent, inhaling deeply as she regarded Zhou Xuan. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan pronounced the final number. 3. Uncle Zhantian, eliminate Feng Yu. Lin Zhantian's eyes sparkled with resolve. Do not worry. She will not escape. He swung his hand fiercely, a dark and colossal palm descending upon Feng Yu. Her eyes widened in realization. She recognized this attack was aimed specifically at the soul. If it connected, she would likely face obliteration. In that instant, she waved her hand, summoning a silver shuttle into her grasp. Young Master Zhou, I must decline your conditions. Until we meet again. The silver shuttle radiated light, enveloping her, Xiao Chun, and Lu Zi, as they turned and breached the fabric of space, vanishing within. Anqin spoke in a low voice, the void shuttle. It is astonishing that such a spatial artifact exists within this remnant soul. The void shuttle has the capability to breach sealed spaces, offering a means of escape that is unparalleled. However, Lin Zhantian displayed no trace of concern upon his countenance. He remarked, were this Feng Yu possessed of a corporeal form, perhaps I would be unable to detain her. Yet, as she is merely a remnant soul, should she manage to flee, where would my dignity reside? With an assertive gesture, he extended his hands forward and bellowed, Come forth. Before them, the fabric of space distorted, and the figures of Feng Yu and her companions plummeted from the void. Chapter 7. Capturing Xiao Chen's master as a servant. Arriving at the Xiao clan, Feng Yu gazed at Lin Zhantian in shock, unable to fathom the extent of his formidable power, which could even confine the void shuttle. It was known that she had once escaped from the siege of 5 quasi-emperors, her physical form destroyed, yet she had still managed to wield the void shuttle to flee. In the past, those 5 quasi-emperors had failed to retain her, yet now Lin Zhantian alone had succeeded in capturing her. The disparity was simply overwhelming. Lin Zhantian let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze upon Feng Yu as he taunted, Run, if you dare continue running. Terror filled Feng Yu's eyes as she retreated, exclaiming, No, you cannot kill me. I do not wish to die. I am not ready to perish. Xiao Chun, too, was in a state of panic. Just moments before, as they had entered the void, he felt a rush of exhilaration, believing they were on the verge of escape. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were seized from the void, leaving him reeling from the blow. This experience irrevocably altered his perception of true power. Previously, he had relied on Feng Yu's remnant soul to vanquish countless adversaries, which had led him to a false sense of superiority, thinking that the world's strongest were not beyond reach. Now, however, Lin Zhantian had shattered that illusion. He epitomized genuine strength, a force so overwhelming it was suffocating. Lin Zhantian slowly raised his left hand, extending his index finger, from which a dark radiance blossomed, emanating a disquieting pulse. He regarded Feng Yu with a slight smile, stating, This technique is known as the Annihilation Finger, a creation of my own, specifically designed to target souls. Fear not, there will be no pain. In an instant, it will grant you release. The obsidian light shot towards Feng Yu's forehead, and terror consumed her visage. She attempted to evade, only to find her body seemingly immobilized, unable to move. As death loomed, she closed her eyes and cried out, I consent. The black light, a mere 3 inches from her forehead, suddenly veered off course, soaring into the distance and piercing through all mountains within a vast radius before gradually dissipating. Lin Zhantian's finger curled slightly, and Feng Yu's translucent form began to drift toward Zhou Xuan, halting 3 feet away. Lin Zhantian coldly commanded, "Surrender a portion of your divine soul." A hint of humiliation flickered across Feng Yu's face. Yielding a part of her divine soul signified that she would be subject to another's control. Yet, she found herself compelled to comply. She did not wish to meet her end. She yearned to survive. Few in this world can confront death head-on, and Feng Yu was evidently not among them. Slowly, she extended her hand, severing a portion of her divine soul, preparing to relinquish it. In the distance, Xiao Chun suddenly bellowed, "No, master. You cannot agree to that scoundrel Zhou Xian's terms." Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Zhou Xian, shouting fiercely, "Zhou Xian, I will kill you." Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when Aunt Qin let out a cold snort, an invisible force striking Xiao Chun, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed into a sturdy tree, which broke under the impact. As Xiao Chun fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at Zhou Xian and the others with a mix of terror and fury. Seeing this scene, Lu Zi did not rush to help Xiao Chun. Instead, she widened her eyes, staring blankly at Zhou Xian. At that moment, her unparalleled love for Xiao Chun wavered slightly, prompting her to ponder whether her severance with Zhou Xian was indeed right or wrong. Although Xiao Chun possessed remarkable talent and was destined for great accomplishments, he was still an immature cultivator, and it remained uncertain what heights he could ultimately reach. In contrast, Zhou Xian was different, despite his inability to cultivate. The Zhou family was undeniably an imperial clan. Even if Zhou Xian lacked any personal strength, he could still command the powers of quasi-emperors. If she were to align herself with Zhou Xian, she would undoubtedly gain access to such formidable forces. At that moment, a flicker of regret began to surface within her. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian had Lin Zhantian extract a drop of his blood to form a master-servant contract with Feng Yu's soul. In this arrangement, Zhou Xian was the master, and Feng Yu the servant. The contract was exceedingly tyrannical, allowing Zhou Xian the power to end Feng Yu's life at any moment he desired. Should an unforeseen event claim Zhou Xian's life, Feng Yu would undoubtedly perish as well. Once the contract was established, Feng Yu's soul became increasingly ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Having previously clashed with Aunt Qin and employed quasi-emperor tactics to assist Xiao Chun and Lu Zi's escape, the toll on her was immense. Observing her plight, Lin Zhantian produced a cerulean pill and tossed it to her, saying, "This is the spirit-stabilizing pill. Consuming it will help stabilize your soul." At that moment, Feng Yu had shed all remnants of her haughtiness. She reached out, accepted the pill, and promptly consumed it, utilizing her spiritual power to absorb its effects. As the medicinal properties took effect, her wavering soul quickly regained stability, its hue deepening until it resembled that of a living being, no longer the translucent, fragile form it had been moments before, akin to glass on the verge of shattering. Having reached this stage, Feng Yu no longer needed to conceal herself to restore her spiritual strength and could walk among others like a normal person. Sensing the transformation within herself, she stifled her discomfort and addressed Zhou Xian, saying, "Thank you, young master." Witnessing Feng Yu's complete betrayal, Xiao Chun spat out another mouthful of blood in fury, declaring, "Zhou Xian, this is not over." Zhou Xian regarded Xiao Chun with a cold stare and replied, "Surely, you did not believe I would let you go today?" Xiao Chun paused, his expression darkening as the reality of his perilous situation dawned upon him. Zhou Xian chuckled derisively. "What is the matter? Have you come to your senses? Remembered your precarious position? Regrettably, it is too late, Aunt Qin and Uncle Zhan Tian. Take these two fools and make a visit to Xiao Chen's home. I wish to inquire of Xiao Chen's parents how they managed to raise such a shameless son." Xiao Chun's complexion turned ashen in an instant. "Zhou Xian, one must bear the consequences of their own actions. This matter is my doing, and you cannot involve my family." Zhou Xian scoffed disdainfully. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Aunt Qin, Uncle Zhan Tian, let us depart." Aunt Qin restrained both Zhou Xuan and Lu Zi, following Lin Zhantian, as Zhou Xuan entered the void. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Xiao family. News of Zhou Xuan being designated as the saint son of the Tianqian sacred land had spread. The Tianqian sacred land is the undisputed sovereign within a radius of 100,000 miles. And ascending to the role of its saint son is akin to soaring to the heavens, rendering one untouchable. Consequently, the Xiao family basked in this glory, becoming the envy and apprehension of many. Other families within 1,000 miles of Heishui City, as well as the city lord and even the royal family, sent envoys to bestow gifts upon the Xiao family in celebration. Numerous factions expressed their willingness to submit to the Xiao family. Many guests continued to arrive with gifts, and due to the overwhelming influx, the storerooms were overflowing, necessitating the display of offerings in the courtyard for visitors to behold. Xiao Minghai, the current head of the Xiao family, wore a beaming smile. These past few days have felt like a dream, with so many visitors, many of whom we had never dared to hope would come. Beside him stood his wife, Wei Yunshu, a woman in her 30s, voluptuous and charming, exuding the allure of a mature woman. She remarked with a smile, "This is all thanks to Chen He has truly excelled." Xiao Minghai nodded in agreement. "Chen is the greatest pride of my life." No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Zhantian's voice echoed ominously. "Is that so? I fear your pride will soon transform into a nightmare." At these words, Xiao Minghai's expression shifted, and he rose abruptly, exclaiming loudly, "Who dares spout such nonsense here?" The void before him tore apart, revealing Zhou Xuan and his entourage. Zhou Xuan and Lu Zi were unceremoniously tossed out like discarded dogs. Chapter 8. Say what you will, I have come to extinguish your lineage. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Minghai and Wei Yunshu were initially startled. However, their shock quickly morphed into anger and heartache. Xiao Minghai stepped forward, glaring at Zhou Xuan and his companions. "Who are you, to treat my son in such a manner? Do you not know that he is the saint son of the Tianqian sacred land?" "The saint son of the Tianqian sacred land?" Zhou Xuan mocked. What a remarkable identity indeed. A hint of pride appeared on Xiao Minghai's face. "Now you understand our Chun's significance, do you not? Release him at once." At this moment, Xiao Chun, his face filled with urgency, shouted at his parents, "Father, mother, you must leave, quickly." Yet Xiao Minghai remained unperturbed. "Why should we leave? You are now the saint son of the Tianqian sacred land. Should they dare to harm us, the sacred land will not spare them." At this moment, Xiao Chun wished he could kick Xiao Minghai a couple of times, yet he found himself unable to move, compelled to shout once more, "Father, mother, heed my words. Depart swiftly and do not return." Wei Yunshu, unlike Xiao Minghai, possessed a more sensitive disposition. She noticed that when Zhou Xuan and his companions heard the mention of Tianqian sacred land, their faces bore no semblance of fear. Moreover, when Xiao Chun urged them to leave, a palpable dread was evident in his eyes. This could only signify one thing. Their faction was not inferior to the Tianqian sacred land, perhaps even surpassing it in strength. Contemplating this, Wei Yunshu hastily tugged at Xiao Minghai. Xiao Minghai turned around, casting a displeased glance at her. "Yunshu, why are you pulling me? Can't you see our son is still kneeling there?" Wei Yunshu's expression was fraught with anxiety as she replied, "Minghai, I sense that these individuals are not of ordinary origin." When they heard of the Tianqian sacred land, there was no sign of trepidation or fear on their faces. Upon hearing this, Xiao Minghai paused momentarily before seriously scrutinizing Zhou Xuan and the others. Indeed, he perceived only gloom and murderous intent etched on their countenances, devoid of any apprehension or fright. A shiver ran through him as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Xuan scoffed lightly, "You are not worthy to inquire about my origins. Qin Auntie, have the meal." Qin Auntie slightly nodded, her piercing gaze directed towards the couple. Instantly, Xiao Minghai and his wife felt an immense pressure enveloping them, as if the very air sought to flatten them. Unable to withstand this force, they succumbed and knelt upon the ground. Zhou Xuan then turned to Lin Zhantian, stating, "Uncle Zhantian, please gather all members of the Xiao family." Lin Zhantian grinned. "This is a simple task." He slowly raised his right hand. and the space within the Shao residence warped instantaneously. Shadows emerged, ensnared by the spatial force, soaring towards them with great speed. Zhou Xuan erupted in fury once more, exclaiming, "Zhou Xuan, you scoundrel! If you have any courage, confront me alone and spare my family." Zhou Xuan paid him no mind, instead instructing Feng Yu, "Fetch me a chair." Without uttering a word, Feng Yu swiftly made her way to the Shao family hall, returning with a chair in hand. Given that Lin Zhantian had disrupted the spatial integrity of the Shao residence, she was unable to retrieve it telekinetically and had to carry it over. Witnessing his aloof and haughty master behaving submissively before Zhou Xuan like a handmaiden, Zhou Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. In a fit of rage, he bellowed at Feng Yu, "Feng Yu, you wretched woman! I never imagined you would betray me so swiftly, dutifully serving another. I have truly misjudged you." Feng Yu paused momentarily, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and sorrow as she gazed at Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, you are truly an incorrigible fool." Zhou Xuan's fury intensified, and he roared, "What? Am I mistaken? You once saw my potential and sought to use me to mold your body. Now, upon witnessing Zhou Xuan's immense power, you hastily pledge your allegiance to him. How could I have overlooked your fickle nature and capricious heart?" A glimmer of desolation flickered in Feng Yu's eyes as she replied, "Zhou Xuan, you are nothing but an ungrateful wolf raised on kindness." After finishing her words, she no longer paid attention to Zhou Xuan, moving her chair to sit beside Zhou Xuan, gently placing it down. "Zhou, young master, please take a seat." Zhou Xuan remained unmoved, fixating his gaze upon her, commanding, "Address me as master." A flicker of humiliation surged within Feng Yu, her complexion darkening as she was exceedingly reluctant to utter those two words. Zhou Xuan snorted coldly, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" A tremor coursed through Feng Yu's heart. She shut her eyes, slowly parting her lips to whisper, "Master, master." As those words slipped from her mouth, she was engulfed by a mortifying sense of anger and shame, feeling constricted and distressed within. Yet, she dared not reveal her emotions, for her very life was still in another's grasp. Zhou Xuan nodded in satisfaction and plopped down onto the chair. "Uncle Zhantian, have the Shao family kneel before me." Lin Zhantian had already gathered the members of the Shao family, binding them in midair. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's command, he gestured lightly with his fingers, and the Shao family members tumbled down before Zhou Xuan. Under Lin Zhantian's precise control, they all landed on their knees, none standing. The Shao family members looked on in terror at the few individuals standing before them. Moments ago, they had been engaged in various tasks, unaware that their bodies would suddenly become uncontrollable, lifting them into the air and bringing them to this place. Such a method was unprecedented for them. The one who had captured them must be an extraordinary powerhouse. Initially, they had contemplated using Shao Chen's title as the Holy Son of the Tianxian Holy Land to intimidate their captors. Yet they were astonished to find that Zhou Xuan had also been seized and subdued. This signified that their adversaries held no fear of the Tianxian Holy Land. An elder of the Shao family, his hair grayed, cautiously inquired of the elegantly seated Zhou Xuan, whose countenance was far from pleasant, "May I ask, young sir, what offense the Shao family has committed to invoke such ire from you?" Zhou Xuan cast a glance at the elder and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone from the Shao family, listen closely. I am here today to annihilate your entire lineage. The reason? Your kin, Zhou Xuan, has entangled himself with my fiancée, and even plotted to take my life." The members of the Shao family were momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Zhou Xuan. They could hardly believe that he could commit such an act, for Zhou Xuan was the holy maiden of the Tianxian Holy Land. With countless women vying for his affection, why would he choose to covet another's fiancée? Not only them, but even Xiao Minghai and Wei Yunshu furrowed their brows in his direction. Faced with the peculiar gazes of the Shao family, Zhou Xuan, filled with anger and embarrassment, bellowed, "I share a mutual affection with Zhou Xuan, you are the outsider here." Zhou Xuan snorted again, stating, "Say whatever you wish. I am simply here to eradicate your family today. Do not blame me for your deaths. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Zhou Xuan, that fool, who, in his ignorance of the world's vastness, has brought ruin upon you all. After uttering these words, Zhou Xuan waved his hand. Feng Yu, proceed with the task. Eliminate one member of the Xiao family every 3 breaths. Zhou Xuan did this deliberately, wanting to witness Feng Yu, once Xiao Chen's mentor, carry out the grim task of slaying the Xiao family. He yearned to see Xiao Chen's anguish. Feng Yu hesitated for a moment, pointing at herself. Me? Zhou Xuan's expression darkened. It is you. Do you still harbor any illusions about Xiao Chen? Feng Yu took a deep breath, aware that Zhou Xuan was demanding her loyalty. She slowly shook her head. No, I shall go at once. Gradually, she ascended into the air, extending her hand as a flicker of red light sparkled at her fingertip. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed. Feng Yu, you wretched woman, if you dare to lay a hand on my family, I will not spare you. Feng Yu's face turned ashen as she retorted, Xiao Chen, instead of threatening me, you should contemplate how to survive. A fierce red light erupted from her fingertip, striking a member of the Xiao family, who was instantly obliterated. Chapter 9. Xiao Chen kills Lu Zi. The members of the Xiao family were taken aback by Zhou Xuan's decisive order to eliminate them. Xiao Chen, filled with rage, shouted, Zhou Xuan, do not bring misfortune upon my family. What kind of man are you treating my family in this manner? Zhou Xuan cast him a glance and replied, continue to yell, your family will not survive this day. As his words hung in the air, Feng Yu acted once more, slaying another member of the Xiao family. The clan leader, Xiao Minghai, witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly interjected, young Master Zhou, all blame lies with me. It is my failure in educating Xiao Chen that has led to this. If you have grievances, direct them at me, but please spare my family and my son. Xiao Chen. Zhou Xuan did not even spare him a glance, stating, you lack the standing to negotiate with me. In that moment, Feng Yu struck again, taking another life. Xiao Chen's eyes glowed crimson, glaring at Feng Yu with venom. Wretched woman, Feng Yu, I deeply regret bestowing upon you spiritual energy to awaken you. Feng Yu's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. Even without you, I would have awakened soon. Moreover, the assistance I have rendered you over the years far exceeds what you have given in return. With that, Feng Yu moved once more, ending the life of yet another member of the Xiao family. Initially hesitant, after a few killings, she transcended her doubts, executing her actions without a shred of psychological burden. The Xiao family members pleaded for mercy. Young Master Zhou, this matter has nothing to do with us. We implore you to show leniency and spare us. This is solely Xiao Chen's doing. He alone should bear the consequences. We had no knowledge of his actions and should not be implicated. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chen spat blood, shouting, Zhou Xuan, kill me if you wish, but spare my family. Zhou Xuan coldly regarded him. If you desire mercy for your family, there is a condition. Xiao Chen hastily inquired, what condition? Zhou Xuan smiled slightly, glancing at Lu Zi, and stated, kill Lu Zi. Xiao Chen paused, turning to look at Lu Zi, who was terror-stricken and quickly urged, Brother Xiao Chen, do not heed his words. He is merely toying with you. Xiao Chen, tormented, closed his eyes and murmured, but he is killing my family. Lu Zi was filled with disappointment toward Xiao Chen. Yet she could not allow this sentiment to manifest on her face. Instead, she remarked, is that so? If Brother Xiao Chen believes that your actions can save your family, then proceed. After all, my family has perished, and my existence alone holds little meaning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart ached even more. He recalled the time at the Lu residence when Zhou Xuan had urged Lu Zi to take his life in order to spare her family. However, Lu Zi had refrained from harming him. If he were now turned against her, would he not be a heartless traitor? Seeing Xiao Chen silent, Zhou Xuan turned to the members of the Xiao family and declared, you have witnessed it. I offered Xiao Chen a chance, yet he chose to let you perish. Do not blame me. Feng Yu, continue. At Zhou Xuan's words, the Xiao family immediately fell into despair, hurling accusations at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you scoundrel. What are you doing? Hurry and kill him. I have done nothing wrong. Why must I sacrifice my life for your reckless debts? I have served the Xiao family diligently for decades, only to meet my end because of your folly? Listening to their anguished cries, Xiao Chen shook his head in despair. No, it's not like that. I didn't yet. Zhou Xuan and his entourage showed not a shred of compassion. As he watched his kin fall one by one, Xiao Chun was overwhelmed with despair, repeatedly bowing to Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, I beseech you, spare my family. I beg you, you may kill me, but do not harm my relatives. However, Zhou Xuan remained unmoved, coldly observing as the members of the Xiao family met their demise. As time passed, the Xiao family, once numbering over 100, dwindled to just 3, Xiao Chun's parents and his sister. Xiao Minghai appeared in a daze. His eyes filled with dread, a palpable fear of death consuming him. Yet, Zhou Xian's gaze was drawn to Wei Yunshu, who resembled a perfectly ripened peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. In Wei Yunshu's embrace was a girl of about 16 or 17, strikingly similar to her, though still youthful. She was developing remarkably well. Surely, in a few years, she would rival Wei Yunshu in beauty. This was Xiao Chun's sister, Xiao Yuling. Xiao Chun, his voice hoarse from shouting, fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Xuan, wishing he could rend him apart piece by piece. At that moment, Zhou Xuan raised his hand. Halting Feng Yu's advance, and sat upright, directing his attention toward Xiao Chun, whose eyes were bloodshot, glaring at him with the ferocity of a wolf. Zhou Xuan regarded him with disdain. It was merely impotent rage. With a mocking expression, he inquired, Xiao Chun, now that only your parents and sister remain, do you wish for them to survive? Initially engulfed in despair, Xiao Chun clung to these words as if they were a lifeline, asking, what do you want me to do? Zhou Xuan smiled slightly, shifting his gaze to the silent Lu Ziyi. Upon noticing Zhou Xuan's focus, Lu Ziyi felt an unsettling premonition stir within her. Indeed, Zhou Xuan's words were clear. This is your final opportunity. Eliminate Lu Ziyi, and I may consider sparing your father. This time, Xiao Chun did not hesitate for an instant, responding resolutely, very well, I accept your terms. Previously, his indecision had led to the demise of many from the Xiao family, leaving only his biological parents and sister. He could no longer afford to waver. He turned, his gaze fierce as it fell upon Lu Ziyi, and uttered, Zi, I am truly sorry. Lu Ziyi, pale and trembling, stammered in panic, Xiao Chun, are you really going to kill me? Xiao Chen's face was etched with anguish as he replied, I apologize, but I cannot bear to witness my parents perish before my eyes. Despair engulfed Lu Ziyi. She shouted at Xiao Chun, I misjudged you. When Zhou Xuan threatened me and my family, I refused to acquiesce to his demands, yet now you are poised to take my life. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Chun remarked, at that time, I did not prevent you from killing me. Slowly raising his hand, he said, Ziyi, I am sorry. I promise to avenge you in the future. Just as he was about to act, a sudden surge of strength emanated from Lu Ziyi, who swiftly pushed Xiao Chun aside and knelt before Zhou Xuan, pleading fervently, Zhou Xuan, I beg you, do not kill me. I'm willing to serve you as a slave or maid. Just spare my life. Zhou Xuan regarded her with a cold smile. Do you truly believe that is possible? Trembling, Lu Ziyi responded anxiously, Zhou Xuan, you once claimed you could not bear to kill me, nor would you annul our engagement. This indicates that you still hold some regard for me. If you let me go, I promise to obey you completely. Whatever you command, I shall do. Please, spare my life. With a peculiar grin, Zhou Xuan replied, I was merely deceiving you. Why would I desire a second-hand item? With that, he delivered a kick that sent her sprawling. Xiao Chun, if you do not kill her within 3 breaths, your father will meet his end. Xiao Chun roared, you shall not harm my father. Instantly, a formidable aura erupted from him, and in a blink, he was at Lu Ziyi's side, raising his hand to strike her on the head. Lu Ziyi's eyes widened in shock as blood streamed from her 7 orifices. Zhou Xuan sneered, Lu Ziyi, your judgment of character leaves much to be desired. In her final moments, regret washed over Lu Ziyi. She lamented her entanglement with Xiao Chun and her decision to forsake Zhou Xuan, who had been so obedient to her wishes. Chapter 10. If Madame does not comply, I shall eliminate your son. After personally ending Lu Ziyi's life, Xiao Chun gazed sorrowfully at Zhou Xuan and said, Zhou Xuan, I have fulfilled your command. I hope you honor your promise and spare my father. Zhou Xuan nodded, no problem. I can temporarily let your father go, but Xiao Chun, I will not be merciful towards you. Xiao Chun displayed no surprise, responding calmly, I hope you will spare my family. Zhou Xuan did not reply, but turned to Feng Yu, instructing kill him. No. Both Xiao Minghai and Wei Yunshu shouted in unison. Xiao Minghai repeatedly bowed to Zhou Xuan, pleading, young Master Zhou, I implore you, spare my Chin'er. You may take my life in exchange for hers. Wei Yunshu also fervently beseeched, young Master Zhou, please, grant Chin'er mercy. We are willing to do anything you ask. Zhou Xuan gazed at Wei Yunshu's voluptuous form, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, really? Wei Yunshu nodded earnestly. Indeed, I would do anything, as long as you spare Chin'er. Zhou Xuan chuckled lightly. That is your promise. With unwavering resolve, Wei Yunshu asserted, I would do anything to save my Chin'er. Zhou Xuan's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable light. Then I require you, madam. At his words, everyone momentarily froze, struggling to comprehend the implication. Zhou Xuan laughed. As long as you serve me as a maid, I will consider sparing Xiao Chun. Wei Yunshu was taken aback by Zhou Xuan's audacious demand. A flush of crimson spread across her exquisite face, overwhelmed by embarrassment. How could such a request be made before her husband and children? Xiao Minghai, equally incredulous, stared at Zhou Xuan, unable to fathom that he would covet his wife. Was this not akin to placing a green hat upon his head in front of him? Any man would find such an affront intolerable. He yearned to rise and confront Zhou Xuan, resolutely unwilling to allow anyone to disrespect his wife. Yet, recalling that the lives of his family, especially Xiao Chun, lay in Zhou Xuan's hands, he dared not act. In anguish, he shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Only Xiao Chun, consumed by fury, roared, Zhou Xuan, you scoundrel! How dare you insult my mother? I will fight you. He charged at Zhou Xuan, fists clenched, radiating a fierce light. His wrath was palpable. He could not fathom that Zhou Xuan would propose such a degrading condition. What tormented him further was the thought that his mother might acquiesce to such a demand to save his life. If she were to serve Zhou Xuan, he would rather perish. Thus, he launched a desperate attack against Zhou Xuan, pouring all his strength into it, hoping that Zhou Xuan's companions would end his life, thereby freeing his mother from this predicament. However, when faced with an overwhelming disparity in power, even the desire for death became unattainable. Aunt Qin shot Xiao Chun a fierce glare, and he felt as though struck by a great beast, spitting blood as he was sent reeling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Aunt Qin had skillfully incapacitated him, stripping away all his strength, rendering him utterly powerless, unable even to rise. Yet, the fire of rage within Xiao Chun did not extinguish. He continued to roar at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, I will kill you. This is not over. Zhou Xuan glanced at him before turning his attention back to Wei Yunshu, asking, Madam, have you made your decision? If you do not make a decision soon, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate Xiao Chun. He cast a glance at Feng Yu, urging her to take action. Biting her lip, Feng Yu steeled herself and slowly approached Xiao Chun. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yunshu hurriedly exclaimed, Wait, I agree, I consent. I beseech you to spare my Chin'er. Xiao Minghai was plunged deeper into despair, gripping his hair tightly in anguish, wishing fervently for death. Xiao Chun, filled with rage once more, bellowed at Wei Yunshu, No, mother, you cannot do this. If you proceed, I would rather die. Wei Yunshu, overwhelmed with shame, could not face Xiao Chun and turned her back to him, saying, Chin'er, you must not die. If you do, I cannot possibly endure. No, absolutely not. Xiao Chun, in a fit of fury, spat blood again. Mother, you must not acquiesce to him. Taking a deep breath, Wei Yunshu addressed Zhou Xuan, Young master, I have agreed. Will you honor your promise? Zhou Xuan nodded slowly. Of course, come with me. Xiao Chen's outcry grew louder. Scoundrel! Zhou Xuan, you beast! Just kill me already. However, Zhou Xuan paid him no mind and turned to Aunt Qin, instructing Aunt Qin seal her cultivation and restrict her movements. Aunt Qin hesitated. Worry etched on her face as she looked at Zhou Xuan. Xianer, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? She feared that Zhou Xuan might become psychologically distorted, perhaps even commit heinous acts. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xuan, with a hint of sadness in his expression, replied, Aunt Xin, Lu Zi is indeed correct. I am but a useless being, destined never to cultivate. My life spans merely a century or so, and I wish to live freely within that time. Rest assured, I shall be cautious in the future, but not today, for Zhou Xuan is my adversary. Hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Aunt Qin's heart ached profoundly. She had watched him grow, and he was no different from her own child. The thought of his brief lifespan brought tears to her eyes. Thus, she resolved to support whatever Zhou Xuan chose to do, even if it meant challenging the heavens themselves. Not only her, but Lin Zhantian shared the same sentiment. A century was fleeting for them, yet represented the entirety of Zhou Xuan's life. Was it not time for him to enjoy himself? He sighed and said, Xian, pursue whatever you desire without concern for propriety. Even if it seems inappropriate, your Uncle Zhantian's fists will make it so. Aunt Qin wiped the corners of her eyes and said, Xianer, no matter what you choose to do, even if it involves murder or arson, Aunt Qin will ensure your safety. Zhou Xuan smiled faintly. Thank you, Aunt Qin and Uncle Zhantian. Please seal her cultivation. Aunt Qin gazed at Wei Yunshu and Xiao Yuling, saying, Do not worry. I will not only seal her cultivation, but also ensure she obeys you. She extended her hand, and a beam of light penetrated Wei Yunshu's forehead, causing her expression to become dazed. Zhou Xuan chuckled softly and said to her, Come with me. Wei Yunshu responded, Yes, master. Xiao Qian once again coughed up a mouthful of blood, his heart-wrenching roar echoing, Zhou Xuan, you deserve death. You truly deserve to die. Chapter 11. Lying flat to become stronger, new module of the system at that moment, the system, which had been silent for a long time, resonated once more in his mind. New module loaded, lying flat to become stronger. As long as the host lies flat, rewards will be obtained, including but not limited to cultivation, techniques, elixirs, and weapons. The beginner's gift package has been distributed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the chaotic divine demon body, currently merging. On the first day of lying flat, the host has triggered a billion-fold critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the law of annihilation. The chaotic divine demon body is the most supreme constitution in the world, without exception. After merging, it will perfectly resolve Zhou Xuan's inability to cultivate. Previously, his inability to cultivate stemmed primarily from the destruction of his roots and the curse within him. However, the chaotic divine demon body, being the pinnacle of all bodies, possesses the innate trait of being impervious to all laws. Once merged with the chaotic divine demon body, the curse within him will be automatically obliterated by the power of chaos. A vast surge of power erupted within Zhou Xuan, akin to a volcano ready to burst. A resonant roar, reminiscent of a tiger's growl and a dragon's chant, emanated from within him, as his powerful heart thundered with a booming resonance. A brilliant golden light radiated from his body, forming a thick golden pillar that soared into the heavens. Various exotic birds and ancient beasts encircled the light pillar, while the ethereal figures of 3,000 chaotic demon gods manifested, bowing to Zhou Xuan as if to congratulate him on the birth of a new innate chaotic demon god. Outside, Qin Yi and Lin Zhantian were both astonished at this spectacle. Qin Yi inquired, What is happening? Is Xianer in any danger? Lin Zhantian, sensing the atmosphere, suddenly broke into a smile and said, Wonderful. Zhou Xuan is awakening his constitution. Qin Yi gazed at the formidable phenomenon and asked, What constitution is Xianer awakening? Lin Zhantian's face flickered with excitement as he replied, If I am not mistaken, it should be the supreme, chaotic, divine demon body. Qin Yi's face lit up with joy. That is splendid. Xianer has finally endured his hardships. Feng Yu, who was nearby, stood frozen upon hearing this revelation. The chaotic, divine demon body, undoubtedly ranking first among all constitutions, was awakening within Zhou Xuan. If he truly awakened such a constitution, he would become the most gifted prodigy in the world. Even achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor would not pose a challenge. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth gradually subsided. Zhou Xuan felt his physique had strengthened exponentially, a vigorous power coursing through him. Fusion of the chaotic divine demon body successful. now refining the law of annihilation for the host. However, how could the law of annihilation willingly submit to refinement? It began to retaliate and struggle fiercely. A surge of annihilating power emanated from within him. The terrifying force of annihilation instantly devoured everything in its vicinity. Tables, chairs, pillars, and walls were all shattered by this dreadful power. Observing this, Lin Zhantian hastily conjured a barrier to impede the spread of the annihilation force. After a while, the law of annihilation was thoroughly refined, and all remnants of this destructive energy retracted back into Zhou Xuan's body. Zhou Xuan could distinctly sense the presence of the annihilation law's power, and it was remarkably convenient to wield, akin to his own arm, allowing for agile command. The fundamental essence of the law of annihilation has been successfully refined, and the host has acquired the divine ability of the law, the great annihilation technique. Once this was accomplished, the system fell silent once more. Zhou Xuan felt quite dissatisfied with the system's unilateral decisions. Yet there was little he could do at this point. After all, the modules loaded by the system were exceedingly cunning. Rewards could be obtained simply by lying idle. This was, without a doubt, tailor-made for Zhou Xuan. He sighed, adjusted his attire, and slowly opened his eyes. Aunt Qin, brimming with excitement, approached Zhou Xuan and eagerly inquired, "Xiner, have you awakened the chaotic divine demon body?" Zhou Xuan scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Aunt Qin." Lin Zhantian expressed some doubt. "How did you awaken at this moment? We previously explored numerous methods and provided you with many treasures, yet none succeeded. Why now?" Zhou Xuan smiled slightly and explained, "It is because the essence of my chaotic divine demon body was not entirely obliterated. Previously, it had been suppressed by the curse's power, thus remaining dormant. However, just now, a slight flaw in the curse allowed a portion of the chaotic divine demon body's essence to be activated, breaking free from the curse and manifesting. Of course, this is merely the beginning. The essence within me has not been fully awakened yet, and further activation is required. Once the essence is completely awakened, my constitution will stabilize." This was merely Zhou Xuan's fabrication. He simply wished to avoid being pressured into cultivating. And she nodded, "I see. So today is indeed a double blessing for you, Xiner. Not only have you seen through Lu Zi's true nature, but you have also awakened your constitution." Feng Yi remained silent, gazing at Zhou Xuan with a complex expression. Initially, she believed that being Zhou Xuan's woman would be a disservice to herself. However, now that Zhou Xuan had awakened the chaotic divine demon body, the situation had reversed, leaving her feeling somewhat unworthy of him. Such is the unpredictability of life. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Xuan turned his attention to Xiao Chun. At that moment, Xiao Chun was drenched in blood and tears, glaring furiously at Zhou Xuan, his voice hoarse. "Zhou Xuan, I will kill you. I will kill you." Xiao Chun's heart was a tumult of jealousy and rage. He was envious that Zhou Xuan, whom he considered a waste, had turned the tide and awakened an extraordinary constitution. Zhou Xuan ignored him and instead focused on Wei Yunshu, whose thoughts were now under control. He handed her a dagger, saying, "Go and kill Xiao Minghai." Wei Yunshu's expression was blank as she replied, "Yes, master." She turned and slowly walked towards Xiao Minghai, her face devoid of any emotion. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chun shouted in despair, "No, please, mother, don't." However, Wei Yunshu appeared oblivious to her surroundings as she seized a dagger and plunged it forcefully into Xiao Minghai's chest. His eyes widened in agony as he gazed at her, uttering her name in desperation. "Yunshu, Yunshu." In mere moments, life ebbed from him, and he collapsed to the ground, motionless. A solitary tear trickled from the corner of Wei Yunshu's eye. Zhou Xuan turned to Aunt Qin and said, "Aunt Qin, release Wei Yunshu from her control." With a faint smile, Aunt Qin extended her hand and liberated Wei Yunshu. Coming to her senses, she beheld the tragic scene before her and cried out in despair, "Minghai, Minghai, I am so sorry, I am so sorry." Although she had been under Aunt Qin's control moments before, she was acutely aware of all that had transpired. With a face etched in sorrow, she turned to Zhou Xuan, kneeling in supplication. "Young master, my husband is dead. Could you spare Chun-er?" Zhou Xuan replied with a smile, "No." Xiao Chun trembled violently, spewing blood anew, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, Zhou Xuan. I wish to flay your skin and devour your flesh. Zhou Xuan chuckled softly, responding, how fortuitous. I feel the same. Aunt Qin, eliminate Wei Yunshu and Xiao Yuling. No, please don't. Xiao Qin shouted. Zhou Xuan, you cannot do this. Stop. Aunt Qin paid no heed to his cries. Extending her hand as the bodies of Xiao Minghai and Xiao Yuling erupted in a violent explosion, scattering into a mist of blood. Witnessing this, Xiao Qin coughed up blood once more and fainted. Zhou Xuan snorted dismissively. How utterly unamusing. Aunt Qin, assist him on his journey. Chapter 12. Your holy son has been slain by me. Xiao Qin perished, his corporeal form reduced to ashes, and his feeble soul was crushed by Lin Zhantian, dissipating entirely into the void. After all, Xiao Qin was not the protagonist of the main narrative, making him relatively easy to eliminate. Zhou Xuan felt a weight lift from his heart, experiencing a profound sense of relief. Aunt Qin inquired, Xin'er, both the Liu and Xiao families have been annihilated, and you have awakened the chaos divine demon body. We should return and inform sister and brother-in-law promptly. Lin Zhantian nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this is a momentous occasion that warrants notification. Yet, Zhou Xuan shook his head, saying, Aunt Qin, Uncle Zhantian, I believe it is best not to disclose this matter to them, as I no longer intend to return. I wish to accompany you in search of my grandfather and live alongside him. Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian fell into a contemplative silence, both acutely aware of the life Zhou Xuan endured within the Zhou family. His parents were indifferent, his siblings dismissive, and even the servants dared to mock him. Aunt Qin sighed, saying, Xin'er, this predicament primarily stems from your lack of innate talent for cultivation. They find it difficult to accept this for the time being. Zhou Xuan pressed his lips together, responding, but am I the one to blame for this? Was it not their failure to protect me that led to my roots being destroyed and my body cursed? Furthermore, upon my return, I never held them accountable for this. I did not aspire to cultivate. I merely wished to quietly remain by my parents' side. Yet, how have they treated me? They scorn me, disdain me, and even the servants dare to insult me. What reason do I have to return? Lin Zhantian murmured, perhaps, having awakened your physique, they may treat you with a bit more kindness? Huh, treat me with kindness? Zhou Xuan's eyes brimmed with disdain as he replied, Uncle Zhantian, I wager that if they discover I possess the chaotic, divine, demon physique, there is a significant chance they will seek out my essence and bloodline to bestow upon my dear younger brother. That is impossible. Aunt Qin immediately countered. After all, they are your parents. They would never act in such a manner towards you. Zhou Xuan gazed at Aunt Qin and proposed. Then Aunt Qin, shall we make a wager? I shall agree to return to the Zhou family. If they do not proceed in this way, I shall bow and apologize. However, if they do, you must ensure my safety thereafter. Aunt Qin, brimming with confidence, declared, very well, I accept your wager. I believe my sister and brother-in-law would never engage in such actions. Her conviction stemmed from growing up alongside Yi Lingyu, knowing well her character. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Xuan added, by the way, I need to inform my grandfather about this. Just in case, in the event they turn against me, I fear you may not be able to protect me. Aunt Qin furrowed her brows in thought before agreeing. All right, then, I will relay this matter to my adoptive father. Shall we return now? Zhou Xuan shook his head. There's no rush. First, you should inform my parents so they can prepare. We must visit the Tianxian sacred land to gauge their regard for Xiao Chun, the holy son. If they hold him in high esteem, then the existence of the Tianxian sacred land becomes unnecessary. Lin Zhantian considered this and replied, indeed, that is a valid point. Let us proceed to the Tianxian sacred land and then escort you home. He and Aunt Qin promptly informed Zhou Qingtian and Yi Lingyu of Zhou Xuan's awakening of the chaotic divine demon physique. Subsequently, they tore through the fabric of space, stepping into the void, heading towards the Tianxian sacred land. In mere moments, they emerged from the void, hovering midair. Beneath them lay the formidable dominion of the Tianxian sacred land, spanning 30,000 miles, adorned with breathtaking scenery and ethereal aura, resembling a celestial paradise. However, Lin Zhantian regarded it with disdain, commenting, it may be tidy, but it exudes a sense of petty grandeur. As his words fell, An aura of quasi-emperor rank emanated from him, pressing downward. The beings of the Tianxian sacred land, be they human or spirit beast, felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. Accompanying this pressure was a chilling aura that instilled a sense of impending doom, as if death lurked just a heartbeat away. Under this oppressive atmosphere, over 10 figures swiftly soared from various corners of the Tianxian sacred land, converging before Zhou Xuan and his companions. Among them were middle-aged individuals and venerable elders, their forms frail and exuding a scent of decay. At that moment, an elderly man, his hair and beard white as snow and his physique gaunt, stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. "May I inquire who you esteemed individuals are, and what guidance you bring to my Tianxian sacred land?" Internally, the elder was quite anxious, having discerned from Lin Zhantian's aura that he was a being of quasi-emperor caliber. As the most formidable being of the Tianxian sacred land, he currently resides at the great sage level. To extinguish his life, a mere finger would suffice. Yet, both Anqin and Lin Zhantian remained silent, directing their gaze toward Zhou Xuan. The implication was unmistakable. They wished for Zhou Xuan to address this matter himself. Understanding their intent, Zhou Xuan spoke up. "I am Zhou Xuan, the son of the Eastern Emperor, Zhou Qingcong." Despite the fact that Zhou Qingcong held no affection for Zhou Xuan, it did not alter the blood ties between them. Thus, without hesitation, Zhou Xuan invoked his father's name. For why not use a powerful lineage to his advantage? This declaration sent a chill through the ranks of the Tianxian sacred land, with all present staring at Zhou Xuan in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this young man was the son of Zhou Qingcong. However, it was rumored that he was a talentless wastrel, uncherished by his father. Nevertheless, they dared not show disrespect towards Zhou Xuan, regardless of Zhou Qingcong's feelings. The affairs of the Zhou family were not for outsiders to meddle in. An elderly man hastily clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Wu Zangshan, and I pay my respects to the young Emperor Zhou Xuan." The others quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "We greet the young emperor." Zhou Xuan nodded slightly, replying, "No need for formalities." The members of the Tianxian sacred land straightened their postures, yet none dared to meet Zhou Xuan's gaze, their eyes cast down towards the ground. Wu Zangshan pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Might I ask, young emperor, what brings you to our Tianxian sacred land?" Zhou Xuan, not wishing to play coy, responded directly, "I have slain your sacred land's holy son, Xiao Chun." Xiao Chun? Wu Zangshan's brow furrowed slightly. Approaching the end of his lifespan, he had been in seclusion for cultivation and was unaware of the happenings within the sacred land, including who Xiao Chun was. He turned to a middle-aged man, saying, "Hongshan, is Xiao Chun the current holy son?" Hongshan, the reigning sacred lord, felt his heart race upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words. Uncertain of what grievance Xiao Chun could have provoked to warrant such a fate. If Zhou Xuan sought retribution, the Tianxian sacred land would surely find itself in peril. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he approached with trepidation, stating, "Esteemed ancestor, Xiao Chun is indeed the current holy son, but he departed the sacred land a month ago, claiming to undertake trials, and has yet to return. We are unaware of what might have angered the young emperor." Zhou Xuan's expression remained icy as he replied, "He eloped with my betrothed." The minds of the senior members of the Tianxian sacred land erupted in chaos, nearly causing them to faint. How audacious of that scoundrel Xiao Chun to abduct Zhou Xuan's fiancée. Was he courting death? The fact that he had met his demise was one matter. But now that the conflict had reached the Tianxian sacred land, what were they to do? Hongshan feigned shock, exclaiming, "What? Xiao Chun, as holy son, could engage in such despicable acts? This is utterly unforgivable. Young emperor, you have done well to enact justice. Such a person is unworthy of being our holy son." The others, seasoned in the art of survival, quickly grasped the situation, each expressing their indignation. How blind we were to have entrusted him with such a position. We had no idea of the true nature of Xiao Chun. Excessive, utterly excessive. The actions of Xiao Chun are beyond reproach. Even if His Highness the Emperor does not take his life, we shall not let him escape our wrath. We owe a debt of gratitude to His Highness for ridding us of a pest. These individuals are fervently expressing their disdain for Zhou Xuan, hoping to persuade Zhou Xuan to show mercy. Zhou Xuan perceives that their feelings for Zhou Xuan are rather shallow in their eyes. Their own interests in the Tianxian Holy Land are of paramount importance. A mere Zhou Xuan, should he perish, is of little concern to them, as long as it does not impact their own standing. Such individuals are unlikely to seek vengeance for Zhou Xuan unless they are utterly foolish. Zhou Xuan waved his hand and stated, "Enough, I understand your intentions. I am willing to believe you were unaware of the circumstances. But while the death penalty may be averted, lesser transgressions cannot be overlooked. After all, it was you who nurtured Zhou Xuan, focusing solely on his cultivation and neglecting his character." Hong Shan quickly interjected, "Your Highness speaks the truth. We indeed fell short in our responsibilities. We are willing to make amends. We humbly invite you to our Tianxian Holy Land for tea, and I shall prepare a token of our sincerity." Zhou Xuan acquiesced, saying, "Given your apparent sincerity, I accept your invitation." Hong Shan was overwhelmed with excitement. Zhou Xuan's agreement signified the preservation of their Tianxian Holy Land. "Your Highness, this way, please." Under Hong Shan's guidance, Zhou Xuan and his entourage entered the Grand Hall of the Tianxian Holy Land. Zhou Xuan naturally took the seat of honor, flanked by Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian, while Feng Yu stood behind him. Before long, a young woman clad in a flowing white dress entered, bearing tea. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, her beauty reminiscent of peach blossoms, with a graceful demeanor and captivating eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Approaching Zhou Xuan, she presented a cup of tea and said, "Young master, please enjoy this tea." Zhou Xuan regarded her and nodded slightly. "You are truly exquisite. What is your name?" The maiden replied, "I am called Yushi." Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan declared, "I am Zhou Qingsong, the only son of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor. I desire you to be my woman." Chapter 13. Saintess, surely you do not wish to witness the annihilation of your holy land? Zhou Xuan did not conceal his admiration and possessiveness towards the enchanting maiden. After all, his initial goal was to indulge in life's pleasures. To savor such delights, one must have beautiful companions, and the more, the merrier. Zhou Xuan had no intention of offering them love. He sought only pure physical connection. Unlike his predecessor, he would not cling to a solitary tree in despair. Moreover, with the recent addition of a new module in his system, dual cultivation leads to greater strength. While Zhou Xuan did not harbor a fervent obsession with power, he certainly did not shun it. He simply prioritized enjoyment. However, if he could gain strength while indulging, it would be nothing short of splendid. Furthermore, the women who accompanied him would not suffer. Being part of the imperial lineage far surpassed the confines of a mere holy land. Within the imperial domain, the resources and expertise available were incomparable to those of a holy land. Certainly, the condition is that Zhou Xuan can reside with Yi Junxiao. Zhou Xuan is untroubled by this notion. Even if Zhou Qingsong does not act against him, he can still stay with Yi Junxiao. It is quite customary for a grandson to spend 100 or more years at his grandfather's home, is it not? Yushi was taken aback by Zhou Xuan's unabashed candor, momentarily at a loss for words. Earlier, she had sensed a powerful aura and had ventured out to investigate, only to find the Lord, ancestor, and elders of the Tianxian Holy Land treating a young man with utmost courtesy. Although curiosity piqued her interest, she had no intention of intruding, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. However, when the Lord instructed her to serve tea to those within, she entered without a second thought. To her surprise, upon her arrival, the young man, Zhou Xuan, had taken a liking to her and boldly proposed that she become his woman. Confident in her beauty, as she had many admirers, Yushi was not entirely shocked that Zhou Xuan found her appealing. She merely felt distressed by the proposition. Deep down, she was reluctant to acquiesce, having heard tales of Zhou Xuan being an incapable waste of potential. Despite his noble title, he had not garnered Zhou Qingsong's favor. As the esteemed saintess of the Tianxian Holy Land, how could she willingly marry someone deemed unworthy? Yet, considering he was indeed an imperial prince, she pondered the repercussions of refusal. Would he be enraged enough to take her life? Such an act could potentially bring calamity upon the Tianqian Holy Land, and the thought filled her with dread. After a moment's contemplation, Yushi gazed at Zhou Xuan and said, "Your Highness, this matter is rather sudden. May I take some time to consider?" Zhou Xuan replied calmly, "I am informing you, not seeking your counsel." Yushi's expression faltered. "Your Highness, this feels rather coercive." Zhou Xuan chuckled lightly. "Coercive? Indeed, I intend to be so. Perhaps you are unaware, but your fellow disciple, Zhou Xuan, has seduced my fiancée. Now that I am without a betrothed, is it unreasonable for the Tianqian Holy Land to compensate me with a woman?" Yushi's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated Zhou Xuan's actions. Only recently had he professed his feelings for her, stating his affection. Though she harbored some fondness for him, she had refrained from immediately accepting his advances, opting instead to consider her response. It was fortunate she had not acquiesced, for she would have been made a fool. Nevertheless, the prospect of marrying Zhou Xuan was akin to leaping into a fiery abyss. Taking a deep breath and biting her lip, she attempted one final plea. "Your Highness, this is utterly unjust. Zhou Xuan is the one at fault. Why must I bear the consequences?" Zhou Xuan regarded her with an impassive expression. "Zhou Xuan has already faced the consequences. I have eliminated his entire family. Now, this is merely compensation from the Tianqian Holy Land. I have taken a liking to you. It is as simple as that." The moonlit stream left Yueshi at a loss for words in response to Zhou Xuan's peculiar logic. "Your Highness, even if your father is an emperor, you cannot coerce others in such a manner." Zhou Xuan chuckled. "Very well, I shall not force you. Instead, I present you with two choices. First, to accompany me. Second, your heavenly Xuandi will be removed from the list of sacred lands." "Lady Yueshi, surely you do not wish to witness the destruction of the heavenly Xuandi?" This was an overt threat. Yueshi's face bore the weight of indignation. Yet she dared not utter another word. At that moment, Wu Songshan cleared his throat and said, "Yueshi, please acquiesce to his highness. Consider it a humble request from this old man." Others chimed in, "Indeed, Yueshi, the heavenly Xuandi has nurtured you for many years. You cannot bear witness to its ruin. Yueshi, I recognize the unfairness of this situation, yet I implore you to consent. Yueshi, do agree swiftly." Listening to the words of the elders of the heavenly Xuandi, tears glistened in Yueshi's eyes. She understood that she must yield. She could not bear to see the destruction of the heavenly Xuandi. Yet, who could fathom her grievances? Wiping away her tears, Yueshi looked at Zhou Xuan with an impassive expression. "I am grateful that your highness does not disdain me. I am willing to serve by your side." A faint smile graced Zhou Xuan's face. "It is good that you have made your decision. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly." Yueshi, blushing, nodded and cautiously positioned herself behind Zhou Xuan, avoiding the gaze of the elders from the heavenly Xuandi. She had sacrificed her lifelong happiness, repaying the gratitude owed to the heavenly Xuandi. Henceforth, she owed them nothing. After a while, the sovereign Hongshan approached, cradling a spatial ring in his hands, and presented it to Zhou Xuan. "Your Highness, this is but a token of our esteem from the heavenly Xuandi. I hope you will not find it lacking." As he spoke, Hongshan's heart ached. The ring contained nearly half of the heavenly Xuandi's treasures, all of considerable value. Zhou Xuan did not hesitate to accept the ring, smiling. "You are far too gracious, sovereign. I shall not squander your goodwill." He probed the contents of the ring with his consciousness, discovering it filled with a mountain of exquisite spirit crystals, numerous spiritual herbs, and materials for crafting weapons. The resources within were sufficient for one to cultivate to the saint realm. However, Zhou Xuan regarded these resources with indifference. After all, he had a unique advantage and had no need for such provisions. Thus, he casually handed the ring to Yueshi. "This is for you. The resources within are ample for your ascension to the saint realm." Yueshi received the spatial ring, incredulous. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Zhou Xuan chuckled softly. "I do not impose burdens on my beloved." For Zhou Xuan, marrying Yueshi was purely a transaction. He sought enjoyment and the enhancement of his strength. Since it was a transaction, mutual benefit was essential for enduring cooperation. Thus he bestowed upon Yueshi the resources he deemed unnecessary, an entirely reasonable act. Furthermore, This resource was bestowed by the Celestial Mystic Sanctuary. To utilize the resources of the Celestial Mystic Sanctuary to nurture one who becomes a woman of the Celestial Mystic Sanctuary as Saintess. How does this differ from taking advantage without recompense? Yueshi gazed at the ring in her hand, her expression a tapestry of emotions, yet she remained silent. Hongshan had just departed to fetch a gift for Zhou Xuan and was unaware of the unfolding events. Although he had his suspicions, he dare not voice them. Zhou Xuan looked at Hongshan and said, "Master Hongshan, the Saintess Yueshi has consented to be my woman, so I shall take her with me when I leave." The intrigue in Hongshan's heart was confirmed. It was indeed as he suspected. However, he refrained from further comment and clasped his hands, saying, "It is a blessing for Yueshi to be favored by the imperial son." Zhou Xuan nodded slightly. "Indeed, it has been some time since I emerged. It is time for me to return." The elders of the Celestial Mystic Sanctuary hurriedly rose, bowing respectfully. "We bid farewell to your highness, the imperial son." Lin Zhantian stood, gesturing before him, and a fissure in space appeared. The group slowly stepped into the void. Yueshi glanced back at the high-ranking members of the Celestial Mystic Sanctuary, wishing to say something, yet the words caught in her throat as she turned away, following Zhou Xuan without a backward glance. Chapter 14. The Biased Emperor and Empress at the Zhou residence, within the Emperor's palace. The others had been dismissed from the Grand Hall, leaving only Zhou Qingtsong and Yi Lingyu, both wearing grave expressions. After a considerable pause, Zhou Qingtsong finally spoke, "My lady. Zhou Xuan has awakened the first-rank Chaos Divine Demon Body." Yi Lingyu nodded. "I am aware. This signifies he is no longer a waste, but a prodigy capable of cultivation." Despite her words, both wore expressions devoid of joy, shadowed instead by a hint of gloom. After another long silence, Zhou Qingtsong spoke again. "With Zhou Xuan possessing the Chaos Divine Demon Body, he will soon rise to prominence, inevitably becoming the greatest obstacle for Hung in managing the Zhou family." Yi Lingyu pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed. Perhaps we should clarify things with Zhou Xuan in advance, stating that the Zhou family will belong to Hung in the future, and he must not interfere. I believe Zhou Xuan's character would lead him to acquiesce. As a mother, her greatest fear was for her children to become adversaries. Thus, she wished to quash any such notions before they could take root in Zhou Xuan's mind. However, Zhou Qingtsong shook his head, saying, "I believe Zhou Xuan would not refuse, yet hearts can change. My lady, can you guarantee that once Zhou Xuan grows stronger, he will not entertain thoughts of competing with Hung?" Zhou Qingtsong's words rendered Yi Lingyu silent. She could not provide such assurances, as ambition often burgeons gradually. Previously, Zhou Xuan, unable to cultivate and bereft of any strength, understood that he could not take charge of the Zhou family. Thus he did not harbor such thoughts. Yet, once Zhou Xuan became powerful, he would undoubtedly develop ambitions he ought not to possess. Contemplating this, Yi Lingyu hastily inquired, "My husband, what do you propose we do?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Qingtsong's eyes as he responded, "If we wish to prevent him from nurturing ambition, we must extinguish any hope of his rise." Yi Lingyu's heart trembled slightly. "My husband, do you mean?" Zhou Qingtsong nodded at her, stating, "Indeed. I intend to extract the essence of Zhou Xuan's chaotic divine demon body, rendering him incapable of cultivation once more, and bestowing the chaotic divine demon body upon Hung. This will elevate Hunger's innate talent, ensuring his future supremacy over the world." Yi Lingyu furrowed her brow and replied, "But wouldn't that be exceedingly unfair to Zhou Xuan?" Zhou Qingtsong placed his hand upon Yi Lingyu's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "My dear, do not worry. After extracting Zhou Xuan's chaotic divine demon essence, I shall compensate him, allowing him to live the remainder of his life in peace and comfort. For someone like Zhou Xuan, who has grown up amidst beggars, this would be a tremendous honor." Hearing these words, Yi Lingyu felt a sense of resolve in her heart. "What you say is true. We have already provided him with a life that he could scarcely have dreamed of. He should be grateful. Let the essence of the chaotic divine demon body serve as his repayment to us." Zhou Qingtsong smiled slightly, affirming, "You speak wisely, my dear." As the couple discussed the finer details, a youth, seemingly around 17 or 18, closely resembling Zhou Xuan, approached with an air of vigor. He stood before Zhou Xuan and Yi Lingyu, bowing respectfully. "I greet you, father and mother." Upon seeing Zhou Hong, smiles instantly illuminated the faces of Zhou Xuan and his wife. "You have arrived. Please take a seat." Their demeanor stood in stark contrast to when they encountered Zhou Xian. Zhou Hong settled beside them, his expression clouded with worry as he let out a heavy sigh. Noticing her cherished son's demeanor, Yi Lingyu hastily inquired, "What troubles you? Why the sighs?" Zhou Xuan chimed in, "Indeed, do share your concerns with us. There is nothing in this world that your father cannot resolve." Zhou Hong sighed again, saying, "Father, mother, I bear no troubles of my own. I am merely anxious for my brother." Zhou Xuan's expression instantly darkened. "What has that scoundrel done now?" Zhou Hong hesitated, appearing reluctant to speak. Zhou Xuan's agitation grew. "Tell me what he has done, swiftly." Yi Lingyu urged, "Yes, do not hesitate. What has your brother done?" Zhou Hong looked conflicted as he regarded them. "Brother has killed his fiancée, Yi's entire family today." "What? How dare he?" Zhou Xuan exclaimed, rising abruptly, his countenance ablaze with fury, emanating a formidable aura. Not only he, but Yi Lingyu's brow also furrowed, disbelief etched upon her face. Zhou Hong quickly stood, saying, "Father, please do not be angry. This cannot entirely be blamed on my brother. After all, he has always been quite dissatisfied with this marriage, and furthermore—" "He mentioned, what did he say?" Zhou Xuan interjected sternly. "What discontent does he harbor regarding this union? Speak freely." Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and replied, "I must report to you, father, that I have often heard my brother lamenting, claiming that as the son of an emperor, you have chosen a girl from a minor family for him as a bride. He insists that, given his status, he is worthy of princesses from imperial houses or the holy maidens of sacred lands." Zhou Xuan, consumed by fury, could not help but laugh bitterly. I believed he could not cultivate. Thus marrying a girl from a minor clan would prevent him from inciting disdain from others. Yet, in the end, it has become my fault? Zhou Hong interjected, "Father, please temper your anger. My brother may simply not comprehend your intentions." With a cold huff, Zhou Xuan retorted, "This is not a matter of misunderstanding my intentions. Rather, it is a manifestation of ambition." He then turned his gaze towards Yi Lingyu. "Madam, what did I just tell you? Human hearts are fickle. Look at Zhou Xian. Having just awakened the chaos divine demon body, he hastily slaughtered his fiancée, Yi's family. What does this reveal? It indicates that the boy has harbored such intentions for quite some time." Yi Lingyu's expression mirrored his indignation. "Indeed, I had even felt a tinge of guilt towards Zhou Xian. It appears he has long been dissatisfied with us. Fortunately, we discovered this early, otherwise, it would surely lead to calamity in the future." Zhou Hong stood astonished, absorbing their words. "What did he just hear? That waste, Zhou Xian, has awakened the chaos divine demon body. It ranks as the foremost among all physiques. No other can rival it. The emergence of such an extraordinary physique in Zhou Xian is utterly absurd." A wave of intense jealousy washed over Zhou Hong. Why should that waste awaken such a formidable physique? After the jealousy subsided, a sense of crisis took root in his heart. Would his parents alter their attitudes and prioritize Zhou Xian's training, gradually forsaking him? The mere thought of this possibility sent Zhou Hong into a frenzy. No, such a scenario must not come to pass. Yet, he could not allow his true feelings to surface. A feigned surprise graced his features. "My brother has awakened the chaos divine demon body? That is truly splendid. He can cultivate as well." Splendid indeed. Zhou Xuan's eyes blazed with wrath. This scoundrel, upon awakening the chaos divine demon body, has slaughtered his fiancée Yi's family. Does he plan to turn against me in the future? Zhou Hong hesitated momentarily before choosing to stoke the flames further. "Father, while my brother may harbor grievances against you, it does not necessarily mean he would become your enemy. One cannot be certain," Zhou Xuan asserted. "This boy who dares to slay the entire family of the fiancé Yi designated for him must surely harbor resentment towards me." Yi Lingyu, maintaining a serious demeanor, concurred, "Indeed, Zhou Xuan is filled with ambition. He must not be let off lightly. A spark of joy ignited within Zhou Hong. It appeared Zhou Xian's recent actions had thoroughly infuriated their parents. He pressed on with his inquiry. Father, mother, how shall we handle this matter? Zhou Qingsong's countenance darkened, resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. I have decided to extract the essence of his chaos, divine, demon body and transfer it into your being. As for Zhou Xian, let him live out his days as an ordinary person. Zhou Hong was momentarily overwhelmed by immense joy, the unexpected fortune striking him like a bolt from the blue. In a side hall of the imperial palace, Zhou Xian and his companions returned. As they stepped inside, a furious maid approached, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhou Xian, her voice laced with anger. Zhou Xian, where have you been? I told you not to wander off. Why did you not listen? Due to the fact that Zhou Xian was unable to cultivate, Zhou Qingsong forbade him from wandering about, lest he become a target of ridicule, ultimately reflecting poorly on Zhou Qingsong himself. Behind Zhou Xian, Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they coldly regarded the maid, bewildered as to why a mere servant dared to raise her voice at their master, Zhou Xian. The heart of Saintess Yueshi sank further. Previously, she had merely heard whispers that Zhou Xian was not favored by the Emperor Zhou Qingsong, and she had assumed it was merely a matter of neglect. Little did she anticipate the situation was far worse, with even a maid daring to chastise him so brazenly. Undoubtedly, her days ahead would not be pleasant. Zhou Xian looked at the maid, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Do I need to inform you of my intended whereabouts? You are merely a maid. What right do you have to dictate my actions? The maid, incensed, raised her voice sharply. Zhou Xian, the emperor expressly entrusted me with overseeing you. He even stated that if you were disobedient, I could employ certain measures. Today, I shall ensure you remember your place. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and approached Zhou Xian, raising her hand to strike him. Impudent, seeking death. Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian shouted in unison, unleashing simultaneous strikes upon the maid. The force of their attacks shattered her chest, sending her flying a considerable distance before she crashed to the ground, lifeless. As soon as the maid was slain, Zhou Qingsong arrived on the scene. He cast a glance at the fallen maid, his brows furrowing deeply in anger as he directed his ire toward Zhou Xian. You reckless fool! How dare you slaughter the innocent? Zhou Xian subtly stepped back, maintaining his composure. Father, first and foremost, I did not slay this individual. Furthermore, this maid overstepped her bounds and acted disrespectfully. Her death is well-deserved. Zhou Xian's demeanor only intensified Zhou Qingsong's dissatisfaction. Previously, Zhou Xian had approached him with utmost caution, wary of inciting his displeasure. Yet today, he exhibited a boldness that was unexpected. It seemed that the chaos divine demon body had imbued him with newfound confidence. Contemplating this, a glint of severity flashed in Zhou Qingsong's eyes. Zhou Xian's chaos divine demon body must be stripped from him. With a cold snort, he declared, Zhou Xian, even now you dare to lie? It appears my previous guidance has been too lenient. Aunt Qin stepped forward, standing alongside Zhou Xian. Brother-in-law, Xina has not lied. It was I who killed this maid for daring to lay hands on him. Zhou Qingsong waved his hand impatiently. Qin ran. You need not make excuses for this fool. Lin Zhantian also stepped forward, stating, Your Majesty Zhou, I too was involved in this matter. Surely, you cannot claim that we both are merely excusing Zhou Xian? As a commander of the Hidden Dragon Guard, Lin Zhantian shared a rather indifferent relationship with Zhou Qingsong, respecting only one individual, Yi Junxiao. Zhou Qingsong regarded Lin Zhantian, slowly nodding. Let's set this matter aside for now. But what of Zhou Xian's slaughter of his fiancée, Yi's entire family? Is this an expression of your discontent with me? Do you believe I have not arranged a suitable spouse for you? Zhou Xian discerned that Zhou Qingsong was seeking an excuse to reprimand him, prompting a cold snort from him. Father, the reason I obliterated the Liu family is that Liu Zi was unfaithful to me, consorting with other men. Aunt Qin and the Hidden Dragon Guard can attest to this. Zhou Qingsong was taken aback by the revelation that the destruction of the Liu family stemmed from such a motive, especially with witnesses to corroborate it. However, He quickly devised a new justification, stating, "Even if Lu Zi betrayed you, why must you annihilate her entire family? At your tender age, how could you resort to such ruthless measures?" Ruthless? Zhou Xuan was almost amused by the absurdity, retorting, "Father, are you not exhibiting a clear double standard? 6 months ago, when Zhou Hong was provoked, he too exterminated that man's entire clan. Why did you not label him as ruthless then?" Zhou Qingcong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, snapped, "You dare to criticize me? It seems my guidance has been insufficient. I shall teach you a proper lesson today." He reached out to seize Zhou Xuan, causing Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian to furrow their brows in concern, contemplating intervention. Yet, as an emperor, Zhou Qingcong effortlessly subdued both of them with one hand, while the other captured Zhou Xuan. Lin Zhantian's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Zhou Qingcong's blatant disregard for reason in taking Zhou Xuan away. "Aunt Qin, what shall we do now?" Suddenly recalling Zhou Xuan's earlier words, where he expressed concern that Zhou Qingcong might continue to dismantle his chaos-divine demon body, she resolutely declared, "We must inform Uncle about this and have him come to rescue Xianer." Lin Zhantian did not hesitate, replying very well. The Saintess of Yueshi stood behind them, observing the unfolding scene as if she had been rendered lifeless, devoid of any vitality. Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair, and she felt profoundly pessimistic about her future. Initially, she had believed that Zhou Xuan's lack of favor merely indicated a lack of attention. Little did she know that within the Zhou family, his status was even beneath that of a mere dog. She had truly leapt into a pit of fire. Contemplating the dismal life that awaited her, her eyes brimmed with tears. As a dignified saintess of the Holy Land, how had she fallen to such a fate? Truly, fate could be cruel. Zhou Xuan was taken by Zhou Qingcong to a secluded chamber, where he was unceremoniously cast to the ground. Coldly, Zhou Qingcong proclaimed, "Reflect on your actions here. Once you comprehend your mistakes, I shall release you." With that, he departed, granting Zhou Xuan no opportunity to speak. Yet, Zhou Xuan had no desire to voice anything, as he had already sensed the impending ordeal he was about to face. Stealthily, he retrieved a jade pendant from his person, a gift from Yi Junxiao, who had assured him that shattering it would alert him to Zhou Xuan's plight, prompting a timely rescue. Although Zhou Xuan had already asked Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian to contact Yi Junxiao, he still felt uneasy in trusting his fate to another. Gazing at the pristine jade pendant in his hand, he hesitated not a moment before forcefully smashing it to the ground, where it shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. After the jade pendant shattered, the space within the secret chamber began to distort, and the vigorous figure of Yi Junxiao, appearing to be in his 50s, materialized. With a smile, Yi Junxiao gazed at Zhou Xuan and inquired, "Xianer, did you summon me to seek justice on your behalf?" Having already been informed of the situation by Lin Zhantian, he naturally assumed Zhou Xuan sought to express his grievances. However, Zhou Xuan shook his head, stating, "Grandfather, I did not come to you for justice. I implore you to rescue me." Yi Junxiao furrowed his brow and asked, "Xianer, you claim your father intends to strip you of your foundation. Could there be a misunderstanding?" Yi Junxiao believed that, despite any personal disdain, Zhou Qingtian would not resort to such extreme measures against his own son. Zhou Xuan slowly shook his head, saying, "Grandfather, you may find my words absurd, but if that is the case, I urge you to witness for yourself. By the way, if you were to conceal yourself, would my father be able to discover you?" Yi Junxiao chuckled confidently. "Though your father is indeed a great emperor, he is still somewhat inexperienced. If I choose to hide, he shall never uncover my whereabouts." Zhou Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "Then when my father arrives, I kindly ask you to remain hidden." Yi Junxiao cast Zhou Xuan a knowing glance, well aware that there might be deeper implications at play. Thus he consented, "Very well, I shall conceal myself and observe what Zhou Qingtian intends to do." In the dead of night, Zhou Xuan was on the verge of slumber within the secret chamber. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted once more, and Zhou Qingtian, along with his wife and Zhou Hong, entered. Although the darkness of the chamber posed no threat to them, Zhou Qingtian produced a blazing sun pearl, illuminating the previously dim space with its radiant light. Instantly, the dark chamber was aglow. Zhou Xuan, who had been drowsy, was jolted awake and regarded the trio before him without a hint of surprise. Ah, the whole family has arrived? Zhou Qingtian's expression was grim as he let out a cold snort. Humph, wretched child. Do you truly harbor no remorse for today's events? Yiling Yu's face reflected a complex mix of emotions as she remarked, Xianer, I never imagined you would so recklessly commit such acts. It seems our guidance has been woefully insufficient. What guidance is lacking? Zhou Qingtian retorted coldly. This child is inherently ambitious and treacherous. Zhou Heng chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Brother, I understand your discontent with the marriage arranged by father, but you cannot resort to annihilating the entire family. Zhou Xian scoffed dismissively. Aunt Qin has already clarified everything today. It is your disbelief that has led us to this confrontation. Now you come here to blame me? Although Zhou Xian was aware of his parents' bias and had mentally prepared himself, standing before them still sent a chill through his heart. This feeling truly ignited an impulse for violence within him. Zhou Qingtian fixed a piercing stare on Zhou Xian, declaring, Who knows if you have deceived Qin Ran by some means? After all, feigning pity and lying are your specialties. When Zhou Xian was a beggar, feigning pity and engaging in a modicum of deceit were essential skills for securing a meal. Yiling Yu recalled the moment they first encountered Zhou Xian, when he appeared utterly wretched, pleading with others for sustenance in a pitiful manner. His abject demeanor was a source of embarrassment for them. Reflecting on this, Yiling Yu felt no remorse for Zhou Xian whatsoever. Zhou Xian waved dismissively, stating, Enough of this nonsense. Are you here to punish me, or for some other purpose? Speak plainly. There's no need for obfuscation. Zhou Qingsong took a deep breath and replied, Very well, you've asked for it. Zhou Xian, after much deliberation with your mother, we have decided to strip you of your chaos demon body. Yiling Yu regarded Zhou Xian with disdain and added, Xianer, upon hearing of your awakening of the chaos demon body today, your father and I were genuinely pleased. However, who could have foreseen that you would immediately engage in such cruel actions? If left unchecked, you will undoubtedly cause suffering to countless lives. Zhou Heng, overhearing, felt an exhilarating thrill, his body trembling with excitement, for the chaos demon body was the most esteemed physique in all of history. Zhou Xian sneered. Enough with the grandiloquent rhetoric. You are merely afraid that my awakening of the chaos demon body will pose a threat to Zhou Heng in the future. This remark incited Zhou Qingsong's ire, and he retorted sharply, You wretched child, how dare you maliciously tarnish our genuine concern for you? You truly are an ungrateful wolf raised on kindness. Zhou Xian feigned innocence. Yes, you are entirely correct. After all, I was born of a father but raised without a mother, and I cannot compare to you, who have always held positions of privilege. Yiling Yu's anger simmered as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, are you blaming us? At this critical juncture, as it became apparent that they intended to strip him of his innate essence, Zhou Xian ceased to conceal his feelings and confronted them directly. Shouldn't I blame you? Wasn't my loss caused by you? Do you truly believe that as a mere infant, I wish to leave your side? You carelessly lost me, allowing your enemies to ruin my foundation and place a curse upon me. It is a miracle I survived, and yet I am subjected to your disdain. I must ask, if you find me so repugnant, why did you seek to bring me back? If you detest me, you could simply have denied my existence. After all, no one knew I was your son at the time. Zhou Qingsong's rage was palpable. You indeed harbor resentment towards us. Do you believe we intentionally abandoned you? If it were within our power, we would never have allowed you to be taken from us. Zhou Xian's anger flared as he shouted at Zhou Qingsong. You knew the dangers involved, even risking your own lives, and yet you chose to have me. Are you not deliberately dragging me to my demise alongside you? Yiling Yu looked at Zhou Xian in disbelief. Zhou Xian, how can you possibly perceive us in such a light? What other perspective should I hold? Zhou Xian wore a mocking expression, addressing his mother with disdain. My dear mother, my grandfather is the Northern Emperor. If you truly wish to prevent me from being taken away, would it not be wiser to place me in my grandfather's care? That way, who would dare to abduct me? Zhou Xian's words left Zhou Qingcong and Yi Lingyu momentarily speechless. When Zhou Xian had first gone missing, they indeed felt intense regret for not heeding Yi Juanxiao's counsel to keep Zhou Xian close, instead choosing to take him away. However, with the arrival of their second son, Zhou Hong, their feelings of guilt gradually faded. Zhou Qingcong gritted his teeth and spoke solemnly. Zhou Xian, your heart is far too dark. Today, I must extract the essence of your chaotic, divine magic body. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly become a threat in the future. But rest assured, even if you cannot cultivate, I will not treat you poorly. I shall find you a saintess from a sacred land as a wife, allowing you to live your life free of worries. Yi Lingyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Although this matter had been settled, Zhou Xian was still a piece of her flesh, and she couldn't help but feel concerned. Husband, please be careful. Do not let Xianer come to harm. Zhou Qingcong reassured her. Do not worry, my dear. I know what I'm doing. He extended a hand, and the surrounding space rippled, enveloping Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian's arms immediately spread wide, as if he were a marionette pulled by strings. No matter how he struggled, his body remained utterly still. Moreover, he sensed a surge of energy within him gathering towards his chest, increasing in intensity, as if it sought to pierce through his ribcage and escape his body. He promptly ceased his struggles and looked at Zhou Qingcong. Zhou Qingcong, is this how you treat your own son? Zhou Qingcong's expression remained unchanged. Everything I do is for your own good. Yi Lingyu chimed in, Indeed, Xuan. Your father acts out of concern for you. Rest assured, once we extract your essence, we will certainly compensate you. At this, Zhou Xian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Very well, you wish to take my essence, do you? I am willing to comply. But you must swear by the Tao that my essence shall never be given to Zhou Hong. Zhou Heng's expression instantly shifted. He was determined to obtain Zhou Xian's essence, and he could not allow any unforeseen circumstances. He hastily interjected, Brother, we are family. If you do not give me your essence, do you wish to benefit outsiders? Zhou Qingcong affirmed, Indeed, we are family, and it is only fitting that your essence be given to Hong. Zhou Xian regarded them with cold disdain. Ah, so this is your true intention. All those previous justifications were mere excuses. Yi Lingyu's expression darkened as she retorted, Zhou Xian, do not be obstinate. Your experiences have destined you to be unable to inherit the Zhou family legacy. So what is wrong with assisting your brother? Zhou Xian gazed at them with icy eyes, realizing they had abandoned all pretense and openly expressed their thoughts. He sighed, shaking his head, Grandfather, if you do not come to my aid soon, I may very well perish. As the words fell, Yi Junxiao emerged from the void, coldly gazing at the couple, Zhou Qingcong and his wife. The Eastern Heavenly Emperor wields quite the authority, attempting to seize my grandson's innate essence. Chapter 17. Departing from the Zhou family. Clinging to grandfather's leg the moment Yi Junxiao appeared, an invisible wave surged towards Zhou Xian. Instantly, his immobile body regained its freedom. He hurriedly rushed behind Yi Junxiao, his voice laced with grievance. Grandfather, do you believe me now? Yi Junxiao sighed softly, responding, Xianer, I have always known that these two fools harbor disdain for you. However, I did not anticipate their utter depravity. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they cannot harm you. Zhou Qingcong, upon seeing Yi Junxiao's sudden arrival, furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Father-in-law, what brings you here? Yi Junxiao cast him a glance. Am I required to seek your permission to visit my grandson? Besides, would I have witnessed your treatment of Xianer had I not come? Noticing the unfolding scene, Yi Lingyu quickly approached Yi Junxiao, saying, Father, what are you saying? Our actions are for Zhou Xian's own good. Otherwise, who knows how he might wreak havoc in the future? A flash of sharpness crossed Yi Junxiao's eyes as he regarded his daughter, who could not discern right from wrong. He suddenly raised his palm and struck her face with a resounding slap. The crisp sound echoed as Yi Lingyu's head was turned askew, nearly causing her to stumble. Zhou Qingcong rushed forward to steady his wife, frowning at Yi Junxiao. Father-in-law, how can you strike Lingyu? Yi Junxiao retorted with a cold snort. Do I need your approval to discipline my own daughter? Zhou Qingcong was left speechless, at a loss for words. At this moment, Zhou Heng stepped forward, cautiously addressing Yi Junxiao. Grandfather, I understand your concern for my brother, but his actions are truly unforgivable. Yi Junxiao regarded him, a glint of coldness in his eyes, fully aware of the true nature of this boy. After Zhou Xian's disappearance, Yi Junxiao felt profound sorrow, lamenting his failure to protect his eldest grandson. Thus, after Yi Lingyu bore Zhou Heng, he discreetly assigned individuals to safeguard him, even personally ensuring his protection during his free time. Over the years, he remained acutely aware of Zhou Heng's every move. Outwardly, this boy appeared obedient and sensible, yet within, he harbored a ruthless and merciless heart. He had annihilated entire families over trivial disputes and destroyed sex for unrequited love. Countless such incidents had occurred, and over the years, the number of lives lost directly or indirectly at Zhou Heng's hands numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Yi Junxiao had attempted to educate him, but he always feigned a pitiful demeanor, claiming ignorance of his wrongdoings, which led Yi Junxiao to harbor a deep disdain for him. Over time, even Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu began to believe that Yi Junxiao's dislike for Zhou Heng was well-founded. Had it been anyone else who dared to slander Yi Junxiao, he would have swiftly dealt with them. However, since Zhou Heng is his grandson, he refrains from such actions, though his affection for him has waned significantly. 3 years prior, when Zhou Xian was brought back, Yi Junxiao had secretly observed him and discovered that, although he had grown up as a beggar, he possessed a kind heart and treated others with kindness. It was also apparent that Zhou Xian was not favored by Zhou Qingsong and his wife. The feelings of guilt from years past, coupled with pity for Zhou Xian and disdain for Zhou Heng, led Yi Junxiao to take a particular interest in Zhou Xian. Now, observing the fade Zhou Heng was putting on, Yi Junxiao scoffed, "Do not attempt to play your games before me. I am not as gullible as your deranged parents." This statement incited great dissatisfaction in Zhou Qingsong, who retorted, "Father-in-law, I understand that you have harbored guilt toward Zhou Xian, but that is ultimately our parents' responsibility and has nothing to do with Heng. Why must you be so antagonistic towards him?" Yi Lingyu, regaining her composure, added, "Father, what has Heng done to deserve your disdain? Your favoritism is utterly excessive." Hearing his parents' words, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Zhou Heng's lips, and even his gaze towards Yi Junxiao held a hint of triumph. Yi Junxiao remained uncertain whether Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu were aware of Zhou Heng's true nature. They might not know, yet it was highly possible they did. Nonetheless, these two chose to remain willfully blind. Having come to this realization, he shook his head and declared, "I care not for your opinions of me. However, I will not permit you to harm Xian'er today. Should the Eastern Heavenly Emperor take issue with this, let him contend with this old man." Zhou Qingsong immediately fell silent. Although both were emperors, Yi Junxiao had ascended to his rank 2 millennia ago, while Zhou Qingsong was merely a newly appointed emperor, clearly lacking the depth of experience that Yi Junxiao possessed. If it came to a confrontation, it was evident that Zhou Qingsong would be the one to lose. Only Yi Lingyu continued to protest vehemently. "Father, you cannot proceed in this manner. If Zhou Xian is not dealt with today, he will undoubtedly pose a threat to Heng in the future." Yi Junxiao's expression darkened, and just as he was about to respond, Zhou Xian stepped forward, saying, "Mother, rest assured, I have no intention of vying for anything with Zhou Heng. I intend to leave with grandfather today." Yi Junxiao was momentarily taken aback, looking at Zhou Xian. "Xian'er," Zhou Xian smiled gently, replying, "Grandfather, my parents do not cherish me. No matter what you do, it will be in vain. Moreover, I have never sought to compete with my younger brother for anything. However, if I remain in the Zhou household, they will surely continue to view me with suspicion. It is better for me to depart with you, allowing my parents to feel at ease." There was an unspoken truth that Zhou Xian did not voice. Should he remain in the Zhou family, Zhou Qingsong and his wife would undoubtedly strike against him again, seeking to strip him of his chaotic, divine, demonic essence. Even if they did not wish to act in such a manner, Zhou Heng would compel them to do so. Thus, it was imperative for Zhou Xian to leave with Yi Junxiao. Upon hearing that Zhou Xian intended to depart, the first to object was, surprisingly, Zhou Heng. "You cannot leave. If you do, How will the outside world perceive us? Will they think our parents cannot accept a child who cannot cultivate? Or will they believe that I, as a younger brother, am envious of my elder brother? Zhou Qingsong's expression darkened instantaneously. You wretched fool, your thoughts are indeed malicious. You intend to disgrace the Zhou family with such tactics. Zhou Xuan was undeterred by their verbal skirmish. He merely shrugged and replied, Father, my maternal grandfather has only one biological daughter, and since her marriage to you, she cannot frequently accompany him. As her grandson, is it not my duty to remain by my grandfather's side and fulfill my filial obligations? The moment these words escaped his lips, Zhou Qingsong found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. This reasoning was unassailable. Not only was he tongue-tied, but even Yi Lingyu and Zhou Heng could find no counterargument. Observing the articulate Zhou Xuan, Yi Junxiao discerned his concerns. Smiling, he remarked, Indeed, I have often felt quite lonely over the years, with no one to converse with. Let Xianyuan return with me to keep me company. Thus, the matter was settled. Without further regard for whether Zhou Qingsong and his wife would consent, he took hold of Zhou Xuan and departed. As the two figures vanished, Zhou Heng's eyes brimmed with resentment. That damned old fool. Just as I was on the verge of obtaining the source of the chaos divine demon body, he intervenes. Since you wish to protect him, I shall take away his source of the chaos divine demon body. Upon returning to Zhou Xian's side hall, Lin Zhantian and Qin Ran promptly paid their respects to Yi Junxiao. Greetings, adoptive father. Yi Junxiao nodded. Rise. Xianyuan, do you have anything to pack? If so, do so quickly. We must leave at once. Zhou Xian contemplated for a moment and responded, I have nothing to pack, but I must take this woman with me. She is my newly found wife. He gestured towards the disheartened Yu, she not far away. Chapter 18. The well-meaning Yi Junxiao's residence was not a grand palace like Zhou Qingsong's. Rather, it resembled a small sect, beautifully situated amidst a picturesque environment, resembling a paradise. Upon returning, Yi Junxiao eagerly made arrangements for a banquet, determined to celebrate the occasion. At the feast, he declared to all present that Zhou Xuan was the young master here, and his words held the same weight as Yi Junxiao's own. This proclamation firmly established Zhou Xuan's status within this realm. After the evening banquet, Yi Junxiao sought out Zhou Xuan and inquired Xianyuan, what are your plans for the days to come? Zhou Xuan, lacking any specific aspirations, simply wished to enjoy each day to the fullest. Thus, he replied, Grandfather, I truly have no plans. Previously, when I was a beggar, I suffered from hunger and cold, constantly living in fear of violence. Now, with my needs met and safety assured, I'm already quite content. I just wish to stay by your side and live a stable life. Upon hearing these words, Yi Junxiao felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. This child had endured so much suffering in the past, and yet he seemed easily satisfied. With a sigh, he said, You have truly suffered, my child. Fear not, for no one dares to bully you under your grandfather's roof. Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed with gratitude. Thank you, grandfather. Yi Junxiao chuckled lightly, saying, Why such formality between us, my child? However, there is one thing I must impart to you. Even if you desire a peaceful life, you must possess your own strength. Now that you have awakened the chaos divine demon body, you should dedicate yourself to rigorous training. Remember, my child, no matter how formidable your support may be, there are always moments of oversight. True strength lies within oneself. Yi Junxiao spoke with earnest sincerity. For the nature of the human heart is ever fickle. One cannot wholly entrust their safety to others. Zhou Xuan nodded, deeply agreeing. I understand, grandfather, but I have a small request. Yi Junxiao waved his hand dismissively. Between us, what need is there for requests? Speak freely. Whatever I can grant you, I shall. Zhou Xuan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head and said, Well, this might sound a bit awkward. Yi Junxiao, slightly exasperated, replied, What is there to be awkward about? Just say it. Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and said, All right, grandfather, I wish to take a wife. And the more the merrier. Yi Junxiao paused, momentarily taken aback, looking at Zhou Xuan with confusion. This young lad, at such a tender age, contemplated marriage, and even desired multiple wives? Was he preparing to indulge in hedonism? Yet, Yi Junxiao neither impeded nor criticized him, but instead inquired, "What is your reasoning behind this?" Zhou Xuan cleared his throat and explained, "Grandfather, I awakened my constitution during a dual cultivation, but the essence of my chaos divine demon body has not been fully activated. I lack the Yin Yuan power." Zhou Xuan shared a half-truth about his awakening experience, embellishing it with his own interpretations. In simpler terms, Yi Junxiao summarized, "So, you awakened the chaos divine demon body through the union of yin and yang during intimate relations?" Zhou Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I find it quite strange myself. It happened." Yi Junxiao shook his head in resignation, stating, "This matter truly exceeds my understanding. However, the world is vast and full of wonders. Such occurrences are not entirely unheard of. It does place you in a rather awkward position, though, not being with a pure maiden for your first experience, but rather with a mature woman." Zhou Xuan chose not to respond to Yi Junxiao's remark. In truth, he found mature women preferable to naive girls. They were more skilled and open-minded. Observing Zhou Xuan's peculiar expression, Yi Junxiao suddenly asked, "Xianer, what do you think of Xiao Qin's mother?" Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan replied, "She is quite alluring." As soon as the words escaped his lips, he realized his mistake and quickly clarified, "Grandfather, I did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand." Yi Junxiao chuckled and said, "Xianer, you need not say more. What does it matter? As long as it pleases you, your grandfather can procure anything you desire. The presence of a few women is of no consequence. Even if you wish for hundreds, your grandfather can certainly provide." Zhou Xuan had no doubts about this, for his grandfather was a great emperor. He could support not just hundreds, but even tens of thousands or millions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xuan expressed his request, "Grandfather, could you assist me in finding girls who possess talent, exceptional physique, and beauty? I would like to meet them." Today's events had made Zhou Xuan acutely aware of the importance of strength, and he resolved to enhance his own. However, the monotonous practice of cultivation was something he found unbearable. Thus, he decided to seek out several women, enjoying their company while simultaneously improving his abilities. Yi Junxiao replied, "That is no problem. I will arrange for someone to investigate. I assure you, your grandfather will find you girls who are both striking in appearance and remarkable in talent." Zhou Xuan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, grandfather. However, I have one more matter in which I seek your assistance." Yi Junxiao turned to the ethereal figure of Feng Yu, who existed solely in a spiritual state. "Are you requesting your grandfather to help her regain a physical form?" Zhou Xuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Feng Yu is on the brink of becoming an emperor in life. She has pledged to follow me, and I have promised to assist her in reconstructing her body." "That is certainly feasible," Yi Junxiao assured, then gazed at Feng Yu and added, "Since you have chosen to accompany Xianer, I shall not concern myself with your former identity. Simply heed your duties, or I shall ensure your complete obliteration." Sensing the menacing aura emanating from Yi Junxiao, Feng Yu trembled and hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, your majesty, I will diligently support my master." Yi Junxiao nodded, rising to his feet. "Come with me. I will help you regain your corporeal form." "Yes, your majesty," Feng Yu responded respectfully. Observing the situation, Zhou Xuan asked, "Grandfather, are you leaving now?" Yi Junxiao laughed. "You rascal, you have found a stunning bride here. Why would I remain? That would only intrude upon your privacy." Zhou Xuan chuckled silently. Yi Junxiao observed his demeanor and playfully scolded, "Look at you, so lacking in ambition. Very well, I shall take my leave." He departed with Feng Yu, yet his heart was filled with unspoken thoughts. He could not comprehend why Zhou Qingsong and his wife treated Zhou Xuan so differently. Was not Zhou Xuan their child as well? He was perplexed by their reasoning, but understood that if he did not intervene today, they would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Zhou Hong was certainly no benign character and would inevitably bring about great calamity. Perhaps only at that time would Zhou Qingsong and his wife awaken to their folly. What Yi Junxiao was doing now was ensuring that when the time for regret arrived, there would still be an opportunity for redemption. Chapter 19. A Frenzied Ascension. Breaking through continuously, Zhou Xuan arrived at his residence and found Yushi. who wore a stern expression and said nothing. He smiled slightly and approached her, asking, "What are you daydreaming about?" With an expressionless face, Yueshi gazed at him and said, "Zhou Xuan, you have deceived me so deeply. You repeatedly claim to be a prince, yet in your father's eyes, your existence is merely superfluous." Zhou Xuan chuckled lightly. "And so what? Though my father may not favor me, my grandfather does. As you have just heard, I am currently the only young master here." Upon hearing this, Yueshi bit her lip and replied, "And so what? This does not alter the fact that you are incapable of cultivation, despite having accompanied Zhou Xuan on his journey." She was unaware that he had already awakened the chaos divine demon body. After all, neither Qin Yi, Lin Zhantian, nor Zhou Qingcang had mentioned his awakening in her presence. Zhou Xuan laughed softly, seizing her arm, and teasingly remarked, "Do you dare to defy me?" Yueshi's face flushed with indignation, and she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Zhou Xuan grasped her chin, turning her face towards him. "Are you certain you wish to show me your displeasure here?" Yueshi pursed her lips, her expression displeased. "I wouldn't dare." Zhou Xuan, with a smirk, replied, "If you wouldn't dare, then refrain from showing displeasure here." He then called out towards the door, "Come in." A graceful maid entered, bowing to Zhou Xuan. "Young master, what are your instructions?" Zhou Xuan pointed at Yueshi. "Take her to bathe." The maid responded, "Yes, young master." "Miss, please follow me." Yueshi had long desired to distance herself from Zhou Xuan, feeling that remaining by his side was too perilous. Although she had come to accept her fate as Zhou Xuan's, the abruptness of it left her unprepared. The maid led Yueshi to the bathing chamber, where water was already prepared, steam rising gently. The water in the tub was not clear, but rather a milky white, exuding a vibrant spiritual energy. Yueshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this stone milk? Stone milk is an exceedingly rare treasure, capable of significantly enhancing one's spiritual power and physical constitution. With no side effects, unlike other medicinal herbs that often possess some form of toxicity. Previously, Yueshi had obtained a few drops of stone milk, but she had consumed them with utmost caution, never dreaming of using them so lavishly as for bathing. The maid shook her head with a smile. "Miss Yueshi, this is not stone milk, it is earthcore milk." "Earthcore milk?" Yueshi's mouth fell agape, her eyes filled with shock. Earthcore milk is even more precious than stone milk, rumored to exist only in the depths of the earth with advanced spiritual veins, making it exceedingly rare. Even she had only heard of it, never having seen it. It is evident that earthcore milk is a top-tier treasure, with each drop being priceless. Yet here it is, merely used for bathing? Truly, this is the abode of an emperor, showcasing unparalleled luxury. In comparison, her own sacred land felt like a beggar's dwelling. Witnessing such opulence diminished Yueshi's resistance to Zhou Xuan significantly. Here, what she could obtain far exceeded her expectations. The maid smiled and said, "Miss Yueshi, I shall take my leave now." Yueshi nodded in agreement. "Very well, you may go." Once the maid departed, Yueshi eagerly began her cultivation. For the essence of the earth could not be squandered. After she left, the maid returned to Zhou Xuan's chamber, reporting, "Young master, Miss Yueshi has entered." Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "I am aware. You may leave now." "Yes, young master." After the maid exited, a subtle smile graced Zhou Xuan's lips as he rose and headed towards the bathroom. The host's indulgence triggers a critical strike, granting the supreme technique, the chaos creation method, which has automatically been comprehended and is now in operation. A profound technique entered his mind. Although it was Zhou Xuan's first encounter with it, he felt no unfamiliarity. Instead, it was strikingly familiar, as if he had fully grasped it already. He was exceedingly pleased with this reward. Even if he were to do nothing but recline all day, his cultivation would still ascend steadily and, at a remarkable pace, akin to exerting maximum effort in training. Moreover, Zhou Xuan's recovery ability was astonishingly rapid, allowing him to regain his combat prowess swiftly. The host's indulgence triggers a critical strike, acquiring the technique yin-yang harmony, which has also been comprehended and is now in operation. Yin-yang harmony, a supreme dual cultivation method, can enhance the strength of both parties simultaneously. The host triggers another critical strike, breaking through continuously. The immense spiritual energy within the earth essence surged violently, penetrating into his body. Zhou Xuan's strength escalated rapidly, first to the first layer of body refinement, then the second, third, and fourth layers, swiftly reaching the ninth layer of body refinement, with no signs of slowing down. Instead, it intensified. With a thunderous sound, the shackles of the body refinement stage shattered, and Zhou Xuan's strength ascended to the condensation realm. Condensation first layer, second layer, third layer, within mere breaths. His strength soared to the ninth layer of condensation. In the next moment, the barrier of this stage was again breached, propelling Zhou Xuan into the Essence Core realm. Essence Core first layer, second layer, third layer. His strength continued to rise until it reached the ninth layer, at which point the essence of the earth became clear and transparent. Such a rapid surge in strength was largely due to his robust constitution. Had it been someone of a more ordinary physique, such a frenzied increase in power could have easily resulted in their destruction. Not far away, Yueshi was once again taken aback. Her rosy lips parted wide. Her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Zhou Xuan had managed to break through consecutively, reaching the ninth layer of the Essence Core realm in less than a quarter of an hour, while Zhou Xuan's current realm still fell short of her own. If he were to continue advancing at this pace, it would not be long before he surpassed her. Zhou Xuan slowly opened his eyes, meeting Yueshi's astonished gaze, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "What has you so surprised?" Yueshi snapped back to reality, blinking in disbelief as she stammered. "You, how could your strength have increased so dramatically?" "No, wait, weren't you unable to cultivate? Why is this happening?" At that moment, Yueshi's heart brimmed with confusion. She could not comprehend the transformation in Zhou Xuan. Observing her astonished expression, Zhou Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. "For this is the true essence of my being. Yueshi, to speak candidly, I possess the chaotic divine demon body." Upon hearing these words, Yueshi's mind was struck as if by a thunderclap, a ringing echo resounding within. Her face was a canvas of shock, her throat parched. "The chaotic divine demon body? You are not deceiving me?" Zhou Xuan refrained from answering, instead gazing at her intently. "Feel your own cultivation." Hesitantly, Yueshi sensed her prowess, and her eyes widened in disbelief. My strength has ascended from the ninth layer of divine soul to the divine passage realm? How could this be?" Zhou Xuan slowly reached out, gently grasping her delicate chin. "Do you not have an inkling of how this came to be?" Yueshi's eyes grew wide once more. She had surmised it earlier, but hesitated to confirm. Now, Zhou Xuan's words validated her suspicion. He indeed had the ability to enhance both their strengths through mutual cultivation. If that were the case, this development could be quite advantageous for her. Zhou Xuan stretched his body, feeling the difference that cultivation made. The energy within him surged like an unceasing river, as if boundless strength coursed through his veins. He turned to Yueshi with a smile, saying, "Time is fleeting. You ought to rest early." The host indulging in pleasure triggers a critical hit, gaining a month's worth of cultivation. The host triggers a lay-flat critical hit, gaining a month's worth of cultivation. The host reveling in life's pleasures triggers a critical hit, obtaining the path of severance, capable of cleaving through anything. Chapter 20. The ninth layer of divine concealment. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, Zhou Xuan emerged from his chamber, exuding vitality. His strength had reached the ninth layer of divine concealment, just a step away from entering the realm of divine soul. Upon exiting the palace, Aunt Qin approached him, her face alight with a smile. "Xin'er, your breakfast is ready." Before she could finish, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She scrutinized Zhou Xuan from head to toe, her disbelief palpable. "Xin'er, your strength has reached the ninth layer of divine concealment?" Zhou Xuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I trained diligently throughout the night." However, Aunt Qin's expression was not one of joy. Rather, it was marked by grave concern as she grasped Zhou Xuan's hand tightly. "Xuania, your rapid advancement in realm may lead to an unstable foundation. Allow me to examine you." Zhou Xuan offered no resistance, permitting her to check his condition. After a thorough examination, Aunt Qin discovered that his foundation was remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of instability. Releasing his hand, she marveled. To have ascended so much in a single night, yet your foundation remains as solid as divine iron, showing no signs of wavering. Truly a miracle. Zhou Xuan smiled as he explained, perhaps my physique is simply too robust. In truth, I felt no discomfort during my enhancement yesterday. Aunt Qin remained uncertain of the exact cause, for the chaotic divine demon body was exceedingly rare, and she lacked understanding of it. Since it has been confirmed that Zhou Xian's health and cultivation are both intact, there is no need to dwell on it any further. She smiled and said, let's go and dine. After their meal, Aunt Qin produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Xuan, saying, Xianer, having lost your fiancé yesterday, your grandfather has sought out several candidates for you to consider. Take a look. Each of them possesses exceptional talent and beauty. Zhou Xuan was naturally quite agreeable to this. He accepted the paper and began to read, suddenly feeling as though he were choosing a bride, though, of course, the emperor's selection process could not compare to his own. The paper bore 5 names, all renowned women who combined both stunning appearances and formidable abilities. Ling Long, the saintess of the purple cloud sacred land, with a purple chi sacred body and at the 9th level of the divine soul realm. Zhao Feishue, the saintess of the moonlight sacred land, with a lunar sacred body and at the 1st level of the divine power realm. Qin Xiener, the saintess of the flying immortal sacred land, with a feathered ascension sacred body and at the 1st level of the divine power realm. Xia Qinxing, the saintess of the celestial pivot sacred land, with a stellar sacred body and at the 9th level of the divine soul realm. And Ji Ruxue, the princess of the Dian Empire, with a celestial spirit sacred body and at the 9th level of the divine soul realm. After reviewing the list, Zhou Xuan felt little in the way of emotion. After all, they were merely names, and he found it difficult to ascertain how many of these women would align with his aesthetic preferences. Aunt Qin, perceiving his thoughts, chuckled. Do not rush. I have their portraits as well. She retrieved several images from her spatial ring, and with a wave of her hand, the portraits floated into the air, gradually unfurling. Before Zhou Xuan appeared a series of vividly lifelike young women. The portraits were strikingly realistic, akin to viewing the women in person, and showcased each lady's unique characteristics. Beyond their individual beauty, their temperaments varied greatly. Some were as cold as ice, others serene and gentle, while a few exuded a playful charm. In that moment, Zhou Xuan found himself in quite a predicament. It was nearly impossible to choose, given their remarkable qualities. Noticing his dilemma, Aunt Qin smiled and remarked, Isn't this quite a challenge? Zhou Xuan nodded. Indeed, it is quite difficult. I am uncertain which one to select. Aunt Qin, still smiling, gathered the scrolls and said, Since you are unsure how to choose, then let us not choose at all. We can visit each of their homes and inquire. Whoever is willing to serve you can be welcomed, even if all of them are inclined to do so. Zhou Xuan wholeheartedly agreed with her statement, exclaiming, You are right, Aunt Qin. Let us set off at once. He rose and beckoned a maid over. The charming maid approached. Her eyes filled with eagerness and excitement as she looked at Zhou Xuan. Young master, do you have any commands for me? After speaking, she even winked at him, hoping that if he took a liking to her, her status would rise dramatically. However, Zhou Xuan had no intentions of pursuing her. Instead, he instructed, Miss Yueshi is resting. Once she awakens, ensure you attend to her well, and do not be negligent. Understood? A hint of despondency flickered in the maid's eyes, yet she responded dutifully, Yes. Young master. Aunt Qin observed the maid with a discerning eye and said, Put away your little schemes. If the young master favors you, that would indeed be your fortune. But if he does not, do not harbor any ill thoughts. Otherwise, I shall personally see to your demise. The maid was taken aback and hurriedly replied, I dare not. Aunt Qin waved her hand and said, You may leave. The maid quickly retreated, not daring to make any further movements. Zhou Xuan and Aunt Qin arrived at the entrance of the palace, where the space outside suddenly tore apart. A magnificent, fiery red dragon steed emerged from the void, followed by a simple yet grand carriage. This dragon steed was a great demon of the sage realm, and the carriage was a sacred artifact. Upon seeing the dragon steed and the carriage, Zhou Xuan could not help but marvel once more at his grandfather's grandeur. Indeed, as a great emperor, even his mode of transport exuded such prestige. This single dragon steed and carriage could flatten 90% of the world's forces. Yet here it was merely a means of transportation. Flanking the carriage were 10 hidden dragon guards. Today, they were not accompanied by Lin Zhantian, the quasi-emperor, but were instead replaced by these guards. Aunt Qin smiled at Zhou Xuan and said, "Xianer, let us board." As Zhou Xuan approached the carriage, he suddenly paused. He beckoned one of the hidden dragon guards and handed over a piece of paper, saying, "Notify each family on this list in order, and tell them I wish to propose marriage." The guard took the paper and immediately replied, "Yes, young master." With a flash, the guard vanished from sight. Zhou Xuan leisurely boarded the carriage, followed by Aunt Qin. Once seated, Zhou Xuan addressed the dragon steed, "Let us depart, but do take it slow. Allow others some time to react." The dragon steed neighed in response, this time opting for a normal flight rather than tearing through space. Consequently, their arrival would be delayed. The hidden dragon guards promptly kept pace, guarding the sides of the carriage. At this moment, within the purple cloud Holy Land, all the high-ranking officials had gathered, their expressions grave as they deliberated. The Holy Master, Qing Xian, addressed the other peak masters and elders, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on the matter of the Northern Heavenly Emperor's grandson wishing to marry our holy maiden, Linglong?" A burly middle-aged man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Isn't that Zhou Xuan, that good-for-nothing? He dares to seek Linglong's hand in marriage. It's nothing but a dream." Several others echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, "Indeed, that lad possesses no talent for cultivation. Why should Linglong suffer with him? This is akin to a toad wishing to feast upon a swan. It is utterly absurd. I have heard that Emperor Qing Song harbors a deep disdain for this worthless son, hence I firmly oppose this union." Yet, where there were dissenters, there were also supporters. Though Zhou Xuan may lack the ability to cultivate, he is, after all, a son of the emperor. Perhaps he is not favored by Emperor Qing Song, but that is a matter for their family alone. If we refuse, we risk incurring the wrath of either Emperor Qing Song or the Northern Heavenly Emperor, and that would spell disaster for us. I believe we should consent. At the very least, we would gain the support of either Emperor Qing Song or the Northern Heavenly Emperor, which would be beneficial for us. I concur. This is indeed a matter of great advantage for us. The esteemed Qing Xian observed the two parties steadfastly holding their positions and slowly shook his head. Turning his gaze to the serene woman within the grand hall, "Linglong, what is your perspective?" The celestial maiden Linglong furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "I certainly would not wish to entrust myself to a worthless individual like Zhou Xuan, yet I am uncertain of his temperament. I do not know if a hasty rejection might bring trouble to the sacred land." Qing Xian let out a sigh and said, "Then we shall wait. We will discuss it further when Zhou Xuan arrives." Chapter 21. I wish to take you as my concubine, a devoted follower. After approximately half an hour, the dragon horse finally brought Zhou Xuan to hover above the Zixia sacred land. An hidden dragon guard stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The young master has arrived. Zixia sacred land, do not delay in your welcome." The booming voice echoed like thunder, swiftly resonating throughout the entirety of the sacred land. In the next moment, several figures soared out from the sacred land, with the leader being the sacred Master Qing Xian, accompanied by various elders and peak masters. These individuals uniformly bowed towards the carriage. Addressing him, "We pay our respects to young Master Zhou." "No need for that." Zhou Xian's indifferent voice emerged from within the carriage. "What have you all concluded regarding the matter I sent word about?" The senior members of Zixia sacred land felt a surge of anxiety, some fearing Qing Xian would decline, while others were apprehensive of his agreement. Qing Xian himself was equally apprehensive. In truth, he leaned towards consent, for he was the sacred master, wholly devoted to the development of the sacred land. However, he could not hastily agree without Linglong's consent. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise and anger Zhou Xuan, the entire sacred land would suffer the consequences. He could only tread carefully, stating, "Young master, We have already spoken to Ling Long about this matter, but she insists on meeting you in person before making a decision. Thus, I would like to invite you to our sacred land for a proper discussion with Ling Long." Zhou Xuan did not respond immediately, instead falling into silence, while the hidden dragon guards beside the carriage turned their gaze towards the members of Zixia sacred land. The atmosphere grew tense, and the hearts of Qing Xian and the others rose to their throats, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. After a considerable pause, Zhou Xuan finally spoke. "In that case, I shall grant you this favor. Let us proceed." Qing Xian felt a weight lift from his heart and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes. Young master, please." The dragon horse snorted and gradually descended the carriage in front of the Zixia Sacred Land's Grand Hall. Once the carriage steadied, Aunt Qing was the first to exit, unabashedly exuding her formidable aura. The presence of a Saint King sent the hearts of the elders from Zixia Sacred Land racing, realizing that this encounter would not be easily navigated. Subsequently, Zhou Xuan emerged from the carriage. This marked the first occasion the people of Zixia Sacred Land beheld Zhou Xuan. Previously, they had heard rumors of his inability to cultivate and his foul temper, leading them to believe he would not possess striking features. However, upon seeing him, he was entirely different from their expectations. Zhou Xuan was remarkably handsome, almost enchantingly so, radiating an air of confidence from within, a stark contrast to the tales they had heard. Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure and promptly said, "Young master, please, do come in." Zhou Xuan, unceremoniously, stepped into the grand hall and took his place at the main seat. "Qing Xian, Saint Master, I shan't delay any further. Please summon the Ling Long fairy, so I may inquire her opinion directly." The Qing Xian elder promptly responded, "Of course, Qing Ran, please fetch Ling Long." A female cultivator, appearing to be in her 40s, nodded and exited the hall. Before long, the ethereal Ling Long fairy, as pure and pristine as an ice mountain snow lotus, gracefully entered. She first saluted the esteemed members of the sacred grounds. Ling Long pays her respects to the Saint Master, esteemed peak masters, and elders. Qing Xian elder smiled and said, "Ling Long, you have arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Zhou Xuan." Ling Long cast a glance at Zhou Xuan, her eyes revealing a flicker of intrigue. She had conjured many imagined scenarios of him in her mind, yet none aligned with his true visage. It must be said, Zhou Xuan possessed an undeniably handsome exterior. However, regardless of one's appearance, it was ultimately one's extraordinary talent and formidable strength that held precedence in this world, which valued might overlooks. In truth, Zhou Xuan made no effort to conceal his power. It was merely that Aunt Qing, standing beside him, overshadowed his spiritual energy. Moreover, no one dared to investigate Zhou Xuan's strength, for the repercussions of incurring Aunt Qing's wrath were dire. Ling Long took a deep breath and addressed him, "Greetings, Zhou Xiao." Zhou Xuan examined Ling Long with keen interest, finding her exceptionally appealing to his aesthetic sensibilities. Thus he declared, "Ling Long fairy, I have come to the Zixia sacred land to propose marriage. I wish to take you as my concubine." "What?" Ling Long's eyes widened in disbelief. "You wish to take me as a concubine?" Originally, she had assumed Zhou Xuan's visit was to propose to her as a wife, but instead, he sought to have her as a concubine. The disdain she harbored for him intensified. As the revered saintess of the Zixia sacred land, marrying a seemingly incapable individual like him was already a considerable downgrade. To be a concubine was an affront to her dignity. Ling Long inhaled deeply and asked Zhou Xiao, "May I inquire whether my decision would adversely affect the Zixia sacred land?" Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xuan discerned her reluctance, likely stemming from a fear of potential repercussions against the Zixia sacred land should she refuse. Zhou Xuan did not hold back, stating, "Should you choose to accompany me, I will certainly extend my support to the Zixia sacred land. However, if you decline, it shall not lead to any oppression from my side. Yet, those factions we support may surpass you, thereby impacting your standing." Ling Long hesitated, realizing her greatest concern had indeed materialized. Although Zhou Xuan did not explicitly state his intent to undermine the Zixia sacred land, the fierce rivalries between various forces were undeniable. If the Zixia sacred land stagnated while others prospered under the Zhou family support, it would inevitably face oppression. Having been raised within the Zixia sacred land, which she considered home, Linglong was understandably averse to the idea of it being diminished. However, to accept Zhou Xuan's proposal and become a concubine, she found utterly unacceptable. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, a man's voice suddenly rang out. Linglong, you cannot marry Zhou Xuan. This unexpected declaration drew the attention of everyone present, who turned to look. The speaker was a tall young man in his 20s, though somewhat slender. He cast an angry glance at Zhou Xuan before turning his gaze, filled with deep emotion, towards the fairy Linglong. Linglong, you cannot marry him. You belong to me alone. Linglong regarded him, her brows furrowed tightly. Wang Shi, this is my affair. It is not for you to meddle. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi grew anxious and began to speak indiscriminately. Linglong, you are the saintess of the Zixia sacred land, gifted beyond compare. Although Zhou Xuan is a son of the imperial family, he is merely a waste incapable of cultivation. There is no benefit in marrying him. This outburst incited the ire of Aunt Qin and the hidden dragon guard, their expressions darkening with palpable hostility. The people from the Zixia sacred land were immediately alarmed, and the esteemed Qin Xian master quickly rose to intervene. Young Master Zhou, esteemed guests, please temper your anger. Wang Shi did not mean any harm. His words were thoughtless. Zhou Xuan waved his hand, silencing him, and slowly rose to his feet, coldly gazing at Wang Shi. It seems that over the years, the misunderstandings about me in the outside world have grown quite substantial. As he spoke, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, unleashing a formidable aura that emanated from his being. The countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically upon feeling this pressure. Chapter 22. If you lose, I shall slay you, along with your entire family. The gaze of the Zixia sacred land's representatives towards Zhou Xuan instantly transformed, for they were acutely aware of the vast chasm between a scion of the imperial lineage capable of cultivation and one who was not. To put it plainly, as long as one could cultivate, even with the most abysmal talent, various resources could be employed to elevate one's strength, even if not approaching the level of a quasi-emperor. At the very least, one would reach the rank of a holy king. Either of these realms could effortlessly obliterate the Zixia sacred land. Linglong, too, after a moment of shock, found her initial resistance significantly diminished. If Zhou Xuan were indeed a complete waste incapable of any cultivation, she would be unwilling to marry him. However, if he possessed the ability to cultivate, what harm would come from their union? Moreover, by marrying Zhou Xuan, she would gain access to boundless resources. Only Wang Shi, upon sensing the intensity of Zhou Xuan's emanating spiritual energy, sneered, "Ha, I thought young Master Zhou's strength might be impressive. Yet it turns out to be merely at the 9th layer of divine concealment. At your age, possessing such meager cultivation, do you not bring shame upon the emperor? What qualifications do you have to deserve Linglong?" Zhou Xuan regarded Wang Shi with a smirk and replied, "What qualifications do I possess? Simply because I am the designated scion of the Northern Celestial Emperor. That alone suffices. With my background, I could easily obliterate your trifling Zixia sacred land on a whim. This is my confidence, and pray tell, Wang Shi, do you share such confidence?" Wang Shi's face flushed instantly, for he indeed lacked the status and confidence that Zhou Xuan possessed. Had he possessed such qualities, Linglong would have long been ensconced in his chambers, even if it required the application of force. Alas, he was devoid of such power, so he could only feign bravado and retort, ultimately, "You rely on your family's influence to achieve this. Without your background, what do you truly have?" Zhou Xuan regarded him as one might a fool. "Is your intellect impaired? I possess this background for a reason. Why would I forsake it? My grandfather's strength is meant to ease my path. What are you to dare bark here?" Wang Shi's eyes reddened with fury. He bitterly envied the prospect of having an emperor for a father. He furiously exclaimed, "Zhou Xuan, even if you are the appointed heir of the Northern Celestial Emperor, you cannot coerce others into becoming your concubines." At this juncture, Zhou Xuan had lost all interest in engaging further with this imbecile, deeming it a waste of time. Therefore, he stated, "Wang Shi, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Cease your incessant prattling." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, Wang Shi no longer concealed his intentions, boldly declaring, I challenge you. Should you lose, you must cease your pursuit of Ling Long. The celestial maiden, Ling Long, paled at his words and interjected, Wang Shi, my affairs do not require your meddling. Yet Wang Shi remained obstinate, assuring her, rest assured, Ling Long, I merely wish to rid you of this pest. Once I resolve this trouble, you may do as you please. I shall impose no demands upon you. Zhou Xian surveyed the earnest expression on Wang Shi's face with a tinge of disdain, realizing he was merely a sycophant. With a mocking countenance, he replied, I accept your challenge. However, I reject your demands, for you lack the qualifications to make any requests of me. Wang Shi, indignant, retorted, Zhou Xian, if you fear defeat, simply admit it. He held a firm belief in his own prowess, confident as the scion of the Zixia sacred land, currently possessing the strength of the 9th layer of divine soul. In contrast, Zhou Xian was merely at the 9th layer of divine concealment, a significant gap in realms. Even with his eyes closed, victory was assured. Zhou Xian's expression darkened. Wang Shi, do you believe that your aggressive demeanor will yield you a sense of accomplishment? Are you aware of the consequences your actions may invoke? A tremor coursed through Wang Shi's heart, yet his words remained unwavering. Zhou Xian, are you threatening me? If so, I can see that I am your inferior. At this, a hint of mockery crept into his gaze as he looked at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian found himself amused by the absurdity of this individual seeking validation. Such people were truly repugnant. Thus, he resolved to forego further dialogue, opting instead to demonstrate his superiority through action. He stepped forward deliberately, casting a cold gaze upon Wang Shi. Wang Shi, cease your incessant prattle. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. But first, I must inform you of the stakes. Should you win, there will be no repercussions. However, if you lose, I shall end your life and that of your family. Not even a dog shall survive. As these words escaped his lips, Wang Shi shuddered involuntarily, staring incredulously at Zhou Xian. He never anticipated that Zhou Xian could be so ruthless, resorting to threatening him through his entire family. At that moment, the elder Qing Xian hastily interjected, Young Master Zhou, Wang Shi spoke out of turn and offended you. I assure you, I will severely punish him. I implore you to show mercy and spare his life. Zhou Xian cast a cold glance at elder Qing Xian and retorted, if you dare plead for him again, you may as well forfeit your precious Zixia sacred land. Elder Qing Xian promptly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. However, his heart was brimming with anger and resentment, not directed at Zhou Xian, but rather at Wang Shi. How audacious was this fool to provoke Zhou Xian? If he and his family were to perish, so be it. Why must he drag the Zixia sacred land into this mess? Zhou Xian's gaze was icy as he regarded Wang Shi, commanding, make your move. Wang Shi trembled in fear, a twinge of regret gnawing at him for incessantly provoking Zhou Xian, leaving him in a precarious position. He believed that defeating Zhou Xian posed no challenge. Yet given the current circumstances, did he truly have the audacity to face him? What if he succeeded, only for Zhou Xian to feel humiliated and retaliate against his family? Conversely, if he lost, the fate of his family would be sealed. Caught in this dilemma, Wang Shi discreetly glanced at Elder Qing Xian. Though furious with Wang Shi's actions, Elder Qing Xian recognized the necessity of devising a plan, for provoking Zhou Xian would spell disaster for the Zixia sacred land as well. Soon, Elder Qing Xian devised a strategy and subtly signaled Wang Shi with a hand gesture. Understanding the cue, Wang Shi realized that Elder Qing Xian was suggesting he engage Zhou Xian in a stalemate, thus ensuring that neither would be defeated. He could then flatter Zhou Xian with a few compliments to soothe his ego, and this incident would be forgotten. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Wang Shi gave little thought to whether he was truly Zhou Xian's equal. In his mind, he was vastly superior to Zhou Xian, and the outcome was entirely within his grasp. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Zhou Xian loudly. Zhou Xian, take this. The Eastern purple qi palm, a massive hand, suffused with purple energy, surged forth with remarkable intensity towards Zhou Xian. The higher-ups of the Zixia sacred land breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. It appeared that Wang Shi was not entirely foolish. He understood that by only utilizing the strength of the ninth layer of divine concealment, he could ensure he would not lose while ensuring Zhou Xuan could handle the onslaught. Aunt Qin stood by, watching Zhou Xuan with curiosity. She disapproved of Zhou Xuan engaging in combat, considering he had only recently attained cultivation and possessed no mastery of even the slightest martial technique, let alone experience in battle. He would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. However, she refrained from intervening, as this was Zhou Xuan's decision, and with her presence, no one could harm him. Zhou Xuan observed the rapidly approaching palm imprint, swiftly raising his right hand to slice through the air, shouting, "Slash!" The path of slash was activated, and a razor-sharp strike hurtled towards the eastern purple chi palm. With a swift motion, he effortlessly cleaved through the massive hand, striking Wang Shi with a speed that left no time for reaction. Chapter 23. Depart or remain in the very moment Wang Shi was hit. A flicker of panic flashed across his eyes as he turned to Zhou Xuan, fearfully inquiring, "How can you be so powerful?" As he spoke, his body slowly split into two segments, collapsing onto the ground, the severed edges extraordinarily smooth, resembling a mirror. Witnessing this scene, every individual within the grand hall widened their eyes in disbelief, staring in astonishment at Zhou Xuan. Just moments ago, Zhou Xuan had dispatched Wang Shi with a single strike. It was important to note that Wang Shi possessed genuine strength at the ninth level of Divine Soul. Although he had only utilized the power of the ninth level of Divine Concealment in his previous attack, his physical resilience and reflexes remained at the Divine Soul's ninth level. Yet, he had not even a moment to react before meeting his demise. How formidable must Zhou Xuan truly be? Aunt Qin's eyes were filled with astonishment as she sensed the resonance of principles within that very strike. This implied that Zhou Xuan's attack was executed with the power of laws. She was aware of the existence of annihilation principles within Zhou Xuan's being. Yet this particular strike bore no trace of annihilation power. Could it be that he had mastered a new law? Aunt Qin mused to herself. Truly deserving of the title of Chaos Divine Demon Body, his strength was utterly terrifying. The exquisite Fairy Linglong was also taken aback by the strike, her large eyes shimmering with delight. Previously, she felt that marrying Zhou Xuan was a compromise, but upon witnessing his prowess, she instantly realized that she was unworthy of him. Had she known of Zhou Xuan's strength earlier, she would have undoubtedly agreed to become his concubine without hesitation. After vanquishing Wang Shi, Zhou Xuan gazed at the lifeless body, letting out a cold snort. "After all that time spent prattling before me, I was led to believe you were formidable. Yet, this is all you amount to?" The members of the Qingxin sect, witnessing their holy son's demise, felt a twinge of pain in their hearts, yet they dared not display a hint of dissatisfaction. With a face full of admiration, one remarked, "Zhou Xiao's combat prowess is unparalleled, effortlessly defeating a divine soul realm opponent with divine concealment. It is truly awe-inspiring." Others hastily chimed in, "Indeed, Zhou Xiao is remarkable. That strike instilled fear even in us. Zhou Xiao will undoubtedly overshadow this generation's prodigies. Those prodigies can only compete for second place in the presence of Zhou Xiao." Zhou Xuan paid little heed to their flattery. Instead, he turned to a hidden dragon guardian and commanded, "Go to Wang Shi's residence and annihilate his family. Remember, leave not a single soul alive. Not even a chicken or a dog." The hidden dragon guardian clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, young master." He then turned and vanished into the void. Zhou Xuan returned to his seat, gazing at Fairy Linglong, and inquired, "Fairy Linglong, would you consent to become my concubine?" This time, Fairy Linglong did not hesitate. She nodded affirmatively, stating, "It is my fortune to receive Zhou Xiao's favor. I willingly wish to accompany you and serve you, your highness." After all, she certainly did not wish to share the same fate as Wang Shi, who was eradicated in a single strike, with his entire lineage uprooted. Such behavior is not courage. It is folly. Zhou Xuan's expression displayed no particular joy. He simply stated in a calm manner, "Very well, then come with me." The exquisite fairy replied, "Yes, your highness." Upon hearing her agreement, Zhou Xuan did not linger, rising immediately to stride outside. Aunt Qin followed closely behind him, with Ling Long trailing after Aunt Qin. And then came the hidden dragon guards. As Zhou Xuan approached the carriage, he prepared to ascend when Aunt Qin gently tugged at his sleeve. He halted instantly, turning to face her. Aunt Qin, is there something you wish to convey? Zhou Xuan bestowed the utmost respect upon those who genuinely cared for him. A faint smile graced Aunt Qin's face as she inquired, is it true that we are visiting another place today? Shouldn't you take a moment to familiarize yourself with the exquisite fairy and understand each other better? Ling Long, standing closely behind Aunt Qin, overheard this exchange. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching even to the roots of her ears. Yet, she dared not voice a word, lowering her gaze to her toes in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xuan replied, very well, I am somewhat fatigued today. Let us find a nearby place to rest and set out again tomorrow. Aunt Qin smiled, agreed. We shall find a suitable place to pause. You may enter the carriage first while I scout for a proper location. You need not concern yourself with that. Zhou Xuan nodded and entered the carriage. Only then did Aunt Qin adopt a stern demeanor, directing her gaze at Ling Long. Since you have decided to accompany the young master, it would be wise to abandon any ulterior motives. Serve him well, and you shall reap endless benefits. Ling Long dared not raise her eyes, responding softly, yes. Very well, you may enter now. Taking a deep breath and steeling herself with a sense of resolve, Ling Long stepped into the carriage. Aunt Qin then sat at the front of the carriage, addressing the dragon horse. Let us find a suitable place to rest for the day. The dragon horse neighed and began to amble forward. Inside the carriage, Ling Long sat primly at a distance from Zhou Xuan, hesitant to draw too close. Zhou Xuan observed her, furrowing his brow. Why are you sitting so far away? Come closer. Ling Long's body tensed, trembling slightly as she moved towards him. Zhou Xuan frowned, extending his hand to grasp her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. He held her chin, stating, as my woman, you cannot behave in this manner. Ling Long suppressed her embarrassment, stammering, I simply feel that this is all happening too quickly. I am unprepared. Zhou Xuan's brow creased further. What do you wish to prepare for? After a moment's thought, Ling Long replied, I believe we should spend more time together to understand one another better. Zhou Xuan snorted, abruptly pushing her away and pointing at the carriage door, coldly declaring, Get out. Ling Long was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of distress. Is it wrong for me to want to understand you better? Zhou Xuan cast her a frosty glance, stating, Our relationship is merely a transaction, a mutual exchange of needs. I desire your presence, and you seek a better platform and resources through me. The emotions you desire may yet come in time, but I am unwilling to wait that long. Therefore, if you do not acquiesce, you may leave at once and not hinder my search for another. The ethereal fairy gazed at him in bewilderment and inquired, Are you truly seeking another? Zhou Xuan replied, Certainly. I do not engage in what you might call pure love, as that would tarnish the essence of mutual benefit. So, will you depart now, or choose to remain? The ethereal fairy bit her lip, ultimately yielding, unable to forsake the advantages and benefits that the emperor could bestow upon her. Furthermore, Zhou Xuan was the designated heir of Yi Junshao, and it was certain that the forces Yi Junshao would establish in the future would fall into Zhou Xuan's hands, granting her even greater control thereafter. Chapter 24. The escaping saintess of the moonlight after a night's passage. Zhou Xuan's strength had once again ascended, officially breaking through to the divine concealment realm and reaching the first layer of the divine soul. It must be acknowledged that the power of the yin-yang harmonization technique is formidable, as it has directly facilitated this breakthrough, an endeavor that is considerably more challenging than merely advancing a minor level. Additionally, he acquired a martial skill known as the Heavenly Opening Palm, which possesses no rank. Its potency intensifies in accordance with one's strength. However, there was one aspect that left Zhou Xuan somewhat dissatisfied. The system had failed to reward him with an increase in cultivation today. It was worth noting that during his interaction with Yueshi the previous night, he had received substantial cultivation boosts. Had the previous night been a novice period, protected by beginner-s privileges, thus granting him greater rewards, while today marked an end to that phase. Nonetheless, Zhou Xuan chose not to dwell on it. This system was merely an unexpected boon for him. His primary aim remained to relax and savor life. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuan sat calmly while the ethereal fairy brewed tea for him as they journeyed towards the moonlight sacred land. After sipping his tea, he inquired, "Have you sensed any enhancement in your strength?" The ethereal fairy paused momentarily, asking, "What do you mean? How could this relate to an increase in strength?" Without elaborating, Zhou Xuan simply said, "Check your cultivation level." Though puzzled by Zhou Xuan's intent, the ethereal fairy complied and examined her cultivation. Upon doing so, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her level had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine soul, mere steps away from entering the divine power realm. This was utterly remarkable. She recalled that just yesterday morning she had been some distance from the 9th layer's peak, and now she had achieved it outright. Most importantly, the increase in strength felt solid and unwavering, devoid of any superficiality. At that moment, even with a less than sharp mind, she could surmise that this was inextricably linked to Zhou Xuan. Tentatively, she asked, "Is this connected to you?" Zhou Xuan nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is related to me. To be candid, my constitution is an unparalleled chaos divine demon body, and through our dual cultivation, you can reap significant benefits." Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, the ethereal fairy's fleeting sense of grievance vanished entirely. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, does this mean that with each instance of dual cultivation, my strength will continue to rise?" Zhou Xuan regarded her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Linglong Fairy's heart surged with excitement. This revelation was a delightful surprise for her. Her original intention had been to leverage Zhou Xuan to acquire superior resources, thereby accelerating her own strength. Yet, she had anticipated paying a price for it. To her astonishment, Zhou Xuan possessed such formidable attributes, which meant that by aligning herself with him, she could reap benefits without any cost. The thought filled her with a sense of fortune for not having outright rejected Zhou Xuan. Otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss. With this newfound courage, Linglong Fairy approached Zhou Xuan, perched herself on his lap, and entwined her arms around his neck, sweetly imploring, "Husband, I wish to break through to the divine realm. Please assist me." A pragmatic individual, she resolved to court Zhou Xuan's favor, aiming to extract greater advantages from him. Hearing her voice, which was almost syrupy in sweetness, Zhou Xuan smiled slightly and replied, "I can help you ascend, but not at this moment. I need to seek your next sister." Linglong Fairy pouted and insisted, "Husband, just agree to help me." She yearned to bind Zhou Xuan to her side, focusing solely on herself, believing that in doing so, her strength would undoubtedly flourish rapidly. Zhou Xuan maintained a smile, though his eyes betrayed little warmth. "Enough of that. I reckon we should be nearing the moonlight sacred land." He opened the carriage door and inquired, "Aunt Qin, where have we arrived?" Aunt Qin replied with a smile, "We are close to the vicinity of the moonlight sacred land. We shall arrive shortly." Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. "Perfect. Let us proceed directly to the moonlight sacred land." The carriage soon hovered above the sacred land, and the hidden dragon guard relayed a message. Before long, the Lord of the Moonlight Sacred Land, accompanied by the high-ranking officials, approached the carriage, respectfully bowing. The entirety of the Moonlight Sacred Land pays its respects to young Master Zhou. The Lord of the Moonlight Sacred Land appeared to be in her 30s, mature yet not alluring, suggesting she was without a partner. Zhou Xuan raised a hand gently. "Rise. I shall dispense with the pleasantries. You are surely aware of my purpose here. What have you decided?" After a moment of contemplation, the Lord of the Moonlight Sacred Land responded, "Young Master Zhou, truthfully, we are quite pleased to see Fiancée with you. Yet ultimately, it is her decision to make. We cannot impose our will upon her." Zhou Xuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but maintained his composure. "Where is Fiancée? I wish to speak with her myself." The Lord hesitated momentarily before replying, "Young Master, upon learning of this news, Fiancée left the sacred land to train on her own. We are unaware of her whereabouts." This statement unmistakably conveyed that Fiancée held no interest in Zhou Xuan and had no desire for contact. Zhou Xuan was well aware of the implications and coldly regarded the lord of the moonlight's sacred land. Are you certain? A chill swept through the lord, causing her to bow even lower. We would never dare deceive young Master Zhou. Zhou Xuan remained silent, regarding them with a detached gaze, as if observing a swarm of ants. Indeed, to him, they bore no distinction from insects. He could crush them effortlessly at his whim. In an instant, the Moonlight Holy Master and her companions felt an immense pressure enveloping them, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. After a brief pause, Zhou Xuan finally spoke. If they are not present, then the proposal is void. A sigh of relief washed over the Moonlight Holy Master as she responded, Indeed, young Zhou. Zhou Xuan then settled back into the carriage, commanding, Let us proceed to the next destination. Aunt Qin cast a meaningful glance at the individuals from the Moonlight Holy Land, but refrained from uttering a word, instead urging the dragon's steed forward with a gentle pat. Onward. Inside the carriage, the Linglong fairy noticed Zhou Xuan's stern demeanor and approached him. Husband, please do not be upset. Their refusal to accompany you is merely their ignorance. One day, they shall regret their choice. Zhou Xuan regarded her with a sidelong glance, remarking, Your attitude has shifted quite rapidly. The Linglong fairy smiled, settling upon his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck. That is because I have witnessed the true you, which aligns perfectly with my ideal of a partner. Zhou Xuan was not easily swayed by her words, recognizing that her interest lay primarily in the benefits and status he could afford her. However, he chose not to expose her motives, instead chuckling lightly. You were not so enthusiastic yesterday. Your displeasure was quite evident upon our meeting. The Linglong fairy replied, Yesterday, I was merely blind to your worth. Fortuitously, I have chosen to be with you, or else I would have missed a tremendous opportunity. Zhou Xuan playfully pinched her nose. You certainly know how to articulate. Chapter 25. The De Yin dynasty in need of assistance. The journey ahead proved to be less than smooth, as they traversed 3 holy lands in succession, only to find a respective holy maidens absent. Those chosen as holy maidens were individuals of remarkable talent, often proud and aloof. Viewing Zhou Xuan, a seemingly inept individual incapable of cultivation, with disdain, they resembled students still ensconced in the ivory tower, untouched by the harsh realities of life, possessing an air of innocence and naivety that rendered them oblivious to the cruelty of the world. They foolishly believed that their abilities would carve out a place for them in society, unaware that only through facing the trials of life would they learn to temper their sharp edges and embrace realism. Despite the refusals, Zhou Xuan remained unperturbed. After all, this was merely a transaction. Success or failure mattered little, as they could always seek other prospects. He had no personal ties to these women, so there was no reason for anger. Conversely, the Linglong fairy was exhilarated, ever since learning that mutual cultivation with Zhou Xuan could enhance her prowess. She yearned to monopolize him, unwilling to share even a fragment with others. Before long, they arrived at their final destination for the day, the De Yin dynasty. Unlike the previous Holy Lands, the De Yin dynasty placed significant importance on Zhou Xuan's arrival, having eagerly awaited him at the royal city gates, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. Observing this scene, Zhou Xuan immediately recognized that the De Yin dynasty had some matters they wished to discuss with him. The carriage slowly approached the assembly of the De Yin dynasty, led by a man in his 40s, robust in stature, adorned in a dragon robe. Beside him stood a girl of 17 or 18, clad in a flowing purple gown, her figure tall and gracefully curvaceous, her skin as delicate as fine porcelain. The man bowed to the carriage, stating, Emperor Ji Yunsheng of the De Yin dynasty greets you, Zhou Xiao. The girl followed suit, saying, Ji Rushui pays her respects to Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xian's cold voice resonated. There is no need for such formalities. I trust you are aware of our purpose here. Ji Yunsheng took a deep breath and replied, We are indeed aware of Zhou Xiao's intentions, and Rushui concurs. Ji Rushui remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Zhou Xian acknowledged, That is good to hear, but I sense you have matters to discuss with me. Do not hesitate to voice your concerns. I shall assist you. Upon hearing this, Ji Yunsheng's eyes glimmered with a spark of hope. They were saved. He inhaled deeply, bowing once more. Zhou Xiao, Our court's grandmaster and the great general have conspired with foreign enemies, seeking to overthrow the Ji family's regime. I implore you for your assistance. Zhou Xuan replied with a soft hum. What is the cultivation level of this grandmaster and great general? Ji Yunsheng responded. Both are at the saint level, and their backing is the 10,000 Demons sect, which harbors formidable experts of the great saint level. As he spoke, Ji Yunsheng's expression grew somewhat bitter. If it were merely the grandmaster and the great general causing chaos, we could manage it. However, we are utterly powerless against the 10,000 Demons sect. Zhou Xuan remained silent within the carriage, contemplating the idea of intervening against the 10,000 Demons sect, but one Ji Rushui alone would not suffice. Ji Yunsheng gritted his teeth and stated, Zhou Xiao, if you assist the Dian dynasty in overcoming this calamity, we shall willingly become vassals of your esteemed family. Becoming vassals of the Zhou family? Zhou Xuan slowly shook his head. That is unnecessary. You may serve solely under my banner. He was acutely aware that the Zhou family was one entity, while he, Zhou Xuan, was another, entirely distinct. Moreover, he had no desire to maintain any ties with the Zhou family in the future. Ji Yunsheng quickly acquiesced. Yes, Zhou Xiao. Please allow me to escort you to the palace for rest. The carriage followed Ji Yunsheng towards the palace, while Zhou Xuan instructed the hidden dragon guards. Send a few individuals to apprehend the Grandmaster's entire family, as well as the great generals. The leader of the hidden dragon guard immediately clasped his fists. Understood, young master. He signaled to 4 of his guards, who swiftly departed. The ordinary members of the hidden dragon guard were all at the saint level, organized into teams of 10, with each team led by an individual of the great saint level. Every 100 formed a battalion, each led by a saint king. The commander of the hidden dragon guards was none other than the quasi-emperor Lin Zhantian. In the general's residence, within the study, the great general Yang Zhao, appearing to be in his 40s, rugged in appearance and as robust as an ox, sat at his desk. His voice was deep and resonant. Grandmaster, when will the experts from the 10,000 Demons sect arrive? I suspect the royal family has already caught wind of our plans. The Grandmaster, seemingly in his 60s, with silvery hair and a pair of triangular eyes that sparkled with ferocity, chuckled. Even if they know, what of it? We shall take refuge for the time being and await the arrival of the eminent figures from the 10,000 Demons sect in 3 days to deal with them. Yang Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the foresight of the national master. Behind Yang Zhao stood a young man, over 20, with a face full of flesh, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of ambition. He remarked, Father, once we overthrow the Ji family, do remember to hand Ji Rushui over to me. I have long coveted this enchanting beauty. Before Yang Zhao could respond, the national master interjected, My dear nephew, once the Ji family is toppled, you shall have not just one princess, but all the women of the Ji family, even those of the emperor's harem, at your disposal. Upon hearing the national master's words, Yang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a starving beggar who has stumbled upon a banquet of delicacies. Indeed, revered master, when that time comes, I shall spare none of the empresses or concubines from the harem. As he indulged in these dreams, a formidable pressure from a saint-level expert suddenly descended from above. Yang Zhao, Nangong Qi, stepped forth. The expressions of the 3 individuals in the study shifted dramatically, turning grave. Yang Zhao's countenance hardened. Could it be that the emperor intends to strike against us prematurely? Nangong Qi inhaled deeply and replied, Uncertain. We shall soon find out. Remember, should a conflict arise, do not engage recklessly. Preserve your lives until the eminent figures from the 10,000 Demons sect arrive. Yang Zhao and his son nodded in unison and exited the study, gazing upwards. They soon discovered that there was but one adversary, which alleviated their concerns. Yang Zhao stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity and the purpose of your visit to my general's residence? The leader of the hidden dragon guard glanced at them coldly and declared, Accompany me to the imperial palace. Refusal will result in merciless consequences. Yang Zhao and Nangong Qi exchanged glances, a flicker of determination in their eyes. Yang Zhao's expression twisted into a sneer. You speak with such audacity. Do you not fear death here today? The leader of the hidden dragon guard scoffed. What can you do? Infuriated by such disdain towards a great general, Yang Zhao roared, "Vile scoundrel, I shall slay you." His massive frame lunged at the leader like a bear. The leader of the hidden dragon guard, however, displayed a hint of disdain, swiftly drawing his blade, and in a flash of steel, severed Yang Zhao's arm. Simultaneously, the leader radiated the imposing aura of a saint, clearly reveling in his superiority. Along with Yang Zhao's anguished cry, Nangong Qi exclaimed in shock, "A saint-level expert?" The leader of the hidden dragon guard chuckled, "Correct, but there is no reward for you. Now come along with me." In the Grand Yin Palace, Zhou Xuan occupied the seat typically held by Ji Yunsheng, with the enchanting fairy Linglong standing beside him like a handmaiden. Ji Rushui cautiously poured tea for him. "Young Master Zhou, please enjoy this tea." Zhou Xuan lifted the teacup, took a delicate sip, and then set it down. He was not well versed in the appreciation of tea, having experienced but a few varieties. Ji Rushi mistakenly believed that Zhou Xuan was dissatisfied with the tea, yet she dared not express her anger. Instead, she cautiously explained, "Young Master Zhou, our humble establishment pales in comparison to the imperial clan, and the offerings we present may seem rather meager. I hope your highness will not take offense." Zhou Xuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Ji Rushi's figure. "Indeed, these items are hardly remarkable. However, in my eyes, the greatest treasure of the Dian dynasty is none other than you, princess. Otherwise, I would not have journeyed such a distance to propose." Linglong, standing behind Zhou Xuan, couldn't help but smirk. Had she not accompanied Zhou Xuan all day, she might have believed his words. Ji Rushi smiled at this and replied, "To be favored by young Master Zhou is indeed a blessing for me. The imperial dynasty and the sacred lands are entirely distinct powers. While factions exist within the sacred lands, they appear as pristine and unblemished as a blank sheet of paper when compared to the imperial dynasty. Thus, those from the dynasty prioritize their interests above all else." As a princess, endowed with both beauty and talent, Ji Rushi was well aware of this truth. Unlike the saintesses of the sacred lands, who centered their world around themselves, she had long been prepared to sacrifice everything for the dynasty. Nearby, Ji Yunsheng felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing this scene. It appeared that Zhou Xuan was quite pleased with Rushi. This boded well for them, as it meant they could garner greater support from the imperial scion. Although Zhou Xuan was not favored by Zhou Qingsong, as long as Yi Junxiao held him in esteem, he remained an immensely powerful ally. At that moment, the captain of the hidden dragon guards entered, bowing to Zhou Xuan. "Young master, the families of the Grand General and the National Master have been brought here. The two of them attempted to resist, but I have rendered them powerless." Zhou Xuan rested his right arm on the table, propping his chin on his hand, lazily stating, "Bring them in." "Understood, young master." The captain turned and departed. And shortly thereafter, a large group entered, comprising men and women of various ages. Leading them were Grand General Yang Zhao and National Master Nangong Qi. Upon their entrance, the captain of the hidden dragon guards barked, "Kneel." A weighty pressure akin to a mountain descended upon the assembled individuals, causing their legs to buckle as they fell to the ground. The one-armed Yang Zhao, resembling a wounded beast, glared at Zhou Xuan with bloodshot eyes, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you meddle in our affairs?" Nangong Qi, bloodied and menacing, fixed his gaze on Zhou Xuan, hissing, "You do realize that your actions will provoke the 10,000 demon sect? When they arrive, you will all be slaughtered." Upon hearing their threats, Ji Yunqing's entourage displayed expressions of incredulity. They were witnessing the imperial scion Zhou Xuan being threatened, a testament to the bravery of those ignorant of the true circumstances. Zhou Xuan merely smiled faintly and introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xuan. I have come today to propose to Princess Ji Rushi." "Huh!" Yang Zhao ground his teeth, retorting, "You are the reinforcements Ji Yunsheng summoned, are you not? He has offered Ji Rushi's hand in marriage to you in exchange for an opportunity to strike against us." Nangong Qi said coldly, "Young man, I advise you not to deceive yourself. There are countless beauties in the world. You need not hang your hopes solely on Ji Rushi. You should promptly annul your engagement with her, or when the masters from the 10,000 demons sect arrive, You all will bear the consequences. And even your family may be implicated. Zhou Xuan found this somewhat amusing and could not help but chuckle. How amusing! It is my first encounter with someone who dares to use my family as a means of intimidation. What do you think, everyone? Isn't it laughable? The members of the Dian royal family chuckled in agreement, albeit somewhat stiffly. Zhi Yunsheng remarked, "Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. The national master dares to threaten your highness." Other royal relatives joined in the ridicule, saying, "If he knew your highness's true identity, he would likely soil his trousers in terror. To use your highness's family as leverage, the national master has truly lost his wits." This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, Nangongqi felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that this individual before him possessed a remarkable identity? He nervously gazed at Zhou Xuan and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Zhou Xuan, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I was feeling somewhat melancholic today, but since you have entertained me, I shall graciously enlighten you. My grandfather is the Northern Heavenly Emperor." Yijun Xiao. A thunderous silence enveloped Yang Zhao and Nangongqi, their minds blank as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in disbelief. "Why you?" Nangongqi's voice faltered, akin to a duck caught by the throat. Trembling uncontrollably, he was gripped by an overwhelming fear. He never anticipated that he had threatened the head of an emperor. How is this any different from seeking his own demise? Yang Zhao's face turned pale, his expression dazed. "No, this cannot be true. You are lying to me. You must be lying." Nangongqi, in a state of sheer terror, repeatedly bowed and pleaded, "Zhou Xiao, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a dog, obeying your every command." Zhou Xuan scoffed, "Serve me as a dog? You should consider whether you are worthy of such a role. You are so unattractive that even as a dog, you would be displeasing." With a wave of his hand, he continued, "In light of the entertainment you've provided me today, I shall show some mercy and grant your family a swift demise, sparing you from suffering." The hidden dragon guards acknowledged the command and simultaneously unleashed their formidable spiritual power. Yang Zhao, Nangongqi, and their families, numbering in the hundreds, were instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Witnessing the swift extermination of the once feared general and national master, Zhi Yunsheng and the others felt an even stronger resolve to cling to Zhou Xian's formidable support. Zhi Yunsheng directly bowed to Zhou Xuan, declaring, "From this day forth, the Dian dynasty shall honor Zhou Xiao as our master, never to betray him. Should we violate this oath, we shall face a fate without burial." Zhou Xuan paid little heed to Zhi Yunsheng's vow. He did not place faith in such promises. He only trusted the power he could wield. The strength he currently possessed was sufficient to easily obliterate the entire Dian dynasty, serving as the true foundation for ensuring their loyalty. Thus, he casually raised his hand and said, "Understood, rise." Zhi Yunsheng straightened his posture and turned to Ji Rushi. "Rushi, you must diligently attend to Lord Zhou, leaving no room for negligence." Ji Rushi nodded slowly, "Yes, father." Zhou Xuan, weary of lingering in this place, remarked, "Your Majesty, with the Grand General and the National Master slain, I presume there are numerous matters requiring your attention. I shall not delay you further." Ji Yunsheng hurriedly responded, "Indeed. Lord Zhou, I will arrange your accommodations at once." Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "That is unnecessary. I shall take residence directly in the princess's estate." Ji Rushi gradually rose and said, "Lord Zhou, please follow me." Chapter 27. The husband's extraordinary ability. The princess's devoted general under Ji Rushi's guidance. Zhou Xuan and his companions arrived at the princess's abode. Ji Rushi addressed Zhou Xuan, "Lord Zhou, my humble dwelling may seem rather modest. I hope your highness does not take offense." Zhou Xuan was indifferent to this, gesturing dismissively, "It matters not. It is merely a place to rest." However, he then shifted his tone, fixing his gaze intently on Ji Rushi. "This evening, I require the princess to attend to my bedchamber." Upon hearing this, Ji Rushi instantly froze, a tremor coursing through her. Was she truly to surrender herself so readily? Frankly, it felt rather hasty. Yet, Ji Rushi understood that by harnessing Zhou Xian's power today, She must pay the price. Otherwise, it would not just be her, but the entire Dian dynasty that would face catastrophic doom. Soon enough, she steadied her demeanor, smiled, and assured, Lord Zhou, rest assured, I shall ensure your utmost satisfaction. Zhou Xuan observed her anxious expression and signaled to the Linglong fairy. Under the guidance of the princess's maidservants, proceeded towards Ji Rushi's chamber. The Linglong fairy smirked at Zhou Xuan, aware of his intentions. Although she was reluctant, she found herself unable to refuse. With a forced smile, she approached Ji Rushi and said, Sister Rushi, do not be afraid. Truly, my husband is a wonderful person. Ji Rushi regarded the Linglong fairy with a hint of confusion. Sister, you seem somewhat familiar. I believe we have crossed paths before. The Linglong fairy maintained her composure and replied, I am Linglong, the saintess of the Zixia sacred land. However, like you, I am now one of my husband's women. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushi recalled a fleeting encounter with the Linglong fairy years prior, during her travels, though they had exchanged no words at that time. Ji Rushi pondered for a moment, cautiously observing the Linglong fairy. Sister Linglong, may I inquire about Lord Zhou's? Linglong fairy decisively interrupted. The rumors from the outside world are all false. My husband possesses extraordinary talent. He is no incapable waste. Furthermore, he is kind-hearted and does not exhibit the capriciousness that others claim. At this juncture, the Linglong fairy leaned in closer to Ji Rushi and whispered in addition. My husband possesses a rather extraordinary ability, which you will come to understand in due time. Ji Rushi, bewildered, did not inquire further about this mysterious ability. As dusk gradually descended, Zhou Xuan, having taken a bath, slipped directly into Ji Rushi's boudoir, awaiting her arrival. However, after a considerable amount of time, there was still no sign of Ji Rushi, which left Zhou Xuan somewhat displeased, feeling as though she were toying with him. Thus, he exited the chamber and seized a maid at the door, inquiring, Where has the princess gone? The maid shook her head, replying, Your Highness, I do not know. Very well, Zhou Xuan scoffed. If she dares to play with me, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought out Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin, we must depart. Aunt Qin, who was meditating, regarded Zhou Xuan with a hint of confusion and asked, What has transpired? Why the sudden anger? Zhou Xuan snorted coldly, saying, That woman Ji Rushi actually dares to deceive me. I had instructed her to attend to me tonight, yet she has not returned. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qin pondered momentarily and suggested, Could there be some misunderstanding? After all, it is her first time. It is only natural for her to make some preparations. Nonetheless, Zhou Xuan disregarded her words. What do I care for her preparations? Our relationship is merely a transaction. The Dian Empire has offered Ji Rushi to me in exchange for my protection. Now, with her antics, it is evident she does not regard me highly. Zhou Xuan had a clear perception of himself as a carefree scion, acting solely according to his whims. After all, with such an extraordinary background, why should he allow himself to feel discomfort? That would merely invite unnecessary distress upon himself. Zhou Xuan managed to restrain himself from committing wrongful acts, which he deemed as a means to grant the world a measure of tranquility. It was precisely for this reason that he refrained from coercing the saintesses into becoming his consorts. Otherwise, he possessed numerous methods to compel them to submit to him. Aunt Qin, ever indulgent toward Zhou Xuan, chuckled softly and said, very well, let us depart. Truly, you are my little ancestor. With that, she rose and unleashed her divine sense, enveloping the entire princess's residence to ascertain Ji Rushi's whereabouts. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and with a cold huff, she exclaimed, This is sheer folly. She grasped Zhou Xuan's shoulder, and the space before them distorted, encompassing the two of them, hidden within the folds of space. Aunt Qin transported Zhou Xuan to an inconspicuous corner of the princess's estate, where two figures were engaged in conversation. One was Ji Rushi, and the other was a strikingly handsome young general. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Xuan's expression darkened. Thoughts of Lu Ziyi and Xiao Chun crossed his mind. Could it be that Ji Rushi, while ostensibly agreeing to him, was entangled with another in secret? If that were the case, then the very existence of a dying empire would be rendered unnecessary. Zhou Xuan could tolerate rejection, but he would never permit deceit. Quickly, Qin and Zhou Xuan approached the two individuals, almost standing face to face with them. However, the veil of space concealed them from detection. General Yu Hualong, Ji Rushi asserted, I have made it abundantly clear that I will not be with you. Ji Ruo Shui's countenance was strikingly frigid, and her words were devoid of courtesy. The young general, Yu Hualong, bore an expression of urgency. Princess, have you not discerned my affections for you over these past years? Ji Ruo Shui remained composed, replying, I am aware, yet I cannot acquiesce to your advances. I am now the concubine of the Zhou Xian Emperor, and I shall have no entanglements with you. Yu Hualong, in a moment of despair, raked his fingers through his hair and exclaimed, What merits does Zhou Xian possess? He is but a waste, incapable of cultivation. How can he be worthy of you? Ji Ruo Shui's expression grew icy as she prepared to retort, but before she could utter a word, the space before her twisted. Qin Yi, along with Zhou Xian, emerged from the void. Zhou Xian regarded the young general with a chilling gaze, stating, What merits do I possess? I can resolve the crisis of the dying empire. I can vanquish the treacherous general and the national advisor. What can you accomplish? Upon seeing Zhou Xian's sudden appearance, Ji Ruo Shui's expression shifted, and she hurriedly said, Zhou Xiao, forgive me, I did not intend to converse with him. Please, spare me wrath. Zhou Xian cast a cold glance her way and replied, You should be grateful that nothing transpired between you two. Had I witnessed you two here bidding tearful farewells, I would have eradicated the dying empire. Ji Ruo Shui, terrified, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Zhou Xiao, please believe me. I have never engaged in anything with General Yu. Yu Hualong, witnessing the woman he adored grovel before Zhou Xian, could not suppress his fury. Zhou Xian, you merely rely on your esteemed lineage. In every other regard, you are unworthy of the princess. Chapter 28, Delivering Their Entire Family. Leaving no one behind, Yu Hualong's words were ones Zhou Xian had heard countless times, his ears nearly calloused from the repetition. Observing the indignant young general before him, Zhou Xian smirked disdainfully and retorted, Yu Hualong, by virtue of my identity alone, Ji Ruo Shui has already ascended beyond her station. Infuriated by this proclamation, Yu Hualong shot back, Zhou Xian, I will not permit you to insult her highness. She is a celestial spirit, gifted beyond measure, destined for immeasurable achievements, while you are merely a waste incapable of cultivation. Enough, Ji Ruo Shui interjected sharply. Yu Hualong, let me make this crystal clear. Zhou Xiao shall be my husband. I will not allow you to utter a single disparaging word against him. Zhou Xian regarded Ji Ruo Shui with mild surprise. Her defense of him was resolute. Yet, this was precisely the conduct expected of an astute individual. By safeguarding oneself, one garners favor, which ultimately benefits the dying empire. Yu Hualong gazed at Ji Ruo Shui with sorrow. Princess, you cannot be with him. Aligning with him will hinder your entire future. Silence. Zhou Xian, already perturbed, had no time to engage in prolonged discourse with Yu Hualong. Qin Yi, eliminate him. At this declaration, both Ji Ruo Shui and Yu Hualong's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated Zhou Xian's ruthlessness, that he would resort to murder over such a trivial matter. Ji Ruo Shui hastily interjected, Zhou Xiao, General Yu does not deserve death. Zhou Xian scoffed coldly, reaching out to grip Ji Ruo Shui's neck. What? Are you distressed? Are you truly unwilling to part with someone who is wholeheartedly devoted to you? A flicker of panic crossed Ji Rushi's eyes. No, not at all. Zhou Xian forcefully pushed Ji Rushi away. You better not be. Go bathe immediately, within the span of an incense stick burning, if you do not come to my side. The existence of the Dian dynasty will be rendered unnecessary. A hint of alarm flashed across Ji Rushi's face. Yes, young Master Zhou. She dared not cast another glance at Yu Hualong and hurriedly departed. Seeing his beloved being so mistreated, Yu Hualong's anger ignited. Zhou Xian, I will not let this go. He radiated a brilliant silver light, raising his right palm to strike Zhou Xian's chest forcefully. Qin furrowed her brow, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. You are courting death, An invisible shockwave collided heavily against Yu Hualong's chest, causing it to cave in. He coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Zhou Xuan approached, placing his foot firmly on Yu Hualong's head, his tone icy. Had you merely been a devoted admirer, I might have overlooked this incident. However, your audacity to strike me warrants a death sentence. He exerted force, ruthlessly crushing Yu Hualong's skull. Logically, Yu Hualong possessed considerable strength, his cultivation level surpassing Zhou Xuan's, making it unreasonable for him to be so easily vanquished. Yet, Anqin's earlier intervention had rendered his powers null. Without his strength, Yu Hualong could not withstand Zhou Xuan's blow. After eliminating Yu Hualong, Zhou Xuan summoned the hidden dragon guards. Go to Yu Hualong's residence and ensure the entire family is reunited. Remember, leave no one behind, regardless of age or gender. One guard responded, "Yes, young master." Once this matter was settled, Zhou Xuan turned to Ji Rushi's quarters. Halfway there, he paused, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He made his way to the room where Linglong Fairy rested and knocked on the door. Linglong Fairy opened the door, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Zhou Xuan. But she quickly pouted. "Young Master Zhou, why are you not seeking that princess? What brings you here?" Zhou Xuan chuckled, playfully pinching her nose. "What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" A slight smile tugged at Linglong Fairy's lips, though she feigned annoyance. "Yes, indeed, I am jealous. I simply wish to monopolize you, my husband." Zhou Xuan shrugged. "Then perhaps you should negotiate with Ji Rushi. If she agrees, I have no objections." Linglong Fairy rolled her eyes. "Husband, what jest is this? Such matters are fought over, not negotiated." Zhou Xuan grasped her wrist. "Why not inquire? She might just consent." "Absolutely not." Linglong Fairy firmly refused, deeming the notion far too embarrassing. Zhou Xuan suggested, "How about this? You go chat with Ji Rushi first, while I attend to a matter. I shall return to summon you shortly." Linglong Fairy pondered for a moment and finally relented. "Very well. I'll go speak with her, though in truth, I have little to say." Zhou Xiandao. "Go and intimidate her a bit. Tell her that I am quite displeased today, particularly due to that Yu Hualong, which has vexed me greatly, and I'm contemplating whether to protect their dying empire." The Linglong Fairy widened her eyes for a moment. "Is that truly what you mean?" Zhou Su nodded. "Indeed, go see how she reacts." The Linglong Fairy replied, "Very well. I shall speak to her about this matter right away." After a short while, the Linglong Fairy approached, and Zhou Su followed, eager to observe how their discussion would unfold. The host triggered the lying flat reward, receiving one Shangxian transformation pill. The host triggered the lying flat reward, receiving one high-grade spirit artifact, the Fire Phoenix Gold Hairpin. The host triggered the lying flat reward, receiving a complete set of high-grade spirit artifacts, the Cloud Rainbow Flowing Fairy Skirt. The host triggered the lying flat reward, receiving one high-grade spirit artifact, the Purple Mist Cold Frost Sword. Host. On the following morning, Zhou Su assessed his gains. His strength had ascended to the 3rd level of the Divine Soul Realm. And while the advancements were not as pronounced as in previous days, this was to be expected. He had surpassed the novice phase. Furthermore, as one's power escalates, the energy required for further enhancement increases correspondingly, making slower progress quite normal. The Linglong Fairy successfully elevated her strength to the divine ability realm. Not only her, but even Ji Rushui's prowess had also reached the divine ability realm. One could say that this particular cultivation session had yielded significant rewards for them all. However, Zhou Su found himself somewhat perplexed by the system's rewards. The Shangxian transformation pill was understandable, as it possessed the miraculous ability to revive the deceased, restoring life as long as there remained a breath. It was not unusual for such elixirs to be granted as rewards, but the subsequent items, such as the hairpin and skirt, were rather puzzling. Most importantly, the quality of these items was exceptionally high, classifying them as high-grade spirit artifacts, second only to sacred artifacts, usable until one attained the status of a saint. In fact, there were saints who lacked sacred artifacts and still relied on high-grade spirit artifacts. Zhou Su sought out the Linglong Fairy and Ji Rushui, inquiring, "Are you ready? We must set forth." The two cast him an irritated glance. "Almost. We shall be ready shortly. Zhou Xuan nodded, contemplating for a moment before retrieving the Fire Phoenix gold hairpin and the Cloud Rainbow flowing fairy skirt, placing them upon the table. Here are gifts for you, one for each of you. Feel free to choose. Keeping these items for himself would serve little purpose. It would be far more beneficial to gift them, fostering gratitude and enhancing goodwill. After all, harmonious relationships are far preferable to cold, transactional exchanges. Chapter 29. Journey to the 10,000 Demons sect. The Linglong Fairy and Zhou Xuan, upon beholding the items before them, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. They lifted their gazes, incredulously staring at Zhou Xuan, unable to believe that he would bestow gifts upon them, especially high-grade spirit artifacts. The Fire Phoenix gold hairpin was not merely an adornment, but a versatile spiritual artifact capable of both offense and defense. The Cloud Rainbow flowing fairy skirt was not only exquisite, but also resistant to dirt, serving as a defensive spiritual artifact that rendered one completely immune to attacks below the divine ability realm. The Linglong Fairy, gazing at the two spiritual artifacts, could not help but inquire, "My lord, do you truly wish to give these to us?" Zhou Xuan gazed at her, a frown creasing his brow. "Are you doubting my intentions or questioning my abilities?" The ethereal Linglong realized her misstep and quickly replied, "Forgive me, my lord, it was my fault. If it pleases you, punish me." Linglong had fully relinquished any semblance of shyness, her demeanor utterly transformed. Since her fate was irrevocably intertwined with Zhou Xuan, why not strive to secure some advantages for herself? Zhou Xuan slowly shook his head. "I shall punish you later. You two can discuss the division of these items amongst yourselves. I shall wait outside." As Zhou Xuan departed, Zhou Xuan regarded Linglong with a hint of bewilderment. Since yesterday, Zhou Xuan had surprised her repeatedly. First, there was the matter of cultivation. Rumors circulated that Zhou Xuan was incapable of it, deemed a waste. Yet, she had discovered last night that he could indeed cultivate, albeit not at her level, his strength formidable. Furthermore, his constitution appeared rather unique. Zhou Xuan had prepared to please Zhou Xuan with her own efforts, but to her astonishment, being with him seemed to enhance her own power, far exceeding her expectations. Linglong observed her and smiled. "Sister Xuan, do not overthink it. Since these are gifts from my lord, simply take them. Choose whichever you prefer." Zhou Xuan glanced around and replied, "Sister Linglong, you choose first. I feel somewhat unsettled. Zhou Xuan is nothing like the rumors suggest." Linglong picked up the Fire Phoenix gold hairpin and remarked, "I told you yesterday, my lord is not as you perceive." Zhou Xuan's gaze drifted to the cloud and mist flowing fairy gown, her expression somewhat distracted. "Indeed, if we consider it this way, we are the ones unworthy of Zhou Xuan." Linglong fell silent for a moment before self-deprecatingly smiling. "My lord will not belong solely to us." With that, Linglong ceased further commentary, focusing instead on securing the gift she had chosen. "Sister, hurry, we must set off." Zhou Xuan also fell into silence, regretting her earlier words. It was clearly an invitation for discomfort. Once everything was prepared, Zhou Xuan led the two women to the courtyard, ready to embark on their next journey. He ushered Linglong and Zhou Xuan into the carriage. Zhou Xuan sat beside Zhou Xuan, her eyes occasionally stealing glances at him. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spoke, "Zhou Xuan." He glanced at her. "Call me my lord." Zhou Xuan hesitated, her eyes curving gently. "Very well, my lord. Are we heading to the Wanma sect to assist our dying empire with its troubles?" "Indeed," Zhou Xuan replied, playfully pinching her nose. "Currently, your dying empire is my vassal. Thus the Wanma sect cannot act against it. If they are wise, I shall allow them to become my vassals as well. If they are not, then their only fate is destruction." Zhou Xuan spoke with a nonchalant air, yet Zhou Xuan felt a flicker of joy within her heart. She was acutely aware that it was her own influence that prompted Zhou Xuan to embark on a journey to the 10,000 Demons sect. Otherwise, why would he concern himself with such trivial matters? The mere thought of Zhou Xuan standing resolutely by her side filled Zhou Xuan with an overwhelming sense of security, as if she had acquired a formidable protector. Recently, upon learning of the Grand General and the National Master Stratagem, Ji Yunsheng had begun to seek solutions to their impending crisis. They were prepared to pay a steep price, which included Zhou Xuan herself. She too had braced for the possibility of being offered as a sacrifice in exchange for the protection of the Dian Empire. Yet, unexpectedly at this critical juncture, Zhou Xuan appeared. In terms of influence, there seemed to be no one in this world more formidable than Zhou Xuan. Thus the sense of safety he provided was unparalleled. Just yesterday, Zhou Xuan had felt quite apprehensive in Zhou Xuan's presence. However, today, receiving the gifts he had sent and the prospect of heading to the 10,000 Demons sect served as ample evidence of his goodwill towards her. Perhaps Zhou Xuan did not harbor romantic feelings for her, but his willingness to treat her with kindness was more than sufficient. After traversing the void for approximately a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the territory of the 10,000 Demons sect. As they soared above, the hidden dragon guards unleashed their formidable aura. The presence of one great sage and 9 sages caused the entire 10,000 Demons sect to tremble. A resonant voice echoed throughout the sect. Those responsible for the 10,000 Demons sect come forth, the disciples and mid-level administrators of the sect. Having never witnessed such an imposing force, quaked in terror, gazing skyward in confusion. Who dares to act so brazenly within my 10,000 Demons sect? A dozen figures emerged, soaring from the sect, led by a gaunt elder clad in black, appearing to be around 50 years of age. This elder was a great sage, flanked by 2 others of the same rank, while the remaining 7 or 8 were sages. One could not deny the formidable strength of the 10,000 Demons sect. And this was merely their overt power. Their hidden might could very well surpass it. No wonder the Dian Empire found itself outmatched. They were simply operating on a different level. The elder charged forward with an aggressive demeanor, glaring ominously at the hidden dragon guards. Have you come to provoke my 10,000 Demons sect? The captain of the hidden dragon guards scoffed at the elder and retorted, Provoke? What are you to deserve our provocation? The elder's expression darkened instantly, and with an enraged bellow, he declared, You are utterly arrogant. Today, I shall experience your prowess firsthand. With a fierce cry, he summoned tendrils of black smoke that enveloped him. Netherworld Demon Claw. A massive, pitch-black skeletal claw, spanning 2 zhang, hurtled towards the captain of the hidden dragon guards. The claw wielded terrifying power, rending the very fabric of space and leaving behind a trail of black fissures. Yet, the captain regarded it with disdain. A mere parlor trick. Do you dare to perform before me? He swiftly drew his long sword, unleashing a radiant arc of light, akin to a crescent moon, as he slashed towards the obsidian claw. Chapter 30. Subjugating the Wanma sect and enlisting the sect's saints though the hidden dragon guards serve as protectors. Each of them is an unparalleled prodigy, and their might is undeniably formidable. In battles of equal rank, they can effortlessly overpower their adversaries. Thus, the crescent-shaped strike easily shattered the ghostly claw and viciously cleaved towards the old man's true form. Startled, the old man hastily retrieved a small tower crafted from bones, channeling spiritual energy into it. The diminutive tower, merely 3 inches in height, instantly expanded to an impressive 3 zhang, positioning itself before the old man. The strike collided with the bone tower, nearly cleaving it in twain, leaving but a slender thread connecting the 2 halves. Although it remained intact, the bone tower was rendered utterly ineffective. A flicker of panic crossed the old man's eyes as he anxiously inquired, Who are you? Why do you target our Wanma sect? Target? Sneered the captain of the hidden dragon guards. What is your Wanma sect to warrant our attention? The old man's expression darkened, his frigid gaze cutting like a blade of ice as it fixed upon the captain. Behind him, 2 other great saints stepped forward, stating, Were you to speak so disdainfully of us? Master, there is no need to waste words on this fellow. Together, the 3 of us can surely vanquish this scoundrel. The hidden dragon guard's captain smirked. Oh, is that so? As he spoke, his aura surged once more, subtly brushing against the threshold of the Saint King realm before stabilizing. At this moment, the 3 great saints from the Wanma sect widened their eyes in terror, staring at him in disbelief. Peak of the great saint realm. Just a step away from the Saint King realm? Who exactly are you, and what business do you have with our Wanma sect? The Hidden Dragon Guard's captain sheathed his weapon and replied, "My young master has something to convey to you." Instantly, the Wanma sect members shifted their gaze towards the carriage. At that moment, Zhou Xuan pushed open the carriage door and emerged, though he did not descend, standing at the threshold alongside Zhou Xuan. He regarded the individuals before him with an impassive expression and stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xuan, the grandson of the Northern Emperor Yi Junxiao, and the designated heir of the Northern Emperor." The Wanma sect members were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the appearance of someone with such an illustrious background. They hurriedly bowed, saying, "We greet you, young Master Zhou. May you be blessed with peace." Zhou Xuan slightly raised his hand. No need for such formalities. The elder at the forefront raised his head slightly, addressing Zhou Xuan, "Young master, we were unaware of your visit and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive our oversight." Zhou Xuan replied, "It is of no consequence. I did not notify you of my arrival." The group exhaled in relief, realizing that young Master Zhou had no intention of taking action against them. Cautiously, the elder ventured, "Young master, would you care to step down and allow us to properly host you?" Zhou Xuan shook his head once more, declaring, "That will not be necessary. I have come to convey a matter of great importance. The princess of the Dian dynasty, Zhou Xuan, is now my woman. I shall protect the Dian dynasty, so do not entertain any notions against it." The elder glanced at the woman beside Zhou Xuan and hurriedly said, "Rest assured, young Master Zhou, we shall no longer harbor intentions against the Dian dynasty. Moreover, we are willing to forge an alliance with them to ensure their safety." The elder, fearing Zhou Xuan's dissatisfaction might lead to immediate repercussions, spoke earnestly. Zhou Xuan slowly shook his head and replied, "There is no need for that. The Dian dynasty is under my protection, and none dare to act against them. However, I am quite intrigued by your 10,000 demons sect. Would you be interested in pledging your allegiance to me?" As he uttered these words, Zhou Xuan's gaze remained fixed on the individuals before him, ready to obliterate them should they show even the slightest hesitation. To his surprise, upon hearing Zhou Xuan's overture, the members of the 10,000 demons sect reacted with palpable excitement. The elder, taking the lead, eagerly responded, "Young master, we of the 10,000 demons sect are willing to follow you and heed your commands." The others quickly echoed, "We are willing to follow young Master Zhou. From now on, whatever you ask of us, we shall comply. Whomever you wish us to eliminate, we shall eliminate." Zhou Xuan had not anticipated such an enthusiastic agreement, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Nevertheless, since they had acquiesced, he chose not to press further, confident in his ability to manage any potential change of heart. "Very well," Zhou Xuan said, "since you have agreed, I shall not say more. You may continue with your usual activities, and I will inform you when I require your assistance." The elder promptly replied, "Yes, young master." After a moment's pause, he glanced at Zhou Xuan beside Zhou Xuan, his eyes flickering with intent. "Young master, our sect saintess is 19 years old, possessing a beauty akin to that of celestial beings. I would like to offer her as a handmaiden to you. May I inquire about your thoughts on this proposal?" The elder was eager to solidify their connection with Zhou Xuan, desperately seeking a protector due to the relentless attacks from those who prided themselves on being righteous sections. This situation had severely hampered their development, and they were earnestly searching for allies or a stronghold. To their astonishment, fate had granted them a remarkable opportunity. Young Master Zhou was willing to accept them as vassals. This was akin to a fortuitous windfall for them. Zhou Xuan, intrigued by the elder's description of the saintess's ethereal beauty, responded, "In that case, please bring her forth for me to see." The elder trembled with excitement. "Yes, young master." He swiftly returned to the 10,000 demons sect and, in just a few breaths, returned with a young woman. The woman donned a black dress, her figure tall and voluptuous, possessing a striking beauty imbued with a hint of allure. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to hold a conversation of their own, gazing intently at Zhou Xuan. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xuan resolved to accept her, captivated by her exquisite appearance. A smile graced his face as he inquired, "What is your name?" The woman, her eyes fixed on Zhou Xuan, smiled coyly and replied, "Young master, my name is Lung Hanyan." Cold Hanyan, a lovely name, Zhou Xuan inquired once more. Would you be willing to become my woman? Cold Han Yin nodded slightly, her face adorned with admiration as she replied. It is my honor to become Zhou Xiao's woman. I shall diligently attend to you, Zhou Xiao, and I am willing to do anything that brings you joy. Truly, she embodies the essence of a saintess from the demonic path. Her words are soothing to the heart. Zhou Xuan chuckled. Excellent, then stay by my side. Come, let us return to the Zhou family in the carriage. Cold Han Yin approached him without hesitation, expressing, Zhou Xiao, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zhou Xuan responded with a gentle affirmation, then turned to the high-ranking members of the Wanma sect. You may return to your duties. If anything arises, contact Han Yin, and she will relay it to me. We are heading back now. The high-ranking members of the Wanma sect hurriedly bowed in respect. We bid farewell to Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xuan glanced at Cold Han Yin, noticing her gaze filled with allure, revealing no signs of nervousness or trepidation. This girl certainly possesses a free spirit, capable of unlocking many new techniques. With this thought, Zhou Xuan felt an unexpected anticipation stirring within him. Chapter 31. Zhou Qingcong and his wife come to demand justice. Taking Zhou Xuan away, Zhou Xian's residence emerged as the dragon horse pulled the carriage from the void. He stepped out, followed closely by Cold Han Yin, Ji Rushi, and the exquisite Linglong fairy. As they descended, they were met by the hurried approach of Yuxi. Naturally, Yuxi noticed the three women behind Zhou Xuan, yet she paid them no mind, instead walking directly to Zhou Xian's side. My husband, you have returned? Although she had only been with Zhou Xuan for a mere 2 days. Her emotional transformation was profound. Initially, she had felt despondent, considering Zhou Xuan a waste, unappreciated by his formidable father, Zhou Qingcong. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Emperor Yi Junxiao declared Zhou Xuan as his heir, the current young master. Furthermore, Zhou Xuan awakened the chaotic, divine demon body, all of which caught her off guard. When one reaches the depths of despair, even the slightest good news can bring exhilaration. Moreover, Yuxi experienced a dramatic shift from the abyss to the pinnacle. She was now completely overwhelmed with joy, harboring no lingering feelings of rejection or disdain toward Zhou Xuan. Simultaneously, she embraced her identity as Zhou Xuan's woman with grace. Zhou Xuan playfully pinched her cheek, saying, I understand. He then presented her with the Zixia Hanjing sword, a reward from their dual cultivation the previous day. This is a gift for you. Upon receiving the sword, a glimmer of surprise lit up Yuxi's eyes. Husband, is this truly for me? Zhou Xuan smiled. Of course it is for you. Simply hold on to it. Yuxi, filled with delight, accepted the sword and remarked, Thank you. Husband, you must be tired. Would you like me to help you relax? No ruse. Zhou Xuan took her hand and said, Allow me to introduce you to these three, Cold Han Yin, Ji Rushi, and Linglong. Zhou Xuan turned his gaze towards the three individuals and remarked, This is your elder sister, Yuxi. With this declaration, he effectively solidified Yuxi's status as the primary consort, signaling to the three that she should be regarded as their leader. Naturally, Yuxi understood Zhou Xuan's words. Although she felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight of several girls he had brought back, the moment Zhou Xuan confirmed her position as the principal consort, that fleeting bitterness dissipated entirely. With a bright smile, she greeted, Greetings, my three younger sisters. The three, not lacking in intelligence, quickly responded, We greet you, Sister Yuxi. Yuxi nodded slightly, saying, Please rise, my dear sisters. I hope we can coexist harmoniously moving forward. Observing this interaction, Zhou Xuan interjected, There's no time like the present. Why not? Before he could finish his thought, Yuxi covered his mouth. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes filled with shyness. She admonished, Husband, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall ignore you. Zhou Xuan nodded in acquiescence, prompting Yuxi to express her satisfaction. Come, let me familiarize you with our surroundings. That very evening, they hosted a banquet filled with lively exchanges and merriment. Watching the women engage in spirited conversation, Zhou Xuan found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend how they had discovered so many common interests so swiftly. As joyful days passed, half a month went by, during which Zhou Xuan fully embraced the role of a carefree young master. He spent his days frolicking with Yuxi and the others, neglecting all other matters, including any form of cultivation, which he had not pursued for even a minute. Yet, remarkably, his prowess did not stagnate, but rather flourished, improving at a pace more efficient than through arduous training. Yi Junxiao, Aunt Qin, and others grew increasingly concerned that Zhou Xuan might squander his innate talents, especially given that the chaotic divine demon body ranked first among all physiques. However, upon their inspection, they noted that his strength was consistently on the rise, with a remarkably solid foundation, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief and leave him to his capers. One day, 2 weeks later, Zhou Qingsong and his wife, along with Zhou Hong, paid a visit. In the main hall, Yi Junxiao occupied the seat of honor, flanked on his left by Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu, with Zhou Hong standing behind them. To his right sat 6 middle-aged men and women, all adopted sons and daughters of Yi Junxiao, each possessing profound cultivation and formidable strength. Yi Junxiao regarded Zhou Qingsong and the others with indifference, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Zhou Qingsong replied somewhat curtly, "Father-in-law, I have come to take Zhou Xuan away." Yi Junxiao's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "What do you intend to do by taking Zhou Xuan? Do you wish to strip him of the essence of the chaotic divine demon body?" Yi Lingyu suddenly stood, declaring, "Father, the chaotic divine demon body is utterly wasted on Zhou Xuan. It would be better suited for Heng. Only then can its true potential be realized." Yi Junxiao fixed a frosty gaze upon Yi Lingyu, challenging, "How can you presume that Xianer will squander the chaotic divine demon body? He has only just awakened, and you have already deemed him inadequate? I see your true intent is to transplant the chaotic divine demon body into Zhou Hong." At this moment, Yi Junxiao felt an overwhelming disappointment towards the couple. He had never encountered parents so blatantly biased, willing to harm one son for the sake of another. Zhou Qingsong's expression remained unchanged as he dismissively remarked, "Zhou Xuan lacks education, his character is flawed, and he is of little use. Hunger is our best choice." As far as I know, Zhou Xuan has been taken away by his father-in-law these past few days, marrying several women and spending his days in their company. Such a person is hardly worthy of possessing the primordial chaos divine demon body. His words, although restrained, bore a certain arrogance. Yi Lingyu stood up unceremoniously, furiously addressing Yi Junxiao, "Father, Zhou Xuan is inherently bad. Instead of correcting him, you allow him to waste his time. I believe he should not remain here any longer." Zhou Hong pretended to join in, saying, "Grandfather, I understand your guilt towards brother, but that does not justify your indulgence. If this continues, he will be ruined." This family of 3 spoke with grandiloquence, yet none genuinely cared for Zhou Xuan or wished for his improvement. Each sought to seize the primordial essence of his chaos divine demon body. Yi Junxiao discerned this clearly, his heart growing heavier, extinguishing the last flicker of hope he had for Zhou Qingsong and his wife. He sighed softly and said, "You all believe I cannot teach Xianer properly, do you? Then may I inquire what standard he must meet for you to consider that he is not wasting his time?" Zhou Qingsong fell silent, contemplating. In truth, he wished to convey that no matter what standard Zhou Xuan might achieve, it would never suffice in his eyes. However, he could not articulate this too clearly. Yi Lingyu then stood, asserting, "I believe that if Zhou Xuan has not reached the Yuandan realm, he is unqualified. After all, possessing the chaos divine demon body, the realms of body refinement and essence condensation should be as easy for him as eating and drinking." Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile graced Yi Junxiao's face. "Since you feel this way, I shall summon Xianer so you can see for yourselves whether he has indeed squandered his time here." Chapter 32. I wish to sever our kinship. Zhou Xuan was unaware of the arrival of Zhou Qingsong and his wife. At that moment, he basked in the sun in the courtyard while Yueshi and the others practiced their martial arts. Aunt Qin quietly appeared beside Zhou Xuan without disturbing him. She simply could not comprehend how Zhou Xuan, seemingly idle all day, could experience such rapid growth and strength. Thus, she attentively examined his body and discovered that he was, in fact, in a state of cultivation. In that instant, She understood. Zhou Xuan was not idle every day. On the contrary, he was exceptionally diligent, perpetually engaged in his training, albeit in a manner distinct from others. Withdrawing her consciousness, she cleared her throat. Xianer. Zhou Xuan immediately opened his eyes and smiled. Aunt Qin, what brings you here? Aunt Qin gazed at him with a look of satisfaction. Your parents have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuan's expression darkened instantly. What do they want? Do you still wish to extract the essence of my chaotic divine body? Qin sighed softly, not providing a direct answer. She was perplexed as to why the couple, Zhou Qingsong and his wife, displayed such blatant favoritism. Gently patting Zhou Xuan's shoulder, she said, Come, let us take a look. Fear not. Your grandfather is present. He will not allow them to harm you. Zhou Xuan felt a surge of irritation. He had no desire to encounter these two individuals. Yet, he understood that they would not relent. Thus, he maintained a stoic expression, marching silently toward the main hall. Upon entering the grand hall, he was met with Zhou Qingsong's furious rebuke. Scoundrel, kneel before me. This single utterance ignited Zhou Xuan's already simmering emotions, and he glared at Zhou Qingsong, retorting, If I am a scoundrel, then what are you? An old rogue? Zhou Qingsong was taken aback by Zhou Xuan's audacity. Narrowing his eyes as a palpable aura of terror emanated from him, pressing down on Zhou Xuan. The oppressive weight felt akin to a mountain, compelling him to kneel. Yet, Zhou Xuan gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, even as his body trembled under the strain. Enough! Yi Juanxiao's enraged voice cut through the tension. En invisible force dispersing ou quincanges menacignora. Zhou Qingsong, should you dare to proceed in this manner, I shall demand you teach me a thing or two today. Zhou Xuan exhaled in relief, yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qingsong. Zhou Qingsong frowned deeply. What is this look you bear? Do you harbor hatred for me? Zhou Xuan scoffed coldly. Should I not harbor disdain for you? A flicker of severity crossed Zhou Qingsong's eyes. It appears my guidance has been insufficient, allowing you to speak to your biological father in such a manner. Zhou Xuan sneered. Biological father? The one who sought to ruin his own son? Zhou Qingsong slowly closed his eyes. The chaotic divine body within you will only be buried. It is best that you hand it over to Heng. Zhou Xuan, disinterested in further dialogue, spat toward him, regarding him with utter disdain. Yiling Yu, unable to tolerate Zhou Xuan's demeanor, abruptly stood and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Zhou Xuan, look at yourself. Do you not understand the distinction of respect? You have clearly received too little guidance. Guidance? Zhou Xuan erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the grandest jest. What have you ever taught me? I was a beggar from birth, and you imparted not a single lesson. 3 years ago, when you discovered me, you cast me aside to a side hall, deeming me unworthy of cultivation and uncouth, without a second thought. Pray tell, what have you educated me in? Furious, Yiling Yu retorted, regardless, you are the product of my 10 months of pregnancy. My blood flows through your veins, and you must obey me. Zhou Xuan laughed scornfully. Is that so? An ancient sage once said, to give birth without nurturing is akin to severing a finger. Since you threaten me with this, I shall sever a finger today to repay you for your act of procreation. With that, he produced a dagger from his spatial ring, poised to cut his own finger. Stop! As Aunt Qin, who trailed closely behind him, swiftly appeared at his side and grasped his wrist, she implored, Xianer, do not act foolishly. Zhou Xuan fixed his gaze upon Aunt Qin and declared, Aunt Qin, I wish to sever all ties with them. I desire no connection whatsoever. They consider having a son like me to be a blemish upon their reputation. Yet what wrongdoing have I committed? Aunt Qin, witnessing the shattered essence reflected in Zhou Xuan's eyes, felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. She confiscated his dagger and resolutely asserted, Xianer, you are not at fault. It is they who are the scoundrels, unworthy of the title of parents. In an instant, Yiling Yu erupted in fury, hurling accusations at Aunt Qin. Qin ran. Who do you think you are? You are merely an adopted daughter recognized by my father. To put it bluntly, you are but a servant. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? She has every right. Echoed Yi Juanxiao's voice. All present possess the right to condemn your disgraceful behavior. Yiling Yu, taken aback, spun around in disbelief to face Yi Juanxiao. Father, I am your daughter. Yi Juanxiao's gaze was laden with disappointment as he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "As long as I wish it, you need not be." Yi Lingyu's heart quivered at his words, and she staggered back. "Father, what do you mean?" At that moment, Zhou Hong, filled with anxiety, interjected, "Grandfather, mother, please do not argue." He then turned to Zhou Xuan, "Brother, look at what you have done. Your immaturity has instigated this quarrel between grandfather and mother. You must swiftly apologize." Though he feigned concern for the father-daughter relationship, he shifted all blame onto Zhou Xuan. Yi Lingyu regarded Zhou Xuan with disdain. "You truly are a reflection of your upbringing, utterly unruly, lacking the understanding that hunger possesses." Zhou Xuan, regaining his composure, remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, yes, you're absolutely correct. So, can we sever the mother-son relationship then?" "Zhou Xuan, you are audacious." Zhou Qingsong's eyes flared with fury. "I give you one last chance. Kneel, apologize, and return with us obediently." Zhou Xuan merely retorted, "In your dreams." Zhou Qingsong rose abruptly, fixing a cold stare upon Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, do not presume that your status as my son grants you the liberty to repeatedly overstep my boundaries." "Oomph! How imposing is the Emperor of Heaven." Yi Junxiao stood as well, gradually approaching Zhou Xuan. "I have warned you. If you dare to lay a finger on Xin'er again, only one of us shall remain standing here today." Yi Lingyu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Father, you are still defending this waste of space?" "Waste of space." Yi Juanxiao's icy gaze bore into her. "I summoned Xin'er to showcase his progress, yet you immediately demand he kneel and attempt to take him away. Do you even regard me?" Yi Lingyu scoffed, "Father, I believe you have grown senile." Zhou Xuan spends his days in the company of women. What progress could he possibly make? Even Zhou Qingsong regarded Zhou Xuan with disdain. Observing this scene, Zhou Xuan could not help but shake his head. Both were a great emperor and a near emperor, and discerning his cultivation should have been an effortless endeavor. Yet, they remained resolute in their belief that Zhou Xuan was still the same as before, a mere waste. Ultimately, it is evident that Zhou Xuan has not been accorded the regard he deserves. Yi Junxiao, however, merely chuckled coldly and remarked, "Very well, since that is the case. You two should open your eyes wide and observe closely whether Xian has indeed squandered his time." He patted Zhou Xuan on the shoulder and nudged him forward. Zhou Xuan regarded them with disdain and declared, "Watch closely." A formidable aura erupted from him, instantly causing Zhou Qingtian and his wife, as well as Zhou Hong, to widen their eyes in astonishment. What? The sixth level of the Divine Soul Realm? Chapter 33. The first time someone eagerly invites beating during the past fortnight. Zhou Xuan dedicated himself to rigorous training, and his progress in strength has been remarkable. Furthermore, with the chaos creation technique operating tirelessly for 12 hours each day, he finally reached the sixth level of the Divine Soul Realm by this morning. This rate of advancement is considerably slower than his previous levels attained through system rewards. However, it is the normal pace of development. As one ascends in realms, the growth in strength inevitably diminishes since higher realms demand greater energy. Sensing the fluctuations emanating from Zhou Xuan, the Zhou family's astonishment was palpable as they stared at him in disbelief. Just before Zhou Xuan's arrival, Yi Lingyu had asserted that, given Zhou Xuan's physique, he should at least attain the origin pill realm to be deemed competent. This expectation was already excessive. Even with Zhou Xuan awakening the chaos divine demon body, achieving a breakthrough to the origin pill realm within half a month was virtually impossible. Firstly, Zhou Xuan was slightly older in age, and secondly, his previous physical condition was akin to that of an ordinary individual who had never practiced cultivation. Even achieving body refinement would not be an easy feat yet. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xuan not only met her deliberately challenging requirement, but also surpassed it by 2 whole realms, reaching the Divine Soul Realm. This was unimaginable. Zhou Hong was the first to voice his skepticism. How could you, Zhou Xuan, possibly reach the Divine Soul Realm in just half a month? At 17, Zhou Hong possessed the innate solar sacred body and had spent years refining his physique with various heavenly materials, elevating his strength to the 5th level of the Divine Ability Realm. This was already a commendable achievement, unmatched by anyone else of his age. Yet, before him stood Zhou Xuan, who, awakening his physique just half a month prior, had astonishingly ascended to the 6th level of the Divine Soul realm, an achievement that defied belief. At that moment, Zhou Qingtian and his wife regained their composure. Had Zhou Xuan merely attained the Origin Pill realm, they would have expressed doubt. Although it was a challenging standard, nonetheless, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the fact that Zhou Xuan exhibited prowess in the Divine Soul realm was evidently an impossibility, leading them to a state of calm. A hint of derision appeared on Zhou Qingtian's face. "Father-in-law, I understand your favoritism towards Zhou Xuan, but this is excessively outrageous. How can a novice in cultivation possibly reach the 6th level of the Divine Soul realm in just half a month?" Zhou Qingsang's words were somewhat tactful, while Yi Lingyu exhibited no such restraint, directly stating, "Father, in your endeavor to protect Zhou Xuan, you have audaciously resorted to deceit by fabricating the essence of his 6th level of Divine Soul. This is utterly unacceptable." Yi Junxiao regarded the two with an expression of incredulity, as if observing fools. "You two, one an emperor and the other a quasi-emperor, possess such poor discernment?" Yi Lingyu furrowed her brow sharply and retorted, "Father, are you suggesting that Zhou Xuan's cultivation is genuine?" Yi Junxiao scoffed. "What else could it be?" Yi Lingyu dismissed the notion with disdain, declaring, "That is impossible. It simply cannot be true." Zhou Heng stepped forward, asserting, "Father, mother, I have a method to ascertain whether my brother has indeed attained the 6th level of Divine Soul." Zhou Qingsang looked at him curiously. "What method?" A smile flickered across Zhou Heng's face as he replied, "Allow me to compete against my brother. Rest assured, I will restrain my attacks to the 6th level of Divine Soul. If he can withstand my strikes, it will prove his genuine attainment." Zhou Qingsang and Yi Lingyu nodded in agreement. This indeed was a practical approach. To gauge a person's strength, combat is the most effective, direct, and authentic means. Yi Lingyu, disregarding whether Yi Junxiao and Zhou Xuan consented, readily agreed. "Very well, let it be so. Zhou Xuan, if you can withstand Hunger's 3 attacks, I shall concede that you have reached the 6th level of Divine Soul. Should you falter, you will obediently return with us and concede your physique to your brother." She held great confidence in Zhou Heng's combat prowess. Under their meticulous guidance, his fighting capability was unparalleled within the same realm. Even against adversaries of superior physiques, he could triumph, even if they spanned 3 or 4 minor realms. Thus, she perceived this as a contest destined for Zhou Heng's victory. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Heng was filled with exuberance. "Do not worry, mother. I shall give it my all." Zhou Xuan observed their casual determination regarding his fate, a hint of sarcasm gracing his features. "Are you jesting? Does my attainment of the 6th level of Divine Soul require your validation?" Yi Lingyu was instantly incensed. "You wretched little beast, what did you just say?" Zhou Xuan, undaunted, replied, "My strength belongs to me alone. You have no right to speak here." Zhou Heng sneered and provoked. "Brother, you aren't afraid, are you?" Zhou Xuan regarded Zhou Heng as if he were a fool. "Huh, this is the first time I have encountered someone so eager to invite a beating. Very well, I shall accept this foolish challenge." At this moment, Yi Junxiao, with a hint of concern, interjected, "Xin'er, though your realm is indeed high, you have not mastered any martial techniques. How will you contend with Zhou Heng?" Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Grandfather need not worry. The wonders of the chaos divine demon body are beyond your imagination." Observing Zhou Xuan's unwavering confidence, Yi Junxiao furrowed his brow, but refrained from further objection. Since Zhou Xuan had resolved to duel with Zhou Heng, he would not intervene, for doing so would dampen Zhou Xuan's spirit. However, he still doubted that Zhou Xuan could triumph over Zhou Heng without having learned any martial skills. He resolved to stay alert, ready to intervene and rescue him should he falter, to prevent any injury. Zhou Heng stepped forward, addressing Zhou Xuan, "Brother, I am about to strike." Zhou Qingsang, observing this scene, wore a slight smile, convinced that Zhou Heng was guaranteed to win this battle. Yi Lingyu, abandoning any pretense, declared, "Hunger, give this ignorant wretch a proper lesson." Zhou Heng chuckled and reassured her. Rest assured, Mother, I will take good care of my brother. With that, a wave of intense energy enveloped him, as a radiant sun slowly emerged from behind, illuminating the azure sky. This was the manifestation of the solar sacred body. The great sun illuminating the heavens. A fierce expression crossed Zhou Heng's face. Brother, brace yourself. With a thunderous roar, he raised his right hand, unleashing a searing attack that surged towards Zhou Xuan. This was a pure energy strike, devoid of martial techniques, as Zhou Heng believed that it was unnecessary to employ such skills against Zhou Xuan. In response to this assault, a glimmer of light flickered in Zhou Xuan's eyes, as a chaotic aura surged around him, a mere parlor trick. With a casual flick of his right hand, he sent forth an attack enveloped in chaotic energy towards Zhou Heng. A resounding crash echoed as the chaotic energy effortlessly shattered Zhou Heng's strike, akin to a colossal dragon. It lunged at Zhou Heng with ferocity. Chapter 34. An overwhelming victory. I seek the chaotic divine demon body in the midst of his assault. Zhou Heng brimmed with confidence in his abilities. After years of honing his skills, he had never tasted defeat in battles against equals. Moreover, Zhou Xuan seemed to have inexplicably elevated his strength to the 6th tier of the divine soul realm. Or perhaps he merely exuded the aura of that level without commensurate power. In either case, it was unfathomable for Zhou Xuan to possess combat prowess that matched the 6th tier of the divine soul realm. Thus, he refrained from utilizing martial techniques in his initial strike, convinced that his strength was more than sufficient to overpower Zhou Xuan. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xuan merely waved his hand, effortlessly neutralizing his attack and countering with an offensive of his own. This left Zhou Heng momentarily stunned. How is this possible? His overwhelming confidence had blinded him to the notion of defeat, leaving him unprepared for any retaliation from Zhou Xuan. Consequently, he appeared flustered as he hastily evaded Zhou Xuan's onslaught, struggling to comprehend the situation. This is impossible. It cannot be. Zhou Xuan, what trickery have you employed? He bellowed in disbelief. He then cast a glance at Yi Junxiao, convinced that his biased grandfather must have intervened in some manner to grant Zhou Xuan such formidable combat power. This gesture caused Yi Junxiao's expression to shift dramatically as he coldly retorted, Do you believe I have secretly aided Xiana? Zhou Heng pursed his lips and replied, Grandfather, you have always favored my brother. It would not be surprising if you bestowed upon him some treasure, but this is merely a contest. If my brother resorts to using treasures in a trial, does that not seem exceedingly unfair? Yi Lingyu cast a disapproving glance at Yi Junxiao, questioning him with a tone of incredulity. Father, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Even if you favor Zhou Xuan, there must be a limit to your bias. Zhou Qingsong furrowed his brow, glancing at Yi Junxiao before shifting his attention to Zhou Xuan. Provoked by Yi Lingyu's repeated accusations, Yi Junxiao's temper flared. Foolishness. As a quasi-emperor, are you truly blind? Can you not discern whether Xianer has relied on external aid? Upon witnessing Yi Junxiao's anger, Yi Lingyu ceased her words, returning to her seat in a huff, casting a frosty gaze at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, will you admit to your reliance on external forces? Or shall we expose your deceit? Zhou Xuan regarded her as if she were a simpleton. If your eyes are of no use, you might as well forfeit them. Others' eyes are meant to uncover brilliance. Yours seem merely ornamental. Yi Lingyu was instantly incensed, rising abruptly, her quasi-emperor aura surging forth. You wretched creature! How dare you insult me so? I shall render you powerless. She raised her hand, poised to strike Zhou Xuan. Observing this, Aunt Qin swiftly interposed herself before Zhou Xuan, her expression resolute. Those seated beside Yi Junxiao also rose, their formidable presences erupting, all of them quasi-emperors. Miss, should you choose to act today, do not expect us to show mercy. You are exceedingly reckless, showing disrespect to your adoptive father and doubting your own flesh and blood. If you take another step forward, we shall compel you to kneel before your adoptive father and beg for forgiveness. As these quasi-emperors prepare to take action, Zhou Qingsong let out a cold snort. What? Do you intend to bully my wife? His imperial aura began to resurge, exerting pressure upon the quasi-emperors. Yi Junxiao cast a dismissive glance at him. "You insolent fool. Do you dare to act here?" At this moment, Yi Junxiao felt considerable dissatisfaction towards Zhou Qingsong. Before Yi Lingyu's marriage to him, she had been a lively, kind-hearted girl, albeit somewhat headstrong at times, yet she held firm principles. However, after years of marriage to Zhou Qingsong, she had become so indiscriminate. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to Zhou Qingsong. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Junxiao's eyes. Zhou Qingsong keenly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Junxiao. His heart raced. Despite being an emperor himself, he recognized the significant gap between them. He could only snort coldly, taking his seat while retracting his imperial aura. Yi Lingyu, under the threat, was compelled to abandon her attack on Zhou Xuan. Yet her words remained scathing. "Zhou Xuan, I am utterly disappointed in you, resorting to such deceit. I truly regret giving birth to you." Zhou Xuan stepped out from behind Aunt Qin. "What a coincidence. I too regret having you as my biological mother." At this juncture, Yi Junxiao interjected. "Zhou Heng, do you still wish to compete with Xianer? If not, be gone." A glimmer of hatred ignited in Zhou Heng's eyes as he declared, "I do. I refuse to believe that my brother's strength is truly so formidable." With another furious shout, the sun behind him grew increasingly ferocious, emanating a scorching aura. Zhou Heng slowly raised his right hand. "Zhou Xian, perish. Sea of flames, palm of destruction." A golden flame hand fiercely struck towards Zhou Xian, its scorching aura distorting the very air around it. Yet, Zhou Xian's expression remained unmoved. He merely snorted, "What a feeble and impotent strike, the heaven-opening palm." A colossal hand of chaos thundered forth, roaring as it aimed at Zhou Heng. With a resounding crash, the chaotic hand effortlessly shattered Zhou Heng's Inferno Sea Palm, landing heavily upon him. Zhou Heng's body was sent flying backward, but given his true strength was at the divine ability realm. He managed to land awkwardly on the ground without falling completely. After being defeated once more by Zhou Xian, Zhou Heng's eyes turned crimson. He could not accept that he had lost to someone who had only trained for a mere 10 days, and worse, to his own useless elder brother. With a furious roar, he ceased to restrain his power, unleashing the full might of his fifth layer in the divine ability realm. With the sun behind him shining even more brilliantly, seemingly harboring the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Xian furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to gather the annihilation power within him. Should Zhou Heng dare to strike, he would not hesitate to employ the divine law, the great annihilation technique. At that moment, Zhou Heng's fate would no longer concern him. However, just as Zhou Heng prepared to attack, Yi Junxiao let out a cold snort. "Are you resorting to using your realm to suppress others because you cannot win?" Accompanying his words was an invisible wave, causing Zhou Heng's accumulated power to dissipate as swiftly as a punctured balloon, with the radiant sun behind him vanishing entirely. Seeing this, Zhou Qingtian abruptly stood, casting a cold glance at Zhou Xian without bidding farewell to Yi Junxiao, and directly pulled Zhou Heng away. Yi Lingyu also rose, disappointment and anger evident in her gaze as she looked at Yi Junxiao. "Father, you have gone too far." She then angrily followed Zhou Qingtian and the others, leaving Yi Junxiao with a sullen expression. Not far from the Grand Hall, Zhou Qingtian glared at Zhou Heng. What a disgrace, to be defeated by someone who trained for just half a month. Yi Lingyu, equally incredulous, stared at Zhou Heng. "What happened today? How could you lose to Zhou Xian?" Zhou Heng did not respond. Instead, his eyes blazed with fury as he looked at his parents. "Father, mother, I want the chaos divine demon body." Upon hearing Zhou Heng's request, Zhou Qingtian and Yi Lingyu exchanged glances without immediately replying. They had witnessed the battle between Zhou Xian and Zhou Heng and understood it clearly. They knew that aside from Zhou Heng's initial attack being somewhat careless, his subsequent strike was genuine and without reservation. Yet, even then, he had been easily defeated by Zhou Xian. This situation could only indicate one thing. The Chaos Divine Demon body was vastly superior to the Solar Sacred body. Thus, Zhou Heng's desire for the chaos divine demon body was not surprising. However, Zhou Qingtian did not agree right away. Instead, he inquired, as you can see, the chaos divine demon body is being utilized exceptionally well by Zhou Xian. We need not worry about it being overlooked. Are you certain you still wish for it? Today, Zhou Xian's performance has garnered the recognition of Zhou Qingtsong. He believes that Zhou Xian is worthy of becoming his son, which makes him somewhat hesitant upon hearing Zhou Heng's words. Zhou Heng observes Zhou Qingtsong, feeling a sudden pang in his heart, realizing that Zhou Qingtsong has developed a protective affection for Zhou Xian. He hastily interjects, "Father, the chaotic divine demon body is indeed utilized excellently by my brother. But the more he excels, the more detrimental it becomes for our family." Zhou Qingtsong's eyes narrow slightly, remaining silent. What do you mean by that? Does Zhou Xian dare to turn against us? After a moment of silence, Zhou Heng takes a deep breath and responds, "One cannot be certain. Today, you all witnessed Zhou Xian's attitude towards us. He seemingly wishes to sever ties immediately, desiring no connection with us henceforth. This indicates that he harbors resentment, and in the future, he will undoubtedly act against us." Upon hearing this, Yiling scoffs, "Dare he? I am his mother. Does he truly intend to go against me?" Zhou Heng glances at Zhou Qingtsong, noticing him deep in thought, and adds, "Mother, if he does not intend to seek vengeance, why insist on severing ties with us today?" This statement leaves Yi Lingyu speechless, compelling her to turn her gaze to Zhou Qingtsong. Zhou Qingtsong takes a deep breath and affirms, "Hunger is correct. Zhou Xian harbors nothing but hatred for us. In the future, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths to exact his revenge. In light of this, we shall directly seize his chaotic divine demon body, and we can treat him well afterwards." Yiling Yu does not rebut, but responds, "However, Zhou Xian is currently with my father and refuses to come out. What can we do to bring him out?" Zhou Qingtsong contemplates for a moment and proposes, "I recall that the phoenix nest will open in a month. Let's take action within the phoenix nest. Over the next few days, I will prepare some items for Heng, and when the time comes, Heng can capture Zhou Xian and act accordingly. By the time we emerge, the situation will have become a reality, and I believe your grandfather will not object." A glimmer of joy appears on Zhou Heng's face as he quickly replies, "Thank you, father." As he speaks, a flicker of malice flashes in his eyes. "Zhou Xian, once I take your chaotic divine demon body's essence, it shall be your demise. I will not allow you to escape alive." At this moment, Yiling Yu inquires, "What if Zhou Xian refuses to participate?" Zhou Heng is momentarily taken aback, realizing he had overlooked this possibility. If Zhou Xian is unwilling to attend, all preparations would be in vain. Zhou Qingtsong shakes his head and asserts, "He will attend. Even if he is reluctant, your father will ensure his participation. As the designated heir, it is impossible for him to remain absent." Yiling Yu nods in agreement. "Very well. Let us prepare more supplies for Heng during this time." Meanwhile, on Zhou Juanxiao's side, he gazes at Zhou Xian with a look of satisfaction. "Xian, I truly did not expect your strength to be so formidable." Zhou Xian responds confidently, "Indeed, it is only natural." The several quasi-emperors beside Yi Junxiao look at Zhou Xian with curiosity, as they have come to know of the remarkable feats he has achieved during this time. Initially deemed a waste for nearly 20 years, he awakened the chaotic divine demon body while in a woman's womb. After mingling with women for half a month, he has achieved the 6th layer of the spirit realm. They even speculated that Zhou Xian had awakened not the chaotic divine demon body, but some extraordinary dual cultivation constitution. Yi Junxiao looked at him and smiled, nodding. "Xian, there is something I initially did not wish to discuss with you, believing your strength insufficient. However, I have now made my decision." Zhou Xian gazed at Yi Junxiao. "Grandfather, what is it?" Yi Junxiao replied, "In a month, the phoenix nest will open and the prodigies from various sacred lands will enter for training. I wish for you to go." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian immediately shook his head. "Grandfather, I do not wish to go. There is nothing there that captivates me." Yi Junxiao, with a knowing smile, looked at him. "Are you certain you do not wish to attend?" Zhou Xian affirmed, "I do not." Yi Junxiao continued, If you choose not to go, it would be a great loss. All the saintesses from the sacred lands will be present. I have heard many of them are exceedingly beautiful. At this, Zhou Xian's eyes brightened. Grandfather, I will go. Observing Zhou Xian's swift change of heart, Yi Junxiao and several quasi-emperors nearby, including Aunt Qin, could not help but chuckle. This lad, his eyes light up at the mention of beauties. Indeed, one could not help but envy him. Dual cultivation leads to strength. Where is the fairness in that? He is destined for the life of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Zhou Xian, maintaining his composure, inquired, Grandfather, what manner of place is the phoenix nest, and are there any precautions I should take? Yi Junxiao stroked his beard, chuckling softly. Ah, the phoenix nest is the site of a true phoenix's rebirth. Within, there are numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as the tombs of many true phoenix followers. However, the most precious treasure is the reborn true phoenix, which has yet to be discovered. Initially, there were no restrictions for entering the phoenix nest, but as many treasures were taken, only lower-grade spiritual herbs and grasses remained. Thus, the sacred lands established an agreement. No one over 20 years old or below the spirit realm may enter. You, being 19, meet the age and strength requirements perfectly. Listening to Yi Junxiao's description, Zhou Xian recalled a fragment from a novel where the protagonist obtained the reborn true phoenix in the phoenix nest. A phoenix that manifested as a strikingly beautiful woman, ultimately becoming the protagonist's partner. However, having resolved to venture into the phoenix nest, Zhou Xian would certainly not allow the true phoenix to fall into the hands of the villain who had slain him in the original story. With this thought, Zhou Xian promptly declared, Rest assured, Grandfather, I will certainly bring back the reborn true phoenix. Yi Junxiao responded, Excellent, I shall await your good news. With 1 month remaining until the opening of the phoenix nest, I advise you to diligently enhance your strength during this time, although you meet the entry requirements. The true prodigies are all in the divine ability realm. The divine ability realm, you say? Zhou Xian pondered, with sufficient effort over the next month. He believed it would be quite feasible. Chapter 36. The first layer of divine power. Journey to the phoenix nest in the ensuing month. Zhou Xian endured considerable hardship each day, diligently striving to enhance his strength. Time swiftly passed, and before long, he achieved the first layer of divine power. Having broken through just last night, despite the novelty of his ascent, his foundation was remarkably stable, betraying none of the typical signs of a recent breakthrough. The women accompanying Zhou Xian, Yueshi, the Linglong Fairy, and Ji Rushui, had all advanced to the second layer of divine power, while the enchanting Long Hanyan, the saintess of the demon path, now held the highest cultivation among them, reaching the third layer. Xianer, are you all prepared? It is time for us to depart, came the voice of Aunt Qin. Coming, Zhou Xian replied, stepping outside with his 4 concubines. He was greeted by the sight of Aunt Qin, who stood there with a radiant smile, beside a magnificent silver flying vessel measuring 100 feet in length. Also present was Feng Yu, whom he had not seen in over a month. This once great master of Shaochun had now reshaped her body, exuding an air of regal elegance. Her skin was smooth as fine porcelain, her eyes reminiscent of black crystals, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, embodying an unparalleled beauty. Approaching her, Zhou Xian unabashedly surveyed her from head to toe. Indeed, you seem to have recovered splendidly, he remarked. Feng Yu, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Zhou Xian's penetrating gaze, blushed and replied, I owe my recovery to the elixirs and rare treasures provided by the heavenly Emperor Yi. Zhou Xian nodded in approval. That is wonderful to hear. It justifies my efforts in rescuing you from Shaochun. Aunt Qin interjected, For this journey to the phoenix nest, Feng Yu shall accompany you. She has regained her strength to the first layer of divine power. Moreover, her soul is of quasi-emperor caliber, allowing her to employ certain quasi-emperor techniques in perilous situations. Additionally, she possesses a trace of the phoenix bloodline, which will aid in locating the true phoenix. Zhou Xian was exceedingly pleased with this revelation. This is indeed splendid. Now, let us not delay any further. We must depart. The group boarded the flying vessel, which soon activated its array, tearing through space to embark on its journey through the void. In scarcely 15 minutes, the vessel emerged from the emptiness, arriving at the phoenix nest. Before him lay thousands of sacred sites, sects, and dynasties, with a multitude of people gathered, countless exotic beasts, carriages, and flying vessels densely populated the air. As the Northern Heavenly Emperor's vessel made its appearance, those from other factions hastily parted ways, allowing it to proceed directly to the entrance of the phoenix nest. Upon nearing the entrance, Zhou Xuan spotted a grand flying vessel stretching 1,000 feet long, its bow adorned with the character Zhou. This was the vessel of Zhou Xuan. On board stood over 100 figures, donned in a variety of garments, each reflecting distinct styles, indicating they were not from a single faction. At the center stood a man and a woman. The man was Zhou Hong, who appeared to be conversing amiably with the lady beside him. The woman beside him possessed remarkable beauty, with a tall and graceful figure, exquisite features, and a perfect visage. Most striking was her ethereal aura, reminiscent of a resplendent moon in the sky. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xuan felt a twinge of confusion and inquired, "Who is that woman next to Zhou Hong?" Aunt Qin glanced over and replied, "That is Zhou Heng's fiancée, the saintess of the Yinyang Holy Land, Zhou Xuan, endowed with a lunar sacred body, which perfectly complements Zhou Heng's solar sacred body. This union was arranged personally by Zhou Qing 5 years ago." At Aunt Qin's words, the fervor in Zhou Xian's gaze intensified. "It seems Zhou Xuan is a couple of years older than my younger brother. He is still too young to care for her. Perhaps I should take on this responsibility." The moment those words left his lips, Aunt Qin's expression transformed into one of incredulity. Not only she, but even Feng Yu, Yu Shi, and others looked at Zhou Xian in disbelief. Aunt Qin chuckled softly, "Xuan, I understand that you and Zhou Hong have your differences, but this Zhou Xuan is, after all, your brother's fiancée. Is it appropriate for you to act in such a manner?" Zhou Xian slowly shook his head. "Aunt Qin, whether I pursue this matter is not for me to decide. But for Zhou Hong, let us not forget that he has always coveted the essence of the chaotic divine demon body within me. I believe he will not let this opportunity at the phoenix nest slip away. If he does not regard our brotherly bond, then why should I be bound by so-called morals?" Aunt Qin was at a loss for words and chose to let it go, saying, "Xiner, prioritize your own well-being." Zhou Xian flashed a grin. "Rest assured, Aunt Qin, I am aware." At that moment, Zhou Hong and his companions had spotted Zhou Xian and were maneuvering their flying vessel closer. Zhou Hong greeted him with a beaming smile. "Brother, it has been a while. How have you been?" Zhou Xian shot him a disdainful glance. "I am quite well, but how about you? After I defeated you last time, did your parents give you a good thrashing?" Zhou Heng's expression shifted slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "You need not worry about that, brother. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs. Entering the phoenix nest is not a privilege granted to everyone." Zhou Xian regarded him with contempt. "Oh, so you acknowledge your lack of qualification? Then you ought to hurry back to your mother's embrace and drink your milk." Fury instantly enveloped Zhou Heng's face as he gritted his teeth. "Zhou Xian, do not push your luck." Zhou Xian chuckled, raising his right hand to slowly extend a middle finger towards Zhou Hong. This act sent Zhou Hong into a rage, golden flames of solar fire erupting around him, seemingly ready to extinguish Zhou Xian in the next instant. Zhou Xuan quickly grasped Zhou Heng's arm. "Zhou Hong, calm down. If you act against him here, it will disrupt our plans." With great effort, Zhou Hong suppressed his anger and coldly regarded Zhou Xian. "Zhou Xian, we shall meet at the phoenix nest." The vessel marked with the Zhou insignia slowly retreated, increasing the distance between them and Zhou Xian. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Hong turned to the hundreds surrounding him. "Everyone, remember my brother's face well." The crowd responded in unison. "We will remember. Rest assured, His Highness the Emperor, we will certainly not make a mistake." Zhou Hong finally felt relieved and said, "That is good. Once we arrive at the phoenix nest, no matter who discovers Zhou Xian, notify me immediately and find a way to detain him." The nearby individuals hurried over to assist. "Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you handsomely." Upon hearing Zhou Heng's words, The eyes of those present instantly lit up. The promised reward was surely something extraordinary. Just then, a commotion arose. The phoenix nest has opened. In the next moment, everyone rushed inside. Zhou Xuan, witnessing this scene, turned to those behind him and said, "Feng Yu, stay close to me. If anyone else inadvertently gets separated, be cautious within and find us as soon as possible to regroup." Among these women, Zhou Xuan trusted only Feng Yu, for she alone had forged a contract with him. With that, he grasped Feng Yu's wrist and swiftly dashed towards the entrance of the phoenix nest. Yushi, the Linglong fairy, and the others exchanged glances, and the four of them joined hands, flying towards the phoenix nest together, although their pace lagged considerably, quickly leaving Zhou Xuan behind. Chapter 37. From this day forth, my younger sister belongs to me. Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu traversed the magical array at the entrance of the phoenix nest, where a powerful force seemed intent on separating them. However, their grip remained firm, resisting the force's attempt to pull them apart. Soon, they found themselves in a desolate, barren expanse of crimson earth. Feng Yu, having prepared beforehand, was relatively familiar with the terrain. After surveying their surroundings, she immediately recognized their location. They were in the Feng Shui Desert, where, according to legend, the blood of a true phoenix had dripped and burned for millennia, rendering the land barren ever since. Zhou Xuan's thoughts were not focused on the surroundings. Instead, he scrutinized Feng Yu with curiosity, stroking his chin and questioning. "Tell me, how is your age calculated? How is it that you are able to enter this phoenix nest, which admits only those under 20? Feng Yu, somewhat speechless, looked at Zhou Xuan and replied, "Where is your mind wandering? We are in the phoenix nest, not a play. I know you are not particularly interested in this place, but first, enlighten me about how you calculate your age." Taking a deep breath, Feng Yu stated, "My current physical age is based on how many years it took to grow to this size. I believe my physical age should be around 18 years. 18? Zhou Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is simply wonderful." Feng Yu rubbed her forehead and said, "Zhou Xuan, this is not the time for such discussions. Our utmost priority is to reach the Phoenix Nirvana." Zhou Xuan ceased his playful banter and adopted a serious demeanor, a glint of sharpness flashing in his gaze. "Indeed, some matters must eventually be addressed. Zhou Heng, you have never considered sparing me within the phoenix nest, yet have I ever contemplated letting you go?" With the wind at their feet, they ascended into the air and swiftly made their way towards the Phoenix Nirvana. Just as they reached the edge of the Crimson Desert, Feng Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Stop for a moment." Zhou Xuan halted. "What is it?" Feng Yu pointed to a location, saying, "There lies a patch of Phoenix Blood Orchid. Let's go take a look." The Phoenix Blood Orchid is a rare spiritual herb that greatly enhances the fire and yang attributes of one's physique, regardless of their cultivation level. The two swiftly approached and indeed discovered a small cluster of Phoenix Blood Orchids, totaling over 10 specimens. These orchids stood merely a foot tall, their leaves resembling the feathers of a phoenix, while the blossoms unfurled like a phoenix taking flight, yet their hue was a striking crimson. Feng Yu inhaled deeply and declared, "Indeed, it is the Phoenix Blood Orchid. Please wait a moment while I gather these." Zhou Xuan nodded in acquiescence, refraining from protest. Feng Yu retrieved several small jade boxes from her spatial ring and began to collect the orchids. Just as she had plucked two, a thunderous voice rang out. "Put down those Phoenix Blood Orchids." Zhou Xuan looked up to see two men clad in azure martial attire rapidly approaching. The aura emanating from them was unmistakably at the first level of divine power. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yu halted, stating, "You continue to gather the orchids. I will handle these two." Zhou Xuan, however, shook his head. "No need for that. Merely observe. These two trivial opponents are no match for me." A month prior, during the competition between Zhou Xuan and Zhou Heng, Feng Yu had been unable to witness the event as she was in a critical phase of body reconstruction. Although she had heard of the incident afterward, she did not deem the contest particularly significant, considering it merely a competition and not a life-and-death struggle. Thus, as Zhou Xuan prepared to confront the two men, Feng Yu remained poised, her energy coursing within her, ready to act at a moment's notice. The two men halted a short distance from Zhou Xuan, coldly stating, "You too can scram." Zhou Xuan let out a derisive laugh, his energy beginning to surge. What do you two think you are, daring to order us to leave? The men, taken aback by Zhou Xuan's blatant defiance, their expressions turned vicious as one retorted, "You are asking for trouble. Today, you shall perish here." In unison, they drew their long swords, unleashing two sharp waves of sword energy toward Zhou Xuan. Feng Yu's heart raced, her body tensed as if she might leap into action at any moment. Yet she restrained herself, granting Zhou Xuan a chance. Should he falter, she would intervene. However, Zhou Xuan regarded the impending assaults with utter disdain, gently raising his hand, forming it into a blade, and bellowing, "Slash." The path of the slash was instantly activated, unleashing an extraordinarily sharp strike. The slash collided effortlessly with the two waves of sword energy, severing them with ease, and swiftly struck the two men. The strike sliced cleanly between their bodies, continuing its trajectory for several hundred feet before gradually dissipating. The men's eyes widened in disbelief as they slowly lowered their heads to inspect their bodies, their faces etched with incredulity. "Why, is that the power of the laws?" As the words left their lips, their bodies crumpled to the ground, cleaved into 4 segments, their wounds smooth and precise. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yu finally exhaled in relief, yet she remained silent, continuing her harvest of the phoenix blood orchids. After completing the harvest, she approached Zhou Xuan and said, "We may depart now." Zhou Xuan, not pondering much, simply replied, "All right." They continued their journey towards the place of the phoenix's rebirth. Along the way, Feng Yu suddenly inquired, "There's a question I have long wished to ask you. How did you acquire your divine powers?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Xuan fabricated a response, stating, "It is inherent to the chaos divine demon body, as you must know. The chaos divine demon body originates from chaos, and thus all laws emanate from chaos. It is only natural for my constitution to possess such abilities." Upon hearing this, Feng Yu fell silent. Deep down, she was reluctant to accept his words, yet being unfamiliar with the chaos divine demon body left her without a counterargument. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it and said, "Very well, let us proceed." Over the next half-day, they encountered several spiritual herbs, collecting them effortlessly while also dispatching 5 individuals. After traveling for another half-hour, they suddenly beheld a skirmish ahead, where 5 or 6 figures were engaged in combat. Among them, a familiar figure clad in white caught Zhou Xuan's attention. Upon drawing nearer, he recognized the elegant white-clad woman as Zhou Xuan, the saintess of the Yin-Yang sacred land and Zhou Heng's fiancée. Observing her graceful form, akin to a delicate spirit butterfly, alongside her strikingly cold visage and ethereal aura, Zhou Xuan was reminded of Zhou Heng, that insufferable scoundrel who still coveted the essence of his chaos divine demon body. Zhou Xuan knew, for certain, that Zhou Heng would attempt to harm him at the phoenix's nest. A flicker of madness ignited in his eyes. If Zhou Heng sought to kill him, then what was there that he could not do? Zhou Xuan was to be his, and from this day forth, his foolish brother's fiancée, he would belong to him. Chapter 38. You are insane. I am your brother's fiancée. Zhou Xuan swiftly approached Zhou Xuan and the others, discovering that their conflict was over a phoenix heart fruit. The phoenix heart fruit is a fruit resembling a heart that emerges after a spiritual beast or demon beast with phoenix blood fails in its rebirth. It contains a fragment of the flame law, providing an opportunity to comprehend the flame law upon consumption. Such a treasure was indeed worthy of a fierce battle. However, since Zhou Xuan had arrived, this precious item would not fall into others' hands. He turned to Feng Yu and asked, "Do you desire the phoenix heart fruit?" A glimmer of longing flickered in Feng Yu's eyes as she nodded. "Indeed, I do." Although her current form had been reshaped, she still bore a trace of phoenix blood, which inclined her towards the fire attribute. If she were to acquire the phoenix heart fruit, her physical prowess would undoubtedly advance further. Zhou Xuan nodded and remarked, "In that case, let us seize it." Feng Yu did not hesitate, saying, "Very well, I will hold off Zhou Xuan and the others. You go for the phoenix heart fruit." Their opponents possessed formidable strength, especially Zhou Xuan, who had reached the 4th level of divine powers. Feng Yu did not believe Zhou Xuan could defeat Zhou Xuan, so she planned to confront her, allowing Zhou Xuan to act. Zhou Xuan, however, chuckled lightly. Do you underestimate me? Go fetch the phoenix heart fruit. I shall deal with them, he declared, swiftly soaring forward. Upon witnessing Zhou Xuan's arrival, Zhou Xuan and her companions immediately ceased their struggle and distanced themselves, standing beside Zhou Xuan. A woman of the third level of divine ability regarded Zhou Xuan with caution. The three adversaries engaged with Zhou Xuan, all of whom were also at the third level of divine ability, cast their gazes upon Zhou Xuan. Recognizing his visage, Zhou Xuan furrowed her brow and murmured, "It is indeed him." The woman at her side also recognized Zhou Xuan, exclaiming, "Saintess is Zhou Xuan. Should we inform the emperor, Zhou Heng?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xuan nodded. "Yes, inform him that he is here." The woman produced a jade token, channeling her spiritual energy into it, causing a complex array to materialize. "Emperor Zhou Heng, Zhou Xuan is with us." Soon, Zhou Heng's excited voice emanated from the token. "Excellent. Hold him there. I shall arrive shortly. However, I am some distance away and may require a day. I will send nearby allies to assist you." The woman stowed the token and inquired of Zhou Xuan, "Saintess, shall we capture Zhou Xuan now?" Surveying the three adversaries opposite them, Zhou Xuan replied, "There is no rush. He cannot escape." Zhou Xuan boldly approached the phoenix heart fruit. When one of the men among the trio stepped forward, his face twisted in disdain. A mere first-level divine ability, wretch dares to covet the phoenix heart fruit? This is sheer folly. Raising his right hand, he bellowed, "Mountain suppression palm." A colossal black hand, spanning 10 zhang, materialized, descending upon Zhou Xuan with the weight of a mountain, as if intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. The woman beside Zhou Xuan grew anxious. "Saintess, we must intervene. What if Zhou Xuan is killed?" Zhou Xuan remained silent, gradually gathering her strength in her palm. Prepare to strike the moment the hand made contact with Zhou Xuan. As the massive hand approached, Zhou Xuan emitted a cold snort, slowly raising his right hand. "Begone." Great slash technique. Transforming his palm into a blade, a razor-sharp strike, 10 zhang in length, erupted forth, hurtling toward the black giant hand. In the instant of collision, the keen strike effortlessly severed the massive hand, surging towards the man with blinding speed. The man's heart raced in disbelief. How can this be? He struggled to comprehend how a mere first-level divine ability individual could so easily dismantle his attack. While he was momentarily stunned, his two companions, also at the third level of divine ability, struck simultaneously. Ocean suppression fist, sea covering palm. A punch and a palm surged forth to intercept the descending strike. Zhou Xuan merely chuckled derisively at the scene. If the laws of divine ability could be so easily disrupted, they would hardly deserve the title. Indeed, the great slash technique tore through the punch and palm effortlessly, continuing its assault toward the man. However, the punch and palm did slightly decelerate the strike, granting the man a fleeting moment to evade. Barely escaping the onslaught, the man's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Xuan. "Who on earth are you?" Zhou Xuan raised his right hand once more, proclaiming, "The dead are unworthy of knowledge." He swung his hand again, unleashing a formidable slashing technique towards the trio. Their expressions shifted dramatically as dark violet energy surged from their bodies, compelling them to unleash their most potent attacks in a desperate bid to counter the assault. "Damn you! Perish!" Demon annihilation palm, demon shattering finger, ocean opening fist. The three furious attacks bore down upon the slashing technique, their cacophonous roars echoing through the heavens as if they sought to engulf the strike. Yet, the slashing technique responded with unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly severing their onslaught, rendering their grand offensive into nothingness. The strike continued its advance towards the trio, but this time they were prepared, hastily evading the blow. At that moment, Zhou Xuan let out a cold snort. "Think you can evade? Can you truly escape?" He raised both hands and declared, "Great annihilation technique." A gray attack, suffused with an aura of obliteration, surged toward them. Having narrowly escaped the slashing technique, they turned only to behold the great annihilation technique. its menacing presence instilling terror within their hearts. They roared in defiance, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The great annihilation technique coiled around them like a colossal serpent, devouring them whole. Their anguished cries echoed briefly before vanishing entirely. When the technique dissipated, the trio was nowhere to be found, leaving not a single trace behind. Zhou Xuan's display left both Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom the extent of Zhou Xuan's true prowess. 3 practitioners of the 3rd level of divine powers had been rendered utterly defenseless before him. Zhou Xuan, in particular, who had previously boasted of subduing Zhou Xuan, now realized the futility of her claims. Feng Yu gathered the phoenix heart fruit and approached Zhou Xuan, stating, "Let us depart." Unhurriedly, Zhou Xuan turned to Zhou Xuan, a glimmer of intent flashing in his eyes, saintess of the yin-yang sacred land. Possessor of the Taiyin sacred body, Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, visibly tense, met his gaze at his eye. "How may I assist you, esteemed sir?" Zhou Xuan smiled slightly. "No guidance is sought, but I do have a request." Zhou Xuan retreated a step. Sensing from his smile that this was far from a benign matter, "What do you intend?" Zhou Xuan snorted coldly. "I demand that you become my woman." Zhou Xuan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? I am the fiancée of your brother." Chapter 39. Either comply, or I will annihilate your entire family. Zhou Xuan could scarcely believe Zhou Xuan's outrageous demand. She was not alone in her shock. Even Feng Yu regarded Zhou Xuan with a bewildered expression. Zhou Xuan gazed at Zhou Xuan with an impassive countenance. "Your brother? How laughable! Have you ever seen a younger brother covet his elder brother's abilities? Have you ever seen a younger brother intent on killing his own elder brother?" His pointed inquiries left Zhou Xuan speechless. All she could do was shake her head. "This matter lies between you two. It has nothing to do with me." "Ah, nothing to do with you?" Zhou Xuan scoffed. Zhou Xuan slowly raised his right hand. "Since this has nothing to do with you, why do you choose to assist Zhou Heng in capturing me?" Zhou Xuan opened her mouth and replied slowly, "After all, I am Zhou Heng's fiancée." Zhou Xuan scoffed. "Now that you have decided to make a move against me, spare me your words. Today, you are left with but 2 choices, death or acceptance of my terms." With that, he swung his arm violently. Great slashing technique. Zhou Xuan was taken aback at Zhou Xuan's sudden assault and hastily raised her hand to defend. Radiant moon wheel. Waves of slashing attacks, resembling the full moon, surged forth to meet Zhou Xuan's great slashing technique, clashing with a cacophony of sounds. However, these strikes were akin to mere tickles in the face of the great slashing technique. Soon, the formidable attack breached her defenses and approached Zhou Xuan. Biting her lip tightly, she nimbly evaded the blow like a graceful butterfly. A flicker of anger crossed her face. "You are forcing my hand." Radiant moonlight emanated from her, and a brilliant full moon gradually rose from the sea behind her. This was the manifestation of the saint body of the lunar Yin, the moon illuminating the ocean. The moon appeared like a jade plate, casting shadows of laurel trees, and as the gentle breeze passed, one could almost hear the rustling of leaves. With a cold snort, Zhou Xuan slowly raised her hands. Moonlight tidal surge. A surge of moonlit brilliance surged toward Zhou Xuan like a tidal wave, infused with the power of the lunar Yin, promising discomfort upon impact. Yet, Zhou Xuan remained unperturbed, letting out a fierce roar as chaotic energy erupted from him, forming a vast expanse of chaos behind him. He raised his hand forcefully, great slashing technique. A meticulously honed strike sliced through the moonlight tidal surge. This blow far more refined than the previous one. As the 2 attacks collided, the great slashing technique effortlessly cleaved through Zhou Xuan's assault as if slicing through tofu. Zhou Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be possible? Unyielding, she retaliated with moon wheel slash, a crescent-shaped strike pure as white jade, charged toward the great slashing technique. The collision of the 2 attacks sparked a dazzling display of stars. Yet ultimately, the great slashing technique prevailed, shattering Zhou Xuan's onslaught. Her lips pressed tightly together in frustration as she was forced to evade. However, just as she halted, Zhou Xuan's chilling voice echoed above her. Heaven opening palm. Zhou Xuan hurriedly looked up to see a colossal hand descending upon her with force. Clenching her lips tightly, she raised her hand and shouted, Lunar Spirit Palm. A dark, heavy hand collided with a delicate, white one in a resounding clash. The heaven-opening palm obliterated Zhou Xuan's defense, crashing down upon her. She let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as her body plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Zhou Xuan descended slowly, step by step, approaching Zhou Xuan. At this moment, the woman beside her changed her expression repeatedly before finally speaking. Stop. She is the saintess of our Yin-Yang sacred land. Zhou Xuan paused momentarily, casting a cold glance at the woman before uttering, Feng Yu, eliminate her. Without a second thought, Feng Yu's eyes glimmered with determination as she charged toward the woman. A clear and resonant cry of a phoenix echoed as a fiery hand descended upon the woman. Heavenly Phoenix Seal. The woman inhaled deeply, drawing forth a long sword, spirit-sealing sword. The sharp sword energy collided with the fiery hand, producing a series of thunderous booms. The fierce battle between the two commenced. At that moment, Zhou Xuan had approached Zhou Xuan, his gaze icy and unyielding. Zhou Xuan lay on the ground, her white gown spread around her, exuding an alluring grace. Zhou Xuan, do you wish to live or perish? She clenched her teeth, responding, if living is an option, I naturally wish to survive. Zhou Xuan smiled faintly, saying, then agree to become my woman. Zhou Xuan's expression stiffened, shaking her head. That is impossible. I am already betrothed to Zhou Hong. Intrigued by her refusal, Zhou Xuan asked, aren't you afraid of death? Zhou Xuan took a deep breath. I fear death, yet I cannot acquiesce to this. Zhou Xuan chuckled darkly, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. I did not expect you to possess such resolve. Allow me to inquire. Do the people from the Yin-Yang Holy Land wish to die? Do your family members, Zhou Xuan, wish for death? A flicker of terror crossed Zhou Xuan's face, her voice now sharp and fierce. Zhou Xuan, what are your intentions? Bending down to meet her gaze, he replied, what I mean is, if you do not comply, there will be no reason for the Yin-Yang Holy Land or your family to continue existing. Zhou Xuan's complexion turned ashen. Are you threatening me? Zhou Xuan grasped her smooth chin, stating, you may test it. I could end your life right now. But do not hasten your journey to the underworld, as your sect and family await you there. Zhou Xuan trembled. Her eyes filled with dread as she looked at Zhou Xuan, akin to gazing upon a demon. After a prolonged silence, she slowly uttered, I accept your terms. Zhou Xuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. It was about time. He rose to his feet, coldly regarding Zhou Xuan. I propose that we solidify our relationship today. Zhou Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. No, you must be mistaken. Today? Zhou Xuan turned his head, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What? Would you prefer to wait until we leave this place? Do not be naive. Once you exit, I will no longer have the means to threaten you. Especially with Zhou Qing being an emperor. Zhou Xuan struggled to accept this. This is unacceptable. It is too swift and far too hasty. Zhou Xuan abruptly reached out, seizing her throat with a firm grip, the power of annihilation emanating from him. Do you believe I am negotiating with you? Realizing the terrifying force surrounding Zhou Xuan, Zhou Xuan shook her head in fear. He finally released her. If that is the case, let us proceed. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall send you, your entire family, and everyone from the Yin-Yang Holy Land to hell. A flicker of terror crossed Zhou Xuan's eyes. Understood. The two then ventured into the distant woods. The host triggered a significant event, gaining 3 drops of Phoenix essence. Chapter 40. The Fool Seeking Death, instantaneously vanquishing the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Golden Blade Alliance. Hurry and get dressed. We must depart. Zhou Xuan urged impatiently, casting a weary glance at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan stood up, her face a mixture of shame and indignation, as she attempted to straighten her disheveled attire, glaring at Zhou Xuan. You're truly a beast. Zhou Xuan chuckled lightly, Thank you for the compliment. But in comparison to Zhou Hong, I still fall short. Zhou Xuan immediately fell silent, her mind a tumult of confusion. What was she to make of this situation? She was clearly betrothed to Zhou Hong, yet here she was, having shared a night with Zhou Xuan. What would she do when she next encountered Zhou Hong? It was not that she wished to conceal this matter. Given its occurrence, she no longer harbored illusions of continuing her relationship with Zhou Hong. However, Zhou Hong was the son of the esteemed Emperor Zhou Xuan, and if this situation was not handled delicately, it could implicate the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Letting out a resigned sigh, she weakly inquired, "How should I explain this to Zhou Hong?" Zhou Xuan paused momentarily, then grasped her chin. "Say what? Do you still desire to rekindle your relationship with that fellow? I believe that is no longer feasible, considering you are no longer a maiden of pure virtue." Zhou Xuan, unusually agitated, retorted, "Having engaged in such acts with you, I have no intention of continuing with Zhou Hong. My thoughts are solely on how to dissolve this engagement." A peculiar smile crept across Zhou Xuan's face as he replied, "No need for you to bring it up. When you next encounter Zhou Hong, simply inform him, and he shall willingly annul the engagement." Zhou Xuan, feeling vexed, chose to disregard Zhou Xuan's remarks. As they exited the dense thicket, they spotted Feng Yu seated upon a stone, absorbed in her cultivation. Upon hearing their footsteps, she opened her eyes, regarding them with a bemused expression. After a few seconds, she slowly inquired, "Have you two concluded your business?" No sooner had she uttered the words than she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. How could she have asked such a question? Zhou Xuan turned her face away, remaining silent. Zhou Xuan, unabashed, approached Feng Yu and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "What? Do you have an objection?" Feng Yu took a few hesitant steps away from his embrace, feeling slightly uncomfortable. "No, it's quite all right." Zhou Xuan paid little mind to her reaction, merely responding with a smile, "There's no need to rush. Once we exit the phoenix nest, it will be your turn." Feng Yu inhaled deeply, her resistance evident as she replied, "In truth, it doesn't matter if you forget about me." She genuinely wished to avoid any entanglements with Zhou Xuan, having never considered a relationship with a man. Zhou Xuan, indifferent to her reluctance, recalled that she was bound to him by a master-servant contract, rendering her defiance futile. With that thought in mind, he retrieved a small vial from his system's space, containing the phoenix blood awarded by the system, and handed it to her. "Here, take this." Though separated by the vial, Feng Yu could still sense the searing aura emanating from within, along with a yearning that resonated deep within her soul. An inkling of a suspicion began to form in her mind. "Zhou Xuan, this contains..." Zhou Xuan casually tossed the vial to her. "Indeed, it contains 3 drops of phoenix blood. When combined with the heart of the phoenix fruit you possess, it should prove quite effective." A hint of joy emerged on Feng Yu's face. With these 3 drops of phoenix blood, she would be able to restore her once glorious lineage, perhaps even more potent than before. She accepted the vial, her expression filled with gratitude as she gazed at Zhou Xuan. "Thank you for your immense assistance." Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I am merely drawn to your presence." In an instant, the grateful expression on Feng Yu's face froze, realizing how this insufferable rogue could ruin the mood. Despite her efforts to embrace his company, he had to utter such a statement. Unaware of Feng Yu's thoughts, Zhou Xuan waved his hand again, saying, "Let us proceed to the place of the phoenix's rebirth." The journey to the site of the phoenix's rebirth would take several more days. However, Zhou Xuan had an unsettling premonition that their path would not be tranquil. Indeed, less than 2 hours into their flight, they encountered a pair, a man and a woman. Upon seeing Zhou Xuan, their eyes brightened instantly. "Zhou Xuan, halt!" Zhou Xuan stopped, scrutinizing the two before him, and turned to Zhou Xuan, inquiring, "Who are they?" Zhou Xuan had limited knowledge of the world's factions, and he was only vaguely acquainted with a few renowned geniuses. As for Feng Yu, being a recluse, her circle was even smaller. Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and replied, "They are the holy son and holy daughter of the Golden Blade Alliance." The Golden Blade Alliance was an organization as formidable as any ordinary holy ground, filled with fervent sword practitioners. Upon noticing Zhou Xuan behind Zhou Xuan, The holy son of the Golden Blade Alliance furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Holy daughter Zhou Xuan, how is it that you are with Zhou Xuan?" The holy daughter, too, looked perplexed, her gaze fixed on Zhou Xuan. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhou Xuan's face as she opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Being a composed woman, she was not one to lie, yet the nature of the situation rendered her speechless, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Observing this scene, the holy son and daughter of the Golden Blade Alliance grew even more curious. As a couple themselves, they could discern that something was amiss with Zhou Xuan. Just as she was on the verge of mortal embarrassment, Zhou Xuan suddenly interjected, "She has been kidnapped by me." At those words, Zhou Xuan's heart instantly felt a wave of relief. She was grateful not to have to articulate the truth herself. A complex expression flickered in her eyes as she regarded Zhou Xuan. It dawned on the duo from the Golden Blade Alliance. Realizing why Zhou Xuan was hesitant to speak, it was indeed a matter of disgrace to admit defeat. With this understanding, their expressions turned fierce once more. "Zhou Xuan, you dare to kidnap the fiancé of the crown prince? Today, we shall apprehend you." With that declaration, a powerful aura erupted from them, exuding the strength of 4 levels of divine abilities, comparable to Zhou Xuan, who was 19 years old this year, while they had already reached 20. Zhou Xuan looked at them with a cold smirk, retorting, "Very well, let me see the extent of your capabilities." Exchanging glances, the two from the Golden Blade Alliance nodded in agreement, simultaneously drawing forth their gleaming golden long swords, and shouted in unison, "Zhou Xuan, meet your demise." Wind wave slash. Celestial wing slash. A grand and imposing strike, coupled with a cunning and intricate maneuver, surged toward Zhou Xuan in a stark contrast. Yet, Zhou Xuan remained utterly unperturbed. He slowly raised his hand and then brought it down with force. Great slash technique. A ferociously violent slash swept through the 2 incoming attacks with overwhelming force. In an instant, the great slash technique effortlessly tore apart their assaults and, in a flash, struck both adversaries. Their bodies froze momentarily. Disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Zhou Xuan. How can your strength be so formidable? You are clearly only at the first layer of divine powers." Why? Zhou Xuan shrugged casually. "I am simply this strong. It cannot be helped." With a flick of his right hand, a surge of annihilating power erupted forth, engulfing the two and leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 41. Inform Zhou Hong, his fiancée, "He belongs to me." After dispatching the two, Zhou Xuan paused, a flicker of regret crossing his mind as he slapped his forehead. Damn it, that was impulsive. Zhou Xuan looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Feng Yu cleared her throat. "Are you regretting killing them?" Zhou Xuan nodded with a face full of chagrin. "Yes, I regret killing them. How could I have done such a thing?" Feng Yu exhaled slowly, remarking, "You still possess a sense of compassion. You hesitate to take the lives of such people." Zhou Xuan turned his head, giving her a strange look. "Who said I hesitated? I merely regret having done it too soon." Feng Yu was left somewhat perplexed, not understanding what it meant to kill too early. Even Zhou Xuan looked on in confusion. Zhou Xuan smiled and explained, "What I mean is, I should have waited until we left the phoenix nest to eliminate them, along with their family behind them, thus ensuring complete eradication." Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, both Feng Yu and Zhou Xuan were rendered speechless. They had thought him to be a kind-hearted individual. Instead, he was contemplating such matters. The trio resumed their flight toward the Phoenix rebirth site, soon encountering another 3 individuals. All were women, each bearing long swords upon their backs, with the foremost being exceptionally radiant and strikingly beautiful, her visage somewhat familiar to Zhou Xuan. Perplexed, Zhou Xuan turned to Zhou Xuan. "Who is she?" Zhou Xuan cast a glance at the group and replied, "This is Zhao Feishue, the saintess of the Moonlight Holy Land, who also possesses the lunar sacred body, though hers is incomplete and flawed." It then dawned on Zhou Xuan that she was a woman he had once taken a liking to. However, when he sought her out, she had stealthily evaded him. It seemed she too was a person of considerable pride. Zhao Feishue glanced at Zhou Xuan and his companions, her brow furrowing suddenly. "Zhou Xuan, how could you be with Zhou Xuan?" Zhao Feishue harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Yu Ruxiang. She had once participated in the disciple selection at the Yinyang Holy Land, believing her lunar sacred body would guarantee her the title of saintess. Little did she know that she would encounter Yu Ruxiang, who possessed a complete lunar sacred body, while her own was flawed. In the sacred land of Yin and Yang, Yu Ruxiang was promptly designated as the saintess, while Zhao Feishue was also intended to remain. However, Zhao Feishue perceived this as an affront to her dignity, leading her to turn away and join the Moonlight Sacred Land instead. For years, a burning desire to surpass Yu Ruxiang festered within Zhao Feishue. Yet no matter her efforts, she remained overshadowed by Yu Ruxiang, particularly in recent years, when the Emperor Zhou Qingcong personally visited the sacred land of Yin and Yang, explicitly requesting Yu Ruxiang to become his son's wife. Zhao Feishue's jealousy reached a boiling point. Why should Yu Ruxiang be favored with such an opportunity? Both were of the Taiyin sacred body. So why did fortune continually favor Yu Ruxiang? Was it merely because Zhao Feishue's Taiyin sacred body was not perfected? This obsession nearly consumed her, intensifying her stubbornness. Recently, when Zhou Xuan sent word to the Moonlight Sacred Land, seeking to marry her, she left without hesitation. To her, only the imperial son Zhou Hong was worthy of her. Thus, witnessing Yu Ruxiang with Zhou Xuan felt like unearthing a secret. Yu Ruxiang inhaled deeply, regarding her coldly. Humph, you lack the qualifications to inquire. Aware of Zhao Feishue's animosity towards her, Yu Ruxiang felt no fondness for her adversary, as the saintess of the sacred land of Yin and Yang. She had no inclination to pursue the affections of someone who disdained her. Zhao Feishue furrowed her brow and retorted, Yu Ruxiang, do not forget that Zhou Xuan is the one Zhou Hong desires to capture, and you are still Zhou Hong's fiancée. By being so brazenly involved with Zhou Xuan, are you not betraying him? Though Zhao Feishue's words were habitually accusatory, they struck a nerve, reflecting Yu Ruxiang's current predicament. Yu Ruxiang's expression darkened, her brow furrowed in silence, revealing her fury and embarrassment. Zhao Feishue was taken aback. In their previous exchanges, Yu Ruxiang had never faltered. What had changed today? Had she truly hit the mark? Upon this realization, Zhao Feishue scrutinized Yu Ruxiang closely and suddenly gasped. Yu Ruxiang, you have lost your Yin essence? She then turned her gaze toward Zhou Xuan. So you two have conspired together. Yu Ruxiang's face grew even more pallid. Her lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched, trembling slightly. Observing her distress, Zhao Feishue laughed. Well, Yu Ruxiang, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Rest assured, I will inform Zhou Hong of this matter. However, before that, I must first capture Zhou Xuan. Yu Ruxiang, filled with shame, took a few steps back, creating distance between them. Zhao Feishue then directed a cold smirk at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, your time is up. She swung her hands, unleashing a crescent-shaped moon-white strike toward Zhou Xuan. Witnessing this, Zhou Xuan could not help but shake his head. Such a level of attack is merely child's play. With a sudden and forceful swing of his hand, a devastating strike surged forth, akin to a ferocious beast, effortlessly shredding Zhao Feishue's assault before continuing its lethal trajectory towards her. Zhao Feishue furrowed her brow, hastily drawing forth a silvery longsword, and with a fierce shout declared, Moonlight Sword Chi. A mercury-like blade of energy surged fiercely to meet the oncoming strike, colliding in an instant. Yet this counterattack proved futile, as it too was effortlessly torn apart by the grand strike technique. Zhao Feishue's pupils dilated in shock. Damn it, how can you be so powerful? In a frantic attempt to evade, she narrowly escaped the impending doom. However, in the next moment, Zhou Xuan launched another assault. Heavenly Palm. A colossal hand materialized above Zhao Feishue, crashing down with tremendous force. With a resounding boom, a massive handprint was etched into the ground, and Zhao Feishue found herself ensnared within its confines. After vanquishing Zhao Feishue, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze toward the two other women from the Moonlight Sacred Land, sneering, You shall meet the same fate. The Grand Strike technique was unleashed once more, a razor-sharp slash hurtling toward the pair. Startled, the two hastily attempted to defend themselves. But their powers were woefully inadequate, and they were swiftly overwhelmed, torn apart by the lethal strike. Just as Zhou Xuan dispatched these two, Zhao Feishuo, grievously wounded, retrieved a pill and swallowed it, transforming into a beam of moonlight as she fled. Observing her escape, Zhou Xuan made no move to pursue, while Feng Yu attempted to chase after her but was halted by Zhou Xuan. Let her go. Feng Yu halted, casting a glance at Zhou Xuan. Do you find her beautiful and wish to spare her? Zhou Xuan smiled faintly, retrieving paper and ink from his spatial ring, inscribing Zhao Feishuo's name, and remarked, not quite. I deliberately allowed her to escape to find Zhou Hong. I intend for Zhou Hong to know that his fiancée belongs to me now. Zhou Xuan's words drained the color from Yu Rushuang's face, leaving her utterly pale. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Zhou Hong, a notable scene in the ensuing days. Zhou Xuan encountered numerous opponents, all of whom had been bribed by Zhou Hong to assist in capturing him. Zhou Xuan incapacitated them all without taking their lives, carefully noting their names on paper, intending to pay their families a visit once he departed from the phoenix nest. One day, they arrived at a mountain entirely enveloped in a crimson hue, shimmering with flames that resembled a formation of red crystal. Even from 100 miles away, an intense wave of heat could be felt, rendering the ground barren and desolate. Feng Yu gazed excitedly at the towering peak in the distance and proclaimed, Zhou Xuan, we have arrived. That mountain ahead is the site of the phoenix's rebirth. Finding himself slightly intrigued, Zhou Xuan replied, excellent, let us proceed. They swiftly soared toward the volcano, the temperature soaring with every approach, compelling them to channel their spiritual energy to withstand the blistering heat. As Zhou Xuan and the others approached, they discovered that a considerable number of individuals had already gathered, tirelessly scouring the mountains in hopes of finding the true phoenix reborn from its nirvana. However, Zhou Xuan understood that their search would be in vain, for the phoenix had yet to be born. It remained an egg, nestled within the volcanic mountain, basking in the warmth of the earth's fiery veins. Upon their arrival, Zhou Xuan, like the others, began to search the area. Yet his pursuit was not aimless. He sought the earth's fiery essence beneath the volcano, for locating it would reveal the whereabouts of the phoenix egg. After a while, Zhou Xuan paused and turned to Yu Rushuang, asking, could you inquire with Zhou Hong about his estimated arrival time? Yu Rushuang hesitated momentarily, her expression resolute as she replied, I shall not ask. She felt she could no longer face Zhou Hong, to the extent that she was reluctant to even engage in conversation with him. Even in the past few days, when Zhou Hong had approached her, she had lacked the courage to respond. Now, the prospect of initiating a conversation with him was utterly unacceptable to her. Zhou Xuan turned his gaze upon her, his eyes dark and piercing. If you refuse to inquire, I shall take matters into my own hands right here, in plain sight of all. Yu Rushuang was infuriated, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Xuan's nose as she exclaimed, you are utterly shameless. You are nothing but a beast. Zhou Xuan's expression remained unchanged. Ah, indeed, you are correct. I am indeed shameless. What do you intend to do about it? You cannot best me, and in the end, you shall acquiesce to my demands. Yu Rushuang's face flushed crimson with anger as she retorted, if you dare to do so, I will take my own life. Zhou Xuan remained unfazed. Go ahead and die. Do you truly believe that your death will absolve you? Moreover, should you perish, I shall annihilate your entire family once we leave this place. A sense of helpless suffocation enveloped her, and tears welled in Yu Rushuang's eyes. In this world, even death seemed an unaffordable luxury. With no other option, she retrieved a jade pendant, channeling her spiritual energy into it, whereupon a complex array materialized. With a quivering voice, she implored, Zhou Hong, I am at the phoenix's nirvana. When shall you arrive? Soon, Zhou Hong's anxious voice resonated from within. I shall arrive tomorrow. Initially, I intended to seek you directly, but upon noticing you had changed your direction, I followed suit. By the way, Rushuang, I encountered several individuals who mentioned that you and Zhou Xuan had some issues. However, rest assured, I do not believe them. Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Tears streamed down Yu Ruxiang's face once more, and she hastily withdrew her energy, stowing away the pendant. She then glared fiercely at Zhou Xuan. Are you satisfied now? You have made me feel like an outsider. Zhou Xuan, devoid of empathy, coolly responded. Why did you not express such sentiments when you conspired to kill me and seize the essence of my chaotic divine body? Yu Ruxiang bit her lip in silence. Lowering her gaze, Zhou Xuan stepped closer, grasping her chin gently yet firmly, lifting her flawless face to meet his gaze. Before embarking on any endeavor, one must be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences. With that, he forcefully cast Yu Ruxiang aside. He turned back to Feng Yu and inquired, how long will it take you to absorb the phoenix heart fruit and the phoenix blood? Feng Yu pondered for a moment and replied, at most half a day. Very well, Zhou Xuan said. This is the place of the phoenix's rebirth. Absorbing the phoenix heart fruit and phoenix blood here will yield optimal results. You may proceed, and I shall protect you. Without hesitation, Feng Yu found a spot where flames congregated, settled down, and began her absorption of the fruit and blood. Through their days of interaction and battle, Feng Yu had discerned that Zhou Xuan's strength was indeed formidable. Those at the 4th level of divine abilities could not withstand even a single exchange with him. Even those at the 5th or 6th levels would find themselves facing inevitable demise against Zhou Xuan. Thus, when he offered to shield her, she felt utterly reassured. As Feng Yu commenced her cultivation, Zhou Xuan positioned himself not far from her, his eyes akin to searchlights, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Observing this scene, Yu Ruxiang felt a complex mix of emotions. She was already Zhou Xuan's woman, yet he had gifted her nothing. Meanwhile, Feng Yu, who had yet to establish any intimate connection with him, received such meticulous care. This thought left her feeling somewhat unsettled, although she dared not voice it. Instead, she found a place to sit cross-legged, not to cultivate but to wait. As time passed, a cluster of golden flames erupted from Feng Yu, accompanied by an inexplicable aura of pressure radiating outward. A phantom of a phoenix appeared behind her, emitting a resounding cry. Feng Yu's power surged dramatically, ascending from the 1st to the 5th level of divine abilities. Those searching for the reborn phoenix nearby were drawn to her, believing the phoenix had manifested. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered it was merely Feng Yu, much to their disappointment. Yet, some sought to extract something from her. This woman possesses phoenix blood. She must sense the location of the true phoenix. Perhaps they have already captured the true phoenix and absorbed its blood. Capture her and compel her to reveal the true phoenix. A throng encircled Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu, launching an immediate assault. Waves of dazzling yet perilous attacks surged toward them, mercilessly aimed at inflicting grievous harm or even death. Observing this, Zhou Xuan could not suppress a cold laugh, truly a death wish. With a sudden flourish of his arm, he unleashed the great slashing technique. Massive slashes rapidly radiated outward, colliding with the attacker's strikes as if eggs had struck the mighty Mount Tai, resulting in shattering destruction. The sharp slashes found their targets among the oblivious assailants, and in an instant, blood rained down like a torrential downpour, vaporized by the searing heat before it could touch the ground. Severed limbs fell like refuse, discarded carelessly. Feng Yu was not idle. She and Zhou Xuan joined forces, swiftly clearing away the bothersome adversaries surrounding them. As those who were far away witnessed the scene, they hastily fled. Just as Zhou Xuan contemplated pursuing them, an enraged voice echoed, "Zhou Xuan, you scoundrel, what have you done to Ruxiang?" Turning his head, Zhou Xuan saw Zhou Heng approaching him rapidly, his expression contorted with fury. A faint smile emerged on Zhou Xuan's face. Ah, the green-haired turtle has arrived. Chapter 43, Brother. Hurry and call sister-in-law. Zhou Heng, who would typically require a day to reach this place, hastened his journey to merely half a day. Driven by the urgency of Ruxiang being bound by Zhou Xuan, he halted more than 10 zhang away from Zhou Xuan, accompanied by over a dozen individuals. These were the elite offspring of prestigious sacred lands, all possessing formidable strength, each at least at the 4th tier of divine powers. Instead of immediately addressing Zhou Xuan, Zhou Heng turned his gaze to Ruxiang. "Ruxiang, come here." Ruxiang stood there, her face ashen, trembling uncontrollably, tears cascading down her cheeks. However, she did not move, merely shaking her head in refusal. Seeing this, Zhou Heng's heart sank. He had heard that Zhou Xuan's primordial Yin was no longer present. At that moment, he had been unwilling to accept this grim notion, believing he must see her with his own eyes to grasp the truth. Now, witnessing her demeanor, even without assessing her physical state, he knew her plight was indeed real. At this juncture, Zhou Xuan approached Zhou Xuan, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, applying gentle pressure so that she was pressed against him. A smile crept onto his face. "Brother, I apologize, but Zhou Xuan finds you inadequate. So she chose to be with me. I trust you will bless our union, won't you?" Zhou Xuan dared not raise her head, remaining silent with her fists clenched tightly. Were it not for her inability to confront Zhou Xuan and the fear of him harming her family, she would have willingly chosen to perish alongside him. Zhou Heng's eyes instantly turned crimson at the sight, and he roared in fury. "Zhou Xuan, you shall pay for this. Today, I will end your life." Flames of golden hue erupted from his body, and a golden sun rose behind him, a spectacle that illuminated the sky. He swung his fist, bellowing, "Solar Dominance Fist." A colossal golden fist, 10 zhang wide, materialized, hurtling toward Zhou Xuan like a meteor. Zhou Xuan merely scoffed at the sight, shoving Zhou Xuan aside and vigorously waving his right hand, a swirling mass of chaotic energy enveloping it. Heavenly opening palm. A similarly immense hand appeared, crashing down upon the golden fist. A thunderous roar resounded as their attacks collided, dissipating into nothingness, sending violent shock waves rippling outward, compelling onlookers to instinctively retreat. Zhou Xuan chuckled at Zhou Heng, remarking, "Brother, is this truly your strength? It leaves much to be desired." Zhou Heng's eyes burned with rage. Wishing to devour Zhou Xuan whole, "Zhou Xuan, I will slay you. Everyone, join me, incapacitate Zhou Xuan, and I shall reward you handsomely once we are outside." Upon hearing the words, the assembly of holy sons and daughters behind Zhou Heng promptly assented, assuring, "Rest assured, Prince, we shall certainly capture Zhou Xuan." "Zhou Xuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Such compliance may spare you some suffering. Yield to us without resistance." A dozen figures surged towards Zhou Xuan, launching a barrage of assaults. Blades flashed and fists thundered, an array of attacks converging upon him. In the face of such onslaught, Zhou Xuan regarded them with disdain. He slowly raised his hand and bellowed, "Great slashing technique." Fierce slashes erupted from his palm, cleaving through the incoming strikes like a knife through soft tofu, and ruthlessly advancing towards the holy sons and daughters. Alarmed by the ferocity of Zhou Xuan's counterattack, they hastily evaded. Yet, they soon regrouped for another assault, this time without holding back. Previously, they had tempered their strikes, wary of obliterating Zhou Xuan entirely, but witnessing his formidable retaliation, they recognized that he was no trifling foe and resolved to unleash their full power. Each of them manifested their innate abilities, launching attacks that were more than twice as potent as before. Just as Zhou Xuan prepared to retaliate once more, a piercing cry of a phoenix resonated from behind him. In an instant, a blazing phoenix soared aloft, sweeping past him and colliding with the assaults. Feng Yu also joined the fray. Though most adversaries had been dealt with by Zhou Xuan, she could not remain indifferent to the encirclement of over a dozen foes. The fiery phoenix clashed with the attacks, resulting in a series of violent explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xuan too unleashed his power, extending his hands with a chilling gaze, great annihilation technique. Waves of annihilating force surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the assailants. Under their horrified gaze, their limbs began to vanish, as if they had never existed. The attackers, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were struck with terror and exerted every ounce of strength to escape the annihilation, yet to no avail. The force was overwhelmingly dominant, a manifestation of divine law beyond their capacity to resist. Soon, all limbs of those who had assailed Zhou Xuan vanished completely, as if they had never been. At this juncture, Zhou Xuan retracted the annihilation force and surveyed the wailing individuals, coldly remarking, "You Zhou Xiang, take note of these people. Upon my departure, I shall pay each of their families a visit. The anguished cries of the individuals startled them, prompting desperate pleas for mercy. Young Master Zhou, we apologize. We were in the wrong. Please, do not proceed with this. Young Master, end my life if you must, but spare my family. I am willing to die in atonement. I beseech you to let our families be. Amidst this, some turned their gaze towards Zhou Hong, pleading, Prince, please, eliminate Zhou Xuan. We implore you to do so. Imperial Prince, we have confronted Zhou Xuan solely for your sake. Please, do find a way to protect our families. The Imperial Prince, they pleaded earnestly. Zhou Hong, observing the scene, cast a cold gaze at Zhou Xuan and declared, Rest assured, I will compel my father to intervene. Zhou Xuan will not dare to harm your families. Upon hearing Zhou Heng's assurance, the individuals breathed a sigh of relief, with a great emperor involved. It was highly unlikely that Zhou Xuan would dare to act against their kin. However, Zhou Xuan dismissed Zhou Heng's promise with contempt. He approached Zhou Xuan, wrapping his arms around her waist and forcefully nibbled her cheek, taunting, Zhou Hong, you cannot even protect your fiancé. How can you claim to safeguard their families? Enraged by this affront, Zhou Hong felt his blood surge and roared, Scoundrel! How dare you insult Zhou Xuan? I shall fight you. Radiating resplendent golden light, he resembled a golden sun, heavenly fire meteor, a colossal golden fist like a meteor from the heavens, hurtled towards Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan scoffed, his hands moving in swift succession, great slashing technique. Several slashing attacks whistled toward the golden fist, slicing through it with ease, rendering it into mere fragments. Zhou Hong bellowed once more, Zhou Xuan, you have forced my hand. Impérial technique, dragonfly slash. Transforming into a razor-sharp blade, he unleashed a ferocious strike towards Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan regarded this with disdain, extending his hands. Great annihilation technique. A force of annihilation, resembling a ferocious dragon, surged towards Zhou Hong, instantly shattering his attack and swiftly ensnaring him. The formidable power of annihilation rapidly obliterated the energy within Zhou Hong, rendering his efforts futile as his energy dissipated without a trace the moment it departed his body. Seeing Zhou Heng's helplessness, Zhou Xuan approached him, grinning as he said, Brother, hurry and greet your sister-in-law. Chapter 44. Cripple Zhou Hong. Depart from the phoenix nest. Zhou Xuan's words shattered Zhou Heng's composure. Gritting his teeth, he howled, Zhou Xuan, I will kill you. I will kill you. Ha, kill me? A glint of sharpness flickered in Zhou Xuan's eyes. Perhaps in your next life. In a swift motion, he appeared beside Zhou Hong, enveloped in chaotic energy. He seized one of Zhou Heng's arms and coldly stated, Today, you shall experience the agony of a fate worse than death. Slowly tightening his grip, he aimed to wrench Zhou Heng's arm apart. Zhou Hong roared defiantly, You wish to cripple me? In your dreams. He too exerted his strength in resistance. Yet, before Zhou Xuan, his efforts were as ineffective as those of an infant. A resounding crack echoed, and Zhou Heng's arm was forcefully broken. A piercing scream erupted from his lips. Zhou Xuan, how dare you sever my arm? I will ruin you. I will ruin you. Ruin me? Zhou Xuan chuckled coldly. Save your breath. Today, it is you who will be rendered powerless. He extended his right hand, covering Zhou Heng's chest, and a torrent of overwhelming chaotic energy surged forth, directly penetrating Zhou Heng's body. The chaotic force rampaged within Zhou Hong, incessantly wreaking havoc on his meridians. Zhou Hong emitted a wretched scream, tenfold more anguish than before. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he cried out, Zhou Xuan, I will have my father kill you. I will have him destroy you. Zhou Xuan paid no heed to his threats. Very well, I await your father's response. He summoned the chaotic energy once more, launching a direct assault on the essence of the solar sacred body. Zhou Xuan aimed for a decisive blow, intending to permanently incapacitate Zhou Hong. He understood that even if he were to sever Zhou Heng's limbs, obliterate his meridians, or destroy his dantian, Zhou Qingsong would effortlessly restore him. Thus, he opted to annihilate Zhou Heng's sacred body essence. The solar sacred body was one of the pinnacle physiques. It was impossible for two to exist simultaneously within the same era. by destroying Zhou Heng's solar sacred body today. Zhou Qingsong would find it nearly impossible to replace it with an equivalent, unless he possessed some extraordinarily rare and otherworldly treasure, which one could assume Zhou Qingsong might not even have in his possession. As the chaotic energy struck the essence of the solar sacred body, Zhou Heng spat out a mouthful of blood. He gazed at Zhou Xuan in abject terror. "No, you cannot do this, you must not." A cruel expression adorned Zhou Xuan's face. "Why can't I? Since you have dared to strike at me, why should I not retaliate?" "Zhou Heng, remember this. The slayer is always slain. If you wish to take a life, be prepared to lose your own." Zhou Heng was gripped by sheer dread. Tears and snot cascaded down his face. No, brother, I was wrong, I beg you. Spare me, I truly regret it." Zhou Xuan scoffed. "You do not regret your actions, dear brother. You lament the destruction of your own talent, fearing that you too shall become a cripple like I once was." No. Zhou Heng trembled all over. "I refuse to be a cripple. I cannot become a cripple." Having witnessed Zhou Xuan's past suffering, he was unwilling to endure a similar fate. Zhou Xuan coldly replied, "That is no longer your choice." He summoned the chaotic energy once more, and in an instant, the immense force obliterated Zhou Heng's solar sacred body essence. Zhou Heng let out a wailing cry akin to that of a tormented spirit, spewing another mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. What a waste!" Zhou Xuan remarked dismissively, casting Zhou Heng to the ground. From a short distance away, Yu Ruxiang witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Zhou Xuan. You have actually rendered Zhou Heng powerless?" Zhou Xuan dusted off his hands as if brushing away dirt, responding, "Indeed, is there a problem?" Yu Ruxiang thought Zhou Xuan might have lost his mind. "Zhou Heng is the son of Zhou Qingsong. Do you not value your life?" Zhou Xuan sneered. "I am also Zhou Qingsong's son. Today I intend to incapacitate Zhou Heng, and I wish to see if you will treat him with the same favor thereafter." Yu Ruxiang took a deep breath and said, "You have gone mad. You are utterly insane. Thank you for the compliment." Zhou Xuan, indifferent to her, approached Feng Yu and inquired, "Can you sense the location of the phoenix after its rebirth?" The reason Zhou Xuan bestowed Feng Yu with the phoenix's essence at this moment was precisely for this instant. Feng Yu nodded. "I can sense it, but it seems the phoenix has yet to emerge from its shell." "No matter," Zhou Xuan replied. "Let's locate it first." "All right." Feng Yu closed her eyes, concentrating once more to discern the specific location of the phoenix egg. After a considerable duration, she slowly opened her eyes, pointing to a specific direction. "It is in that vicinity, but beneath the mountain at the site of the earth's spiritual fire." Zhou Xuan nodded. "As long as we know the precise location, the rest is up to me." Taking a couple of steps forward, he raised his hand, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. And with a fierce downward strike of his right hand, he unleashed a colossal slash aimed at the volcano. The strike landed on the scorched surface of the volcano, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, and a profound fissure was cleaved into the volcanic rock. Perhaps due to the prolonged heating, Zhou Xuan's initial blow did not sever the volcano entirely. He raised his hand once more, bellowing slash. Another wave of energy surged forth, colliding with the previously created mark. A resounding echo ensued, the fissure widening yet again, but still not completely severed. Zhou Xuan followed up with 3 consecutive strikes before finally cleaving the volcano apart. Once opened, both Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu ventured into the fissure, revealing a sight akin to a volcanic mouth, where crimson magma flowed. Above the magma, a half-human-sized egg, radiant red and reminiscent of crystal, floated. An aura more searing than the magma emanated from the egg, undoubtedly signifying the phoenix egg post-rebirth. Zhou Xuan extended his hand, a powerful suction emanating from his palm, causing the massive phoenix egg to gently levitate and swiftly come to rest in his grasp. Observing the egg, a satisfied expression graced Zhou Xuan's features as he remarked, "This venture to the phoenix's nest has not been in vain." He tossed the phoenix egg to Feng Yu, instructing, "Hold on to this." He had complete faith in Feng Yu, confident that she would not dare betray him, allowing her to possess such a precious item. Feng Yu accepted the phoenix egg and inquired, "Shall we depart now?" Zhou Xuan nodded. It's time to leave. He turned to Zhou Xuan. Have you noted down the identities of those I have transformed into mere sticks? Zhou Xuan trembled slightly, responding, I have taken note. That's good. Once we exit, we shall pay them a visit, one by one. Chapter 45. Departing the Phoenix Nest. Zhou Qingsong arrives. The exit of the Phoenix Nest gradually opened, and figures began to emerge from within. Numerous elders from sacred grounds, sects, and imperial dynasties awaited the arrival of their successors. Aunt Qin was among them, her expression remarkably calm, devoid of any visible emotion, though a hint of anxiety lingered within her heart. She was acutely aware that Zhou Xuan would undoubtedly become the target of Zhou Heng's animosity, and given Zhou Heng's stature, he would surely rally numerous allies to confront Zhou Xuan. Thus, this expedition to the Phoenix Nest posed considerable peril for Zhou Xuan. Were it not for the presence of Feng Yu, a former quasi-emperor, she would have staunchly prohibited Zhou Xuan's entry. At that moment, 4 familiar figures emerged at the exit. Aunt Qin lifted her gaze and recognized Yushi, Ji Ru Shui, Ling Long Xianzi, and Lung Han Yan. Their arrival did not evoke joy in Aunt Qin. Rather, it prompted a frown. Why are you 4 not with Xiner? She inquired, her tone as frigid as ancient ice. Sensing Aunt Qin's displeasure, Yushi felt a pang of anxiety and hastily replied, Aunt Qin, upon entering, we could not locate our husband, and he has not been in contact with us. The other 3 nodded vigorously, affirming her statement. The truth, however, was that they had no intention of searching for Zhou Xuan. They were acutely aware that his entry would inevitably draw the ire of Zhou Heng and his allies. As the son of an emperor, Zhou Heng possessed formidable strength, and those by his side were even more powerful than they. Should they accompany Zhou Xuan, they would surely be ensnared in the ensuing conflict, risking their very lives. Their bond with Zhou Xuan was tenuous at best. They were merely collaborators, receiving various resources in exchange for their efforts. They were unwilling to sacrifice their lives for Zhou Xuan. Aunt Qin regarded them with an icy stare, her silence amplifying the tension among the 4, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. After a prolonged silence, she uttered a sharp exhale, stand behind me. If Xiner emerges unscathed, I shall disregard your presence. However, should he sustain even the slightest injury, prepare for the consequences. Her emotionless proclamation sent chills through their hearts, as they realized that their hidden intentions had been laid bare before Aunt Qin. Panic gripped them as they fervently hoped for Zhou Xuan's safe return. Finally, amidst their anxious anticipation, Zhou Xuan, Feng Yu, and Zhou Xuan emerged from within. They hastily made their way to the flying vessel. Upon seeing Zhou Xuan, a faint smile graced Aunt Qin's face. Xiner, are you unharmed? She inquired. Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, Aunt Qin, no questions now. We must leave swiftly. Although puzzled, Aunt Qin turned the vessel around and departed with haste. Just as the fabric of space tore open, an elderly figure aboard the Zhou family's vessel suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Zhou Xuan. Saintess Zhou Xuan, how is it that you are with Zhou Xuan? Where's our prince? He demanded. As his words fell, the surrounding space quivered ominously, growing unstable. Aunt Qin furrowed her brow and forcefully directed the vessel into the void. Yet the elder's aura intensified, declaring, Saintess Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan, unless you answer this question, you shall not escape. A frown creased Aunt Qin's brow. How dare this old man, merely at the Saint King level, threaten them so brazenly? She was poised to engage in a fierce battle with him. However, Zhou Xuan hastily grasped her arm and urged, Aunt Qin, pay him no heed. We must leave swiftly. He then moved to stand beside Zhou Xuan and remarked, Old man, instead of wasting your time here, perhaps you should concern yourself with your imperial prince. He has lost all 3 matches against me, and Zhou Xuan is merely a reflection of his defeat. Right now, your imperial prince is inside, weeping. When he emerges, you might want to offer him some comfort. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, and his imposing aura diminished somewhat as he turned towards the exit. In his eyes, Zhou Heng was the primary focus, while Zhou Xuan, Zhou Heng's fiancée, was of little consequence. After all, they had yet to wed. Seizing this opportunity, Aunt Qin activated the flying vessel and vanished into the void. Once in the void, Aunt Qin inquired of Zhou Xuan, "Xianer, what has transpired to cause you such distress?" Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and replied, "There are two pivotal matters. The first is that I have taken Zhou Heng's fiancée, this lady, the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang sacred land, Zhou Xuan." Aunt Qin glanced at the stunningly beautiful Zhou Xuan and chuckled. What significance does that hold? In this world, where individual martial prowess reigns supreme, moral standards are not particularly elevated. Such occurrences of taking another spouse are commonplace, even among brothers. Thus, I find it rather unremarkable. Zhou Xuan was somewhat taken aback by Aunt Qin's reaction. He believed his moral compass had already fallen short. Yet he discovered that the ethical baseline of this world was even lower than he had surmised. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was what followed. Aunt Qin, the second significant issue is that I have crippled Zhou Heng. What? Aunt Qin seemed almost incredulous, gazing at Zhou Xuan. You mean to say you have rendered Zhou Heng incapacitated? What does that entail? Zhou Xuan explained, I have destroyed the origin of Zhou Heng's solar saint body. Aunt Qin's expression grew grave in an instant, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Xianer, you have caused a calamity, a tremendous disaster." Upon saying this, Aunt Qin summoned all her spiritual energy and propelled the flying vessel forward with great speed. The journey, which had taken approximately 15 minutes on the way there, was halved or even more under Aunt Qin's full acceleration on the return. As the flying vessel emerged from the void, Aunt Qin barely had time to control its descent before she seized Zhou Xuan and transported them to the residence of Yi Junxiao. As soon as they entered, Aunt Qin, in a flurry, exclaimed, "Adoptive father, a grave situation has arisen. You must come quickly." No sooner had she spoken than Yi Junxiao appeared before her, querying, "What is it? Is something amiss with Xianer?" He grasped Zhou Xuan's arm, inspecting him closely. After examining him, Yi Junxiao furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is nothing wrong. His constitution and origin are intact, and he appears uninjured." No, it is not that. Aunt Qin was completely bereft of her usual composure. "Adoptiva fata, Xuanea. He has crippled Zhou Heng." "What?" Yi Junxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Xuan, inquiring, "Did you incapacitate Zhou Heng? How did that come to pass?" Zhou Xuan blinked innocently, replying, "I merely obliterated the essence of his solar sacred body." Yi Junxiao inhalit sharply. Taken aback by the reckless audacity of this young man who had dared to destroy Zhou Heng's foundational essence. Would Zhou Qingcang easily let this matter slide? Before he could articulate his next thought, a thunderous roar resonated from outside. "Zhou Xuan, come out here." Recognizing the voice, Zhou Xuan surmised that Zhou Qingcang had arrived, clearly deeply concerned for Zhou Heng. The moment he was lost in thought, Zhou Qingcang's figure materialized within the grand hall. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged toward Zhou Xuan, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! You have incapacitated Heng. Today, I shall seize you and demand restitution from your chaotic divine essence for Heng." A formidable aura envelopped Xuan, rendering him immobile, as though the very fabric of space had conspired to restrain him. In an instant, a towering figure interposed itself before Zhou Xuan, thwarting Zhou Qingcang's onslaught. Yi Junxiao regarded Zhou Qingcang with a frosty glare, stating, "Zhou Qingcang, what is your intention?" Zhou Qingcang's eyes blazed crimson, his demeanor akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Father-in-law, Zhou Xuan has ruined Henger's solar sacred body. I must take him to compensate Henger with his chaotic divine essence." Yi Junxiao retorted with a scoff, "You claim Xianer incapacitated Zhou Heng? What motive would he possess to do such a thing?" Furious, Zhou Qingcang declared, "Is it not evident? This wretched boy harbors malice, believing we favor Henger and neglect him, thus resorting to such nefarious deeds." From the safety of Yi Junxiao's protection, Zhou Xuan coldly interjected, "I never anticipated that the esteemed Eastern Heavenly Emperor would resort to mendacity. Zhou Heng sought to eliminate me." "Utter nonsense!" Zhou Qingcang roared. "Henger stated that he only desired your chaotic divine essence." His words hung in the air, abruptly silenced. Zhou Xuan chuckled derisively. See? I told you, you were lying. You presume Zhou Hong sought solely my chaotic divine essence, yet within the phoenix nest. He clearly conspired against my life. Zhou Qingcong shook his head vehemently. What drivel? Hunger is one I have watched grow. How could I possibly misjudge his character? This is a blatant slander. Yi Junxiao scrutinized the increasingly frenzied Zhou Qingcong, delivering a chilling huff. Let's be candid. You know precisely what Zhou Hong is, though you refuse to acknowledge it. Today, I shall be unequivocal. You shall not take Xian'er. Zhou Qingcong's eyes flared with fury as he glared at Yi Junxiao. Father-in-law, you truly intend to prevent me from taking Zhou Xuan? Yi Junxiao maintained his inscrutable demeanor. I have already made my position clear. A flicker of ferocity crossed Zhou Qingcong's gaze. If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he extended his hand, forcefully striking toward Yi Junxiao's chest. Yi Junxiao let out a cold snort. The Eastern Heavenly Emperor wishes to test his mettle against me? Very well. Let me witness the fruits of your years of endeavor. He swiftly seized Zhou Qingcong's wrist, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from scene, their whereabouts a mystery. After the two departed, Aunt Qin exhaled in relief, casting a glance at Zhou Xuan, and remarked, Fortunately, we managed to escape swiftly. Had we dawdled even slightly, your father would have apprehended us mid-journey. Zhou Xuan, equally grateful for his decisiveness, thought back to their immediate flight upon emerging, without pausing to consider their actions. Of course, this was largely due to Aunt Qin's relentless propulsion of the flying vessel. Otherwise, they might not have made it back. And Zhou Qingcong could have seized them from the void. Contemplating this, Zhou Xuan opened his mouth to speak, yet his brow furrowed as he stated, Aunt Qin, this is not the time to relax. Please summon Uncle Zhantian at once. Aunt Qin, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What purpose does summoning Zhantian serve? Zhou Xuan inhaled deeply, responding, Zhou Heng's father has arrived. Can his mother remain uninvolved? No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Lingyu's voice resonated from the air. The little rascal is quite astute. But today, you must accompany us. Yi Lingyu materialized from a void, her hand reaching out to seize Zhou Xuan, her formidable quasi-emperor aura unabated. This was the strategy devised between her and Zhou Qingcong. They had anticipated that Yi Junxiao would not permit them to take Zhou Xuan. Therefore, Zhou Qingcong set out to divert Yi Junxiao, while Yi Lingyu seized the opportunity to capture Zhou Xuan. Once they brought Zhou Xuan back, they would swiftly extract his essence and transfer it to Zhou Hong, rendering any potential rescue efforts futile. Upon witnessing this scene, Aunt Qin bellowed, You wish to capture Xian'er? That is inconceivable. She charged fiercely towards Yi Lingyu, yet Yi Lingyu merely waved her left hand dismissively. Get lost. As a mere saint king, Aunt Qin was no match for the likes of Yi Lingyu, a quasi-emperor. With a single strike, Yi Lingyu sent her careening backward. In that fleeting moment, she had already grasped Zhou Xuan tightly. With a fierce glare directed at Zhou Xuan, she declared, Zhou Xuan, I never anticipated you could be so ruthless, inflicting such harm upon your brother. Once I transfer the essence of your chaotic divine demon form to Heng'e, I will confine you, forcing you to repent daily for your actions today. With that, she seized Zhou Xuan and tore open the fabric of space, vanishing into the void en route to the Zhou residence. Before disappearing, Zhou Xuan decisively turned to Aunt Qin, instructing Aunt Qin, send word to the Zhou family. Say nothing. Just strike without hesitation. Remember, do not negotiate. Simply kill until they can no longer bear the losses inflicted upon the Zhou clan. Hearing this, Yi Lingyu turned back, shouting furiously, Silence. A potent mental shockwave collided with Zhou Xuan's mind, rendering him momentarily dizzy, nearly causing him to faint. Witnessing this, Aunt Qin clenched her teeth and produced a black jade pendant from her person, shattering it immediately. In the next instant, 12 figures materialized around her, all quasi-emperors, the adopted sons and daughters of Yi Junxiao. Lin Zhantian stepped forward, regarding Aunt Qin with a questioning gaze. Xiao Ran, what transpired? Aunt Qin took a deep breath and replied, Hurry to save Xian'er. He was just captured by Yi Lingyu. Lin Zhantian's expression turned icy, Yu is becoming increasingly unmanageable. He addressed the others behind him, saying, "Third brother, fifth brother, let us see if we can intercept Yu along the way. The rest of you should head directly to the Zhou family and seal them off completely." At that moment, Aunt Qin interjected, "If the Zhou family does not cooperate, then we shall resort to force, compelling them to yield." A man in green, carrying a long sword on his back, inquired, "Are we truly to proceed in such a manner?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Aunt Qin's eyes as she replied, "The Zhou family and Zhou Qingsong have never regarded our adoptive father or us with any respect." Upon hearing her words, the man ceased his objections, acknowledging, indeed, Zhou Qingsong, having achieved early fame, has had an exceedingly smooth journey and believes he is in control of everything, thus lacking any reverence for our esteemed father. Today, let him witness his own limitations. Lin Zhantian declared, "Enough of this discussion. Zhou Xuan has been designated as the young master by our adoptive father. We must make haste." The group nodded in agreement, their forms shimmering with light before vanishing from sight. Chapter 47. Unworthy of Motherhood. "Have you not eaten?" Yu clutched Zhou Xuan, propelling herself towards the Zhou family with utmost speed. The image of Zhou Hong being rendered powerless ignited her fury, and she felt an overwhelming urge to strike Zhou Xuan dead. "Zhou Xuan, I have never encountered someone as cold-blooded as you. Hunger is your own brother, yet you treat him so cruelly." Zhou Xuan scoffed, "Do not act with such double standards. You claim he is my brother, yet when you allowed him to take the essence of my chaotic demonic body, where was your concern for my suffering?" Yu shot Zhou Xuan a disdainful glance, her eyes brimming with contempt. "I have long asserted that you are incapable of harnessing the power of the chaotic demonic body. It is far more suitable for him." Zhou Xuan spat at her, retorting, "Nonsense. Favoritism is favoritism. Do not cloak it in such grandeur. If you had proposed to exchange my physique with Zhou Heng's, I might have considered it, but you merely wish for me to become a cripple. Why should I agree?" Infuriated by Zhou Xuan's actions, Yu raised her hand to strike him. Yet Zhou Xuan remained undeterred, challenging, "Come, strike me. If you dare, I shall die before your very eyes." Yu regained her composure, refraining from violence, but infused Zhou Xuan with several streams of energy, sealing his spiritual power, rendering him incapable of dying. With Yu accelerating with all her might, they swiftly arrived at the Zhou family estate. Lin Zhantian and the others could not catch up, for Yu's strength was formidable, and her reckless flight left no room for anyone but the emperor to pursue her. They reached the previous secret chamber, where Zhou Hong lay pale and lifeless. Having lost the essence of the solar sacred body, he appeared despondent, devoid of any vitality. Yu discarded Zhou Xuan and approached him, stating, "I have brought Zhou Xuan to you. I shall now exchange the essence of the chaotic demonic body." Upon hearing her words, a flicker of life returned to Zhou Heng's face as he looked at Yu, asking, "Mother, is what you say true?" Yu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true." Zhou Hong's eyes instantly sparkled with a fierce intensity as he turned to Zhou Xuan, a sinister expression creeping across his face. "Zhou Xuan, I shall kill you. I shall kill you." He staggered forward, attempting to lunge at Zhou Xuan, but was swiftly restrained by Yu. The most pressing matter now is to replace your primordial source with the chaos divine demon body. If you wish to eliminate Zhou Xuan, once you have recovered, I will hand him over to you for retribution." Zhou Heng managed to steady himself slightly. "Very well, Mother. I shall ensure he regrets his actions." Just as Yu was about to respond affirmatively, a formidable aura descended upon them, accompanied by a familiar voice from outside, Lin Zhantian. "Yu, summon Zhou Xuan at once, or do not blame us for our rudeness." No sooner had he spoken than an elderly voice echoed in response. "What brings you so menacingly to the Zhou family?" Another voice interjected, "Old man of the Zhou family, I advise you to step aside promptly. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of your obstinacy. You must compel Yu to deliver Zhou Xuan, or I cannot guarantee what fate may await your family." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Heng's heart raced with anxiety. He recognized it was the adopted sons of Yi Junxiao who had arrived. He grasped Yi Lingyu tightly. "Mother, you hand Zhou Xuan over to them, will you?" Yi Lingyu hurriedly reassured him. "Do not worry. My eyes see only you. The Zhou family is of little consequence to me." With that, she produced a formation plate, declaring, "This is the imperial grade array inscribed by your father. Unless they possess an equivalent imperial status, they cannot breach it." She activated the formation, placing it in a corner, and in an instant, the entire secret chamber was enveloped in protective energy, silencing all external commotion. Zhou Heng finally felt a semblance of relief. "Mother, then what are we waiting for? Quickly extract Zhou Xuan's primordial source of the chaos divine demon body." Yi Lingyu replied, "Rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately." Turning to Zhou Xuan, her demeanor turned icy. "Zhou Xuan, do not blame me. If you must assign blame, let it be your own disobedience. Had you surrendered the primordial source of your chaos divine demon body to Heng sooner, we would not be in this predicament." Zhou Xuan rolled his eyes in disdain. "Nonsense. I assure you, being your son is the greatest misfortune of my life, for all my woes stem from you." "You speak untruths," Yi Lingyu retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. "I granted you life and brought you into this world. How could I be the source of your misfortune?" Zhou Xuan scoffed coldly. "What? You doubt my words? Consider this. Why was I abducted in my youth? Was it not due to your association with Zhou Qingcang? Now, after enduring countless trials, you wish to strip me of my essence? Do you believe you are worthy of being a mother?" Yi Lingyu furrowed her brow momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Zhou Xuan, regardless of what you say, it seems you feel we do not care for you sufficiently. Fear not. Once we bestow your primordial source upon Heng, we shall compensate you handsomely. Do you not fancy beautiful women? I could arrange for you to wed hundreds, ensuring each day presents a new delight. However, today, you must surrender your essence to Heng without fail." Zhou Xuan glared at her coldly. "I have never encountered someone as repugnant as you." Zhou Xuan conversed with Yi Lingyu while inwardly cursing the system. "You wretched system, show yourself." "System, what commands does the host have?" Zhou Xuan replied with evident dissatisfaction. "I made it clear that I wish to be a slacker, uninterested in cultivation, yet you insist on forcing me to train. Now, my innate essence is about to be extracted. What do you propose I do?" Zhou Xuan was genuinely indifferent to the prospect of cultivation, but in this particular situation, he could not allow Yi Lingyu to seize his innate essence. It was a matter of personal pride. He simply did not want her to succeed. "System, what would you have me do, host?" Zhou Xuan scoffed. "I want you to vanish, say nothing, and retreat with my essence from my body." "System, apologies? That is not feasible." Zhou Xuan cursed inwardly. "Not feasible? What can you even do, you useless system?" The system, with no other option, responded, "Do not fret. I will ensure that she cannot harm you." Zhou Xuan retorted, "Let me make this clear. If I feel even the slightest pain, I will cease to exist. You handle it as you wish. System, rest assured, today I will not allow anyone, not even an emperor, to harm you." Upon hearing the system's words, Zhou Xuan fell silent and turned his gaze to Yi Lingyu. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and act. Are you dazed?" Yi Lingyu had anticipated Zhou Xuan would plead with her not to take his innate essence, but his urging for her to proceed caught her off guard, leaving her expression somewhat unpleasant. "Zhou Xuan, what trick are you playing?" Zhou Xuan looked at her with a sneer. "Oh, I see now. Your reluctance to act stems from your desire not to replace Zhou Heng's chaotic divine body essence, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Heng immediately turned to Yi Lingyu. "Mother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yi Lingyu's eyes flashed with a fierce determination. "Very well, Zhou Xuan, you asked for this." With a swift motion, she extended her hand towards Zhou Xuan's chest, an overwhelming energy surging into his body. However, once this energy entered Zhou Xuan, there was not the slightest reaction, as if it had plunged into an unfathomable abyss. Yi Lingyu was taken aback. How is this possible? Zhou Xuan, visibly impatient, looked at her. "Yi Lingyu, have you forgotten to eat?" Chapter 48. The fractured mother and son. Yi Lingyu, incensed by Zhou Xuan's mockery, raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap. Silence. Yet, before her hand could reach Zhou Xuan's face, a force of annihilation surged forth, intercepting her strike. The formidable laws of annihilation swiftly entwined around Yi Lingyu's wrist, beginning to dismantle her spiritual power and flesh. Nevertheless, as a quasi-emperor, Yi Lingyu harnessed her understanding of the laws, dispelling the annihilative force. In disbelief, she stared at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, how can you wield the laws of annihilation? Zhou Xuan looked at her with a grin and said, curious, are we? I shall enlighten you. When I awakened the chaotic divine demon body, it came equipped with innate abilities. Indeed, the chaotic divine demon body is renowned as the premier physique under heaven. Upon awakening, I effortlessly mastered certain divine laws. Isn't that infuriating? As Zhou Xuan boasted. Zhou Heng's eyes turned red with envy. He urged Yi Lingyu, mother, what are you waiting for? Quickly extract the essence of the chaotic divine demon body from him. Yi Lingyu suppressed her astonishment, took a deep breath, and replied, what of it? It merely serves as a wedding garment for hunger. She extended her hand, revealing a golden radiance. In an instant, Zhou Xuan felt his blood begin to boil, gradually converging towards his heart. Zhou Xuan furrowed his brow. It appeared that Yi Lingyu was preparing to exert her full strength. Yet what of it? It would only prove to be a futile endeavor. Just as Zhou Xuan felt a slight discomfort, a cool stream of energy surged within him, coursing throughout his body, dissipating the boiling sensation. Yi Lingyu, engaged in her operation, suddenly froze, realizing her failure. What was happening? Unwilling to concede, she concentrated her power again, sending golden rays into Zhou Xuan's body, attempting to gather his essence and extract it. However, a thunderous roar erupted within Zhou Xuan, akin to a rampaging tiger or a roaring thunderstorm. As the sounds reverberated, a force of chaos began to circulate rapidly within him. This chaotic energy collided with the golden spiritual power, akin to ravenous wolves discovering a helpless lamb, and it surged forth with unrestrained ferocity. Within mere breaths, the chaotic force obliterated the golden spiritual energy within Zhou Xuan. Yi Lingyu lost control over the spiritual energy once more, driving her to the brink of madness. What could possibly be the reason for this? Why had she failed? A faint smile graced Zhou Xuan's lips as he glanced at Zhou Heng, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Thank you for your mercy, mother. Rest assured, my brother is already crippled. I shall become your pride. Yi Lingyu frowned and asked, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhou Xuan remained silent, merely chuckling at Zhou Heng. Zhou Heng, in a fit of manic despair, shouted, mother, is what he says true? Are you truly intending to abandon me in favor of cultivating Zhou Xuan? It dawned on Yi Lingyu that she had been outmaneuvered by Zhou Xuan. She quickly turned to Zhou Heng and said, Heng, what are you talking about? How could I ever abandon you? You are my pride. Zhou Heng regarded her statement with skepticism. Then why has it taken so long to extract the essence of his chaotic divine demon body? Mother, you are a quasi-emperor, while Zhou Xuan is merely at the realm of divine abilities. To you, he is no more significant than an ant. Why has no action been taken until now? Yi Lingyu hastily replied, I assure you, I did attempt to act. However, there exists a peculiar energy within Zhou Xuan that renders my power ineffective. Zhou Heng clearly expressed his disbelief. How could this possibly be? He sought to prevent your intervention, unless he possessed a weapon of an emperor within him. Yet, does he truly exhibit the semblance of harboring such a weapon? Yi Lingyu was anxious to elucidate, but the words lingered on her lips, eluding articulation. Zhou Heng spoke with conviction. A being at the level of divine power could only obstruct him if endowed with an emperor's weapon. However, how could such a proud weapon willingly attach itself to a mere insect? Furthermore, should an emperor's weapon unleash its might, the commotion would be inescapable, for its purpose is to engage in battle, not to engage in clandestine maneuvers. Yi Lingyu took a deep breath and declared, I was merely distraught moments ago. Rest assured, this time, I shall extract the primordial essence of his chaotic, divine demon body. She pressed her lips together and extended her hand once more, conjuring a brilliant sphere of golden light. Slowly, her hand advanced, and the sphere penetrated Zhou Xuan's chest. A torrent of potent, golden spiritual energy surged forth from his sphere, coursing through Zhou Xuan's limbs and bones. However, soon after, waves of formidable chaotic power emerged, fiercely assaulting the golden energy. Within mere moments, the chaotic force vanquished the golden spiritual energy once again. Yi Lingyu was utterly dumbfounded. How can this be possible? This is inconceivable. How could I fail? At that moment, Zhou Xuan once again wore a smile and remarked, "Mother, I believe it is time to cease deceiving my brother. Why not speak the truth? You and father are prepared to abandon him, allowing him to live his life as a mere invalid. I am certain my brother, with his resolute character, can withstand such a blow. It is our repeated deceit, offering him false hope without fulfillment, that truly harms him." Zhou Xuan's words were a blatant attempt at sowing discord. Yet one could not deny their effectiveness. The current situation was undeniable. Yi Lingyu, a quasi-emperor, was unable to subdue Zhou Xuan, a mere insect at the level of divine power. Who would believe such a tale? Yi Lingyu cast an anxious glance at Zhou Hong and then yelled at Zhou Xuan in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Xuan replied cheerfully, "Mother, do we not agree on our way here? Just to deceive my brother a little? Yet I recall that deceiving him is less effective than revealing the truth." Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Zhou Hong trembled with rage, shouting at Yi Lingyu, "Mother, is what he says true? Do you truly wish to abandon me, turning your support to him instead?" Yi Lingyu hurried to his side, embracing him with heartfelt concern. "What are you saying? You are still the one I cherish most." Zhou Hong evidently no longer trusted her words, pointing at Zhou Xuan. "Then explain to me, as a quasi-emperor, why are you powerless against a being of divine power? Do not claim ignorance. Do you think I would believe such a statement?" Yi Lingyu felt wronged, truly perplexed by the situation. She had no understanding of how Zhou Xuan could consume even her energy. She could only speak candidly. This matter is genuine. I genuinely do not comprehend how this is possible." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hong felt that Yi Lingyu was merely being perfunctory. Unable to contain his rage, his eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Liar, liar! You are deceiving me. You wish to abandon me, just as you did Zhou Xuan many years ago." Chapter 49. Self-inflicted consequences. Deserved retribution. A flicker of pain crossed Yi Lingyu's eyes as she replied, "Your mother has never said she would abandon you." At that moment, Zhou Xuan, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire, saying, "Mother, you are indeed too indulgent with our younger brother. I believe if you simply reveal the truth to him, allowing him to reflect on it for a couple of days, he would come to accept it." "Silence," Yi Lingyu commanded, releasing Zhou Hong and rising to her feet. Raising her hand to strike Zhou Xuan, her palm glimmered with a golden light, as if forged from gold itself. The force of her hand struck Zhou Xuan, unleashing a powerful annihilating force that rendered her attack void. Yi Lingyu furrowed her brows, exclaiming, "This cannot be. It is impossible." However, to Zhou Hong, all of this seemed nothing more than a performance. He could not help but laugh, his laughter eerie and desolate. "Ha ha ha! Mother, you need not act any longer. I understand now. You are a heartless person. Your previous kindness towards me was merely because I possessed the solar sacred body, a source of pride for you. Now that I am rendered useless, you hasten to kick me aside and devote all your efforts to cultivating Zhou Xuan. In your eyes, there is no familial bond. Only those of value are worthy of your affection." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xuan could not resist giving Zhou Hong a thumbs up, saying, "Brother, you are absolutely right." Yi Lingyu, trembling all over, slowly turned to face Zhou Hong, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stammered, "Hong, how can you say such things? How could your mother ever abandon you?" Zhou Hong glared at Yi Lingyu with resentment, saying, "Ha! Even at this juncture, you continue to feign innocence. Are you not weary? If you wish to abandon me, just say so. I, Zhou Hong, can bear it. But why resort to such juvenile tricks to deceive me?" With tears brimming in her eyes, Yi Lingyu approached Zhou Hong, cradling his face in her hands. "Hunger, I truly have not. I genuinely have not." Zhou Hong forcefully pushed her hands away, shouting, "Yi Lingyu, stop your pretense. It is tiresome. A flash of anger crossed Yi Lingyu's eyes as she suddenly raised her hand and slapped Zhou Hong across the face, nearly knocking him to the ground. Fortunately, she refrained from using any spiritual power. Had she employed even a fraction, Zhou Heng's head would have surely been shattered. After delivering the slap, Yi Lingyu stood frozen, staring at her own hand in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that she had struck him. After a few breaths, a hint of panic crossed her face as she hurried to Zhou Heng's side. Hung, are you all right? Mother did not mean to hit you. It was an accident. Zhou Heng's face swelled, resembling that of a pig's head, yet the resentment in his eyes remained undiminished. An accident? Ha! Yi Lingyu, cease your charade. I truly do not wish to continue this performance. Grant me a swift end. Yi Lingyu observed him in such a state and felt as if a piece of her heart had been hollowed out, overwhelmed by an unbearable sorrow. She gently set Zhou Heng down and said, I shall prove it to you. She stepped before Zhou Xuan and coldly declared, Zhou Xuan, this was intentional. Zhou Xuan, dropping the pretense, grinned and replied, Indeed, it was deliberate. What of it? I aim to shatter the bond between you and Zhou Heng. What can you do about it? Anger flushed Yi Lingyu's face as she retorted, Zhou Xuan, you are exceedingly malicious. Zhou Xuan crossed his arms and said, I am indeed malicious. I relish in showing you hope only to render it unattainable. I wish to plunge Zhou Heng into utter despair. What of it? Scoundrel! Yi Lingyu shouted once more, raising her hand to deliver a fierce slap to Zhou Xuan. Yet, the blow was effortlessly blocked, failing to graze him or inflict any harm. Yi Lingyu, on the brink of breaking down, screamed at Zhou Xuan, What have you done? What have you done? Why do my attacks bear no effect on you? Zhou Xuan glanced at Zhou Heng, who was watching intently. He smirked inwardly, realizing that the boy remained undeterred. If that is the case, let us plunge you into despair completely, he thought. He shrugged and addressed Yi Lingyu. How could I possibly know? You are a prospective emperor, while I am merely at the divine passage stage. Should you wish to do something to me, what recourse do I have? Thus, the inability to affect me lies within you, not me. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Heng felt a profound sense of hopelessness. Unable to contain himself, he laughed bitterly, Ha, mother. At this juncture, you still deceive me. I am not Zhou Xuan, willing to believe whatever you say. Yi Lingyu swiftly turned to Zhou Heng, pleading, You must believe your mother. I truly have not deceived you. Do you think I am as foolish as Zhou Xuan? Zhou Heng retorted with a scornful expression. When Zhou Xuan first returned, you all vowed to treat him well, yet what did he receive? Your neglect, indifference, and even disdain, culminating in a maid daring to bully him. This is your promise. Do you truly believe I would trust your words now? At Zhou Heng's words, Zhou Xuan could not help but applaud. Brother, you speak the truth. Our biological parents are indeed such cold-hearted individuals. They care only for their own reputation and interests, never valuing familial ties. He shook his head regretfully, but alas, you have realized this too late. Had you not sought to kill me and seize the essence of the chaos divine demon within me days ago, you would still be the cherished genius in their eyes. But now it is too late. Zhou Heng glared fiercely at Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, you must be feeling quite pleased now, for I have become a waste, and you can finally bask in their favor. Apologies, but I seek not a fragment of affection from them. Zhou Xuan shrugged and remarked, My grandfather has already appointed me as the young master. He has been nurturing me as his heir. Thus, I shall not covet their affection. Zhou Heng was taken aback by these words, staring incredulously at Zhou Xuan, his eyes blinking not even once for a long while. After a considerable pause, Borstin Dula exclaimed, Do you see, Yi Lingyu? I am rendered useless, and Zhou Xuan also disregards your and your father's love. You have lost 2 sons in an instant, too. This is all you're doing, a fitting retribution for your actions. Yi Lingyu's face turned pale, her body swaying as her eyes brimmed with tears. No, I do not want this. This is not what I desired. Chapter 50. Yi Junxiao arrives and takes Zhou Xuan away suddenly. Yi Lingyu raised her head, glaring fiercely at Zhou Xuan, her voice laced with fury. Zhou Xuan, it is all you're doing. I shall render you powerless right now. She swung her palm, unleashing a barrage of fierce attacks upon Zhou Xuan. Yet he stood motionless, enveloped by a swirling array of obliterating laws that incessantly dismantled her assaults. These laws, augmented and directly controlled by the system, wielded far greater power than Zhou Xuan could summon on his own. Under the system's command, they erupted with their utmost might, thwarting the attacks of Yi Lingyu, a would-be emperor. Realizing she could do nothing against Zhou Xuan, Yi Lingyu succumbed to utter despair. Grasping her hair in anguish, she cried out, "Why? Why? Why do this to me?" Zhou Xuan, arms crossed and expression impassive, replied, "For no reason, merely the consequences of your own actions." Yi Lingyu glared at him with resentment. "Get out, just leave. I never wish to see you again in this lifetime." Turning away, she approached Zhou Hong, pleading, "You must believe that your mother loves you. You must trust me." Zhou Hong ignored her, lying quietly on the ground, devoid of any spark of life in his eyes. Yi Lingyu reached out to tug at Zhou Hong. "Please speak to your mother. Do not disregard me." Yet, he remained unmoving, his expression showing no sign of change. Zhou Xuan stood by, observing Yi Lingyu's display of maternal affection, his heart filled with disdain. After a while, a violent commotion echoed in the ears of the three. As the protective array of the secret chamber was breached, even the array plate fracturing, Yi Juanxiao's voice thundered like a storm. "Yi Lingyu, if you dare to lay a finger on Xian'er, you shall no longer be my daughter." In the next moment, Yi Juanxiao's figure appeared within the chamber. Immediately spotting Zhou Xuan standing there, he rushed to Zhou Xuan's side, scrutinizing him closely from head to toe. "Xian'er, are you unharmed?" As he spoke, he seized Zhou Xuan's wrist, beginning to examine his well-being. Upon discovering that Zhou Xuan was unharmed, he exhaled deeply, filled with exasperation. "Damn it. I was deceived by that scoundrel, Zhou Qingcong. He lured me away, allowing Yi Lingyu to capture you. Thankfully, you are safe. Otherwise, grandfather would be consumed by guilt." Listening to Yi Juanxiao's remorseful words, Zhou Xuan felt a warmth in his heart and reassured, "Grandfather, do not worry. I am unscathed." Yi Juanxiao then turned his gaze toward Yi Lingyu and the expressionless Zhou Hong, bewildered. Logically, this should not be the case. Zhou Qingcong and your mother hold Zhou Hong in such high regard. They should not have let this happen. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuan sighed deeply, saying, "Grandfather, I too feel as if this is a dream. When mother brought me here, she had no intention of transferring my innate essence to my brother. Rather, she claimed that my brother had become incapacitated and wished for me to return to the Zhou family. They even promised to nurture me properly, to make me the heir of the Zhou family." Yi Juanxiao, astonished by this revelation, regarded Yi Lingyu with incredulity. "Lingyu, I remember you were not like this before. Why did you become increasingly self-righteous and selfish?" At that moment, Zhou Xuan interjected, "Perhaps it is due to my father's influence. After all, they are mutually enamored. My father must possess qualities that attracted my mother, prompting her to emulate him." This statement was utterly fabricated, yet it mattered little, as Zhou Xuan uttered it merely to provoke. Yi Lingyu turned and glared furiously at Zhou Xuan. "Get out. Go far away, and do not let me see you again." Zhou Xuan inhaled deeply and replied, "Mother, I have said that some truths must be disclosed to my brother. Your repeated deceit will only prolong his suffering, trapping him in a quagmire of anguish." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyu seemed to be provoked, shouting at Zhou Xuan, "Leave. Our affairs do not concern you. Just go." Zhou Xuan shook his head in response, stating, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave now. Do take some time to reflect." Yi Juanxiao also scoffed. "You rebellious daughter, ponder this well. The situation has escalated to this point because of whom? Do not constantly shift the blame onto the two children." Having said that, he grasped Zhou Xuan's shoulder and departed. Upon reaching the ground, Zhou Xuan surveyed the surroundings and was appalled to find that the Zhou family had been utterly devastated. Once, the Zhou family spanned an area of 100,000 miles, with the main house and its affiliated powers flourishing, buildings rising in orderly fashion, resembling a vast metropolis. Yet now, only shattered walls remained, countless corpses littering the ground, the earth stained crimson with blood. Lin Zhantian and the 12 quasi-emperors, upon seeing Yi Junxiao emerge, hurriedly returned, cupping their fists in greeting. Foster father. Yi Junxiao, gazing at the desolation beneath him as if oblivious, merely raised a hand and declared, Xian'er has been rescued, and he is unharmed. Let us depart. Upon hearing Yi Junxiao's words, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Xian'er is unharmed. That is splendid news. We shall depart now. This time, we must enhance our vigilance and ensure that no harm befalls Xian'er again. The frustration towards the Zhou family's audacious elders surged within, prompting thoughts of annihilating them without hesitation. Surrounded by a formidable assembly of 1 emperor and 12 quasi-emperors, Zhou Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such power at his side, who could pose a threat to him in this world? As he contemplated this, memories of those he had previously encountered in the Phoenix nest resurfaced. Most of them had suffered injuries at his hands, yet he had refrained from taking their lives. Now that matters concerning Zhou Heng were settled, it seemed fitting to settle scores with them. Turning to Yi Junxiao, he stated, Grandfather, during my time in the Phoenix nest, many sought my demise. On several occasions, I narrowly escaped peril. I find it unbearable and yearn for vengeance. Yi Junxiao, a figure forged through countless battles and bloodshed, was not one to show mercy. His brow furrowed in concern. Xian'er, are you implying that numerous individuals assaulted you in the Phoenix nest? Zhou Xuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, at one point, over 30 adept individuals besieged me, all of whom surpassed my own cultivation. How foolish of them, Yi Junxiao mused, recognizing that these individuals were under Zhou Heng's command. Bound by familial ties, he could not strike against Zhou Heng directly, yet he could certainly deal with these assailants. Here is the plan. Once we return, prepare yourself. I shall have Zhang Tian accompany you. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on you will be executed without exception. I want everyone to understand the dire consequences of targeting Xian'er. Chapter 51. What are you, to be worthy of being my woman? Upon returning to his residence, Zhou Xuan did not wait long. He summoned Feng Yu and Yu Ruo Shuang, then departed with Lin Zhantian. Once again, they traveled by airship, accompanied by a contingent of hidden dragon guards. Lin Zhantian approached Zhou Xuan. Where shall we venture first, young Xian? Zhou Xuan pondered briefly and produced a piece of paper from his possession, declaring, Let us first visit the Moonlight's sacred land, for their saintess, Zhao Feishu, harbors an intense animosity towards me. Very well, we shall proceed to the Moonlight sacred land. At the Moonlight sacred land, all who had participated in the Phoenix Nest expedition and survived had returned, including Zhao Feishu. However, she appeared troubled, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic. During the Phoenix Nest event, she had faced Zhou Xuan in combat and had been decisively defeated. Unsatisfied with her loss, she approached Zhou Heng, informing him of Yu Ruo Shuang's association with Zhou Xuan. This revelation incensed Zhou Heng, who, in a fit of rage, sought to confront Zhou Xuan. Zhao Feishu had anticipated Zhou Xuan's downfall, yet to her astonishment, not only had he vanquished all who attempted to ambush him, but he had also incapacitated Zhou Heng. This turn of events frightened her, while she was indeed envious of Yu Ruo Shuang and aspired to marry Zhou Heng. She did not wish for her life to be forfeit. After all, she had previously rejected Zhou Xuan's proposal and now found herself directly confronting him, fully aware that he must harbor deep resentment towards her. As the thought of potential retribution from Zhou Xuan crossed her mind, she felt a sense of unease. At that moment, her master, a woman in her 30s exuding maturity and grace, approached her. Feishu, what troubles you? You appear quite distracted. Zhao Feishu lifted her gaze, inhaled deeply, and replied, Master, I may have caused some trouble. The esteemed Ling Zhen paused, her expression growing serious as she inquired. What has transpired? Please elaborate for your master. Zhao Feishu sighed and recounted the events. Before entering the Phoenix Nest, Prince Zhou Heng summoned us to discuss a matter, stating he intended to capture Zhou Xuan within the Phoenix Nest, and I was involved. She relayed the details to Ling Zhen, devoid of personal emotions or biases. After listening to Zhao Feishu, Ling Zhen pondered briefly before smiling. I was expecting something far more grave. Is this all? Zhao Feishu, puzzled, responded, Master, Zhou Xuan is backed by the Northern Heavenly Emperor, Yi Junxiao. Are you not concerned about potential retaliation? Ling Jin shook her head with a smile. Even if he wished for revenge, he must first have the means to survive. Zhao Fei Shui remained perplexed. Master, what do you mean? Ling Jun gently patted her head and explained, you just mentioned that Zhou Xian incapacitated Prince Zhou Hong. Do you believe that Emperor Zhou Qingsong will simply stand by? Remember, Zhou Heng's original intention was to seize Zhou Xian's innate essence. Now that he has failed and his own essence has been damaged, Emperor Zhou Qingsong will surely intervene personally to capture Zhou Xian and extract his essence to bestow upon Zhou Hong. As Ling Jun spoke, Zhao Fei Shui's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, Zhou Xian had rendered Zhou Hong powerless, and Emperor Zhou Qingsong would not let this pass without action. Even if Zhou Xian had not yet been apprehended, he would undoubtedly be under Zhou Qingsong's vigilant watch. If he dared to reveal himself, capture would be imminent. With this realization, Zhao Fei Shui's anxiety dissipated. Master, it appears I was overthinking. Thank you for your guidance. Ling Jun chuckled lightly. You tend to overthink, my dear. Now, set those worries aside and focus on your cultivation. After exchanging a few more words, Ling Jun prepared to depart. However, just as she stood, a thunderous voice resonated through the air. Yuehua Sacred Land. Surrender your saintess, Zhao Fei Shui. A formidable aura enveloped the entire Yuehua Sacred Land. Ling Jun's expression shifted to one of alarm. What? A quasi-emperor. She looked up to see a flying vessel descending slowly, emblazoned with a large character for Yi. Her legs weakened. This is the flying vessel of Emperor Yi Junxiao. Could it be that Zhou Xian is aboard? Zhao Fei Shui's previously calmed heart surged with trepidation once more. Gripped by fear, she clutched Ling Jun's arm, her legs trembling. Master, Zhou Xian has come to settle the score. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Jun, the master, swallowed hard and said, Swear, let us seek out Zhou Xian and implore him for mercy. Zhao Fei Shui shook her head and replied, Master, I am already intent on killing him. How could he possibly spare me? Ling Jun took a deep breath and continued, Schwerer. Do you not recall the events of over a month ago when Zhou Xian came to propose? This indicates his desire for you. If you agree to become his woman, he is likely to spare your life. Upon hearing her master's words, Zhao Fei Shui's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Zhou Xian had previously sought her hand in marriage, indicating his interest. Her prior disinterest stemmed from his perceived inadequacies, but now, with Zhou Xian possessing the extraordinary chaotic divine demon body, aligning with him would not be a loss at all. Just then, Lin Zhantian's voice echoed once more. In 3 breaths' time, if Zhao Fei Shui has not arrived at the flying vessel, I shall annihilate the Moonlight Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, Ling Jun wasted no time, seizing Zhao Fei Shui's hand and transporting them directly to the flying vessel. At that moment, several high-ranking officials from the Moonlight Sacred Land, including the sovereign, the Grand Elder, and other elders, were already present aboard the vessel. Zhao Fei Shui's gaze swept past these individuals to Zhou Xian, who was seated upon a chair crafted from azure jade, flanked by Feng Yu and Yu Ruxiang, surrounded by a squad of hidden dragon guards, all exuding the aura of saints, even great saints. The sovereign of the Moonlight Sacred Land approached, trembling, and addressed Zhou Xian. Zhou, young master, may I inquire what business you have with the saintess? Zhou Xian cast a sidelong glance at the sovereign and stated, Your saintess attempted to kill me within the phoenix nest. I have come today for retribution. The sovereign shuddered at this revelation and hastily distanced himself from Zhao Fei Shui, declaring, Young master, we were completely unaware of this matter. It was entirely Zhao Fei Shui's own initiative and has no relation to us. Understanding their intent to abandon Zhao Fei Shui, Zhou Xian felt a surge of clarity. Zhao Fei Shui, however, gazed at the sovereign in disbelief, unable to fathom their readiness to forsake her so easily, despite her unwavering loyalty to the sacred land. Once she became Zhou Xian's woman, she vowed to make the sacred land regret their decision. Resolving herself, she gracefully approached Zhou Xian, saying, Young master, my actions within the phoenix nest were indeed misguided, yet I was compelled by circumstance. I wish to atone. If you would allow it, I am willing to stay by your side as your servant." With newfound confidence, she looked at Zhou Xuan, convinced he would not refuse her proposition. As anticipated, a faint smile graced Zhou Xian's lips. "You wish to stay by my side? To become my woman?" Zhao Feishue thought to herself that Zhou Xian indeed favored her appearance. With a shy nod, she replied sweetly, "Yes, young master." However, in the next moment, Zhou Xian's expression darkened. "What are you, to presume to be my woman?" Chapter 52. "I have come to annihilate your lineage." Zhou Xian's words were icy, devoid of any emotion, leaving Zhao Feishue momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? She thought, incredulous at his rejection. "Zhou Xiao, please do not jest with me. You previously proposed to me," Zhao Feishue implored. Zhou Xian regarded her with a frigid gaze, retorting, "My earlier overture was merely a concession to your pleasing exterior. Surely, you do not believe I harbor any genuine affection for you? There are countless individuals of greater beauty, such as my companion, Zhou Xuan, whose allure surpasses yours. Pray tell, what makes you think I will be drawn to you?" Panic engulfed Zhao Feishue's countenance. No, Zhou Xiao, please do not frighten me. I promise to be your woman, to remain by your side and serve you diligently. Please do not be angry." Zhou Xian slowly shook his head, aware that no matter what he said, Zhao Feishue would not relent. For her, becoming his woman was her final avenue of survival. With a cold smirk, Zhou Xian commanded, "Let us proceed to the Zhao family's residence." A flicker of anxiety crossed Zhao Feishue's mind, yet she concealed it well, merely inquiring, "Zhou Xiao, are you intending to propose formally to my family? It is truly unnecessary. I can handle this matter myself." However, Zhou Xian chose not to engage with her further, maintaining a stoic silence as he remained seated. Nearby, the high-ranking officials of the Moonlight's sacred domain stood in apprehensive silence, fully aware of Zhou Xian's true intentions: murder. Perhaps only Zhao Feishue was unwilling or too fearful to contemplate his actual motives, especially since the target of his wrath was none other than herself. Before long, the flying vessel arrived over a city named Baishui City. This small town was home to Zhao Feishue's family, the Zhao clan, which, despite its modest size, had gained considerable influence in recent years due to Zhao Feishue's standing as the Holy Maiden. Even the city lord dared not cross the Zhao family lightly. As the grand vessel descended, the townsfolk noted its impressive length, speculating, "What a magnificent flying vessel. It must be headed to the Zhao family. Is that not obvious?" "The Zhao family's young lady is the only holy maiden in Baishui City," another remarked. "The Zhao family is truly fortunate. I wish I could have such a daughter." Dream on. What you desire exists only in fantasy. The vessel hovered above the Zhao residence before gently landing. The Zhao family, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in excitement, hastily spreading the news. Soon, every member of the Zhao clan gathered beneath the flying vessel, standing respectfully in anticipation of its descent. With a thud, the vessel landed securely. A man in his 40s, Zhao Minghan, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Zhao Minghan, along with the entire Zhao family, pays homage to the esteemed immortal." The rest of the Zhao family echoed his sentiments. "We greet the immortal." Inside the vessel, Zhao Feishue, upon hearing her family's words, was consumed by dread. She quickly turned to Zhou Xian, pleading, "Zhou Xiao, I beg you, spare my family. They are innocent. If you grant them mercy, I shall do anything you desire." Zhou Xian cast her a cold glance, ignoring her plea as he rose and walked to the bow of the vessel, gazing downwards. The Zhao family was not large, comprising fewer than 100 members. Zhao Minghan, upon seeing Zhou Xian's youthful visage, was momentarily perplexed. Why had such a young man arrived? Zhou Xian turned around and said, "Those from the Moonlight's sacred land, come here." The Lord of the Moonlight's sacred land and other high-ranking officials approached cautiously, respectfully inquiring, "What instructions do you have, young Master Zhou?" At that moment, Zhao Minghan also noticed a few individuals from the Moonlight's sacred land, most of whom he recognized, courtesy of Zhao Feishue's introduction. The confusion on his face dissipated, replaced by a faint smile. "Zhao Minghan has the honor of meeting you all." The Lord of the Moonlight remained silent, continuing to gaze at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xuan observed the Zhao family, who were oblivious to the situation, and a slight smile graced his lips as he addressed them. Esteemed members of the Zhao family, I have come here to discuss a matter with you. All members of the Zhao family raised their heads to look at Zhou Xuan. They did not know who he was. But upon witnessing the deference shown by the individuals from the Moonlight's sacred land, they quickly understood that Zhou Xuan was undoubtedly a person of great stature. Zhao Minghan took a deep breath and asked, "Might I inquire what advice this young master has?" "Advice?" Zhou Xuan scoffed. "Do you believe you are worthy?" The expressions of the Zhao family members changed instantly. It seemed the other party was here to provoke them. Zhao Minghan felt a pang of fear, aware that their family's current standing was reliant on the backing of the Moonlight's sacred land, which appeared as mere subordinates in Zhou Xian's presence. If Zhou Xian wished to deal with them, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Zhao Minghan, trembling, said, "Young master, may I ask what shortcomings our Zhao family possesses?" Zhou Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. I'm too weary to beat around the bush. Your daughter, Zhao Feishue, harbored intentions to take my life, and I have come to eradicate your family." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's words, the faces of the Zhao family turned pale. "No, young master. Surely there is some misunderstanding? Indeed, our Feishue is the saintess of the Moonlight's sacred land. How could she possibly commit such acts? Young master, we were unaware of this matter. Why must it involve us?" Zhou Xian disregarded their pleas for mercy and turned to Ling Zhen, "The master, you are Zhao Feishue's mentor. Thus, it falls upon you to take action and eliminate the Zhao family." Hearing this, Zhao Feishue hurriedly fell at Zhou Xian's feet, desperately pleading, "Young master, I am sorry. I understand my mistakes now. Please grant me another chance. I swear I shall never oppose you again. I beg of you, young master." Zhou Xian frowned, kicking Zhao Feishue aside, and looked back at Ling Zhen. "Will you not act?" Ling Zhen took a deep breath and replied, "Young master, Feishue is my disciple. I cannot bring myself to do such a thing. I ask for your understanding." "Understanding?" Zhou Xian's expression darkened. "If you wish for my understanding, Zhao Feishue should never have acted against me in the first place. I will offer you one more chance. Will you proceed, or will you not?" Zhao Feishue looked pleadingly at Ling Zhen. "Master, please, I beg of you, do not." Ling Zhen, seeing his beloved disciple in such a state, sighed deeply. "Young master, I implore you not to force my hand." Zhou Xian let out a cold laugh. "Very well, I shall not force your hand. Vigny, illuminateher." Aunt Qin extended her hand, with sparks of light emanating from her fingertips. Ling Zhen panicked and urgently exclaimed, "Young master, you just said you would not force my hand." Zhou Xian grinned at her, stating, "Once a life has departed, I can no longer impose my will upon the unwilling." As he sensed the increasingly intense aura of bloodlust emanating from Aunt Qin, Master Ling Zhen felt herself teetering on the brink of despair. "Zhou, please cease your actions. I concede to your terms," she implored. Zhou Xian's gaze remained icy as he replied, "It is too late." In the next instant, a beam of light pierced through Master Ling Zhen's skull, resulting in a resounding explosion akin to that of a rotten watermelon. Zhou Xian then turned his attention to the Lord of the Moonlight's sacred land, commanding, "Lord, it is your turn to eliminate the Zhao family." Chapter 53. Sending your saintess on her journey, the Lord of the Moonlight sacred land shuddered, feigning calmness as she looked at Zhou Xian. "Zhou, Zhou Xian interrupted with a wave of his hand, stating, "You have 3 breaths. If you do not act within that time, then you shall share their fate." Zhao Feishue lunged forward, wailing in desperation, "Lord, please no." The Lord cast a glance at Zhao Feishue, saying, "Feishue, I must bear responsibility for the entire sacred land. I'm sorry." Taking a deep breath, she gradually ascended, her presence emanating a fierce energy as she gazed upon the Zhao family below. "Kneel," she commanded. A formidable pressure radiated forth, akin to a mountain, bearing down upon the Zhao family. Lacking the strength to withstand the Lord's imposing aura, they reluctantly knelt one by one, their hearts filled with resentment. Zhao Minghan pleaded incessantly, "Lord, I beg you, spare us. We are willing to make any reparations." Standing at the edge of the flying vessel, Zhou Xian remarked, Your meager offerings do not interest me. Thus, you shall pay with your lives." He then addressed the Lord of the Moonlight's sacred land. "Proceed, but remember, take them one by one, executing one every 3 breaths." "Understood, Zhou," she replied hastily. Looking down at the kneeling Zhao family, she inhaled deeply, extending her finger as a brilliant light erupted, descending upon one of the Zhao family members. In an instant, the individual was obliterated, transforming into a mist of crimson. "No, please no!" Zhao Feishue shrieked in terror, rushing forward. "Lord, I implore you, do not." The Lord regarded her and said, "Feishue, your pleas should be directed at Zhou, not me." Zhao Feishue turned her gaze toward Zhou Xuan, repeatedly beseeching, "Zhou, I beg you, spare my family. I am willing to serve you as a maid for life. I assure you, I remain pure. Zhou, I implore your mercy. Please spare my family." Zhou Xuan coldly regarded Zhao Feishue, stating, "You should have anticipated such consequences the moment you chose to act against me." He turned to a hidden dragon guard, instructing, "Bring Miss Zhao along. Let her witness the demise of her family." The hidden dragon guard bowed, replying, "Yes, young master." He cast a glance at Zhao Feishue before stepping towards her. "Miss Zhao, if you would be so kind as to accompany me, I would prefer not to resort to force." Zhao Feishue, in a frenzied state, cried out, "I refuse. I will not go." The hidden dragon guard's expression hardened. "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he swiftly reached out, unleashing a beam of light that struck Zhao Feishue's dantian. A resounding thud reverberated, rendering Zhao Feishue's dantian utterly incapacitated. She felt the energy within her body dissipate like water, swiftly flowing away, instilling within her an overwhelming terror. "No, my dantian, my cultivation." The hidden dragon guard paid no heed to her plight. He grasped the nape of Zhao Feishue's neck, hoisting her to the edge of the flying vessel, forcing her to gaze down at the unfolding scene. Below, Zhao Minghan beheld his daughter, his eyes brimming with anguish. "Feishue, my dear daughter." Tears welled in Zhao Feishue's eyes. "Father, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I've brought calamity upon you." Zhao Minghan shook his head. "No one is to blame for this. We are simply too weak." I wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment, as Zhou Xuan regarded Zhao Minghan with admiration. "You speak wisely. This world is governed by strength. If one possesses power, even the unjust can appear justified. If one is weak, one can only pray to avoid mistakes." Zhao Minghan looked at Zhou Xuan, inhaling deeply. "Young master, I implore you, spare my daughter." Zhou Xuan scoffed. "I did not come here to hear your pleas. I have come to annihilate." With that, he turned to the holy master of the Moonlight's sacred land. "How long has it been, and you have only claimed a few lives?" The holy master trembled in fright. "Apologies, young master Zhou. I saw you were speaking and dared not interrupt. I shall act immediately." She extended her hand, a flash of light illuminating the air, and another member of the Zhao family was obliterated into a mist of blood. Zhao Feishue screamed anew, her eyes alight with hatred as she glared at Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, may you meet a woeful end." Zhou Xuan chuckled derisively. "I cannot predict my own fate, but you certainly shall not witness it." As 3 breaths passed, the holy master struck again, eliminating yet another Zhao descendant. The Zhao family seemed to grasp their impending doom, abandoning their pleas for mercy and instead directing curses at Zhou Xuan. "You tyrant, there shall come a day when you too will face a similar fate. The cycle of heaven and earth will ensure your demise. We shall watch you perish from the depths of the underworld." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xuan could not suppress his laughter. "How amusing! They genuinely believe I will one day encounter the same fate. It appears they are oblivious to the magnitude of my background." He turned to Zhao Feishue. "I wonder, Princess, would you care to enlighten them about my lineage? Let them see if anyone in this world possesses a background more formidable than mine." Zhao Feishue closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. How could she explain? Should she tell her family that Zhou Xuan's background is celestial, that his father is an emperor, albeit one who does not favor him, and that his maternal grandfather is also an emperor who dotes on him immensely? No one in this world could threaten Zhou Xuan's status through lineage. Observing Zhao Feishue's distress, Zhao Mingyan's heart sank further. He seemed to understand that Zhou Xian's background was insurmountable. No one in this world could rival his strength. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly bereft of hope. Just moments ago, he had been cursing his adversary, wishing that Zhou Xian would provoke someone beyond his means, leading to an outcome reminiscent of his own household's demise. Though this hope was tenuous, it had not been entirely absent. Yet now, even that flicker of solace had vanished. The Moonlight Saint, like a relentless automaton, extended her hand every 3 breaths to extinguish a life. Gradually, the Zhao family diminished in number. Zhao Feishue ceased her struggles and accusations. Instead, she wore a vacant expression, her eyes devoid of focus as she beheld the unfolding horror. Finally, as Zhao Minghan was obliterated, she stirred slightly, uttering, "Father, father, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Zhou Xian turned to her, sighed, and said, "Enough, do not grieve too deeply. After all, the dead cannot be revived. I shall assist you." Zhao Feishue glared at Zhou Xian, spitting in contempt. "Begone, you demon. I do not require your assistance." Zhou Xian's lips curled into a slight smirk. "You must accept my aid, for my assistance entails reuniting you with your family. Moonlight Saint, send your saintess on her journey." Chapter 54. The consequences of choosing the wrong side. The Moonlight Saint closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and said, "Feishue, I am truly sorry, but I have no other choice." Slowly, she raised her hand and struck Zhao Feishue's forehead with a force that shattered her once beautiful head. She stared blankly at the lifeless form of Zhao Feishue, her emotions a tumultuous mix. After all, Zhao Feishue was a prodigious talent, meticulously nurtured by their holy land, and to perish in such a manner was a tragic irony. Observing the Moonlight Saint's demeanor, Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "Saint, it appears you are rather reluctant." The Moonlight Saint jolted, nearly forgetting the presence of this harbinger of doom. She quickly replied, "I apologize, Zhou. I have been overly sentimental. I did not intend to elicit sympathy for Zhao Feishue." Zhou Xian did not respond immediately, but fell into contemplation, his fingers gently tapping on the ship's railing. The Moonlight Saint, witnessing this, felt her heart race and hurriedly said, "Zhou, I assure you, I meant no offense. I was merely reflecting." Zhou Xian inhaled deeply and stated, "Moonlight Saint, excessive sentimentality is detrimental to the governance of a holy land." The Moonlight Saint swiftly responded, "I understand, Zhou. I too have sensed my inadequacies in managing the Holy Land lately. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall abdicate and focus solely on cultivation, relinquishing all responsibilities." Zhou Xian withdrew his hand, coldly asserting, "A wise choice indeed. In light of this, I shall refrain from further discourse. Remember, before your thoughts manifest into reality, consider whether you possess the requisite strength." The Moonlight Saint nodded eagerly, resembling a chastised schoolgirl, and reassured, "Rest easy, Zhou. I have recognized my shortcomings." Zhou Xian gently acknowledged with a soft hum, saying, "Very well, I shall not keep you any longer. You may return on your own. I must proceed to the next destination to continue my quest for vengeance." The Moonlight Holy Master inhaled deeply and replied, "Then I shall not disturb you any further." Young Zhou, with that, she took the lead, soaring from the flying vessel and swiftly departing towards the Moonlight Holy Land. The other high-ranking officials of the Moonlight Holy Land also bowed to Zhou Xian before ascending into the sky, making their way towards the same destination. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Xian, appearing nonchalant, turned around and retrieved a piece of parchment crafted from the hide of a magical beast. This paper was not only remarkably resilient, but also impervious to water and fire. Zhou Xian glanced at it and remarked, "The next target is the Sword Inquiry sect. Zhang Changya." In truth, Zhou Xian was beginning to lose recollection of who Zhang Changya was. But what did it matter? As long as one had committed the initial transgression, they must face the consequences. He addressed Aunt Qin. "Aunt Qin, let us proceed to the Sword Inquiry sect." Aunt Qin nodded in agreement. "Very well." The flying vessel gradually ascended and swiftly headed towards the Sword Inquiry sect. Behind Zhou Xian, Moon Ruoshuang bit her lip and softly inquired, Zhou Xuan. Why must you pursue this course of action? Zhou Xuan turned to face her, responding, And what do you believe I ought to do? Moon Ruo Shuang took a deep breath and suggested, I believe there's no need to kill so many people. Simply send someone to deliver a warning and impose some penalties regarding resources. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Xuan could not help but chuckle softly, shaking his head slowly. Moon Ruo Shuang, somewhat perplexed, asked, Zhou Xuan, do you not agree with my perspective? Zhou Xuan did not hide his sentiments. He nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I do not concur with your view. You, being a prodigy at such a young age, were recognized as a saintess upon entering the Yinyang Holy Land, garnering immense respect from most. However, I am different. I was once deemed worthless, unloved by my parents. Although my grandfather acknowledged me as the young master, many still looked down upon me, just as they did when they followed Zhou Hong to confront me. Zhou Xuan fixed a cold gaze upon Moon Ruo Shuang, asserting, I am not like you. My reputation is obscure, and thus many underestimate me. I must employ formidable measures to establish my own renown. Aunt Qi nodded in agreement, affirming, What Xianer says is correct. He was indeed unknown to the masses and must utilize such tactics to assert his authority. Moon Ruo Shuang remained unconvinced, stating, But if that is the case, no one will dare to spar with you in the future. Zhou Xuan smirked, I wholeheartedly welcome sparring. However, do you consider this situation to be a mere spar? It was clearly an attempt on my life by that group. He reassured her, rest assured. As long as one harbors no fear, there will always be those willing to engage in competition. Yet, should anyone wish to bring harm upon me, they must think carefully. Moon Ruo Shuang nodded, falling silent, uncertain of her agreement with Zhou Xuan's assertions. The flying vessel soon arrived at the Sword Inquiry Sect. Before the hidden dragon guards could announce their presence, the high-ranking officials of the Sword Inquiry Sect hurriedly emerged. They were not foolish. Upon seeing the flying vessel, they recognized it was the envoy of the Northern Emperor. The sect leader, an elderly man with a bushy beard, addressed them. We were unaware of the Northern Emperor's envoy visiting. Please forgive our lack of proper reception. Aunt Qin slowly stepped forward, saying today, The one inquiring about the sword sect is our young master, Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan walked beside Aunt Qin, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, casting a cold gaze upon the high-ranking members of the sword sect. The bearded sect leader's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly replied, Ah, it is indeed an honor to have young Master Zhou in our presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Zhou Xuan nodded slightly and remarked, Yes, please rise. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Where is your swordsman, Zhang Changya? The bearded leader quickly responded, I must report to young Master Zhou that our swordsman Zhang Changya was severely injured at Phoenix Nest a couple of days ago. His limbs are shattered, and he is currently recuperating. Zhou Xuan nodded, realizing that Zhang Changya had not disclosed the details of his injury to the sword sect. However, it mattered not, as he would inform them himself. He glanced at the sect leader and stated, Your swordsman was injured by me. The bearded leader's heart sank. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Xuan had come for revenge. Thus, he hastily said, Young Master Zhou, we were unaware of the conflict between you and Zhang Changya. Zhou Xuan's expression remained indifferent. In truth, it is rather trivial. Your swordsman, Zhang Changya, was persuaded by my brother, Zhou Hong, to attempt to kill me. If your swordsman had challenged me one-on-one, I would have said nothing, but the fact that he conspired with over 10 others to ambush me is something I cannot tolerate. Upon hearing this, the bearded leader felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. Both Zhou Hong and Zhou Xuan were individuals they could not afford to offend. Accepting Zhou Heng's invitation to surround Zhou Xuan was unavoidable, for to refuse would mean incurring Zhou Heng's wrath. Yet, assisting Zhou Hong had now led to offending Zhou Xuan. He sighed and said, Young master, we were compelled to act as we did. We could not refuse the invitation of Prince Zhou Hong. Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, I do not intend to place blame on you. I merely believe that if one chooses a side, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Zhang Changya chose the wrong side, and thus he must bear the repercussions. This is only natural. Chapter 55, The Sword Sect. I shall annihilate it. Zhou Xian's words undoubtedly pronounced a verdict on Zhang Changya's fate. His outcome was beyond alteration. The bearded leader felt his shoulders sag, as if all strength had drained from him. He slowly nodded. Young Master Zhou is correct. Once one has acted in such a manner, one must accept the responsibility. He turned to a middle-aged man behind him and instructed, "Go fetch Changya." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and replied, "Understood, sect leader. I shall bring him at once." Transforming into a streak of sword light, he departed into the depths of the sword sect. After a short while, the middle-aged man returned, accompanied by a young man. The young man's movements appeared awkward, and his skin was exceedingly tender, resembling that of an infant, clearly indicating he had only recently developed. Upon seeing Zhou Xian, Zhang Changya's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, hands clasped behind his back, regarded him coolly. "Oh, you still recognize me. I thought you might have forgotten." Zhang Changya took a deep breath and said, "Zhou Xiao, you've arrived?" Zhou Xian's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he replied, "You should be aware of the reason for my visit." Zhang Changya trembled and suddenly fell to his knees, fearfully pleading, "Zhou Xiao, I'm sorry, I realize my mistakes. Please spare me. I will surely follow your lead in the future." Zhou Xian glanced at him and slowly shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid I do not require anyone to accompany me at this moment. Moreover, I am here to ensure you pay the price, not to listen to your confessions." In an instant, Zhang Changya felt as though all the bones in his body had been pulled away, leaving him limp on the ground. Zhou Xian showed no sign of compassion, commanding, "Take him away to the Zhang family." Zhang Changya suddenly comprehended Zhou Xian's intentions and hurriedly exclaimed, "Zhou Xiao, please, just kill me. Spare my family from suffering. I beg you." Zhou Xian coldly regarded him, stating, "You lack the qualifications to plead with me here. Qini, proceed to the Zhang family. By the way, inquire if the Wanjian sect wishes to accompany us." The bearded sect leader's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he said, "Zhou Xiao, we shall not accompany you." Zhou Xian looked at him and remarked, "Old man, I understand that Zhang Changya is your disciple, and perhaps his talent is remarkable. Yet he is merely a disciple, and the Wanjian sect's interests must come first." These words were laced with an unmistakable threat. The bearded sect leader's heart raced, and he quickly assured, "Zhou Xiao, rest assured, I will harbor no grievances against you." Zhou Xian gazed at him meaningfully, adding, "It would be best otherwise. The Wanjian sect may find its existence rendered obsolete." The bearded leader immediately bowed his head, hastily declaring, "I dare not." Zhou Xian chose not to speak further, instead turning his attention to the other members of the Wanjian sect, who all kept their heads bowed, obscuring their expressions. However, Zhou Xian was indifferent to them, lightly waving his hand as the flying boat slowly departed, taking Zhang Changya away. Once Zhou Xian and his group had distanced themselves, a man clad in a blue robe, exuding a sharp aura, emerged from the Wanjian sect. He approached the bearded sect leader and said, "Shi Xiang, I wish to withdraw from the Wanjian sect." The sect leader looked at him, his brows tightly knitted, and asked, "Chun Feng, do you seek vengeance against Zhou Xian?" The man named Chun Feng nodded, "No. I merely wish to reclaim my disciple. I cannot bear to watch my beloved apprentice perish at their hands. Changya has grown under my guidance, and I have taught him all his skills. Now, witnessing him being taken away is unbearable." The sect leader sighed and said, "Have you thought this through? If you go, the likelihood of rescuing Changya is slim, and your own survival is doubtful." Chun Feng smiled faintly and replied, "I have made up my mind. If I do not go, my sword heart will be tarnished, and my progress and cultivation will be stifled henceforth." The sect leader, upon hearing this, could only acquiesce, stating, "In that case, go ahead. But remember, the Wanjian sect will not seek vengeance on your behalf." Chun Feng clasped his fists and said, "I understand, Shi Xiao. I shall take my leave now." The sect leader sighed once more and waved his hand, saying, "Go." He turned around, accompanied by others, and returned to the sword inquiry sect. His once straight posture now slightly stooped. Chun Feng pursed his lips, turned, and gazed in the direction where Zhou Xian and the others had departed, transforming into a beam of sword light as he swiftly pursued them. Meanwhile, Aboard the flying vessel, Zhang Changye was desperately pleading with Zhou Xuan. Young Master Zhou, I implore you, spare my family. They are innocent and know nothing of this. Zhou Xuan glanced at him and replied, Why should I spare them? Have they not benefited from your prestige? Zhang Changye opened his mouth to respond. Indeed, they have gained certain advantages due to my status. But they are unaware of this matter. Zhou Xuan chuckled softly, saying, Have you ever heard the saying shared glory and shared loss? Since your family has benefited from your connections, who can guarantee that in the future they won't harbor resentment towards me? What if others from your family seek vengeance against me later? While I am not afraid of retribution, I dislike complications. Thus, it is best to eradicate any potential threats. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, despair overtook Zhang Changye, and he slumped to the ground, feeling as if his bones had turned to jelly. No, it shouldn't be like this, young Master Zhou. This was all forced upon me by Zhou Hong. Zhou Xuan nodded, saying, I am aware, but Zhou Hong has already been incapacitated and has received his due punishment. Now, I'm solely here to deal with you. Zhang Changye was at a loss for words, bowing his head in silence. Just as he fell into complete despair, a streak of sword light swiftly overtook them, positioning itself before the flying vessel. As the light dissipated, Chun Feng stood there, expressionless, wielding a cerulean longsword. Young Master Zhou, I kindly ask you to spare my disciple, Changye. Hearing Chun Feng's voice, Zhang Changye felt a surge of excitement and abruptly stood, shouting, Master, Master, have you come to save me? Chun Feng regarded Zhang Changye with a hint of warmth, replying, Indeed, I have come to rescue you. Zhou Xuan coldly regarded Chun Feng, asking, You are from the Sword Inquiry sect. Do you not fear that your actions may bring calamity upon your sect? Chun Feng smiled slightly, saying, Rest assured, young Master Zhou, I have severed ties with the Sword Inquiry sect. I am no longer one of them. What nonsense! Zhou Xuan could not contain his anger, exclaiming, I have just departed, and you claim to have left the sect. It is evidently a deliberate act. Let me tell you, whether you have severed ties or not, your actions today have already summoned disaster upon the Sword Inquiry sect. I shall ensure its destruction. Chapter 56. Whose rules? Returning to the Sword Inquiry sect upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Chun Feng staggered slightly, nearly collapsing as he exclaimed, No, young Master Zhou, you cannot do this. I have left the Sword Inquiry sect. I am no longer one of them. Zhou Xuan dismissed him, turning instead to a nearby hidden dragon guard. Seize him. The guard clasped his fists and replied, Yes, young master. The hidden dragon guard turned around and soared outside the flying vessel, coldly fixing his gaze on Chun Feng. Make your move, or you shall find yourself devoid of any opportunity to strike, he declared. A flicker of anger flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. He, too, was a cultivator of the sacred realm, evenly matched with the hidden dragon guard before him. Moreover, he was an extraordinarily formidable swordsman. What gave this hidden dragon guard such unwavering confidence? Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed, I will ensure that Chang Yi leaves with me today. With a fierce roar, he brandished his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards the hidden dragon guard. The guard, witnessing this onslaught, felt a tinge of disdain. Although their cultivation was on par, it did not imply that their combat prowess was equal. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes as he swiftly drew his long blade. A brilliant flash of light slicing through the air as a wave of blade energy surged forth to collide with the sword energy. The two forces clashed, and the razor-sharp blade energy ruthlessly shattered the sword energy, continuing its relentless advance towards Chun Feng. Observing this, Chun Feng's pupils dilated in shock, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. He seized his long sword once more and bellowed, You scoundrel, I shall fight you with all I have. 9 heavens, sword energy. A magnificent surge of sword energy erupted, akin to a galaxy cascading down, hurtling towards the hidden dragon guard. This sword energy effortlessly obliterated the guard's blade energy, pressing forward with an intense momentum. The hidden dragon guard, witnessing this spectacle, merely scoffed and coldly intoned, Falling Star River, / A cataclysmic wave of blade energy materialized, seemingly intent on cleaving the heavens themselves, surging towards the sword energy. The two attacks collided, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Yet swiftly, the blade energy overpowered the sword energy, crashing into Chun Feng with the swiftness of lightning. A golden radiance enveloped Chun Feng, forming a luminous shield in a desperate attempt to thwart the assault. However, all was in vain. Within the span of breath, the blade energy shattered the shield and struck Chun Feng with tremendous force. He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward as if a rag doll, flying thousands of miles away, nearly fading from sight. The hidden dragon guard let out a cold snort, vanishing from his position in an instant, only to reappear at Chun Feng's location. Grasping the guard by the collar, he swiftly transported them both onto the flying vessel. The hidden dragon guard discarded the gravely injured and barely conscious Chun Feng, clasping his fists together and stating, "Young master, the person has been brought back." Zhou Xuan nodded. "Well done." The hidden dragon guard replied, "Thank you for your praise, young master," before stepping back to stand aside. Zhou Xuan then turned his attention to Chun Feng, coldly remarking, "With your level of strength, how dare you come here to assault me?" Chun Feng, drenched in blood and exuding a feeble aura, responded, "Chang Yi is my disciple. I cannot bear to witness him being taken by you and subsequently killed." Zhou Xuan raised an eyebrow, a rather touching sentiment indeed. "Very well. Today I shall send both of you, master and disciple, to the afterlife." Having been prepared for death since his arrival, Chun Feng chose to remain silent. Zhang Changya gazed at Chun Feng with tear-filled eyes, lamenting, "Master, I am so sorry for causing you trouble." Chun Feng looked at him and replied with a smile, "Foolish child, do not utter such nonsense. This is what a master should do." However, Zhou Xuan had no time for their poignant display of master-student affection. He commanded, "Turn around. We return to the sword-questioning sect." Chun Feng's expression changed dramatically, drained of all color. "Zhou, this is solely my decision. It has nothing to do with the sword-questioning sect. You cannot vent your anger on them." Zhou Xuan shot him a cold glance, stating, "I have said it before. The moment I leave, you will sever ties with the sword-questioning sect. The others there could not be unaware of your intentions. Yet they not only failed to stop you, but even acquiesced to your demands. They are complicit in this wrongdoing. Thus, they deserve their fate." Chun Feng felt his blood run cold, taken aback by Zhou Xuan's words. He looked at Zhou and said, "Zhou, according to the rules, once I leave the sword-questioning sect, I am no longer connected to them in any way." Zhou Xuan sneered and demanded, "Whose rules? Who established this rule? Let him come forth and speak." Chun Feng found himself at a loss for words. How could he respond? It was not an explicit rule, but rather a consensus among cultivators, applicable only to opponents of equal strength. If one possessed overwhelming power, this consensus could readily be ignored. Zhou Xuan delivered a kick to Chun Feng's shoulder, asking, "What say you? Why the silence? Who formulated these rules?" Chun Feng gritted his teeth and replied, "I do not know." Zhou Xuan scoffed, "I have warned you. You shall pay a price for your foolish actions that you cannot bear." The flying vessel swiftly returned to the entrance of the sword-questioning sect. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Xuan's eyes as he commanded, "Hidden dragon guards, seal off the entire sword-questioning sect. No one is to escape." "Yes, young master." 10 hidden dragon guards disembarked from the vessel, surrounding the sect and blocking all exits. Zhou Xuan waved his hand lightly, signaling, "Proceed." "No, you cannot do this. You cannot." Chun Feng shouted in a panic. "Zhou, I was wrong. You may do as you wish with me, but please do not harm the sword-questioning sect." Zhou Xuan regarded him coldly, asking, "Do you think I am someone easy to negotiate with?" Chun Feng's expression stiffened momentarily before he pleaded, "Zhou, all the blame lies solely with me. I beg you, do not strike the sword-questioning sect." Zhou Xuan kicked him away, stating, "We are all adults. One should consider the consequences before acting." He then ordered the hidden dragon guards, attack. The 10 guards complied in unison, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming strikes upon the sword-questioning sect, reducing its interior to ruins, akin to the aftermath of a great earthquake. At that moment, furious roars erupted. "Damn it! Who dares to assault my sword-questioning sect?" A flurry of light shot forth from within the sect. The bearded sect leader, arriving nearby, spotted Zhou Xuan and the gravely injured Qinfeng. The bearded sect leader felt a tremor in his heart and clasped his hands towards Zhou Xuan, saying, "Young Master Zhou, may I inquire what transgression the sword-seeking sect has committed to warrant your return and aggression towards us?" Zhou Xuan pointed at Qinfeng and replied, "You were fully aware that this individual intended to ambush me. Yet not only did you fail to intervene, but you also colluded with him, granting him a free pass. That is your error." A flicker of fear crossed the heart of the sword-seeking sect leader as he responded, "Young Master Zhou, we did attempt to intervene, but we were utterly powerless. Qinfeng was like a madman, insisting on leaving the sword-seeking sect. Otherwise, he would have turned his ire upon us, and we had no choice but to let him go." "Excuses, mehr excuses," Zhou Xuan scoffed. "Even if he threatened you, did you truly lack the means to subdue him?" The sword-seeking sect leader faltered, at a loss for words. "Well, that," Zhou Xuan interjected, "some matters I prefer not to overemphasize. Once you resolve to act, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Eliminate him." In a blink, the captain of the hidden dragon guard stood before the sword-seeking sect leader, his long blade poised to strike at his face. Startled, the sect leader swiftly dodged, transforming into a beam of sword light as he fled into the distance. Judging by his speed, the old man possessed far greater strength than Qinfeng. However, he was up against the captain of the hidden dragon guard, a true sage-level cultivator. With a cold snort, the captain vanished from sight only to reappear behind the sword-seeking sect leader. With a swift thrust, his blade pierced through the old man's chest. "Did you truly believe you could escape?" The captain's voice echoed like a haunting specter, sending shivers down the sect leader's spine. Struggling to turn his head, he stammered, "Why you?" Before he could finish, the captain sneered and struck his palm against the sect leader's head. With a dull thud, the sect leader's skull shattered like a watermelon, juices splattering everywhere. Following the demise of the sword-seeking sect leader, two formidable auras erupted within the sect, emanating from two gaunt elders, their appearances sharp and sword-like. One of the elders rasped, "Who dares to disturb my sword-seeking sect?" Zhou Xuan slowly shook his head, remarking, "It seems these two old fools remain oblivious to their predicament. Let us send them on their way." The captain of the hidden dragon guard responded, "Understood, young master." With a cold chuckle, he transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the two elders. Sensing the sage-level aura radiating from the captain, their expressions turned grave as they regarded him. "Friend, who are you? Why do you target our sword-seeking sect?" With a derisive laugh, the captain replied, "The ones who will slay you today are from your own sword-seeking sect. There is no escape." He swung his long blade, a brilliant arc of light surging towards the two elders. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the two individuals stood resolute, undeterred by the threat before them. One of them bellowed defiantly, "Humph! If you wish to annihilate our sword inquiry sect, be prepared to pay the price." In unison, they unleashed a torrent of radiant sword light, charging fiercely towards the squad leader. The clash of blade and sword emitted a deafening roar, reverberating through the air. In the next instant, the sword energy was shredded by the onslaught of the blade's force, which struck the two old men with tremendous impact. Like lifeless husks, the elderly figures expelled a mouthful of blood, their bodies propelled backward in an instant. The squad leader snorted coldly, "Trying to flee? That would be far too lenient." His figure vanished once more, reappearing above the two ancient figures. Raising his blade high above his head, he thundered, "Perish!" A blade of light, stretching for miles, suddenly illuminated the sky. The dazzling yet perilous blade descended upon the two old men, tearing their forms asunder and enveloping them in a mist of crimson. The furious blade did not relent, continuing its savage descent upon the sword inquiry sect below. The other hidden dragon guards, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively made way, creating a clear path. With a resounding crash, the entirety of the sword inquiry sect was obliterated, leaving behind only a chasm reminiscent of a great canyon. Such was the might of the sage's strike, and it was far from his full power. Zhou Xuan observed the squad leader of the hidden dragon guards with a smirk, remarking, "This fellow certainly enjoys the limelight." Aunt Chin chuckled softly, replying, "Indeed, These individuals were personally selected by my adoptive father. Each possesses their own distinct personality. After the destruction of the Sword Inquiry sect, the Hidden Dragon Guards returned. The squad leader clasped his fists in respect towards Zhou Xuan, stating, "Young master, the Sword Inquiry sect has been eradicated." Zhou Xuan patted his shoulder approvingly. "Well done." The squad leader grinned and stepped aside. On the ground, Chun Feng, in a state of despair, watched the scene unfold, tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he muttered, "No, this cannot be. It's not real. It's all a lie." Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed with disdain. He kicked Chun Feng over, coldly declaring, "Do you see the consequences? This is the price of your heroics. What do you think you are, attempting to seize people from my grasp?" Completely unraveling, Chun Feng collapsed to the ground. Howling in anguish, "No, no, this is false. All of it is false." Zhou Xian scoffed, "Send him on his way." One of the Hidden Dragon Guards stepped forward, grasping Chun Feng by the collar and lifting him into the air. After traveling over 100 miles, he struck Chun Feng with a palm, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. Once Chun Feng was dispatched, Zhou Xian turned his gaze to Zhang Changye and said, "You are fortunate. You and your family have survived for so long." Trembling uncontrollably, Zhang Changye looked at Zhou Xian with trepidation, stammering, "Young Master Zhou, I am sorry I was wrong. Please, spare my family. I beg you." Zhou Xian inhaled deeply, stating, "Your pleas are of no consequence. Under different circumstances, I might have considered you as a subordinate, but not this time. I have come solely for the purpose of establishing my reputation through bloodshed." Turning to Aunt Qin, he added, "Let us depart." Aunt Qin nodded, activating the flying vessel as it gradually moved towards Zhang Changye's residence. As the moment approached for the Zhang Changye family, Zhou Xian cast another glance at Zhang Changye and remarked, "Though I shall not spare your family, I will ensure their departure is devoid of suffering." Aware of his inevitable demise, Zhang Changye abandoned all thoughts of pleading for mercy and glared fiercely at Zhou Xian, declaring, "Zhou Xian, may you meet a wretched end." Zhou Xian chuckled softly and replied, "Rest assured, that wish of yours shall remain unfulfilled. You may as well resign yourself to your fate." He then commanded an Hidden Dragon Guard, "Cast him down." The guard acquiesced, seizing Zhang Changye and unceremoniously hurling him from the flying vessel. Below lay the Zhang family estate. With a resounding thud, Zhang Changye struck the ground. One must admit, the physique of a cultivator is remarkably resilient, having plummeted from a height of 1,000 feet. He remained intact. This commotion instantly attracted the attention of the Zhang family members, who, upon recognizing Zhang Changye, were engulfed in panic. Zhang Changye was the cornerstone of their lineage, and it was precisely due to his status as a sword disciple of the Wujin sect that the Zhang family had attained its current prominence. Now, the shocking news of his being cast from the heavens was catastrophic. Yet, before they could report this calamity, a colossal hand suddenly appeared above, encompassing the entire Zhang family within its grasp. In the next instant, the hand descended with a thunderous crash. The once proud Zhang estate vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a vast pit, 100 feet deep. Chapter 58. She is not my mother, as the Zhang family was obliterated. Zhou Xian inquired of the Hidden Dragon Guard, "Are you certain there are no survivors?" The guard clasped his fists and replied, "Young master, I can confirm there are no survivors." Zhou Xian cast a glance at the gaping chasm below and said, "Very well, let's depart." Over the ensuing days, Zhou Xian meticulously visited each name listed on his record for a thorough cleansing. After 5 arduous days, he finally eradicated every individual inscribed upon the list. In truth, the record was not exhaustive. There were several who had besieged him but were not noted. However, that was of little consequence. Those individuals undoubtedly understood the gravity of their actions. They would certainly live in trepidation, fearful that one day he might come for them. Let them exist in a state of perpetual anxiety. It served them well. Upon completing his tasks, Zhou Xian returned to the palace of the Northern Heavenly Emperor. Yi Junxiao awaited his return in the main hall, and, upon seeing him, a smile graced his face. "Xian has returned." Zhou Xian approached and replied cheerfully, "Indeed, grandfather, I have returned." Yi Junxiao scrutinized Zhou Xian once more and remarked, You appear significantly improved, having traversed the phoenix nest and sought vengeance. You finally exhibit the demeanor of one in a position of power. Zhou Xuan quickly cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "This is all thanks to your nurturing, grandfather." Yi Junxiao chuckled and replied, "You are my grandson. I have no sons or grandsons of my own to cultivate. Who else could I nurture if not you?" Zhou Xuan vowed, "I will not disappoint your expectations, grandfather." Yi Junxiao nodded with a smile and then turned to the figure behind Zhou Xuan. "I did not expect you to have brought back the saintess of the Yinyang's sacred land, Zhou Xuan. Should we consider making her the young lady?" Zhou Xuan felt indifferent. After all, she was merely a woman, and her presence would not sway his future decisions or demeanor. Thus, he respectfully stated, "This matter is entirely at grandfather's discretion." Yi Junxiao nodded in agreement. "Very well. In that case, I shall take the lead. Zhou Xuan shall marry you and assume the role of young lady." Zhou Xuan turned to Zhou Xuan and said, "Aren't you going to thank grandfather?" Originally, Zhou Xuan believed she would be just another ordinary member of Zhou Xuan's harem. Yet she was astonished to find herself elevated to such a prestigious position. Although she was already Zhou Xuan's, it did not mean she was content with that alone. Hearing this declaration, she graciously responded, "Thank you, Emperor Yi, for your immense kindness. I shall diligently assist my husband, encouraging his aspirations and ensuring the affairs behind him are well managed." Yi Junxiao nodded approvingly and looked at Zhou Xuan, saying, "Now that this matter is settled, Xian'er, you should prepare a betrothal gift and visit the Yinyang sacred land to discuss the wedding date with them. My grandson's wedding must be a grand affair." Zhou Xuan replied with a smile, "Thank you, grandfather. By the way, what about the previous engagement between Zhou Xuan and Zhou Hong?" Yi Junxiao shot Zhou Xuan a bemused glance. "Did you not consider the consequences when you seized that marriage proposal?" Zhou Xuan chuckled awkwardly. "To be honest, I did not think it through back then. It was simply because she intended to kill me, and she was quite beautiful. I did not ponder further." Zhou Xuan shot Zhou Xuan a slightly exasperated look. Yet she understood that he spoke the truth and was aware that his actions were driven by a sense of vengeance. However, the die was cast, and revisiting the past seemed futile. Yi Junxiao declared, "All right, I have no pressing matters at hand. If there is nothing else, you may both take your leave. Once I have prepared the betrothal gifts, you shall proceed to the Yinyang sacred land." Zhou Xuan bowed. "Yes, thank you, grandfather." They turned to exit the main hall. And on their way, Zhou Xuan gazed at Zhou Xuan, biting her lip. "Zhou Xuan, do you truly wish to marry me?" Zhou Xuan nodded. "What else could it be? Is there any pretense in this matter?" Zhou Xuan took a deep breath, looking intently at Zhou Xuan, and asked again, "What are your feelings for me?" After posing the question, she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Coming from a well-off family and having lived a carefree life, she smoothly ascended to become the saintess of the Yinyang sacred land, never having faced adversity. Thus, she harbored a youthful hope for a sincere bond with her husband. Yet, Zhou Xuan was resolute in his frivolous demeanor. How could he engage in such discussions? He laughed lightly. "There are indeed feelings, albeit still somewhat superficial. However, that is of no concern. We have plenty of time to nurture our relationship." Although Zhou Xuan felt a hint of disappointment, she refrained from expressing it further. After all, she was already Zhou Xuan's, and discussing anything else seemed too late. At the Zhou residence, Yi Lingyu pushed open the door to Zhou Heng's room and entered. In the present day, Yi Lingyu appeared notably haggard. It is important to note that she is a formidable figure of quasi-emperor caliber, and such a state is typically inconceivable for someone of her stature. However, in just a few short days, the toll had rendered her utterly exhausted, indicating that her recent experiences had been far from favorable. Approaching the bedside, she found Zhou Hong lying there, his eyes sunken, complexion pallid, and his lips devoid of any trace of color. Witnessing this scene caused her heart to constrict with pain akin to a spasm. Nevertheless, she mustered a faint smile and said, "Your mother has brought you a Xianyang grass, which will greatly benefit your health." Yet, Zhou Hong ignored her entirely, not even sparing her a glance. Ever since emerging from the phoenix nest, he had been engulfed in despair. Although he had managed to capture Zhou Xuan, which had momentarily kindled a flicker of hope, he was blindsided when Yi Lingyu, at a critical juncture, betrayed him and ceased her support. This betrayal weighed heavily on his fragile psyche, pushing him to contemplate the unthinkable. Seeing his distress, a glimmer of sorrow flashed in Yi Lingyu's eyes. Hengya, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but on that day, I truly did not comprehend the reason. I was utterly powerless to affect Zhou Xuan, as a mysterious force within him obstructed me. Enough! Zhou Hong suddenly erupted, his voice hoarse and strained as he shouted, Stop your feigned compassion. To deceive me, you would forsake your own dignity. A quasi-emperor unable to subdue a mere practitioner of divine abilities. Who do you think you are fooling? Yi Lingyu hastily sought to clarify, Hengyat. I did not deceive you. I genuinely was unaware of the circumstances at that time. Zhou Heng's eyes burned with rage as he glared at her. Leave me. Just go away. At that moment of his outburst, Zhou Qingsong's towering figure entered the room. He, too, bore an expression of fatigue, his clothing somewhat tattered, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. What is going on here, Heng? How can you speak to your mother in such a manner? Zhou Heng's gaze was filled with animosity as he glared at Zhou Qingsong. She is not my mother. Chapter 59. The quarrel between Zhou Qingsong and his spouse. Yi Lingyu departing, Yi Lingyu staggered, nearly losing her balance. How could you speak of your mother in such a way? Zhou Heng's face contorted in a vicious grimace. How should I address you? You have not been innocent in the past. How did you treat Zhou Xuan, who was rendered a waste? You could just as easily do the same to me. Zhou Qingsong frowned and sternly admonished, Be quiet. Zhou Heng glanced at Zhou Qingsong's serious expression, let out a cold laugh, and lay back down in silence. Zhou Qingsong rubbed his temples in frustration, utterly bewildered by the situation. Just days prior, he and Yi Junxiao had engaged in battle amidst the stars, where he found himself no match for his father-in-law, who had ensnared him within an emperor-level formation. Only today had he managed to break free and return home, eager to discover the state of the Zhou family. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of the family in ruins and learned from the accounts of the surviving members that the Zhou family had suffered the loss of 2 quasi-emperors, 5 holy kings, and an even greater number of great saints and saints. This was undoubtedly an insurmountable blow for the Zhou family. All of this transpired because they bound Zhou Xuan, seeking to obtain his chaos divine demon body. Had Zhou Hong successfully acquired the essence of the chaos divine demon body, it would have rendered all endeavors worthwhile, as possessing this body would signify he was on the threshold of becoming an emperor. However, the current situation was evident. Zhou Hong had not gained Zhou Xuan's chaos divine demon body. Thus, had his suffering over the past few days been in vain? Moreover, the losses incurred by the Zhou family would also have been for naught. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury within, and inquired, What exactly is going on here? Zhou Hong turned over, presenting his back to Zhou Qingsong. Why don't you ask your esteemed wife? Zhou Qingsong then turned to Yi Lingyu. My lady, please elucidate for me what transpired. Did our scheme not yield results? Yi Lingyu appeared dazed, and explained, Our scheme did indeed bear fruit. I successfully apprehended Zhou Xuan. But an unforeseen incident occurred while I was extracting the essence of the chaos divine demon body from him. Her face contorted with confusion. There's a mysterious force within Zhou Xuan that obstructed my attempt to draw out the essence of his physique. No matter how hard I tried, I could not extract it. Even now you persist in your nonsense. Zhou Hong retorted darkly. I refuse to believe that a mere practitioner of the divine passage realm can render you, a quasi-emperor, powerless. Yi Lingyu, filled with helplessness, replied, I truly do not know. I have told you countless times. Why do you refuse to believe me? Zhou Qingsong's brow furrowed tightly, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Lingyu. After a considerable pause, he slowly spoke. My lady, are you certain you cannot do anything about Zhou Xuan? Faced with such a bizarre occurrence, Zhou Qingsong's heart brimmed with doubt. Yi Lingyu raised her head, incredulous as she looked at Zhou Qingsong. My husband, do you not trust me either? Zhou Qingsong, somewhat impatient, replied, It is not that I do not trust you. I merely wish to understand the specifics of the situation. How could a mere practitioner of the divine passage realm thwart you? Could it be that your father left some hidden mechanism within him? Yi Lingyu shook her head. No, I did not detect any trace of the Emperor's power or aura. Hence my father did not leave any hidden mechanism within him. This was also a point of confusion for Yi Lingyu. She had not sensed her father's presence on Zhou Xuan, leaving her bewildered as to what means Zhou Xuan employed to resist her quasi-emperor level power. Zhou Qingsong's expression shifted repeatedly, without Yi Juanxiao's intervention. He genuinely did not know what could have caused Yi Lingyu to return empty-handed. A flicker of irritation flashed in his eyes. My lady, I wish to know what sort of power resides within Zhou Xuan that can thwart your quasi-emperor abilities. Yi Lingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. My husband, so in the end, you still do not believe me? Zhou Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, How can you expect me to believe you? You claim that Zhou Xuan bears no hidden mechanisms left by your father. Yet how do you account for your inability to subdue a practitioner of the divine passage realm? My lady, do not say it is just me. Any person of reasonable understanding would find this hard to believe, would they not? Yi Lingyu was also agitated. Her voice laced with anger as she exclaimed, Zhou Qingsong, after all these years of knowing and loving each other, when have I ever deceived you? Is it merely because of this one incident that you begin to doubt me? Zhou Qingsong was momentarily taken aback. Yi Lingyu was indeed correct. Throughout the years, she had never concealed anything from him. However, the current predicament was not easily explicable. At that moment, Zhou Hong reignited the flames of discord, speaking with a mocking tone. The past is the past, and the present is the present. After all, Zhou Xuan is also a child born from our mother's womb, and given his evident talents surpassing mine, it is only natural for our mother to favor him. I have become a useless person now. When Zhou Xuan was deemed useless, our mother did not favor him either. It is only to be expected that she does not favor me now. Zhou Qingsong nodded in acknowledgement, stating, If that is the case, then everything makes sense, for one's own bloodline is indeed worth lying for. Yi Lingyu took 2 steps back, her eyes wide as she gazed at Zhou Qingsong. Zhou Qingsong, at the end of the day, you simply do not trust me. You believe I would forsake hunger for Zhou Xuan. Zhou Qingsong regarded her coldly, replying, I merely suggested that such a possibility exists. After all, Zhou Xuan is also your flesh and blood, is he not, my lady? Huh, how truly remarkable, Yi Lingyu retorted, her face flushed with anger as she glared at Zhou Qingsong. Since you do not trust me, I see no purpose in remaining here. Thus I shall take my leave. I hope you can swiftly capture Zhou Xuan and restore Hung Er's talents. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned it apart. Zhou Qingsong furrowed his brow and grasped her arm firmly, saying, My lady, are you still a child? What is the purpose of this commotion? As Zhou Qingsong ascended to the throne, his authority grew increasingly formidable, rendering him more tyrannical, unwilling to allow anyone to defy his will. Previously, when Yi Lingyu shared his ambitions, they encountered no conflicts. However, with their current divergence in views, discord inevitably arose. Yet Yi Lingyu was not one to be swayed by Zhou Qingsong's tactics. She shook off his grip and shouted, Release me. Zhou Qingsong relinquished his hold, his expression darkening as he warned, My lady, it would be wise for you to cease this uproar and refrain from challenging my limits here. Yi Lingyu Sukofu. What grandiosity from the Emperor of Heaven! What if I indeed wish to test your boundaries? What do you intend to do about it? Are you truly capable of killing me? Zhou Qingsong opened his mouth at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Lingyu strode decisively toward the exit, not affording him a single glance. Chapter 60. Zhou Hong's departure. Zhou Qingsong, witnessing Yi Lingyu leave, felt his displeasure intensify. With Hung in such a state, he had merely posed a reasonable inquiry, yet she chose to sulk in response. It was utterly unreasonable. Did she think herself an unmarried young girl, free to indulge in whims at any moment? She was now the matriarch of the Zhou family and a mother to 2 children. How could she allow herself to behave so impulsively at this juncture? Zhou Qingsong cast a glance at Zhou Hong, who lay on the bed, and sighed, saying, I will return shortly. With that, he hastily exited the room. As Zhou Qingtian and Yi Lingyu departed, Zhou Hong abruptly sat up in the room, his gaze fixed on the closed door, his heart sinking slowly. Yi Lingyu's actions had already left him profoundly disheartened, yet a flicker of hope lingered within him. Zhou Qingtian. He yearned for Zhou Qingtian's return, hoping he would express concern for him and seek ways to restore his innate talents and constitution. However, to his dismay, Zhou Qingtian not only failed to show concern, but also chose to leave without a word. Indeed, Zhou Xian's words resonated with truth. His parents' affection was contingent upon his extraordinary gifts. If he were to lose his talents and become akin to an ordinary person, they would perceive him as a source of shame and disregard him. Memories flooded Zhou Heng's mind, recalling the treatment Zhou Xian received within the Zhou family, a plight that could only be described as tragic. He had once witnessed a mere maid in the Zhou household berate Zhou Xian, even going so far as to reprimand him in fits of anger. Back then, Zhou Heng had occupied a lofty position as the heir of his son's sacred body. Yet now, having fallen to the same fate as Zhou Xian, he couldn't help but ponder whether he would endure a similar fate. The sensitivity and suspicion that accompanied his loss of talent intensified with each passing thought, cementing his fears. The prospect of facing treatment akin to Zhou Xian's filled him with dread. No, such a fate must not befall him. If he were to be treated with such disdain by a mere maid, death would be preferable. He resolved to leave the Zhou family, to escape this suffocating environment. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he swiftly rose, donned his shoes, and approached the door. Cautiously, he opened it and peered outside, relieved to find his courtyard empty. Exiting his room, he made his way away from his dwelling, heading toward the outskirts of the Zhou estate. Despite the fact that his son's sacred body's essence had been rendered ineffective and his meridians shattered during his time in the Phoenix Nest, he had since recovered significantly, regaining much of his strength and reaching the spirit realm. Thus, his escape was relatively swift, aided by the fact that most were preoccupied with repairing the damaged Zhou estate, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Once outside the Zhou family grounds, Zhou Heng eagerly retrieved a flying spiritual artifact, propelling himself away from the estate at the utmost speed. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingtian and Yi Lingyu remained embroiled in a heated debate regarding the earlier incident. Zhou Qingtian, ultimately, you simply do not believe me, Yi Lingyu asserted. Zhou Qingtian, exasperated, replied, how can I trust you? You are a quasi-emperor, helpless against someone in the divine realm. Who would believe such a tale? Yi Lingyu sukofut Zhou Wingtian. Do not speak to me in such a manner. You are my husband. If others doubt me, do you also not believe in me? Zhou Qingtian, equally incensed, retorted. Is this even a matter of belief? Fine, if you claim I do not trust you, then I do not trust you. What will you do about it? Even if you were to gather every person in the world, none would believe you. Yi Lingyu glared at Zhou Qingtsong, her face flushed with anger. Fine. Since you refuse to believe me, accompany me to my father and inquire with Zhou Xian to ascertain the truth of the matter. Zhou Qingtsong, equally incensed, retorted, if we must go, then so be it. Am I to fear you? The two swiftly departed from the grand hall, tearing through the fabric of space and entering the void, racing towards Yi Junxiao. In merely the span of a tea's brewing, they arrived at their destination. Zhou Qingtsong, not concealing his aura, was immediately sensed by Yi Junxiao upon their arrival. In the next moment, Yi Junxiao's figure materialized before them, his gaze frosty. What brings you here? Yi Lingyu, flustered, inquired, Father, where is Zhou Xian? Have him come forth to see me. Yi Junxiao's expression grew even colder, his eyes seemingly capable of freezing one in place. Do you intend to take Xianer away? Let me remind you, last time I was unwittingly deceived by you. But this time, I shall not allow you to spirit him away. With a hint of impatience, Yi Lingyu replied, I have no intention of taking him. I merely wish to confirm certain matters with him. Please, Father, allow him to come out. Yi Junxiao's brow furrowed slowly. Yi Lingyu, is this how you address your father? Although Yi Lingyu had previously been willful, she had always shown him respect and warmth. However, over the years, her regard for him had diminished, a consequence of Zhou Qingtsong's influence. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qingtsong interjected, Father-in-law, we have come solely to inquire about one matter concerning Zhou Xian. Once clarified, we shall depart at once. Yi Junxiao regarded them but did not respond, instead commanding, "Go, summon the young master." A nearby guard immediately complied, turning to leave. Soon, Zhou Xuan arrived, accompanied by Aunt Qin. Zhou Xuan appeared to overlook both Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu, proceeding straight to Yi Junxiao. He bowed respectfully, "Greetings, grandfather." A smile graced Yi Junxiao's face. "Ah, Xin'er, your parents wish to ask you something." Zhou Xuan regarded them coolly. "I fail to see what I could possibly have to discuss with them. I am at a loss as to why a great emperor and a quasi-emperor would seek my counsel." Zhou Qingsong was displeased with Zhou Xuan's demeanor but chose to remain silent, turning his gaze to Yi Lingyu. Yi Lingyu, with a stern expression, addressed Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, I ask you this. What power was it that enabled you to withstand my strength and protect the essence of your innate constitution during your time at the Zhou family?" Zhou Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that these two were undeterred and still wished to extract the essence from within him. With a disdainful huff, he replied, "No comment." He then turned to Yi Junxiao, asking, "Grandfather, I find myself perplexed. Are they truly my parents? Why can they not bear to see me thrive?" A trace of heartache appeared on Yi Junxiao's face. "Xin'er, they are unworthy of being your parents. From now on, you shall be my beloved grandson." Chapter 61. The unassailable Yi Lingyu. After comforting Zhou Xuan, Yi Junxiao turned his gaze to Yi Lingyu. "Yi Lingyu, how have you become this way? Is Zhou Xuan not your child? Why do you still harbor thoughts of harming him?" Yi Lingyu felt a surge of irritation and replied, "I merely wish to inquire why he once thwarted my ascension to the position of quasi-emperor. What are you insinuating?" Zhou Xuan chuckled softly, saying, "Mother, do you truly lack any awareness of why I escaped that calamity? Is it not because you believed Zhou Hong to be incapacitated? Even if you bestowed my talents upon him, he would not wield them as effectively, perhaps even to his detriment. Thus, you chose to abandon Zhou Hong and wholly nurture me instead." Zhou Xuan's words rendered both Yi Junxiao and Zhou Qingsong momentarily speechless. Yi Junxiao's expression grew increasingly grave, his gaze piercing like a dagger fixated on Yi Lingyu. He had not anticipated such inhumanity from her. Upon witnessing Zhou Heng's downfall, she had promptly forsaken him in favor of supporting Zhou Xuan. Was this truly an act befitting a rational being? Zhou Qingsong glared at Yi Lingyu with palpable fury. "Madam, how do you defend your actions this time?" Yi Lingyu widened her eyes at Zhou Xuan, exclaiming, "Zhou Xuan, cease this nonsense. When did I ever declare my intention to abandon hunger?" Zhou Xuan feigned innocence, stating, "I cannot verify what has been said, but mother, can you elucidate why a formidable quasi-emperor like yourself could not subdue a mere practitioner of divine passage?" Yi Lingyu felt on the verge of insanity, hearing the same accusation repeatedly. Although she had heard it several times before, it bore an undeniable truth, leaving her with no means to refute it. Yi Junxiao coldly regarded Yi Lingyu, saying, "Yi Lingyu, while I find solace in your changed demeanor towards Xin'er, your attitude towards Zhou Heng chills my heart further. Both are your children, yet you so ruthlessly abandon one. I truly cannot comprehend how you are my daughter." Zhou Qingsong also looked at Yi Lingyu with disappointment. "Madam, you have truly let me down." At that moment, Yi Lingyu erupted, "Zhou Qingsong, I disappoint you? This is merely the result of your disbelief in me." Zhou Qingsong's anger flared. "How am I to believe you? Zhou Xuan has openly confirmed that it was your desire to forsake hunger that led to this. Do not attempt to deceive me with any mystical powers. I refuse to believe that any force could impede you." Yi Lingyu stared wide-eyed at Zhou Qingsong, replying, "Very well. If you still do not trust me, then there is no need for further communication." Zhou Qingsong could no longer contain his fury, shouting at her, "You continuously claim I do not believe you, yet where is your evidence? Even Zhou Xuan acknowledges that it was your reluctance to act against him. How can you still engage in such defense?" Yi Lingyu also shouted at him, "You are my husband. Do you truly doubt my integrity?" Although she was unable to provide tangible proof of her actions, how could he not trust her? This statement rendered Zhou Qingsong utterly speechless. He was so exasperated that he almost laughed. "I am at a loss for words, Yi Lingyu. How was I oblivious to your true nature until now? He scoffed, turned away, and tore open a rift in space, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Yi Junxiao interjected. Wait a moment. Zhou Qingtsong halted, looking at Yi Junxiao, and inquired. What further wisdom do you have, esteemed father-in-law? Yi Junxiao chuckled softly and replied, Wisdom? You may be overestimating your own significance. A flicker of anger appeared on Zhou Qingtsong's face, yet he dared not retort, for he was genuinely no match for Yi Junxiao. Yi Junxiao continued coldly. I must inform you that Xian is preparing to wed, and, as his parents, you ought to be aware of this. Wed? Zhou Qingtsong furrowed his brow and asked, Who is the betrothed? Even Yi Lingyu cast a puzzled glance towards Zhou Xian. To be honest, they were still unaware of the developments between Yu Rushuang and Zhou Xian. When Zhou Hong had just returned from the phoenix nest, their attention had solely been on him, oblivious to this matter. Subsequently, Zhou Qingtsong had been ensnared by Yi Junxiao and had only recently broken free from the formation. Yi Lingyu was also overwhelmed with tasks. As the affairs of the Zhou family demanded her attention, while Zhou Hong constantly threw tantrums, there was simply too much for her to manage, and she remained unaware of this situation. Zhou Xian smirked slightly and said, Naturally, it is the saintess of the Yin-Yang sacred land, Yu Rushuang. Those words caused both Zhou Qingtsong and Yi Lingyu to change their expressions dramatically. No way. Absolutely not. They simultaneously voiced their objections. Yi Junxiao regarded them with an impassive expression and asked, Why not? Zhou Qingtsong took a deep breath and responded, Esteemed father-in-law, you must understand that Yu Rushuang is the fiancée I arranged for Hong. She cannot marry Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian shrugged and remarked, Dear father and mother, your awareness is rather lacking. Yu Rushuang is already mine. Zhou Qingtsong's brow furrowed slightly as he asked, What do you mean? Zhou Xian retorted with a cold smile. I mean, Yu Rushuang is literally mine. Preposterous. Zhou Qingtsong trembled with rage, pointing at Zhou Xian, his aura surging. Yu Rushuang is Hang's fiancée. Why would you commit such an act? Zhou Xian shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Does the current Zhou Hong deserve Yu Rushuang? Do you wish for her to marry a waste like him? Zhou Qingtsong waved his hand dismissively. So what? I am the Eastern Emperor, even if Hong is a failure. The saintess of the Yin-Yang sacred land, marrying him would still be a blessing for the Yin-Yang sacred land. Zhou Xian's expression instantly turned icy. Zhou Tiandi, your double standards are truly astounding. When I had no cultivation, you deemed my desire to marry those saintesses as delusional, urging me to relieve myself and assess my worth. Now, when it comes to Zhou Hong, how has it become a blessing for others? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhou Qingtsong's face, but it quickly vanished. Is this really the time for such a discussion, Zhou Xian? I command you to immediately part ways with Yu Rushuang. You absolutely cannot marry her. Zhou Xian displayed a look of disdain. I apologize, Your Majesty, but we are already together, and I have resolved to take Yu Rushuang as my wife. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Zhou Qingtsong's eyes. Zhou Xian, are you truly determined to defy my wishes? A formidable aura erupted, pressing toward Zhou Xian. Yi Junxiao stepped lightly, placing himself before Zhou Xian. Zhou Qingtsong, are you still not clear-headed after all this time? Do you believe I won't confine you for 10 or 8 years to make you behave? Zhou Qingtsong's imposing presence dissipated in an instant, yet he remained obstinate. No, I still do not agree to this marriage. At that moment, Yi Lingyu unexpectedly spoke up. I agree. Chapter 62. Is Zhou Xian considering changing his surname to Yi? Yi Lingyu's words took everyone by surprise, leaving them incredulous as they turned to her. Zhou Qingtsong's expression was one of utter confusion. Madam, what nonsense are you speaking? Yi Lingyu coldly regarded him. Have I said anything wrong? Now, that Hung heir's solar sacred body has been rendered useless. How can he possibly be worthy of a woman like Rushuang, who possesses a lunar sacred body? Moreover, Xian heir is also your biological son. It is only reasonable for him to marry Rushuang. Zhou Qingtsong's anger flared instantly. Yu, Hung heir was indeed right about you. You only value talent and strength. You favor those with exceptional gifts and formidable power. Yi Lingyu's expression remained stern. And what of it? Is that not as it should be? This world ultimately values strength. Only those with great power can possess everything. Ever since Xian Heir awakened, Hung Heir has been outclassed at every turn. How can he compete with Xian Heir in the future? While Zhou Xuan found amusement in the quarrel between Zhou Qing and Yi Lingyu, he had no desire to become embroiled in their conflict. I say, dear sirs, your disagreements are your own affairs. You may discuss, argue, or even resort to blows if need be, but please do not drag me into this. Ever since I came to my grandfather's place, I have no intention of vying for anything. I have relinquished everything from the Zhou family to my younger brother. I simply wish to remain here with my grandfather. Zhou Qing paused, glancing at Zhou Xuan with a meaningful expression. I know you speak in anger, but you must understand that you are, after all, a son of the Zhou family. You were born a part of it, and that is inescapable. Zhou Xuan found this statement somewhat amusing. Previously, when he lacked cultivation talent, Zhou Qing regarded him as if he were refused. Now that he possessed talent and strength, Zhou Qing began to assert that he was a member of the Zhou family. Such a turn of events seemed too fortuitous. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, well then, perhaps I could change my surname to Yi. Zhou Xuan mused that if he adopted the surname Yi, he would be called Yi Xian, a name imbued with the essence of a destined child. Zhou Qing's face darkened with anger. Nonsense. You are clearly my son, Zhou Qing. You bear the bloodline of the Zhou family. You should bear the surname Zhou. How could you possibly adopt the surname Yi? Upon hearing this, Yi Junxiao felt a surge of discontent within. He turned to Zhou Qing and inquired, what is the Zhou family so esteemed? Zhou Qing promptly fell silent, fearing that Yi Junxiao might truly be angered enough to confine him for a decade or more, which would be utterly humiliating. Zhou Xuan, however, smiled and replied, well, the surname Yi. Although I carry your bloodline, I also bear my mother's lineage, which descends from my grandfather. Therefore, it is quite natural for me to take my mother's surname Yi. He continued, Zhou Tiandi, I implore you not to be overly domineering. You already have a brother, and there are no grandchildren on my grandfather's side. What harm is there in my presence? Upon hearing Zhou Xuan refer to his father as Zhou Tiandi, Zhou Qing's ire intensified, and he waved his sleeve dismissively, stating, in any case, I do not consent to this matter. As Zhou Xuan attempted to speak further, Yi Junxiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, enough, there is no point in this debate. What surname Xian bears is inconsequential. What matters is that he is my designated heir, the future lord of this domain. Zhou Xuan responded, since my grandfather has said so, I shall reluctantly retain my surname. However, I shall allow my future children to bear the surname Yi. This declaration brought immense joy to Yi Junxiao. Although he was a great emperor, he had but one daughter, Yi Lingyu, with no sons or grandchildren, which is why he had taken in numerous adopted sons and daughters. He envisioned the possibility of selecting one among them to inherit his legacy, thereby also supporting Yi Lingyu. It is worth noting that inheriting the legacy did not imply Yi Junxiao's demise, but rather a relinquishment of responsibilities, allowing others to manage the affairs of the realm. Zhou Qing glared intensely at Zhou Xuan, remaining silent, attempting to exert pressure through his gaze. Yet, Zhou Xuan remained unfazed, returning the stare with a cold smile. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Qing let out a huff, turned, and departed without uttering a word. Once he had left, Yi Lingyu turned to Zhou Xuan, stating, as you prepare for marriage, I shall not neglect you. I will ensure that all necessary items are delivered. Yi Lingyu presided over the largest business consortium in the world, lacking for nothing, particularly in terms of wealth and resources, possessing more than both emperors combined. Zhou Xuan did not decline, but simply remarked, that depends on my mother's intentions. Yi Lingyu nodded slightly, then addressed Yi Junxiao, Father, I wish to reside here for a time. Although Yi Junxiao had been displeased with Yi Lingyu's recent actions, she was still his daughter and Zhou Xuan's biological mother, so he refrained from further comment. If you wish to stay, then do so, but do not stir trouble. This is not the Zhou family, and do not bring your matriarch's demeanor here. Yi Lingyu remained silent and asked, may I return to my previous room? The chamber she occupied before her marriage had remained uninhabited over the years, with periodic cleaning. Yi Junxiao had no objections and nodded. Very well, you may move back in. Having settled these trivial matters, they turned and made their way toward Yi Junxiao's palace. On the other side, Zhou Qingsong returned to the Zhou residence. After briefly attending to matters concerning its reconstruction, he set out to locate Zhou Hong. However, as soon as he entered Zhou Heng's courtyard, he was taken aback. He could sense no trace of Zhou Hong, indicating that he was not in the room. Zhou Qingsong furrowed his brow and immediately expanded his consciousness to encompass the entirety of the Zhou estate, hoping to discern Zhou Heng's whereabouts. Yet, after thoroughly searching the premises, he found no sign of Zhou Hong, which meant he was no longer there. With a frown etched on his face, Zhou Qingsong dashed into Zhou Heng's room, seeking any clues that might have been left behind. However, after a thorough inspection, he uncovered nothing of value. It soon dawned on him that Zhou Hong had departed in secret, evidently wishing to avoid any further encounters with them. Nevertheless, as an emperor, locating an individual was a relatively straightforward endeavor, except for Zhou Xuan. Previously, Zhou Xuan had been cursed by a quasi-emperor, which had obscured his presence from detection. Now, with Zhou Hong being a living individual unbound by such a curse, locating him should prove feasible. With newfound confidence, Zhou Qingsong closed his eyes, initiating a search for Zhou Hong through the resonance of his own bloodline. Within his perception, he identified numerous individuals connected to him, these being the members of the Zhou lineage. However, only one resonance was notably strong, belonging to the person closest to him by blood, his son. As he examined the direction of this resonance, he was momentarily stunned. It aligned precisely with the location of Yi Junxiao. This indicated that the bloodline resonance he felt was not from Zhou Hong, but rather from Zhou Xuan. This was not surprising, for Zhou Xuan was indeed his biological son, and since the curse within him had been lifted, such a connection was to be expected. Yet, it was peculiar that there was no other resonance as potent as that of Zhou Xuan, implying that he could not sense Zhou Hong's presence at all. This perplexity prompted Zhou Qingsong to delve deeper into his perception, but the outcome remained unchanged. Zhou Hong was still absent from his awareness. This development left Zhou Qingsong with a furrowed brow. Such a situation could arise from two possibilities. First, that a powerful entity was concealing Zhou Heng's presence. Though in this world, only Yi Junxiao had the capability to accomplish this. However, having just returned from Yi Junxiao's side, it was improbable that Zhou Hong was with him. The alternative possibility was far more disconcerting, that Zhou Hong had met with an untimely demise. Contemplating this grim potential sent a wave of turmoil through Zhou Qingsong. He knew Zhou Hong well. Despite his outward humility, his son harbored a deep-seated pride. In light of recent events, should he succumb to despair, it would spell disaster. Though Zhou Qingsong held the title of emperor, the matter of his son stirred within him a sense of urgency and anxiety. Hastily, he summoned all members of the Zhou family, instructing them to search for Zhou Hong. Upon issuing his commands, the entire household set aside their tasks. All but those of lesser cultivation hastened forth in search of Zhou Hong. After completing these tasks, Zhou Qingsong remained uneasy and rose once more to approach Yi Junxiao. Upon arriving at Yi Junxiao's palace, he was immediately sensed, and Yi Junxiao looked at him with evident displeasure. Zhou Qingsong, why are you here again? You just left not long ago. Zhou Qingsong felt somewhat awkward. Since ascending to the throne, he had seldom visited Yi Junxiao, yet he had come here frequently of late. However, he put aside his discomfort and spoke directly. My esteemed father-in-law, I come seeking your assistance. Yi Junxiao regarded him leisurely. What matter could compel the heavenly Emperor Zhou to humble himself before me? Zhou Qingsong replied, esteemed father-in-law, Hunger has gone missing. Yi Junxiao furrowed his brow. What? Zhou Hong is missing? Zhou Qingsong nodded. Indeed. I returned to the Zhou residence, intending to speak with him, only to discover that he was not at home. I searched the entire Zhou household, but found no trace of him. In desperation, I employed bloodline sensing, yet I could not detect Hunger's presence within the bloodline. Yi Junxiao's expression grew serious. Although he held no affection for Zhou Hong and was indifferent to his future, he was nonetheless his grandson, and any misfortune befalling him would not bode well. Thus, he said, "Let us summon Lingyu. I shall use her blood to trace his whereabouts." Zhou Qingsong sighed in relief and quickly responded, "Thank you, esteemed father-in-law." His purpose for visiting today was indeed this, as Yi Junxiao possessed a unique bloodline tracking technique. While bloodline tracking was not particularly rare, the conventional method was akin to bloodline sensing and faced significant obstacles in locating someone. However, Yi Junxiao had enhanced this otherwise ordinary technique, enabling him to find individuals as long as he had a drop of blood from a person close to the one being sought. Naturally, possessing the individual's own blood guaranteed success. Before long, Yi Lingyu hurriedly arrived. The moment she entered, she anxiously gazed at Zhou Qingsong. "Zhou Qingsong, you say Hung is missing?" Zhou Qingsong nodded, his expression troubled. "Yes, madam. Upon returning home, I could not find Hung anywhere, and even bloodline sensing yielded no results, which is why I sought the aid of esteemed father-in-law." Without hesitation, Yi Lingyu turned to Yi Junxiao. "Father, you must help us find him." Yi Junxiao looked at her and said, "I understand. First, provide me with a drop of your blood." Yi Lingyu complied without hesitation, extracting a drop of her blood and presenting it to Yi Junxiao. He accepted the blood and began inscribing a ritual array with his right hand. After a considerable period, the blood erupted in a brilliant crimson glow. Yet before long, the red light vanished entirely. Yi Junxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "How is this possible? We cannot find him." Both Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu's faces paled. Yi Lingyu urged anxiously, "Father, please try again." Yi Junxiao could only attempt the bloodline tracking technique once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Ultimately, he found himself at a loss and turned to Zhou Qingsong, saying, "Please provide me with a drop of your blood." Originally, he was reluctant to use the blood of Zhou Qingsong, for after all, Zhou Qingsong was an emperor, and each drop of his blood was a precious treasure. More importantly, the blood of an emperor possessed its own inherent principles. Each drop contained these laws. Therefore, attempting to utilize Zhou Qingsong's blood to perform the bloodline tracking technique was indeed a cumbersome and laborious endeavor. However, at present, he found himself with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Zhou Qingsong extracted a single drop of blood from within himself, its crimson hue glimmering like a gemstone, interspersed with strands of golden light. These golden threads were the manifestation of the principles. Yi Junxiao received the blood, took a deep breath, and directly suppressed the laws within it before commencing the tracking technique. Yet, as the blood of an emperor, the laws within naturally resisted this intrusion and began to rebel. Yi Junxiao, with a cold snort, forcefully suppressed the laws with his supreme cultivation and proceeded to cast the technique upon it. After a considerable duration, the blood of Zhou Qingsong erupted in a radiant crimson glow, within which golden lights flickered. The brilliance persisted for quite some time before it eventually dissipated, lasting significantly longer than that of Yi Lingyu's blood. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Junxiao finally ceased his efforts and returned the blood to Zhou Qingsong. Zhou Qingsong eagerly inquired, "My esteemed father-in-law, have you found him?" Yi Junxiao slowly shook his head. "I have not pinpointed his exact location, but I do know the direction he has taken." Yi Lingyu hastily asked, "Which direction?" Yi Junxiao replied, "Southeast." As Yi Lingyu repeated the direction, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. "Southeast? Is it possible that it could be?" At this point, Yi Lingyu dared not continue, for that place was far too perilous. Zhou Qingsong's countenance changed multiple times, and he abruptly stood, declaring, "Even if it leads to the endless abyss, so what? If Hung has truly ventured inside, then I shall storm in and bring him back, regardless." Chapter 64. Discussing marriage matters, some disagreement? The news of Zhou Heng's disappearance swiftly reached Zhou Xian's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian merely scoffed, offering no further commentary. Yu Rushuang observed Zhou Xian's expression and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhou Xian shook his head. "I have little to think about. This is their affair. After all, It is not the first time Zhou Xuan and his wife have lost a child. They possess experience. Zhou Xuan found his words somewhat amusing, remarking, "This is different. This time, Zhou Hong left home of his own volition." "And what of it?" Zhou Xian replied dismissively. "At the very least, Zhou Hong has matured, possessing both cultivation and his own ideas, unlike me, back then, when my very life was in the hands of others." Zhou Xuan acknowledged, "You do have a point. Well then, let us not dwell on this. When shall we return to the Yinyang sacred land?" Zhou Xian responded, "In 3 days, perhaps." As he anticipated his impending marriage to Zhou Xuan, Zhou Xian refrained from seeking out Yu Shi and the others over the next 3 days, instead spending his time exclusively with Zhou Xuan. Following their journey to the Phoenix Nest, Zhou Xian had also categorized Yu Shi, Linglong Fairy, and the others as complete partners in collaboration, vowing to harbor no feelings for the 4 of them. During this journey to the Phoenix Nest, none of the 4 individuals dared to approach him, apprehensive of the potential dangers that might ensue. Such a person, adept at avoiding risks, would hardly make a suitable partner, let alone a trustworthy collaborator. Currently, Zhou Xian's utmost trust lay with Feng Yu, yet she had secluded herself in meditation since their departure from the Phoenix Nest. Coincidentally, Zhou Xian was entangled in matrimonial matters, leaving him no time to attend to her. There was no rush. Ample time lay ahead to address her. 3 days later, a flying vessel departed from the northern Heavenly Emperor's palace, hastening towards the Yinyang sacred land. On board were Zhou Xian, Yu Ruo, Aunt Qin, Lin Zhantian, and a contingent of hidden dragon guards. The grandeur of their entourage suggested that they were either proposing marriage or, perhaps, prepared for a more sinister endeavor. Conventionally, such matrimonial proposals would require the presence of elders, specifically Yi Junxiao. However, as the Heavenly Emperor, Yi Junxiao merely needed to send word. Finding himself with little to occupy his time, Zhou Xian took the initiative to assert his authority in the matter. Aunt Qin and Lin Zhantian accompanied him, serving as surrogate elders. As they approached the skies above the Yinyang sacred land, the core leadership had already been apprised of their arrival and awaited them. A group of 5 or 6 individuals greeted the flying vessel, bowing respectfully. "We greet you, young Master Zhou." Zhou Xian raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. "There is no need for such formalities. We are here to discuss matters." The master of the Yinyang sacred land, Yi Hong, gestured for them to enter. Under Yi Hong's guidance, the vessel came to a halt at the entrance of the Grand Hall, where Zhou Xian, Yu Ruo, Aunt Qin, and Lin Zhantian made their way inside. Yi Hong pointed to the elevated seat at the top of the hall. "Young Master Zhou, please take your seat." Without hesitation, Zhou Xian approached and seated himself, while the others found their respective places. At this juncture, Aunt Qin turned to Yi Hong, inquiring, "Did the Heavenly Emperor Qin Song, during his visit, formally establish the marriage contract between the Yinyang sacred land and the Zhou family?" Yi Hong's expression turned somewhat awkward as he replied, "Naturally. A contract was established. The Heavenly Emperor Qin Song specifically named Ruo Shuang to wed the imperial son Zhou Hong." Zhou Xian spoke slowly. "Zhou Hong has encountered some difficulties in his cultivation. He recently could not cope and has left home, truly an immature child." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's remarks, the representatives of the Yinyang sacred land displayed expressions of mild bewilderment. They were aware of the incident involving Zhou Hong's son's sacred body being rendered ineffective, as it had been witnessed by many at the Phoenix Nest. Most critically, they recognized that this unfortunate event had been orchestrated by none other than the very individual before them. These two were, after all, full-blooded brothers. However, they were caught off guard by the revelation of Zhou Heng's departure from home, rendering the situation somewhat amusing. Yi Hong cleared his throat. "What you believe should be done regarding this matter, young Master Zhou?" He carefully considered his words, fully aware that he was addressing an imperial power. He understood that he must tread lightly, for any misstep could incite the ire of one of the parties involved. His role was merely to feign ignorance and follow orders. Zhou Xian cast a glance at him, comprehending the old man's implication. However, he had no interest in engaging in a game of verbal sparring here. After all, his identity and status did not necessitate such interactions. He stated simply and directly, The betrothal between Zhou Heng and Yu Ruoxuan is voided and replaced by my union with Yu Ruoxuan. The Empress of the Tiangong Emperor has already consented to this matter. Although the Tiangong Emperor has not voiced an opinion, he has also not expressed any dissent. Yihong remained silent, merely acquiescing. Let us proceed as Zhou Xiao suggests. A flash of light emanated from his hand, and a wedding invitation materialized. He respectfully presented it to Zhou Xian, saying, Zhou Xiao, this is the previous wedding invitation for Ruoxuan. I kindly ask you to review it. Zhou Xian glanced at it and waved his hand dismissively. Destroy it. Yihong was taken aback, unwilling to defy, and immediately shattered the invitation into dust. Zhou Xian then gestured and said, Yin Yang Saint Master, now we should discuss the matter of my union with Ruoxuan. Let us first examine our betrothal gifts. He looked towards Aunt Qin and said, Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin nodded, waved her hand, and a brilliant light flashed, revealing 10 open boxes within the Grand Hall. Upon seeing the contents of the boxes, the members of the Yin Yang Holy Land could not help but widen their eyes, their breaths quickening significantly, observing their astonished expressions. Aunt Qin smiled and said, These are our betrothal gifts, including 1 quasi-emperor artifact, 10 holy herbs, 10 Bodhi fruits, 100 bottles of Thunder Tribulation Spirit liquid, and 10 longevity fruits. All items mentioned by Aunt Qin could only be utilized by those at the saint level or above, rendering them irresistibly alluring to these esteemed figures. Especially the longevity fruit, a miraculous herb capable of extending one's life by 100 years. With 2 ancestors of the Yin Yang Holy Land nearing the end of their lifespans, the longevity fruit was precisely what they desperately needed. Aunt Qin turned to Yin Yang Saint Master Yihong and inquired, Your Excellency, are you satisfied with these offerings? Yihong quickly nodded, stating, Satisfied, we are exceedingly satisfied. After the initial excitement, Yihong added, In truth, these items are secondary. The primary concern is that Ruoxuan lives well. As long as she is happy, that is infinitely more valuable than these gifts. Zhou Xian shot him a glance, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed trying to take advantage while pretending to be virtuous. However, Zhou Xian was too disinterested to engage in further dialogue. Thus, he said, Rest assured, Yin Yang Saint Master, I will take good care of Ruoxuan. Now, let us discuss the wedding date. I believe scheduling it for a month from now would be ideal. What do you think? Yihong returned to his previous demeanor. This matter is entirely up to Zhou Xiao's command. Zhou Xian did not expect anything profound from this man. Then it is settled for a month from now. Just as he was about to finish speaking, a resounding voice interrupted. I object. Chapter 65. Does a smile equate to affection? Why is he so confident? The abrupt interruption was indeed a vexing occurrence. Zhou Xian's expression hardened as he turned to face the interruption, whereupon he beheld a youthful man, around 18 or 19, with a strikingly handsome appearance entering the room. The young man looked at Zhou Xian and declared loudly, I do not consent to this marriage. Ruoxuan is being coerced. In Zhou Xian's mind, a plethora of possibilities surged forth. Childhood sweethearts, fated heirs, and the like. The individuals from the Yin Yang Sacred Land were taken aback, hastily admonishing the young man. Lin Feng, what are you doing? You must leave at once. This is not a place for you to meddle. How did you even get in here? Get out. Undeterred by the scorn of the high-ranking members of the Yin Yang Sacred Land, the young man, named Lin Feng, remained impassive, turning his gaze toward Yu Ruoxuan. Ruoxuan, fear not. I shall rescue you from Zhou Xian, he declared. Yu Ruoxuan, equally bewildered, pointed a delicate finger at her own face. Me? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? A faint smile crept across Zhou Xian's lips. Who is this audacious fool? He mused. Yihong quickly interjected, Zhou Xiao, please temper your anger. This is our sacred land's newly appointed saint. He is unaware of today's events and has inadvertently intruded. We beseech your forgiveness. Forgiveness? Zhou Xian scoffed. He claims he intends to take away Yu Ruoxuan and calls it an accident? Do you think me a fool? The senior members of the Yin Yang Sacred Land felt their nerves fray. Yihong, nearly sweating with anxiety, said, Zhou Xiao, I cannot fathom what has possessed this young man today. I shall escort him away immediately. Zhou Xian waved his hand dismissively. Let be, since he possesses the audacity to approach It indicates he is prepared for certain eventualities. I am quite curious to see what he is capable of. He then turned to Yu Ruo, asking Ruo, did you know this Lin Feng before? Yu Ruo slowly shook her head. I know him, but we are not well acquainted. We have exchanged but a few words. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng appeared incensed. Ruo, you speak falsely. You clearly have feelings for me. Why do you not admit it? I like you. Yu Ruo's finely sculpted brows knitted together. Are you unwell? When did I ever express such sentiments? Lin Feng asserted confidently, 3 years ago, during our expedition, I encountered a minor predicament, and you assisted me. When I was leaving, you smiled at me. Surely, that indicates your affection? At this declaration, every person present felt as though they had been struck by lightning. Zhou Xuan regarded Lin Feng with a bemused expression, pondering the young man's mental state. You truly believe that a mere smile equates to affection? Lin Feng, brimming with confidence, replied, because Ruo smiled only at me. If she did not like me, why would she have smiled? Zhou Xuan found himself begrudgingly admiring Lin Feng's reasoning. He glanced at Yu Ruo and remarked, I had no idea your smile held such extraordinary power. Yu Ruo's face darkened, her disdain directed at Lin Feng. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have preferred not to have saved him. Even the senior members of the Yinyang sacred land found the situation ludicrous. Yihong, with a stern expression, chastised Lin Feng. Lin Feng, cease this madness and leave immediately. The other high-ranking members echoed the sentiment. Lin Feng, begone. This is not your affair. Do you even comprehend your actions? Leave. You insolent wretch. Has your intellect been impaired? Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by such scorn. Casting a glance at the high-ranking officials of the Yinyang Holy Land and proclaiming, you individuals are blinded by self-interest in your quest to curry favor. You would even betray someone like Zhou Xuan. You are truly a pitiful assemblage of cowards. This utterance provoked the ire of the Yinyang Holy Land's elite. Yihong sprang to his feet, his visage ablaze with fury, declaring, Lin Feng, after nurturing you for years and elevating you to the position of Holy Son, how dare you speak so brazenly? Today, I shall render you powerless. He raised his hand and unleashed a golden palm strike toward Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's countenance bore no trace of trepidation. Rather, it was marked by derision. To think you could terminate me, Holy Master, is a gross overestimation of your capabilities. In the next moment, a formidable force of devouring energy enveloped Lin Feng, effortlessly consuming Yihong's attack. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, those who dared to act foolishly in such a setting must possess some form of support. Yet, the nature of this devouring energy remained a mystery. Was it a manifestation of divine law, or of something else entirely? Yihong, astonished by the nullification of his assault, questioned, What is this? Why has my attack been consumed? Lin Feng, with a playful grin, responded, Holy Master, that is a secret I cannot divulge. Yihong's face flushed crimson as he retorted angrily, You insolent fool! I merely intended to teach you a lesson, yet you insist on courting death. You shall have no one to blame but yourself. A brilliant golden radiance erupted from his being as he swung his arm, launching a golden fist toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng merely chuckled coldly. The devouring force manifested once more, this time accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a monstrous beast. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Tao Tai? Zhou Xuan was no stranger to this name. It referred to a top-tier ferocious beast known for its insatiable appetite. However, this realm was no longer the world he once knew, so he refrained from jumping to conclusions. What if this world's Tao Tai differed from his understanding? Thus, he inquired of Lin Zhantian, Uncle Zhantian, what is the nature of this Tao Tai? Lin Zhantian's expression grew slightly grave as he explained, Tao Tai is a creature of the endless abyss, inherently endowed with the ability to consume all for its own benefit. However, the entity before us is merely the soul of a Tao Tai. It can only devour energy, not physical forms. Zhou Xuan contemplated Lin Feng thoughtfully. So this is the source of Lin Feng's confidence? Then, Uncle Zhantian, do you possess the means to handle this Tao Tai? Lin Zhantian grinned widely. If a true Tao Tai were to stand before me, I might exercise caution. But a mere Tao Tai soul? Ha! I could crush it effortlessly. Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. At that moment, Lin Feng gazed arrogantly at the high-ranking officials of the Yin Yang Holy Land, declaring, "You vermin, driven solely by self-interest, are utterly unworthy of occupying this space." His words left the members of the Yin Yang Holy Land trembling with fury, yet they remained helpless against the Tao Tai soul. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Zhou Xuan and said, "Zhou Xuan, I understand that you were previously coerced. Now, rest assured, I possess sufficient strength to protect you. Come with me." Zhou Xuan furrowed her brows and retorted, "What do you think you are? Who gave you the confidence to believe I would have any affection for you?" Lin Feng's expression darkened as he replied, "Woman, I know you are attempting to attract my attention, but do not play with fire. Once crossed, it loses its allure." Chapter 66. Do you now understand fear? It is too late. Lin Feng's words left Zhou Xuan astounded. He had not anticipated that such foolishly arrogant declarations could exist in reality, thinking them confined to certain tales of domineering characters. Zhou Xuan was equally exasperated and said, "Lin Feng, I believe you are overthinking this. Before you became the Holy Sun, I was unaware of your existence. I saved you solely because you are a disciple of the Yin Yang Holy Land. These matters are quite ordinary. How did you deduce that I have any feelings for you?" With a confident smile, Lin Feng responded, "Do not deny it here. I know you're reluctant to admit it because of Zhou Xuan. It matters not, for I now possess ample power to safeguard you." Zhou Xuan frowned, wishing to cease the conversation, feeling that continuing would only cloud her mind further. She glanced back at Zhou Xuan and asked, "Why is this person so insufferable?" Zhou Xuan patted her hand and said, "Leave him to me." Zhou Xuan nodded, falling silent. Zhou Xuan rose and faced Lin Feng, declaring, "Lin Feng, do not presume that possessing a Tao Tai soul renders you invincible and grants you the audacity to act recklessly here." Lin Feng gazed back at Zhou Xuan and warned, "Zhou Xuan, spare your words. I advise you to return Zhou Xuan to me swiftly, or I shall demand your demise." Zhou Xuan shook his head, stating, "It appears you remain incapable of comprehending human speech. Zhan Tian, subdue him." Lin Zhan Tian abruptly stood, an aura of imperial might emanating from him as he coldly regarded Lin Feng. "A mere Tao Tai soul has emboldened you to disregard others. Today, I shall show you that there is always someone greater." He swiftly extended his hand, warping the space before him and confining Lin Feng. In an instant, Lin Feng found himself immobilized, calling out desperately, "Tao Tai Senior, please intervene." The Tao Tai soul emerged from Lin Feng, emitting a thunderous roar. However, it too was incapable of breaching Lin Zhan Tian's spatial confinement. It could only convey to Lin Feng, "Youngster, I am powerless to overcome this spatial barrier." Upon witnessing the Tao Tai soul's appearance, Lin Zhan Tian snorted coldly, slowly raising another hand as he icily declared, "Annihilation Finger." A jet-black beam of light erupted from his fingertip, resembling black lightning, and struck the struggling Tao Tai soul directly. The Tao Tai soul, upon receiving the attack, seemed to endure immense agony, opening its vast maw to release a horrific roar. Soon after, its soul form began to dissipate, losing the stability it once possessed. After several breaths, the Tao Tai soul's essence became as clear as water, revealing only a faint silhouette. Lin Zhan Tian then coldly uttered withdraw. He flipped his hand to reveal a jade pendant, capturing the soul of the Tao Tai within it. With the loss of the Tao Tai's essence, Lin Feng's previous arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "No, esteemed Tao Tai. Esteemed Tao Tai." He raised his gaze, glaring fiercely at Lin Zhan Tian. "Return it to me. Give me back the Tao Tai." Lin Zhan Tian responded with a cold smirk, his fingers curling slightly as a formidable force of spatial energy pressed down upon Lin Feng. With a gasp, Lin Feng spewed forth a mouthful of blood, letting out a wretched scream of agony. Only then did Lin Zhan Tian release his grip, causing Lin Feng to collapse to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Raising his head in resentment towards Zhou Xuan, "Zhou Xuan, you shall pay. You truly shall pay." Zhou Xuan approached Lin Feng slowly, a smile gracing his features as he regarded him. Tell me, Lin Feng, on what grounds do you believe that a mere Taotai soul could render you invincible? Lin Feng glared daggers at Zhou Xuan. Today I admit my error. If you possess any courage, let me go, and in 10 years I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. Zhou Xuan furrowed his brow, lifting his foot to stamp upon Lin Feng's head. Do you presume me to be so easily swayed? Is that why you dare utter such foolish words? As he spoke, he gradually applied pressure with his foot, and Lin Feng felt an excruciating pain as if his skull might crack open. Unable to contain himself, he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, Zhou Xuan, you scoundrel! You scoundrel! You Ru Xiang, you wretched woman! Do you not see my suffering? Come quickly and assist me. Yu Ruxiang looked at him, exasperated. Are you out of your mind? What connection do we share that I should come to your aid? And to issue such commands to me, you are truly beyond redemption. Lin Feng, infuriated, shouted, Cursed woman! Even now you still cling to the hope of capturing my attention. You are the one who is hopeless. Having lost interest in him, Yu Ruxiang turned to Zhou Xuan. Just kill him. Generally of a kind disposition, Yu Ruxiang had never taken a life. But today Lin Feng had become intolerable. His intellect was clearly compromised, and irreparably so. Zhou Xuan chuckled softly. To kill him would be too merciful, since I find myself rather bored lately. Let us pay a visit to his home. Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, Yu Ruxiang understood his intentions were aimed at Lin Feng's entire family. However, she refrained from intervening, saying, Decide for yourself. Zhou Xuan nodded, then raised his leg to stamp down fiercely upon Lin Feng's arm. With a sharp crack, Lin Feng's arm was shattered. In excruciating pain, he howled, struggling to rise, but the injuries inflicted by Lin Zhantian had left him too weakened to stand. Zhou Xuan approached Lin Feng's legs, saying, Lin Feng, it matters not if your mind is clouded. As long as you are willing to pay the price, I am indifferent to your past follies. He lifted his leg once more, aiming for Lin Feng's leg, and brought it down with force. Another crack resonated as one of Lin Feng's legs broke. Overwhelmed by agony, Lin Feng began to convulse, his mind sharpening in clarity. He hastily pleaded, I am sorry, young Master Zhou. I was wrong. I understand my mistakes. Please, spare me. Zhou Xuan gazed at the pleading Lin Feng, slightly taken aback. Oh, so you have come to realize your error. How remarkable. However, it is too late for that. He lifted his leg once more, bringing it down to shatter Lin Feng's other leg. Lin Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Young Master Zhou, I truly understand my mistake. I truly understand. I beseech you, show mercy and spare me. Zhou Xuan pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Bring him here. An Yinhong guard approached and clasped his fists in respect. Addressing him as young master, Zhou Xuan gestured towards the incapacitated Lin Feng and commanded, Take him with us. We shall pay a visit to his home. The guard nodded. Yes, young master. He seized Lin Feng by the collar, who, feeling entirely limp as a noodle, pleaded with Zhou Xuan, Young Master Zhou, I am sorry I was wrong. I apologize. I implore you, do not involve my family. Zhou Xuan regarded him coldly. Your apology is worth not a single cent. Chapter 67. A family of madmen. Castaway Zhou Xuan then turned to the high-ranking members of the Yinyang sacred land and declared, Ladies and gentlemen, the wedding is set for 1 month hence. You are responsible for the necessary preparations. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave now. The high-ranking members promptly stood, bowing to Zhou Xuan. We bid you farewell, young master. Rest assured, we shall prepare diligently. When Shuang leaves for her wedding, it shall be a grand affair. Zhou Xuan nodded, then turned to Yu Ruo Shuang. Will you accompany me, or will you remain here to await the day of the wedding? Logically, Yu Ruo Shuang should stay at the Yinyang sacred land, wholly focused on the impending nuptials. However, she understood Zhou Xuan's intentions. He undoubtedly wished for her to accompany him. With a smile, she replied, I shall go with you. I will return 3 days before the wedding. Zhou Xuan nodded. In that case, let us depart. Upon boarding the flying vessel, they encountered Lin Feng, writhing on the ground like a maggot. There was little he could do. His limbs had been broken, and his cultivation sealed, leaving him in such a state. Zhou Xuan looked upon him with distaste, wrinkling her brow. "You repugnant creature." Lin Feng shuddered at her words and said, "Zhou Xuan, I apologize. It was my fault. I beg you to spare me. If you are willing, young Master Zhou will surely grant me mercy as well." Zhou Xuan scoffed, "I shall not concern myself with this matter, nor will I alter Zhou Xian's decision." Zhou Xian felt a sense of satisfaction at her words. He desired a wise woman who would not sway his judgments or choices. With intrigue, Zhou Xian regarded Lin Feng, stroking his chin as he inquired, "I must ask, now that you are afraid, what emboldened you earlier to act so bravely and confidently?" Lin Feng lifted his head and replied, "Young Master Zhou, it was the influence of the Tao Tai soul. Had it not been for that, I would never have dared to act in such a manner. Ever since the Tao Tai soul entered my body, my confidence has swelled, and my disposition has become reckless." Zhou Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "According to your assertion, does this Tao Tai truly have the capacity to influence one's character?" Beside him, Lin Zhantian replied, "Indeed, Xianer, there exists such a possibility. The Tao Tai is a creature of the endless abyss, exuding a malevolent aura. Merely gazing upon it can drive an ordinary person to madness. How much more so for Lin Feng, who, despite his meager cultivation, has integrated the soul of the Tao Tai. The fact that he has not succumbed to insanity is already a stroke of fortune." Lin Feng, with a face full of hope, nodded earnestly. "Yes, Zhou Xiao, I acknowledge my past transgressions, yet it was not my intention. I implore you, spare me." Zhou Xian fixed a cold gaze upon him. "Nonsense. While the Tao Tai can indeed sway one's character and sanity, would you have acted in such a manner today if your heart bore no feelings for Rushuang? Do not presume I am unaware of your sentiments towards her, nor think you can shroud your true emotions behind the Tao Tai. It is futile. You must pay the price for your actions." At these words, Lin Feng's countenance turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. Soon, the flying vessel arrived above the Lin family estate, which was resplendent yet sparsely populated, comprised solely of Lin Feng's parents and an elder sister. Prior to Lin Feng's ascension to prominence within the Yinyang sacred land, his family had endured a life of poverty, only to see their fortunes change upon his rise. The vessel descended gracefully, landing with a resounding thud. The servants in the courtyard, having spotted the craft, hastened to inform Lin Feng's family of its arrival. Zhou Xian and Yu Rushuang descended to the ground, yet the absence of Lin Feng's parents piqued Zhou Xian's curiosity. It was common knowledge among those with any understanding of cultivation that a vessel of such magnitude heralded the arrival of significant figures, prompting immediate greetings. Yet here, there was not a single soul in sight. As they pondered this mystery, a middle-aged couple accompanied by a pair of young adults approached slowly. Upon noticing Zhou Xian and Yu Rushuang, their expressions momentarily froze before shifting to one of arrogance. Their previously hurried steps slowed considerably. When they finally stood before Zhou Xian, he was already growing impatient. Lin Feng's father scrutinized Zhou Xian, inquiring, "Who are you?" Zhou Xian replied with a light chuckle, "I am Zhou Xian, and this is Yu Rushuang." Upon hearing Zhou Xian's introduction, the already haughty demeanor of the group transformed into one of blatant arrogance. Lin Feng's father turned to Yu Rushuang, stating, "So you are Rushuang. It was Fenger who sent you to seek us out, was it?" Lin Feng's mother, with her nose tilted upward, remarked, "You are indeed a pretty girl, but how can you be so ignorant? To come visit us empty-handed? I truly do not comprehend what Fenger sees in you." Their words left both Zhou Xian and Yu Rushuang in a state of bewilderment. Exchanging glances, Yu Rushuang's expression darkened as she confronted the middle-aged couple. "Did Lin Feng convey that he is enamored with me?" Lin Feng's mother replied, "Indeed. Allow me to enlighten you. My son is the holy son of your Yinyang sacred land." Lin Feng's father spoke up, "Since Fenger has taken a liking to you, you must take good care of him and us." Even the usually gentle Yu Rushuang was provoked by their peculiar remarks, a flicker of anger crossing her face. "Are you both out of your minds? Just because he likes me, must I reciprocate? He may be the holy son, but I am a holy maiden as well." Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng's father grew furious. "What nonsense is that? Our Fenger has chosen you. It is your fortune. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Feng's mother looked at her with disdain, saying, "Such a beautiful face wasted on someone who knows nothing. From today on, you will reside here, and I will teach you how to serve your husband and honor your in-laws." Yu Ruxiang's fists clenched tightly in anger, energy surging within her, as if she might strike down the two of them at any moment. Lin Feng's mother, noticing her expression, became even more displeased. "What kind of look is that? Serving us is your duty. No matter who you are, if you wish to marry Feng, you must do as we say." Lin Feng's sister chimed in, "Indeed, Ruxiang. Feng is a dutiful child. Should you disrespect our parents, he may very well cast you aside." Taking a deep breath, Yu Ruxiang retorted, "Cast me aside? What is Lin Feng that he dares to entertain such thoughts about me? It's utterly revolting." Lin Feng's father erupted in anger, pointing at Yu Ruxiang. "How do you speak like that? Do you still wish to enter the Lin family?" Yu Ruxiang stepped back, looking at him with disdain. "What is the Lin family that I should wish to enter? You think you are worthy?" With a wave of her hand, she commanded Hidden Dragon Guard, "Throw Lin Feng down." One of the Hidden Dragon Guards clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, young madam." He reached out, grasped Lin Feng, and unceremoniously hurled him from the flying vessel. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng crashed heavily to the ground. Fortunately, as a cultivator, his body was resilient enough to avoid fatal injury. He looked up at his family, struggling to speak. "Father, mother, sister, please stop." The Lin family, witnessing Lin Feng's pitiful state, gasped in shock, emitting cries of despair. "Feng, brother." Chapter 68. "You are weak, you are right. I do not buy this." The Lin family hurried to Lin Feng's side, each one wailing, "My Feng, who has done this to you? Feng, how could you end up like this?" Lin Feng's mother raised her head, glaring at Zhou Xuan and Yu Ruxiang, demanding, "Was this your doing? I swear, I will inform Feng's master and have him deal with you." Lin Feng, trembling in fear, quickly interjected, "No, please don't." He turned to Zhou Xuan, saying, "Young Master Zhou, my family has not seen much of the world. Please do not hold their ignorance against them." Lin Feng's mother, glaring at Zhou Xuan, retorted, "Feng, why are you speaking so politely? You are the holy son of Yin Yang's sacred land. Why should you fear them?" Hearing his mother's words, Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. How had his family transformed into such arrogant, oblivious people? However, at this moment, he had no time to ponder deeply and hurriedly exclaimed, "Mother, cease speaking." The background of young Master Zhou is such that even the Yin Yang sacred land would not dare to provoke him. His words rendered Lin Feng's parents, sister, and brother-in-law suddenly silent, their eyes wide with terror. In their understanding, the Yin Yang sacred land was an immensely powerful force, and indeed it was. Yet, Lin Feng's family erred in believing that the Yin Yang sacred land was the supreme authority, invincible and untouchable. Especially in their city, the lord and the emperor of the dynasty treated them with utmost deference. This had gradually fostered a haughty disposition in them, leading them to consider themselves the most esteemed individuals in the world. Now, with the sudden emergence of someone more formidable than the Yin Yang sacred land, their inflated egos were swiftly punctured. Lin Feng's father gazed at Zhou Xuan, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are more powerful than the Yin Yang sacred land?" Zhou Xuan smirked coldly, replying, "What is the Yin Yang sacred land to me? Their lives and deaths are but a whim away. Even your precious son, Lin Feng, was brought out from the Yin Yang sacred land by me. I took him away before the eyes of all within the sacred land, and not a single person dared to intervene." Lin Feng's father trembled slightly, turning to Lin Feng. "Son, is this true?" Lin Feng, in anguish, closed his eyes and nodded. "You must apologize to young Master Zhou immediately. Otherwise, our entire family will face a fate without burial." The Lin family finally came to their senses, hurriedly offering their apologies to Zhou Xuan. "Oh, esteemed young master, we sincerely apologize for our ignorance. Please forgive us. Young Master Zhou, we acknowledge our wrongdoing. We beseech you to spare us. As long as you are willing to forgive us, we will comply with any of your wishes." Zhou Xuan observed the rapid change in their demeanor, a faint smile appearing on his face. "If you wish for my forgiveness, it is not impossible." Upon hearing Zhou Xuan's words, both Lin Feng and the rest of the Lin family widened their eyes, gazing at him with eager anticipation. "Young master, whatever your request may be, we shall comply. Indeed, as long as you can spare us, we are willing to do anything. Zhou Xian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Once you are dead, I shall be able to forgive you, for I do not engage with the deceased. This declaration rendered the Lin family utterly speechless, their faces etched with fear, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Lin Feng's mother suddenly revealed her combative side. Young Master Zhou, it is often said that great individuals possess great magnanimity. With your formidable prowess, why must you persist in tormenting us? She continued, in your eyes, we may seem inconsequential. If that is the case, what harm would it be to let us go? Zhou Xian was taken aback by the audacity of this old woman, who resorted to moral coercion. It truly opened his eyes. Lin Feng's father quickly added, yes, young Master Zhou, while we lack your powerful background. Does that justify your bullying of us, ordinary people? These words truly opened Zhou Xian's eyes. He clapped and laughed, exclaiming, wonderful, wonderful. What you say is indeed splendid. In the eyes of Lin Feng's mother, Zhou Xian's statement was an affirmation of her thoughts. Isn't that right, young Master Zhou? I knew that individuals of your esteemed stature would never stoop to our level or cling to us. However, she continued, but young Master Zhou, look at what you've done to Fenger. Surely, you must heal him and provide some compensation? Lin Feng's father chimed in, indeed, young Master Zhou. Perhaps Fenger has inadvertently offended you, but why should someone of your high standing stoop to such grievances? You should promptly heal Fenger and offer some recompense. That would truly demonstrate your magnanimity. Zhou Xian was utterly taken aback by the shamelessness of these two individuals. He couldn't help but exclaim, you two old fools are indeed unashamed. If it weren't for Lin Feng's unforgivable actions, I would have taken you both back to perform this farce daily. Lin Feng's mother, seemingly forgetting the pressure Zhou Xian's status imposed, grew angry once more. Young Master Zhou, what do you mean by that? Are you intending to bully the weak with your strength? Zhou Xian nodded. Precisely, I do intend to bully the weak. He grasped Yu Ruxiang's hand and stepped back, stating, don't try to play the victim here. I am not swayed by such antics. Therefore, you all can perish. He abruptly raised his palm and, with a swift motion, unleashed a lethal strike towards Lin Feng's mother. Being merely an ordinary person, she stood no chance of evading Zhou Xian's assault. The sharp strike sliced through her, crashing into the buildings behind her, severing a series of structures. Lin Feng's mother felt a chilling breeze sweep through her body, followed by an excruciating pain. Looking down, she was horrified to see her body cleaved at the waist, each half racing towards a different fate. With a thud, she collapsed, yet she was not yet lifeless. The intense agony compelled her to scream in anguish. Ah, save me. Help me, son. Please help me. Lin Feng, with a pained expression, closed his eyes and shouted, I asked you to apologize, and this is what you did? What are you saying about compensation? This is merely a consequence of your own actions. Lin Feng's father trembled in fear, suddenly kneeling before Zhou Xian, repeatedly bowing his head. Young Master Zhou, I am sorry I was wrong. Please, do not hold it against me. I beg you. Even Lin Feng's sister and brother-in-law knelt down, begging for mercy. Zhou Xian snorted coldly. Now you know fear? It seems a tad late for that. Chapter 69. The resentful son-in-law of the Lin family upon hearing Zhou Xian's words. The Lin family was engulfed in despair. At that moment, Lin Feng's brother-in-law suddenly stood up, saying, Young Master Zhou, I am not a member of the Lin family. Although I am married to Lin Feng's sister, I do not harbor any affection for him. Zhou Xian found this rather intriguing. Oh, how fascinating. Pray tell, what is the story behind this? Lin Feng's brother-in-law took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xiao, I am Wang Yu, the son of the city lord. The reason I am marrying Sister Lin Feng is that she has taken a liking to me, believing I possess good looks, and thus desires to wed me. I harbor no affection for her. However, she has threatened me with Lin Feng's influence. If I do not comply, she will force my father out of office. I had no choice but to agree to this marriage. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng's sister stood up in fury, pointing at Wang Yu and scolding him. Wang Yu, do you seek death? Although I initially fancied you, was this not also the wish of your family? Wang Yu lowered his head, coldly scoffing. It is indeed our family's intent, but that stems from our fear of offending you. You constantly threaten to have your brother deal with me, What option do I have? Moreover, during this engagement, you have reduced me to a mere servant, making me cater to your every whim. Should I dare express any dissatisfaction? You scream for your brother to eliminate me. What am I to do? Hearing Wang Yu's grievances, Zhou Xuan felt the authenticity in his words. After all, such lamentations seemed too genuine to be fabricated. Enraged, Lin Feng's sister attempted to strike Wang Yu, saying, "My requests are a privilege I bestow upon you, a duty you ought to fulfill." Wang Yu furrowed his brow and abruptly raised his hand, delivering a slap to Lin Feng's sister's face. Though his abilities were modest, he was not an ordinary person to withstand. Lin Feng's sister spun 3 times before collapsing to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Wang Yu looked at Zhou Xuan with a sheepish grin, pleading, "Zhou Xiao, you must believe me. I truly wish to have no ties with their family." Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "If you desire my trust, it is quite simple. Eliminate Lin Feng's father and sister." Wang Yu's face lit up with surprise. "Rest assured, Zhou Xiao, I will take care of them at once." He glanced menacingly at Lin Feng's sister, his expression filled with resentment. "Ever since you took an interest in me, I have not known a single day of peace, constantly serving either you or your parents, and yet you continuously find fault with me. Today, I shall demonstrate my true capabilities." With a furious roar, he raised his hand high, a shimmering light emanating from his palm. Wang Yu's hand came crashing down, striking Lin Feng's sister's forehead. With a dull thud, her head burst open like a watermelon, splattering everywhere like tofu pudding laced with chili oil. Lin Feng's sister did not even let out a scream before succumbing to death. Unsatisfied, Wang Yu continued to kick her lifeless body, cursing, "You wicked harpy! You dared to bully me, tormenting me day after day. I have long endured enough of you." Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng let out a primal roar from his throat. "Enough! Wang Yu, cease this at once." Wang Yu halted, turning to Lin Feng with a mocking expression. "Oh, Lin Feng, has your mind been addled? I am using my foot, not my hand." Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he coldly fixed his gaze upon him. "If you dare to move again, I will kill you." Wang Yu stepped back 2 paces, a mocking tone lacing his voice. "Oh, you still have the audacity to threaten me? With Zhou Xiao present, what can you possibly do to me?" Lin Feng's expression froze, rendered speechless, for Wang Yu's words rang true. Wang Yu scoffed, slowly approaching Lin Feng's father. "You old fool, cursing me like a dog every day. I, the noble young lord of the city, have to fetch water for you to wash your feet? What are you, a worthless cur?" With so many servants at his disposal, he chose to single me out, claiming it was for my own good. What kind of training is this? His fury mounting, Wang Yu lifted his leg and delivered a brutal kick to Lin Feng's father's chest, sending him sprawling over 2 yards away. He quickly followed up, unleashing a flurry of merciless kicks upon Lin Feng's father. Each blow was delivered with full force, quickly breaking multiple bones. Blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose, leaving him on the brink of death. Lin Feng was engulfed in anguish, spitting blood as he seethed. "Wang Yu, you scoundrel! I will kill you." Wang Yu turned, a grotesque smile gracing his face. "Kill me? Is that a dream you're having? Zhou Xiao is here. Do you still wish to lay a hand on me?" Zhou Xian nodded in agreement. "Wang Yu, you speak the truth. As long as I am present, if he can even move a finger, it shall be deemed my blunder." Wang Yu hastily affirmed, Indeed, Zhou Xiao is magnificent." Zhou Xian waved his hand dismissively. "I'm a man of my word. Since you have killed Lin Feng's sister and father, you may leave." Wang Yu's face lit up with delight as he bowed repeatedly to Zhou Xian. "Thank you, Zhou Xiao. Thank you." He hurriedly departed, as though fleeing from a great terror. Once Wang Yu had left, Zhou Xian turned his gaze to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you are the last one remaining. Choose your method of demise." Lin Feng realized that escape from death was impossible. He no longer begged for mercy, instead glaring fiercely at Zhou Xian. "Zhou Xian, you butcher, may you meet a wretched end." Zhou Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "Huh, how dare you speak of me? Lin Feng, do you have any idea how many lives you have ruined over the years? Do you comprehend the families you have annihilated? This is your just retribution. You are the one who shall not meet a good end." With a contemptuous snort, Zhou Xuan raised his hand, a surge of annihilation energy swirling above his palm. Lin Feng, relax, do not be nervous, soon you will lose all sensation. With a gentle wave of his hand, the great annihilation technique was unleashed, a terrifying force of destruction surging towards Lin Feng. In an instant, the annihilation energy struck Lin Feng, commencing the disintegration of his body. Lin Feng let out a heart-wrenching wail. Ah, damned Zhou Xuan, even in death, I will not forgive you. Zhou Xuan snorted coldly. You cannot even match me in life. Do you truly think you can seek revenge in death? Dream on. The annihilation force erupted instantaneously, swallowing Lin Feng like a relentless tide. After vanquishing Lin Feng, Zhou Xuan cast a glance at the trembling servants hidden in the shadows and corners, disregarding them entirely. He took hold of Ruo Shuang's hand and made his way onto the flying vessel. Let us depart. It is time to return. At that moment, Lin Zhantian approached and said, Xiao Xian, I wish to present the soul of the Taotai to my adoptive father, for the creatures of the endless abyss are interconnected. I hope to locate Zhou Hong through the Taotai soul. What do you think? Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Of course, Zhou Hong poses no threat in my eyes. Chapter 70. The Secrets of the Endless Abyss. Upon returning to the Northern Celestial Emperor's Palace, Lin Zhantian glanced at Zhou Xuan and inquired, Xiao Xian, I am about to seek my adoptive father. Will you accompany me or return first? Zhou Xuan pondered briefly and replied, I shall accompany you. I am curious to discover what the Endless Abyss entails. Even with knowledge of the narrative, Zhou Xuan had scant understanding of the Endless Abyss, as it was described only vaguely. Yi Junxiao, upon seeing the two return, smiled warmly. You have returned. Was your journey fruitful? Zhou Xuan responded, Overall, it was relatively smooth, though we encountered something peculiar. What was this strange thing? Zhou Xuan turned to Lin Zhantian and said, Uncle Zhantian, I am unfamiliar with this entity. Please enlighten us. Lin Zhantian nodded and began, Adoptive father, it is the soul of the Taotai. We have captured one. Yi Junxiao's expression grew serious. What did you say? The soul of the Taotai? Lin Zhantian affirmed, yes. This Taotai soul was attached to the holy sun of the Yin-Yang sacred land. I captured it, believing that the creatures of the endless abyss share a connection, and I brought it back to see if I could locate Zhou Hong. Yi Junxiao narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a considerable pause, he commanded, Give me the Taotai soul. Yes, adoptive father, Lin Zhantian replied, producing a jade pendant that sealed the Taotai soul and handed it to Yi Junxiao. Yi Junxiao accepted it and casually dismantled the sealing formation. A faint black mist wafted out, and the translucent Taotai soul emerged. Its visage was grotesquely fearsome, with an enormous mouth that seemed capable of swallowing the world whole. Yi Junxiao snorted coldly, extending his hand and directing a beam of light towards the Taotai soul. Instantly, the once ferocious entity became docile, its eyes slowly closing as if succumbing to slumber. Yi Junxiao conjured another formation and placed the Taotai soul within. As soon as it entered, the Taotai soul awoke, thrashing violently to escape, emitting piercing cries of despair. However, the expressions of all present remained unchanged. To them, the Taotai soul was no different from ordinary livestock. After a considerable duration, the Taotai soul finally settled down, though no further changes occurred. In the end, Yi Junxiao snorted once more, activating the formation to obliterate the Taotai soul. Accompanied by a wisp of pale smoke, the Taotai soul vanished completely. Zhou Xuan turned to Yi Junxiao and asked, Grandfather, have you located my brother's whereabouts? Yi Junxiao shook his head and replied, Not at all. Although there exists a connection among the creatures within the endless abyss, it is confined solely to those of the same species, and typically among the lower-tier beings. Take the Taotai, for instance. Such high-ranking entities are scarce, each one an independent individual. While one might trace another through a connection, discerning the events surrounding them is nearly impossible. Zhou Xuan nodded slowly and inquired further, Grandfather, may I ask what exactly the endless abyss is? Yi Junxiao sighed deeply and responded, Ah, the endless abyss. Many years ago, Shortly after I ascended to the throne, I, in my youthful exuberance, ventured into its depths. However, I did not delve too deeply and soon made my way back. What I do know is that within the abyss lies a formidable energy, seemingly imbued with its own will, saturated with a murderous intent. I fear that even an ordinary person would succumb to madness upon contact with such energy. Even those of considerable cultivation struggle to withstand the pervasive influence for long. The beasts inhabiting the endless abyss, having been perpetually eroded by this intent, have long since become mindless machines of slaughter, devoid of any independent thought. Most alarmingly, these creatures possess no awareness of their own limitations. Even when aware of their inferiority, they will recklessly charge at you, fighting to the death. Zhou Xuan nodded slowly, acknowledging, by your account, these ferocious beasts are indeed quite terrifying. Yi Junxiao affirmed, indeed. Thus the endless abyss represents a dire threat to ordinary folk. Yet, paradoxically, it teems with rare and precious materials. Perhaps the beasts are oblivious to their value, or for other unknown reasons. Regardless, the abyss is rich in such treasures, and I once brought some out with me. Zhou Xuan pondered for a moment before asking, Grandfather, do you think there might be treasures within that could resolve the troubles surrounding Zhou Heng? Yi Junxiao replied with certainty, without a doubt. It is said that extremes give rise to opposites. Amidst an atmosphere rife with slaughter and brutality, it is indeed more likely that rare and potent spiritual materials will emerge. Furthermore, once these materials manifest, they are invariably of exceptional quality. Zhou Xuan understood this reasoning and was aware that the endless abyss indeed harbored treasures. In the narrative, it was within the abyss that he had previously cured the curse afflicting him. However, that matter no longer concerned him, and he stood to address Yi Junxiao, saying, Grandfather, I have no further matters to attend to. Unless you have other instructions, I shall take my leave. Yi Junxiao nodded. Very well, return safely. Once Zhou Xuan departed, Lin Zhangqian turned to Yi Junxiao and asked, Adoptive father, is there truly no way to locate Zhou Heng? Yi Junxiao shook his head, alas. It is genuinely impossible to find him. Were it feasible, I would certainly seek him out. Though I may not have a fondness for that young man, he is, after all, my grandson. Lin Zhangqian nodded slightly and remarked, Ultimately, Zhou Heng's psychological resilience is rather poor. Although the source of the sun's sacred body has been partially wasted, there remains a foundation, yet he is unable to bear it. Yi Junxiao scoffed and replied, Growing up under the indulgence of Zhou Qingcong and his ilk, he has not faced any real setbacks. When confronted with a few obstacles, his heart simply cannot endure. Frankly, such a person lacks the qualifications to inherit Zhou Qingcong's legacy. Lin Zhangqian nodded in agreement and inquired, What about Xiao Xian? A smile appeared on Yi Junxiao's face as he said, Xianer certainly possesses the requisite qualities. To speak of other matters, his temperament is undoubtedly commendable, with not a trace of weakness in his heart. Especially after deciding to sever ties with Zhou Qingcong and his companions, though my position might suggest I shouldn't comment, I must say that Xianer made the right choice. Lin Zhangqian chuckled. Indeed, Xiao Xian, in terms of both talent and temperament, has reached the pinnacle. I eagerly anticipate the day he succeeds, though I wonder which emperor's throne he shall occupy. Let us wait and see, Yi Junxiao replied, his eyes sparkling. Perhaps he will transcend the 4 emperors and become the sovereign himself? Chapter 71. Sign a master-servant contract in the days that followed. Zhou Xuan refrained from venturing outside and instead spent his time in his courtyard indulging in leisurely pursuits. This fellow exhibited a penchant for novelty, showering Moon Riyue with affection, while those who had accompanied him earlier, such as Moon Shi and Ji Rushui, seemed to be nearly forgotten. Time swiftly passed, and 20 days elapsed. One morning, Zhou Xuan lay beneath a tree with Moon Riyue seated beside him. She resembled a gentle and devoted wife, continually offering him slices of fruit. Both had been diligently honing their skills. Zhou Xuan had attained the 5th level of divine power, while Moon Riyue had progressed to the 6th level, her solid foundation yielding no hint of superficiality in her advancement. It is noteworthy that Zhou Xuan's approach to cultivation was remarkably relaxed, contrasting with his earlier routine of rigorous daily meditation. However, such tranquil moments were soon disrupted. Moon Shi, Zhou Xuan, and the enchanting Ling Long approached in unison. Bowing as they greeted, "Greetings, husband, greetings, sister." Zhou Xuan regarded the four with a somewhat frosty demeanor. Spare the formalities. Please take a seat. The four sat down anxiously, casting cautious glances at Zhou Xuan, seemingly trying to decipher his expression. Yet, Zhou Xuan maintained a calm facade, growing increasingly impatient under their scrutiny. He queried, "If you have something to say, speak plainly. If not, please leave and don't linger here." His words instantly brought tears to their eyes, as they looked at him with a mix of grievance and hesitation, wanting to speak but lacking the courage to do so. Moon Riyue gently patted Zhou Xuan's hand. "Why such a temper?" Zhou Xuan rolled his eyes and fell silent. Moon Riyue then turned to the four, asking, "Dear sisters, have you come here for something? If there is something on your mind, please do not hold back." The moonlit demeanor of Zhou Xuan exuded a gentle warmth, allowing the four individuals to feel somewhat at ease. The exquisite fairy Ling Long was the first to speak, saying, "Sister, we have come here to seek our husband as forgiveness, and we sincerely hope he can pardon us." Yu Shi, with her head bowed, added, "Yes, my husband, we were in the wrong. Please forgive us." Zhou Xuan and Lung Han Yin remained silent, merely observing Zhou Xuan with pursed lips. Zhou Xuan turned onto his side, allowing himself to gaze upon the four of them, his expression inscrutable as he questioned, "What wrongdoing have you committed that warrants such contrition?" Fairy Ling Long inhaled deeply and responded, "My husband, during our time in the Phoenix Nest, we should have sought you out first, standing by your side through thick and thin, yet we failed to do so." Yu Shi, filled with shame, expressed, "I am truly sorry, my husband. At that time, we were simply afraid. We now recognize our mistakes." Zhou Xuan then spoke up, "My husband, I feel immense shame. You have aided me greatly, yet I did not support you in return." Zhou Xuan let out a cold laugh, saying, "Since you acknowledge your past missteps, what face do you have to beseech me?" He continued, "I must inform you that your actions, in my eyes, are akin to betrayal. The only reason I have refrained from punishing you is due to our former relationship. However, do not expect to restore our previous rapport." With a thud, Yu Shi knelt on the ground, pleading earnestly, "My husband, I truly understand my errors. Please forgive us, I beg of you." Fairy Ling Long and the others mirrored her actions, imploring, "Husband, all the blame lies with us. We beseech your forgiveness. If not, please punish us as you see fit. We shall accept any consequence you deem appropriate." Zhou Xuan shook his head, stating, "Enough. I have no desire to engage in such discussions. The past is behind us. Do you truly believe that a plea for mercy will earn my forgiveness? That is simply unattainable." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Moreover, while our relationship may never return to its former state, you have not been deprived of anything you are entitled to. In fact, the resources available to you now exceed what you had before. What more could you possibly desire?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade, chillingly fixed upon them. Under his scrutiny, the four women bowed their heads, too intimidated to utter a single word. Indeed, when they had entered the Phoenix Nest, they harbored selfish motives. They were acutely aware that Zhou Xuan was the primary target of Zhou Heng's schemes, and they feared being ensnared in the ensuing chaos. Thus, they refrained from seeking Zhou Xuan and instead banded together to search for various spiritual herbs and treasures within. Upon their emergence, they were struck by Zhou Xuan's strength, far surpassing their expectations. They had begun to regret their choices, yet they did not immediately confess their faults to him. Rather, they chose to wait, knowing Zhou Xuan's character would not allow him to overlook four enchanting beauties. However, to their surprise, Zhou Xuan had not approached them for many days, preferring instead to remain in the company of Zhou Xuan. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they had to concede that Zhou Xuan's beauty eclipsed their own. In terms of looks, grace, innate talent, and strength, she outshone them all. At first, they managed to remain composed, reassuring themselves that Zhou Xuan would seek them out in a couple of days, as they believed they were far more liberated than Zhou Xuan. However, as the news of Zhou Xuan's impending marriage to Zhou Xuan spread, they found themselves waiting in vain, unable to endure the uncertainty any longer. They resolved to confront Zhou Xuan in person, seeking his forgiveness. After a brief moment, Yushi turned to Zhou Xuan and said, "Husband, we can forego those resources. We only wish to return to our previous relationship with you." Linglong Fairy nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my husband, rest assured that we shall never repeat the same mistakes." Yet, Zhou Xuan's expression remained unchanged, his fingers gently squeezing Zhou Xuan's hand. Witnessing his demeanor, Yu Shi and the others felt their hearts sink. It became increasingly evident that obtaining Zhou Xuan's forgiveness today was an impossibility. This realization was difficult for them to accept. Without Zhou Xuan, they might have persevered, but her presence rendered them vulnerable to abandonment at any moment. This was the true source of their terror. After a considerable pause, Zhou Xuan finally looked up at them and declared, "I shall grant you a chance. If you are willing to sign a master-servant contract with me, I may consider forgiving you." The four of them widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was asking them to enter into such a binding agreement. Under such terms, every action of theirs would be under his control, leaving them powerless to resist, even if he commanded their demise. Yushi shook her head slightly. She was unwilling to sign. Yet at that moment, Zhou Xuan stepped forward, saying, "Husband, I shall sign." As a princess of the Dian dynasty, she understood her greatest value lay in exchanging herself for Zhou Xuan's protection over her realm. Thus, regardless of his treatment towards her, she could not depart. Zhou Xuan regarded her with a smile, a wise choice. He extended his hand towards Zhou Xuan, stating, "Then relinquish a portion of your soul." Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and separated a fragment of her soul to offer to Zhou Xuan. He wasted no time, directly utilizing this portion to formalize the master-servant contract. Upon completion, Zhou Xuan's complexion turned pale as she sensed the contract's binding force. Henceforth, she would be unable to refuse any command from Zhou Xuan, even if it led to her demise. After signing the contract, Zhou Xuan's mood brightened, and he said to Zhou Xuan, "Well done. You possess keen self-awareness. Now, stand behind me." "Yes, husband." Zhou Xuan rose and positioned herself neatly behind Zhou Xuan, resembling a dutiful maid. Zhou Xuan then turned to the remaining three, saying, "If you have no pressing matters, you may leave. It is too crowded for you all here." Seeing Zhou Xuan's demeanor, Yu Shi and the others were caught in inner turmoil. They did not wish to enter into a master-servant contract, yet without doing so, they risked losing Zhou Xuan's trust forever. Zhou Xuan observed them, standing still, his brow furrowing instantly as he sternly exclaimed, "Do you not comprehend my words? I command you to leave." After being rebuked so harshly, Yushi took a deep breath and stated, "My husband, I am also willing to enter into a contract with you." Zhou Xuan glanced at her. "Are you certain? Have you truly considered this?" Yushi nodded. "Husband, I acknowledge my previous errors, but from this day forth, I assure you such occurrences will not repeat. I understand your skepticism towards me. Hence I am prepared to sign the contract." Zhou Xuan slightly nodded. "Very well. Relinquish your soul." Yushi surrendered a portion of her soul and entered into the agreement with Zhou Xuan. Subsequently, Lung Hanyan, a woman from the demonic sect, also voluntarily offered her soul to sign a contract with Zhou Xuan. After 3 master-servant contracts were established, Zhou Xuan turned to Linglong Fairy and said, "You may return now." Linglong Fairy, regaining her senses, remarked, "Husband, I have yet to sign mine. I wish to enter into a contract with you." Zhou Xuan gazed at her coldly. "You have hesitated the longest. I perceive your inner turmoil. I am not one to force others. Thus, I shall not sign a contract with you. You are free to leave. Should you wish to return to your original sacred ground, I can offer some compensation. If you choose to stay, you must engage in tasks within your capacity, for from this moment forth, you are no longer mine, but merely a maid here." Linglong Fairy, dejected, shook her head. "Husband, I apologize. I truly did not think it through earlier. I have now resolved to remain by your side. Please do not dismiss me." A glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Xuan's eyes. "When I say to leave, do you not understand?" Linglong Fairy grasped Zhou Xuan's outer garment, pleading earnestly, "Husband, I implore you, do not cast me away. I promise to heed your words in the future." Zhou Xuan regarded her with icy disdain. "You are overly ambitious." especially in your desire to escape my control. Your ambitions are evident on your face." After uttering this, he addressed Yushi and the other two. "You three, escort her away and ensure she does not appear before me again." Yushi and the others complied, stepping forward to say, "Sister Linglong, we are sorry, but you must depart." "Indeed, sister, your presence here serves no purpose. Allow us to escort you away." Linglong Fairy was reluctant to leave. Yet the three compelled her to depart. Mu Rushuang speared a piece of fruit with a skewer, bringing it to her mouth as she inquired, "Are you truly intent on sending Sister Linglong away?" Zhou Xuan, observing her animated chewing, chuckled lightly. "That is certainly the case. I have thoroughly investigated the Phoenix Nest affair. The reason Yushi and the others hesitated to seek me is due to Linglong's suggestion. Furthermore, this woman harbors a desire for my demise, believing that once I am gone, they can reside here indefinitely under the guise of my wives, availing themselves of the resources." A cold smile crept upon Zhou Xian's face. "Rushuang, do you not think this woman has devised quite an elaborate scheme?" The moon, like frost, pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, her mind was tangled with myriad thoughts. However, the greater the number of thoughts, the more difficult it became to attain tranquility, leading to potential issues in her future cultivation. Zhou Xian leisurely remarked, "Thus, Linglong wishes to remain by my side, capitalizing on my unique constitution for her own cultivation. As you are aware, I possess a chaotic, divine demon body, which presents no obstacles on the path of cultivation. Moreover, I can assist others in overcoming their own barriers. Ultimately, Linglong's intentions are self-serving. Of course, selfishness is not inherently a flaw, and I do not look down upon the selfish. However, her desire to gain from me without offering anything in return is unacceptable, for I too have my own selfish inclinations." Yu Ruoshuang gazed at Zhou Xian, blinking in confusion. "Yet, I do not perceive you as selfish. You share all your resources with me or Feng Yu, without keeping anything for yourself." Zhou Xian playfully pinched her cheek. "I give to you because I genuinely have no use for it. Were it of any utility to me, I would certainly not part with it. In truth, there are very few things in this world that I find beneficial." With a playful swat at Zhou Xian's hand, Yu Ruoshuang retorted, "You certainly have an abundance of excuses. By the way, I have something to tell you. I wish to return to the Yin-Yang sacred land 2 days early." Zhou Xian was taken aback and inquired why. Yu Ruoshuang pressed her lips together and replied, "I feel that 3 days is rather rushed, so I thought it best to return a bit earlier. I wish to personally oversee their preparations. After all, this is my wedding, and I cannot allow even the slightest error." Zhou Xian did not object, instead saying, "No problem. I shall have Aunt Qin accompany you. I am concerned for your safety while you travel alone." A smile graced Yu Ruoshuang's face as she asked, "So, I can leave tomorrow?" Zhou Xian affirmed, "Indeed. But we must have a good conversation today, as we shall be apart for several days." The color of Yu Ruoshuang's face deepened to crimson as she shot Zhou Xian a glare. "Your mind. Host indulging in pleasures. Congratulations on receiving a critical reward. Chaos divine fire. Host reveling in lavishness. Congratulations on receiving a critical reward. Galaxy body refining technique." On the morning of her departure, Zhou Xian escorted Yu Ruoshuang to the door, presenting her with the reward he had received the previous day, the Galaxy Body Refining Technique. This was an auxiliary cultivation method that could harness the power of the myriad stars, including the force of the moon. This is an auxiliary technique that will greatly benefit you. Be sure to cultivate it diligently upon your return. Yu Ruoshuang accepted the Galaxy Body Refining Technique, her face blossoming into a sweet smile. "Thank you, my husband. I await your arrival to marry me." Zhou Xian smiled and nodded, turning to Aunt Qin. "Aunt Qin, I must trouble you once more." Aunt Qin responded with a look of resignation. "What can I say? It is my lot to be hard at work." Chapter 73. Was Yu Ruoshuang kidnapped? After Yu Ruoshuang's departure, Zhou Xian did not remain idle. He summoned Yu Shi, Ji Rushui, and Long Han Yin back to his courtyard, continuing to embrace the life of a wayward son. When in the company of Yu Ruoshuang, her ethereal, goddess-like aura tempered his actions, causing him to exercise restraint despite his inclination to indulge. However, Yuezhi and her companions lacked such an aura, and the grievances stemming from their past actions left Zhou Xuan feeling resentful, which ultimately resulted in his indifference towards them. Ironically, this very reason accelerated Zhou Xuan's cultivation, propelling him to the 6th level of divine powers within a mere few days. On that particular morning, Zhou Xuan reclined leisurely on a sunbed, basking in the warmth of the sun. Beside him, Zhou Xuan fed him fruits while Yuezhi massaged his legs, and Lung Hanyin attended to his shoulders. As Yuezhi kneaded his legs, she inquired, "Husband, is this pressure satisfactory?" Zhou Xuan chuckled, "Quite so, by the way, switch to the other leg." Obediently, Yuezhi complied and changed her focus to the other leg. Just as Zhou Xuan was indulging in this moment of relaxation, Aunt Qin hurried into the room, her expression grave. "Shinner, there is trouble," she announced. Zhou Xuan waved away Yuezhi and the others. Rising from his reclined position, he asked, "Aunt Qin, what has transpired?" A flicker of anger crossed Aunt Qin's eyes as she replied, "Zhou Xuan has been kidnapped." Zhou Xuan's countenance darkened instantly. "Kidnapped? Who is responsible?" Aunt Qin shook her head. "The identity remains unclear. However, the captors left a letter explicitly requesting to see you." She handed the letter to Zhou Xuan, urging him to read it. Taking the letter, Zhou Xuan felt a twinge of surprise. As cultivators, they had long since transcended the need for such rudimentary forms of communication, given their ability to engage in real-time conversations over vast distances. Nevertheless, Zhou Xuan dismissed these thoughts and opened the envelope to extract the letter. He glanced at it, noting the terse words inscribed within. 3 days hence, at the Falling Moon Mountain Range. Come alone. Otherwise, Zhou Xuan shall perish. Reading the message, Zhou Xuan found it somewhat amusing. Did this individual not consider the implications of challenging him? He had the backing of an emperor, after all. The act of kidnapping could easily be thwarted by deploying a single hidden dragon guard to infiltrate the void and quietly retrieve Zhou Xuan. Turning to Aunt Qin, he inquired, "Have we sent anyone to investigate?" Aunt Qin nodded. "I have dispatched a captain from the hidden dragon guards to covertly assess the situation. But he reported that there seems to be an emperor-level formation sealing the void, preventing his entry." An emperor-level formation? Zhou Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "This is rather intriguing. We should investigate further. I am keen to discover who dares to lay hands on my people." With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit, prompting Aunt Qin to hastily follow in his wake. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Yuezhi and the other two hurriedly gathered together, whispering in hushed tones. Yuezhi, somewhat perplexed, asked, "What is the current situation? How did Zhou Xuan end up being kidnapped?" Zhou Xuan cleared her throat and replied, "It is undoubtedly due to the numerous enemies my husband has made recently, and the roots of those grievances have not been entirely eradicated, leaving behind potential peril." Lung Hanyin interjected with a measured tone. "It remains uncertain whether this is an act of vengeance. If so, it would be wise to eliminate Zhou Xuan." Though Yuezhi and Zhou Xuan remained silent, the notion lingered in their minds, each harboring a semblance of agreement. This inevitably led them to such thoughts. After all, since the emergence of Zhou Xuan, it could be said that as long as she was present, all of Zhou Xuan's affections were lavished upon her, leaving them with not even a trace of his attention. If they could orchestrate Zhou Xuan's demise in this incident, Zhou Xuan would inevitably redirect his focus towards them. After a considerable pause, Yushi finally spoke. "Enough of your speculations. Let us leave this matter to fate." The other two nodded in agreement, falling silent thereafter. On Zhou Xuan's end, he hastened to the Luoyue mountain range, and, upon arrival, he began to assess the situation. He discovered that the space here was in utter disarray, as if an invisible force was ceaselessly churning the atmosphere. No wonder the hidden dragon guards could not penetrate it. Moreover, the defensive array remained activated, indicating that no one could enter. Zhou Xuan's flying vessel descended slowly, and a throng of individuals immediately surrounded him. These were members of the Yin Yang Sacred Land, led by the sovereign, Yihong. They approached Zhou Xuan, their expressions filled with remorse, and said, "Young Master Zhou, we are deeply sorry. It is our inadequacy that failed to protect Zhou Xuan." Zhou Xuan's countenance darkened considerably as he fixed a cold gaze upon them. The senior members of the Yin Yang sacred land were drenched in cold sweat, some even trembling slightly. After a lengthy silence, Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and inquired, "Please elaborate on how Zhou Xuan was abducted." Yihong hurriedly responded, "It transpired that yesterday, Zhou Xuan descended the mountain, stating she wished to personally select some items at the Sihai Pavilion. We allowed her to go. The Sihai Pavilion, under the control of Yiling Yu, was a merchant association replete with treasures, making it unsurprising that Zhou Xuan would venture there." Zhou Xuan nodded for him to continue. Yihong continued, "At that time, Zhou Xuan did not bring many companions. Only 2 junior sisters accompanied her. After purchasing some items, one junior sister suddenly mentioned that other merchant associations had valuable goods and suggested they take a look. Zhou Xuan, without much thought, agreed. However, unbeknownst to them, halfway through, Zhou Xuan fell victim to an ambush." Zhou Xuan raised his hand, halting further elaboration. "Where is that so-called junior sister now?" Yihong repeated, "We have already apprehended her and are bringing her to you." Zhou Xuan nodded. "Go ahead." Before long, a young woman, bruised and bearing a striking appearance, was brought forth. She glared fiercely at Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, you wretched demon." Zhou Xuan regarded her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Do we have a grievance?" The woman scoffed coldly. "You slaughtered my entire family. Do you truly question whether I harbor a vendetta against you?" So it was thus. Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Bring forth the executioner." One of the hidden dragon guards complied promptly, striding towards the woman. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she exclaimed, "Zhou Xuan, do you not wish to know who I am? Do you not want to uncover the identity of the one who abducted you, Zhou Xuan?" Zhou Xuan inhaled deeply and replied, "I have no desire to know, for such knowledge bears no significance. Moreover, I surmise that you too lack insight into their identity and are even less likely to possess the means to unravel their formation. Thus, you are of no utility to me." The woman had more to say, but before she could utter another word, the hidden dragon guard had already struck, delivering a forceful blow to her head. In an instant, her once exquisite visage was reduced to that of a crushed watermelon. Zhou Xuan then directed his gaze towards the Moonfall mountain range, encased within a formidable magical array, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes seemingly penetrating the very fabric of the array to discern the happenings within. Chapter 74. The transformation of Zhou Hong. In the 3 days following Zhou Xuan's arrival, the people of the Yin Yang sacred land exhausted every conceivable method, cursing, persuading, and more, in a futile attempt to provoke those who had kidnapped Zhou Xuan into revealing themselves. However, those within remained remarkably composed, betraying not a hint of urgency nor making an appearance. Observing this, Zhou Xuan understood that the matter would inevitably need to await the passage of 3 days. As those days swiftly passed, the Moonfall mountain range gradually began to stir under the watchful eyes of the multitude. The imperial-level array emitted a thunderous roar, and the obscured vision of the crowd returned. Yet the interior remained chaotic and inaccessible. Slowly, a figure emerged from within the Moonfall mountain, revealing itself to be a man. As he approached, the onlookers recognized him, Zhou Hong. The long-absent Zhou Hong had resurfaced, and had even kidnapped Zhou Xuan, a blatant provocation aimed at Zhou Xuan. Gradually, Zhou Hong reached the edge of the great array, just a step away from exiting, but he halted, casting a cold gaze upon Zhou Xuan. "Zhou Xuan, I never imagined you would actually dare to come," he remarked. Zhou Xuan began to advance towards Zhou Hong. "I never thought it would be you, a defeated foe. Speak. What is it that you have gone to such lengths to summon me here for?" A chilling smile crept onto Zhou Hong's face. "What do you think? Naturally, I intend to defeat you and then kill you." Zhou Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Zhou Hong, you are indeed ruthless. Back in the Phoenix Nest, although I bested you, I never intended to take your life. Yet now you seek to kill me?" Zhou Hong scoffed. "You did not kill me then, not because you lacked the desire, but because you were too afraid. You understood that killing me would ensure your own torment for eternity." Zhou Xuan nodded thoughtfully. "I must admit, you speak the truth. Had I slain you back then, your parents would have relentlessly sought vengeance against me, perhaps even aiming to end my life. But if you were to kill me today, are you not concerned about being hunted by your grandfather for the rest of your life? Zhou Heng laughed heartily. You overestimate the situation. Although my grandfather holds you in high regard, if I were to truly kill you, he would not pursue me. After all, he values familial bonds greatly. With your demise, I would become my mother's sole son, and he would not allow her to suffer. Damn! Though Zhou Xuan was reluctant to acknowledge it, Zhou Heng spoke the truth. If he were to perish at Zhou Heng's hands, Yi Junxiao would indeed refrain from avenging him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xuan turned to Aunt Qin beside him. Please send a message to Zhou Qing and my grandfather, urging them to come here, stating that Zhou Heng appears to have gone mad. Aunt Qin, her expression serious, nodded. Rest assured, I will contact them immediately. Aunt Qin quietly conveyed a message to Zhou Qing and Yi Junxiao, then stood aside. Zhou Xuan regarded Zhou Heng with a cold smirk. Zhou Heng, do you truly believe I would acquiesce to your terms? Zhou Heng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. What do you mean? Zhou Xuan curled his lip. What I mean is, do you genuinely think I hold you Ru Shuang in such high regard that I would go so far as to forsake my own life for her? This statement left Zhou Heng somewhat bewildered. Isn't Ru Shuang your wife? Why wouldn't you save her? Zhou Xuan chuckled. Because I fear death. Zhou Heng found Zhou Xuan's words incomprehensible. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, You fear death? A cultivator of your stature fears death? Zhou Xuan shrugged, his expression nonchalant. Is there anything strange about fearing death? As a noble heir of the Northern Realm, I can do as I please. Why should I sacrifice my life for her? I may lose one woman today, but tomorrow I could easily find hundreds more. Only you would presume that I value another's life more than my own. Zhou Heng was rendered speechless, standing frozen in place, grappling with the reality that he had gone to great lengths to kidnap Ru Shuang, making it a public spectacle solely to rival Zhou Xuan. Yet now, the latter dismissed his efforts entirely, leaving Zhou Heng unable to accept this affront. Was he merely a monkey leaping about in Zhou Xuan's eyes? Observing Zhou Heng's increasingly distorted expression, Zhou Xuan let out a sneer, producing a chair from his spatial ring, sitting back with his legs crossed, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Witnessing Zhou Xuan's utter indifference, Zhou Heng completely lost control, shouting furiously, Zhou Xuan, I will fight you. He charged out of the formation of Luoyue Mountain, roaring towards Zhou Xuan. Blood-red energy surged around him, filled with a sense of slaughter and ferocity. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan's expression turned slightly grave as he sensed a vaguely familiar aura emanating from Zhou Heng. Aunt Qin remarked, How can Zhou Heng exude the aura of the endless abyss? Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes. Let us not dwell on that now. I must engage him. Aunt Qin, if I am no match for him, intervene swiftly. I sense something amiss with Zhou Heng. Aunt Qin nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will ensure you encounter no harm. Zhou Xuan then turned his gaze to Zhou Heng, raising his arm with fierce determination, shouting, Zhou Heng, this is your second attempt to scheme against me. I spared you before, but today you face certain death. His arm swung down with great force, great slashing technique. A vast wave of slashing energy surged towards Zhou Heng, its sharpness even cleaving through the very fabric of space. Aunt Qin observed the strike with satisfaction, though Xin'er has not mastered martial skills. This divine technique transcends them in power. As others observed the scene, they regarded Zhou Xuan with admiration. His strike was indeed formidable. Zhou Heng, witnessing this blow, exhibited no trace of fear on his countenance, but instead bellowed fiercely, Get away from me. He swung his palm vigorously, manifesting a colossal beastly claw, radiating with dark crimson luminescence, which came crashing down upon Zhou Xuan's strike. With a resounding bang, both the claw and the strike dissipated simultaneously, the residual force of their clash rapidly spreading outward. Those in proximity hastily retreated, widening the gap between themselves and the two combatants. Zhou Xuan, somewhat surprised, cast a glance at Zhou Heng and chuckled. Well, my young friend, I must admit I underestimated you. I did not foresee you possessing such prowess. Chapter 75. Unable to compete, Completely outmatched, Zhou Hung glared at Zhou Xian with malice, snorting disdainfully. Zhou Xian, what you just witnessed was merely my most basic attack. Yet it shattered your grand strike technique. I am eager to see how you will withstand my subsequent maneuvers. Zhou Xian feigned terror, exclaiming, "Oh, really? I am absolutely quaking in fear. Please do continue." Zhou Hung, incensed by Zhou Xian's mockery, roared once more, charging at him with the ferocity of a leopard. Zhou Xian scoffed, his body enveloped in chaotic energy, a force of annihilation coalescing around his wrist. He gazed at Zhou Hung, coldly declaring, "Behold my technique. The Great Annihilation Art." The Great Annihilation Art surged forth like a razor-sharp blade aimed at Zhou Hung. In response, Zhou Hung let out a feral roar, an illusory, beastly figure materializing behind him. He swung his palm again, a much more tangible beastly claw imprint emerging, striking fiercely at the blade of annihilation. Yet, the power of annihilation was not to be compared with the force of mere strikes. When the two attacks collided, not a sound was uttered. The blade of annihilation sliced through Zhou Hang's assault effortlessly, as if cleaving through tofu. The massive beastly claw was severed into two segments, slowly dissipating into the air. Witnessing this, Zhou Hang's eyes glimmered with disbelief. This is impossible. How can my attack be so easily countered? Zhou Xian, grinning, replied, "Oh, my foolish brother, do you still not comprehend the truth that there are always greater beings beyond our own?" Zhou Hung unleashed a heart-wrenching roar. "And what of greater beings? I have fused with the bloodline of Qiongqi. My combat prowess has increased exponentially. You cannot possibly stand against me." Zhou Xian rolled his eyes, remarking, "You truly are a spoiled child, unable to withstand even the slightest setback. Moreover, have you truly merged with the bloodline of Qiongqi? Are you forsaking your humanity? Imagine how heartbroken your parents would be to discover that the son they painstakingly nurtured has turned into a traitor." Listening to Zhou Xian's incessant prattling, Zhou Hung could no longer contain his fury, roaring, "My affairs are none of your concern." As he howled, his body was suddenly adorned with fine scales and fur. Zhou Xian, observing this transformation, looked on with disdain. "Indeed, you have ceased to be human. However, your altered form does not seem to exhibit any remarkable strength." Zhou Hung let out a feral roar from his throat. "Zhou Xian, I shall kill you." He raised his hands once more, enveloped in a swirling aura of dark crimson light, as a colossal claw, almost tangible in form, emerged and lunged towards Zhou Xian. From this claw, Zhou Xian sensed an overwhelming energy. Should it strike him, he would surely find himself queuing in the underworld. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Any of his peers or equals caught beneath that claw would meet their demise. Zhou Xian emitted a cold snort, slowly raising his hand, as waves of obliterating power coiled around his arm. He gazed at the immense claw before him and suddenly swung his arm, blade of annihilation. A strike, even more formidable than the last, surged forth towards the claw. Upon collision, the colossal claw was cleaved in two by the blade of annihilation, yielding results no different from their previous encounter. "No, this is impossible." Zhou Hang's mind shattered in an instant, unleashing a piercing wail. "I've become so strong. Why am I still unable to defeat Zhou Xian? Why?" Zhou Xian regarded him with a chilling stare, responding, "Why? Because you lack the conviction of invincibility within your heart." Zhou Hung gazed at him in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Zhou Xian sneered. "What? Do you still not believe me? Let me tell you. At the moment you learned of my chaotic divine demon body, what were your thoughts? Did you not wish to seize my innate essence to become stronger?" Zhou Hang's eyes sparkled with madness. "And if I did?" Zhou Xian laughed heartily. "The moment you coveted my chaotic divine demon body's essence, you forfeited your belief in invincibility. For deep down, you felt your solar, sacred body paled in comparison to mine. With such a mindset, how could you ever possess an invincible heart? Thus, no matter what you do, you will always lose because you inherently doubt your ability to surpass me." At these words, Zhou Hung staggered, retreating 2 steps. "No, it's not like that. It's not like that. I do not believe I am inferior to you." Zhou Xian coldly remarked, "Even now, you are deceiving yourself. If you did not think your solar sacred body was inferior to mine, how could you abandon the essence of your sacred body? How could you transform into this wretched state in an attempt to prove yourself? Zhou Xuan approached Zhou Hong, gently patting his face. Brother, do you understand? The moment you sought my chaotic divine demon body's essence, I ceased to regard you, for you are unworthy. Zhou Hing staggered again, falling onto the ground, his face a mask of defeat. I have lost, I truly have lost. Observing this, Zhou Xuan merely shrugged. Concepts like the invincible heart were foreign to him, mere fabrications. As for Zhou Xuan's own belief in invincibility, that was undeniable. He held the conviction that no one in the world, particularly those of his age and standing, could rival him. His confidence stemmed from possessing a system. Zhou Xuan looked at the despondent Zhou Hong and said, Now, reveal how to enter the grand formation and provide the method. Zhou Heng's face bore no luster as he retrieved a formation plate from his possession and tossed it to him, stating, With this, you can freely enter and exit this grand array. Zhou Xuan accepted the plate without hesitation and swiftly ventured inside. Observing this, Zhou Hong questioned, Are you not afraid that what I have given you is a mere counterfeit? Zhou Xuan chuckled softly, replying, If what you provided is indeed false, then your life shall remain as it is. With that, he hastily proceeded within. Zhou Hong remained seated in a daze, but in the next moment, two figures materialized before him, Zhou Qingsong and Yi Lingyu, the husband and wife duo. Zhou Qingsong regarded Zhou Hong with a slight furrow in his brow, asking, Do you believe this is worth it? Zhou Hong met his gaze with an impassive expression and replied, It is worth it, at the very least. I have gained clarity regarding my own heart today. Upon finishing his words, he stood to depart. Yi Lingyu could not resist interjecting. Will you not return with us? Zhou Hong waved his hand, stating, I shall not return. A towering tree cannot grow within a greenhouse. I must seek my own path in the world. Yi Lingyu wished to pursue him, but Zhou Qingsong restrained her, saying, If he wishes to go, let him go. Chapter 76. Do you not think you are mistaken? Holding the formation plate, Zhou Xuan arrived within the falling Moon Mountain range and successfully located Zhou Xuan. She appeared untroubled, quietly sitting in meditation, devoid of any anxiousness. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhou Xuan slowly opened her eyes. Her initially indifferent expression transformed into one of surprise upon recognizing Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan, you have come, she exclaimed. Zhou Xuan smiled lightly, asking, Yes, I have come. Are you well? He did not harm you, did he? Zhou Xuan's joy was evident, her smile radiating brightly. No, Zhou Heng's target was you. He did not harm me at all. I just did not expect you to truly come. This revelation genuinely astonished Zhou Xuan, as she knew Zhou Xuan was typically self-centered, caring for no one but himself. Initially, she had thought he would not risk danger to rescue her, yet here he was, and it would not do to be missing a bride. Zhou Xuan paid little heed to Zhou Xuan's words. What mattered was that he had indeed come to save her. After a moment's thought, she gazed at Zhou Xuan and inquired, By the way, where is Zhou Hong? Zhou Xuan shrugged, replying, That fellow, having fused with the bloodline of Qiongqi, wanted to challenge me, believing he could undoubtedly triumph. We ended up fighting, but he was far too overconfident, and I overwhelmed him in just a few moves. Now, he is nowhere to be found. Zhou Xuan linked her arm with Zhou Xuan's, smiling brightly. I knew you were the strongest. Hearing her praise, Zhou Xuan felt an undeniable sense of comfort. He gently tapped her nose and said, Enough of that. Let's step outside. Zhou Hong provided me with an array disc, which is the only reason I could enter. Who knows if there are other traps within this grand formation? Zhou Xuan did not hesitate, replying, All right. The two of them emerged hand in hand. Upon seeing them, Aunt Qin immediately approached, concerned. Xian, are you all right? Zhou Xuan shook his head. I'm fine. See, I brought my wife out safely. Aunt Qin sighed in relief, saying, That is good, very good. At that moment, Zhou Xuan glanced upward and softly called, Grandfather? A distortion in the space nearby heralded the appearance of Yi Junxiao, who smiled and remarked, Xian, you performed admirably this time, victorious in the competition and enabling Zhou Hong to confront his own heart. You surpassed that lad by far. Zhou Xuan waved his hand modestly. You flatter me, grandfather. I merely perceive clearly. Yi Junxiao sighed, saying, to perceive clearly may seem simple, yet it is a formidable challenge to execute. It is quite remarkable that you, at such a tender age, can see through to the truth. Zhou Xuan smiled and produced the array disc. Grandfather, this is the disc for the grand formation. It serves little purpose in my hands. It would be better suited for your study. Without hesitation, Yi Junxiao accepted it. This item was indeed beyond Zhou Xian's current capabilities, and it was far better placed in the hands of the emperor, who had a notable expertise in formations. He was eager to delve into the complexities of this emperor-level array. Splendid. I was just contemplating how to engage with this grand formation. But considering you and Ruo Shuang were inside, I refrained. Now, I can examine it thoroughly. Once their conversation concluded, Zhou Qingtsong stepped forward, his expression complex. Zhou Xian, you have impressed me. We were indeed too prejudiced against you before. Yi Ling, you also expressed a touch of shame. Child, we were in the wrong. As your parents, we shall ensure your wedding is splendid. Zhou Xian firmly rejected. No need. As long as grandfather is present, that suffices. Zhou Qingtsong furrowed his brow slightly. Do not jest. How can one marry without elders present? Zhou Xian regarded him coldly. I have said, as long as grandfather is there, you need not come. Yi Ling, you took a deep breath, her expression souring. Xian, we realize our mistakes now. Can you not forgive us? Zhou Xian inhaled deeply and replied. What is the premise of your acknowledgement? Is it my excellence, my superiority over Zhou Hong, or the prospect of Zhou Hong departing from your control? Your understanding of your faults has never stemmed from a genuine recognition of your overreach as my parents. Rather, it arises from your realization of the stark contrast between my present self and the past. He paused for a moment, casting a fierce gaze upon the couple. Zhou Qingtsong and his wife. If I had not awakened the chaotic divine demon body, if I did not possess my current talents and strength, would you entertain such thoughts? You would not. In fact, even if I were to perish, not a shred of sorrow would touch your hearts. Therefore, do not attempt to convince me that you recognize your mistakes. I do not believe you, nor do I think you believe it yourselves. Upon finishing his words, he grasped the hand of Yi Shuang and strode towards the flying vessel. Yi Shuang offered a gentle smile to the couple before following Zhou Xian away. As they watched Zhou Xian's retreating figure, Zhou Qingtsong and his wife fell into a daze, a twinge of sorrow creeping into their hearts as they began to question themselves. Had they truly been too excessive in the past? With this thought, Yi Ling turned to Aunt Qin, inquiring, Qin Ran, were we really that excessive before? Aunt Qin glanced at her, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do not doubt. Indeed, you were excessively unreasonable. To speak candidly, I find it incomprehensible that you would harbor such disdain for Xian, your own flesh and blood, merely because he cannot cultivate. Was that truly his fault? Should it not be yours instead? You lost Xian, you allowed him to be cursed, yet upon his return, rather than seeking to make amends, you displayed nothing but contempt, even allowing servants to mistreat him. Zhou Qingtsong, though you are an emperor, I cannot respect you. It seems to me that your treatment of Xian is merely an evasion of responsibility, an attempt to forget that his condition arose from your negligence. The couple's faces darkened, yet they remained silent. Aunt Qin, unwilling to engage further, declared enough. Whether Xian forgives you is his own affair. We shall not intervene. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. With that, I shall take my leave. Chapter 77. The Hellish Relic, with a mortality rate of 70% in the blink of an eye. The day of Zhou Xian's wedding arrived. The Northern Celestial Emperor's palace was bustling with numerous guests, all representatives from formidable factions. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang Sacred Land dispatched an enormous fleet of flying vessels, grandly escorting Yi Shuang to the venue. They had truly laid bare their assets for the occasion, determined not to lose face. As noon approached, Zhou Xian and Yi Shuang commenced their wedding rites, with Yi Junxiao seated among the elders. Zhou Qingtsong and Yi Ling were also present, yet Zhou Xian did not permit them to take their place among the elders. The couple felt a pang of discomfort at this sight. Despite being their son, during this momentous occasion, they found themselves relegated to the sidelines as mere bystanders. Once the wedding rites concluded, Zhou Xian and Yi Shuang had little else to attend to. He did not need to toast each table individually. A simple wish for everyone to enjoy their meal and drink sufficed. Amidst the lively atmosphere outside, Zhou Xuan returned to his courtyard. Zhou Xuan changed out of her wedding attire, but retained a striking red gown, a significant departure from her usual white dresses. In the courtyard, boxes were strewn about, filled with gifts bestowed by others. Zhou Xuan turned to Zhou Xuan and remarked, "Today we have quite an abundance of gifts. Shall we tally them up?" Zhou Xuan pursed her lips and replied, "Why the rush? The guests have yet to depart, and you're eager to count the gifts?" Zhou Xuan retorted matter-of-factly, "Of course, these items have been brought for me. It is only natural that I account for my possessions." Zhou Xuan, rendered speechless, simply said, "As long as you are happy." Zhou Xuan began directing the maidservants to arrange the boxes neatly in a row for easier counting. Just as they were about to begin, Yi Lingyu approached, calling out, "Xian." Upon hearing that voice, Zhou Xuan felt a shiver run down his spine. It sounded rather disconcerting. He instinctively took a step back and said, "Stop. Please call me Zhou Xuan instead. Such an intimate address makes me uncomfortable." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Lingyu's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. "All right, by the way, I have come to deliver something to you today." With a wave of her hand, a multitude of neatly arranged boxes appeared on the ground, numbering at least 100. Yi Lingyu smiled. "These are all for you. They are resources you will need in the future, along with other treasures. Consider it a form of compensation for me." Zhou Xuan shook his head. "In truth, I do not require these items. You may take them back." Yi Lingyu slowly shook her head. "Once I have given them to you, I shall not take them back." After leaving those words, she turned to depart, leaving Zhou Xuan no opportunity to refuse. Observing her retreating figure, Zhou Xuan felt no stirring of emotion. Now she sought to play the emotional card. Where'd she been all this time? He recalled that when he was under the curse, a few kind words would have sufficed to win him over, and daily meals would have made him feel deeply touched. Now, however, even 1,000-fold or 10,000-fold effort could not win his heart back. Zhou Xuan looked at Zhou Xuan and then at the boxes on the ground, asking, "Husband, how should we handle these items?" Zhou Xuan took a deep breath and replied, "Since they have been brought, we shall accept them. By the way, you should keep these items." Zhou Xuan blinked. "Husband, are you jesting? Are you truly giving all these to me? You don't want any of it?" Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "You take them for now. Should I need anything, I will ask you." Zhou Xuan nodded. "Very well, if that is the case. I must carefully inventory the contents, lest I be unaware of what you might need later." Given the quantity of items, Zhou Xuan summoned Yushi, Ji Shui, and Lung Han Yin to assist Zhou Xuan in counting the items. One by one, they opened the boxes, recording their contents, which Zhou Xuan then stored away. All these items were exceedingly valuable, and even Yushi and the others gazed upon them with envy. As they witnessed the last of the treasures being placed into Zhou Xuan's spatial ring, their regret reached its zenith. If they had assisted Zhou Xuan during the Phoenix Nest, undoubtedly a share of these treasures would have belonged to them, rather than now, when all has been claimed by Zhou Xuan. After the inventory was completed, a considerable amount of time had passed. The guests had mostly departed, and the banquet had come to an end. The next event was the bridal chamber, and although both were no strangers to such matters, it was their first marriage. Moreover, the addition of wedding attire heightened the occasion. As days turned into weeks, Zhou Xuan resumed his former carefree demeanor, indulging daily in his playboy antics. Yet, his prowess continued to ascend, unwaveringly progressing with each passing moment. 2 months later, Zhou Xuan had reached the 9th level of divine power. On this particular day, Zhou Xuan reclined in a chair, resting, while Zhou Xuan dutifully fed him fruit. It was under these circumstances that Aunt Qin entered. Observing Zhou Xuan, she remarked, "Xianer, you seem to be living quite comfortably." Upon seeing Aunt Qin, Zhou Xuan swiftly arose from his chair, responding, "Aunt Qin, you've come," with a smile gracing her face. Aunt Qin retorted, "You little rascal, you appear to do nothing all day, yet your strength is constantly on the rise." Quite the paradox. Zhou Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "This is a skill I have intentionally cultivated. Regardless of what I am doing or the state I am in, I can ensure the continuous operation of my techniques and the enhancement of my strength. So, although I may seem idle, appearing like a playboy. I am merely deceiving you all. My progress is quite rapid. Aunt Qin playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "You are quite clever, aren't you? You claim to be confined indoors. Yet you concoct such schemes for whom? It is for our amusement, is it not?" Zhou Xuan chuckled sheepishly. "It's a habit, I suppose. By the way, Aunt Qin, is there something you wish to discuss?" As business turned to seriousness, Aunt Qin's expression became grave. "Indeed, there is something important. The Hell Ruins will open in 7 days. You must prepare yourself, for you will need to enter." "Hell Ruins?" Zhou Xuan echoed, his curiosity piqued. That name alone suggests it is not a pleasant place. "Is it truly safe to enter?" With a light smile, Aunt Qin reassured him, "It may sound intimidating, but the reality is not as dreadful. The mortality rate is only 70%. "What?" Zhou Xuan's voice shifted, incredulous. 70% mortality, and you say only? Chapter 78. Reluctance to enter. The news of a 70% mortality rate was indeed alarming, signifying that over half of those who ventured inside would meet their demise. In that moment, Zhou Xuan felt a strong urge to retreat. He merely wished to enjoy life and be a carefree playboy. Why should he venture into such a perilous place? With this thought, he turned and nestled back into his chair, feigning nonchalance. "Ruo Shuang, more fruit." Ruo Shuang stood there awkwardly, saying, "Husband, please don't jest. Aunt Qin is still here." Zhou Xuan decisively flipped over, declaring, "Silence, silence. Did you not hear Aunt Qin say the mortality rate is a staggering 70%? How perilous this is. No, I shall not go, regardless of what is said." Aunt Qin stepped forward, firmly grasping Zhou Xuan by the collar and lifting him with a resolute force. "Xianer," she declared, "your grandfather has insisted that you must go to the Hell Ruins, whether you like it or not." Zhou Xuan flailed his limbs erratically, shouting in protest, "I refuse to go. I shall not risk my life for mere amusement." Aunt Qin, reminiscent of a mother soothing her child, continued to reassure him, "Do not worry, Xianer. Your grandfather has prepared everything for you. No danger shall befall you." Even Ru Shuang approached Zhou Xuan, gently comforting him. "Oh, dear husband, since grandfather has made all the arrangements, why not accompany us? Surely no harm will come to you." Yet Zhou Xuan remained obstinate, resembling a lifeless fish. "I will not go, no matter what you say. My life is not a game to be risked." Aunt Qin, amused by his obstinacy, set him down on a chair and said, "Very well, if you refuse to go, then stay here and amuse yourself. I shall take my leave." Zhou Xuan wearily waved his hand. "Aunt Qin, travel safely." With a bemused smile, Aunt Qin gestured to Ru Shuang. Ru Shuang returned the smile and followed Aunt Qin outside the courtyard, inquiring, "Aunt Qin, what is the matter?" Aunt Qin halted, a smile gracing her face as she extended her hand, and in a flash of light, a small tower and a petite sword materialized in her grasp. She handed the two items to Ru Shuang, saying, "Ru Shuang, take these. They were crafted personally by your grandfather. Choose one for yourself, and give the other to Zhou Xuan." Ru Shuang, hesitant, replied, "Aunt Qin, I have no issue with this, but my husband has just expressed his unwillingness to go." Aunt Qin waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, do not concern yourself. I will simply bring him along." Ru Shuang smiled. "Very well. Aunt Qin, may I return now?" Aunt Qin affirmed, "Certainly, you may go." As Ru Shuang turned back to the courtyard, a glimmer of pity appeared in her eyes as she regarded Zhou Xuan, surprised that the usually unruly Zhou Xuan would face such treatment. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days elapsed. Zhou Xuan continued to lounge leisurely in the courtyard, while Ru Shuang sat beside him, puncturing a piece of fruit with a skewer and bringing it to her lips. Opposite her sat Feng Yu, who had retreated into seclusion for an extended period since her emergence from the phoenix nest, anxious that Zhou Xuan might demand her presence. Fortunately, with Ru Shuang's company, Zhou Xuan had not pressed her. However, today marked the day of their visit to the Hell Ruins, and she could no longer delay her departure from seclusion. Ru Shuang and Feng Yu engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing pieces of fruit from the platter, entirely disregarding Zhou Xuan, who felt increasingly aggrieved. With annoyance, he banged on the armrest of his chair, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you two doing? Why are you so engrossed in your own conversation that you have forgotten about me? As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed at Fengyu, saying, My dear, I have emerged from the phoenix nest only to find yourself utterly alone. Why, pray tell, could you not remain in seclusion? What compels you to venture forth? Fengyu, bewildered, pointed at herself and replied, Me? If it weren't for, just as she was about to divulge the reason, Zhou Xuan lightly cleared her throat and interjected, Well, darling, after an extended period of seclusion, one naturally requires a breath of fresh air. Now, let me feed you some fruit. Cease your sulking. She deftly prepared a piece of fruit and held it to Zhou Xian's lips, saying, Here, eat up. As Zhou Xian chewed on the fruit, a smile crept across his face, and he remarked, Now, this is more like it. By the way, Fengyu, can you not take a page out of Zhou Xuan's book? It's rare to see anyone, and when you finally do, you simply seek to pilfer my belongings. Fengyu felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. Once a formidable quasi-emperor, now over 2 millennia old, she found herself chastised by this youthful lad. She chuckled and shook her head, replying, All right, it's my fault. Is that sufficient? Here, let me feed you some fruit as well. She picked up a fruit resembling a cherry and offered it to Zhou Xian, saying, Eat. Zhou Xian let out a huff, opening his mouth with a fierce bite that landed on Fengyu's finger. Startled, she cried out in pain and instinctively pulled her hand back. But Zhou Xian clamped down tightly, much like a small dog, refusing to let go. Fengyu, exasperated, urged, Zhou Xian, release me at once. Do not behave like a dog. Let go. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes, but remained steadfast in his grip. At that moment, Aunt Qin entered from outside and, upon witnessing the scene, teased, Oh, when did our young master transform into a little dog? Why is he biting? Only then did Zhou Xian release her, exclaiming, Aunt Qin, you're here? Aunt Qin smiled warmly at Zhou Xian and said, My young master, today marks the day we embark on our journey to the Hell Ruins. It is time for us to depart. Zhou Xian immediately sprang up and dashed toward the room. However, Aunt Qin swiftly appeared behind him, grasping his collar with one hand. My young master, today you shall go, whether you wish to or not. Zhou Xian kicked and protested, I want to go, I won't go. I truly refuse to go. Aunt Qin chuckled softly, saying, Young master, this is not up to you. In a flash, she appeared outside in the courtyard, where a flying vessel awaited. Inside the courtyard, Zhou Xuan and Fengyu exchanged glances, shared a smile, and rose to follow her outside. They reached the flying vessel just in time to see Zhou Xian rolling about on board, shouting, I won't go, I won't go. I refuse to go, no matter what. Aunt Qin looked on, helplessly shaking her head, and instructed the hidden dragon guard beside her. Let us set off. The hidden dragon guard, also smiling at the scene of Zhou Xian on the ground, proceeded to activate the grand formation within the flying vessel. Chapter 79. Whether he wishes to or not. Arrival at the ruins, the flying vessel, carrying the tumultuous Zhou Xian along with Zhou Xuan, Fengyu, Aunt Qin, and the hidden dragon guard, swiftly soared towards the Hell Ruins. Upon arriving at the Hell Ruins, Aunt Qin smiled at Zhou Xian and said, My dear Xianer, it's best if you refrain from causing a stir here. Now that we have arrived, further commotion will be futile. I suggest you compose yourself, lest I toss you in, which would surely be quite embarrassing. Hearing this, Zhou Xian sighed and replied, I am truly at a loss for words. Since we are already here, I suppose I should accept the situation. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and glanced around, eager to ascertain the number of attendees present. To his astonishment, the crowd was indeed substantial. There are not just thousands, but at least 8,000 individuals gathered. Zhou Xian found himself perplexed and queried Aunt Qin, did you not mention that the mortality rate here is exceedingly high? You said it was as much as 70%. How then can there be so many people? Aunt Qin chuckled lightly and replied, That is because the Hell Ruins is an extraordinarily enigmatic place. Within its depths lies the potential to acquire opportunities that could alter one's fate. Zhou Xian blinked in confusion. I do not fully grasp what you mean by opportunities that could alter fate. Aunt Qin surveyed the throng of aspiring entrants to the ruins and remarked, Take a closer look. While the majority of those seeking to enter are indeed talented, they do not constitute the very pinnacle of genius. They are here in hopes of seizing this chance to elevate themselves to the highest echelons. Zhou Xuan blinked again and asked, Aunt Qin, do you believe that, given my talents, I could require any such opportunities? Aunt Qin pondered for a moment before responding. Logically, you should not need to, but your grandfather mentioned that there are things within that you require, though he did not specify what they are. Zhou Xuan sighed once more and said, I suspect that you all are merely looking for something to occupy my time. Aunt Qin smiled. In any case, you should enter. There will undoubtedly be things that pique your interest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuan fell silent, patiently awaiting the opening of the ruins. Such was his nature. Now that they had arrived, thoughts of retreat were futile. Regardless of what awaited them inside, he was determined to venture forth and discover its secrets. After approximately half an hour, the space before them began to distort, suddenly unveiling a swirling vortex that gradually formed into a passageway. A dense aura of death emanated from the passage, enveloping the surrounding area. Others who encountered this chilling presence felt an overwhelming cold, akin to standing amidst ancient glaciers. Zhou Xuan too felt the chilling energy. Even the chaotic essence within him began to stir involuntarily. He inhaled deeply, an involuntary thrill coursing through him, and declared, I sense that it will surely be quite intriguing within. Noticing his demeanor, Aunt Qin chuckled, knowing that Zhou Xuan was not the type to shy away from challenges. His earlier reluctance was merely a product of laziness. Zhou Xuan turned to Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu and said, Let us venture forth together to uncover what lies within this den of dragons and tigers. He soared into the air, swiftly charging into the depths, while Zhou Xuan sighed and grasped his sleeve, hastily following suit. Feng Yu then cast forth a crimson light, marking Zhou Xuan before pursuing them into the passage. After Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan entered the spatial passage, they experienced a brief sensation of dizziness, which soon dissipated. They felt a solid ground beneath their feet, indicating their arrival. The atmosphere within the infernal ruins was far from pleasant. It was overcast and suffused with a thick, oppressive aura of death that rendered the surroundings exceedingly uncomfortable. Slowly, Zhou Xuan raised his gaze to the sky, observing the dimly lit expanse, where the sun appeared as if it were on the verge of extinguishing, casting a faint, blood-red glow. Zhou Xuan squeezed Zhou Xuan's small hand and said, Let us proceed. Zhou Xuan nodded and inquired, Should we not wait for Sister Feng Yu? Zhou Xuan regarded her and asked, How long do you propose we wait for her? Does she even know our whereabouts? Zhou Xuan smiled reassuringly. Fear not. Sister Feng Yu is far more meticulous than you, she, and the others. She has marked me and is aware of my location. Zhou Xuan grinned. In that case, we need not wait for her. Let her find us at her own pace. Zhou Xuan raised an eyebrow. That certainly sounds reasonable. Having made their decision, the two ascended into the air, gliding forward at a leisurely pace. After about 15 minutes of flight, Zhou Xuan's gaze caught sight of several humanoid creatures behaving peculiarly ahead. He turned to Zhou Xuan and said, There are some beings ahead. Let us investigate. They swiftly approached the peculiar figures and, upon a mere glance, were rendered speechless. These entities were once human. To be precise, they had lived as humans. However, now they exhibited no signs of life. Their skin was a pallid gray, akin to withered tree bark, and their eyes were murky, reminiscent of spoiled milk. Moreover, their bodies bore numerous wounds, some even lacking internal organs. Yet, rather than lie quietly in death, they aimlessly wandered about. Zhou Xuan observed these living corpses, feeling an eerie resemblance to creatures known as zombies. Uncertain of the connection between the two, he queried Zhou Xuan, What is your opinion of these beings? Zhou Xuan frowned slightly. They are quite repulsive. Zhou Xuan took a moment, realizing the futility of his inquiry. He remarked, Let us first discern their characteristics to avoid being caught off guard should we encounter a formidable version of them later. Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement, remaining silent. They continued onward, soon attracting the attention of the undead. Although these creatures appeared blind, they possessed a unique sensory ability to detect living beings. In an instant, they all turned their heads, howling as they lunged toward Zhou Xuan and Yu Ruoxuan. Zhou Xuan's expression hardened. He extended his right hand, fingers lightly tapping, conjuring sharp sword auras that pierced through the limbs of the living corpses. Yet, these entities seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly advancing toward them. Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, continuing to unleash sword energy that struck the bodies of the undead like a relentless machine gun, quickly transforming them into a mass of holes. Yet the undead persisted, undeterred by their grievous injuries, pressing forward with relentless determination. Ultimately, Zhou Xuan shot through their skulls, and only then did these wretched beings finally succumb to death. Seeing this, Yu Ruoxuan inquired, "My lord, have you discerned anything?" Zhou Xuan nodded. "Indeed, I have made certain observations." Chapter 80. The fierce Yu Ruoxuan. To slay Zhou Xuan? Yu Ruoxuan, filled with curiosity, asked, "What exactly are these creatures?" Zhou Xuan replied, "They are likely to be the undead, having returned to life after death, yet devoid of any humanity. Akin to wild beasts." Yu Ruoxuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Rather, these beings are infected and controlled by the miasma of death postmortem." Zhou Xuan snapped his fingers, affirming, "That is a fair assessment." Yu Ruoxuan gazed up at the dark crimson sun above, remarking, "The density of death energy within this ruin is astonishing. I wonder what treasures lie within for us to discover." Accepting their fate, Zhou Xuan said, "Let us proceed without overthinking." The pair ascended slowly, continuing toward the heart of the ruin. Not long after, they encountered a small horde of approximately 100 undead wandering about. Zhou Xuan raised his hand, preparing to eliminate them, but Yu Ruoxuan had already taken the initiative. With a gentle wave of her arm, she executed the moon wheel slash. A flurry of crescent-shaped strikes, akin to a tempest, descended upon the undead. In the blink of an eye, the moon wheel slash reduced the creatures to mere fragments. Zhou Xuan regarded Yu Ruoxuan with admiration, exclaiming, "You truly are formidable." Yu Ruoxuan smiled modestly, replying, "Nay, I am no match for you. Now let us continue." As they ventured deeper, the number of undead increased, their strength escalating as well. Initially, Yu Ruoxuan could effortlessly dispatch these foes, but soon it required a modicum of effort. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. Zhou Xuan noted that these undead were no longer the same as before. The earlier ones resembled humans or animals, differing only in their tattered appearances. However, as they journeyed further, the creatures began to morph into grotesque forms. Some sprouted bony protrusions, while others developed scales. As the visages of the undead grew increasingly bizarre, so too did their power. After traversing a distance of about 10,000 miles, a tremendous roar echoed from ahead. Zhou Xuan and Yu Ruoxuan halted, casting their gaze downward. In the next instant, a fearsome serpent, measuring 100 feet in length and 10 feet in girth, reared its head from the ground. The portion of the creature that was raised stood a formidable length of over 30 zhang. In addition, the colossal python was adorned with an exoskeleton reminiscent of insects, segmented like a train. Upon witnessing this formidable entity, Yu Ruoxuan emitted a cold snort, waving her hands, unleashing a crescent strike that stretched over 10 zhang, hurtling towards the serpent's body. The moment the strike collided with the python, a crisp sound echoed, and a spark erupted at the point of impact. Zhou Xuan anticipated that Yu Ruoxuan's attack might be in vain. However, to his astonishment, the crescent strike suddenly radiated a brilliant light, swiftly cleaving the giant serpent in two. Beholding the scene, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yu Ruoxuan, exclaiming, "Impressive, my dear wife." Yu Ruoxuan smirked, "Of course. Let me tell you, my husband, aside from being bested by you, no one else has ever managed to defeat me." Her assertion was not mere bravado. As a prodigious woman endowed with the supreme physique of the Taiyin sacred body, Yu Ruoxuan had always stood among the elite. Throughout her life, she had seldom encountered defeat, except when faced with Zhou Xuan at the Phoenix Nest, where she not only lost but also surrendered herself to him. Zhou Xuan chuckled. "This signifies that we are fated to be together. Enough of this. Let us proceed." After traveling 100 miles, they suddenly heard the sounds of a skirmish ahead and hurried towards it. Upon nearing the commotion, they discovered 2 disciples from the sacred grounds battling against more than 10 deathly creatures, each resembling a wolf but adorned with scales and spiked backs, stretching over 100 zhang in length. Unlike the previous ones, these creatures were enveloped in a dense aura of death, which augmented their attacks. Nonetheless, the disciples of the sacred grounds held their own against these formidable foes with ease. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 2 disciples had successfully vanquished all the deathly beings. Zhou Xuan grasped Zhou Xuan's hand, saying, "Let's take our leave." Zhou Xuan nodded, preparing to depart. But just as they took a few steps, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Where you 2 headed?" Zhou Xuan halted, turning to face the 2 individuals, asking, "What do you want?" One man, clad in a deep blue long robe, cast a scrutinizing glance at them, particularly at Zhou Xuan, a glimmer of greed flashing across his face. "Young man, I offer you a chance to live. Surrender all your treasures and leave your female companion behind, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to end you." Zhou Xuan found the man's audacity rather excessive. He pointed to himself, inquiring, "Do you not know who I am?" The man's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "Why should I know who you are?" Zhou Xuan chuckled derisively. "Indeed, you are a fool. To dare speak to me without knowing my identity is clearly an invitation to demise." The man's expression shifted to one of gravity as he stepped back, asking, "Who exactly are you?" "Zhou Xuan Dao. I am Zhou Xuan. Even though you may not have seen me, you must have heard of my name, correct?" The other party contemplated briefly and soon recognized Zhou Xuan's background, a smile appearing on his face. "Zhou Xuan, of course, I am aware of you. You are merely the unloved eldest son of the Eastern Heavenly Emperor, a so-called waste raised as a successor by the Northern Heavenly Emperor. I understand that your background is formidable, perhaps even invincible, but what does that matter? Within this relic, you cannot utilize such advantages." Zhou Xuan blinked, gazing at him with a hint of confusion. "Why do you presume me to be weak?" The other party laughed heartily and replied, "Because you are inherently weak. You have only possessed the talent for cultivation for a few months. Yet your strength is somehow on par with those of us who have trained for years. I refuse to believe your prowess is genuine. It must be utterly superficial." Zhou Xuan was beginning to lose interest in conversing with him, for the other's intellect seemed lacking. He sighed, "Forget it. I no longer wish to converse with you 2 fools. Since you believe you have the upper hand over me, then come at me." The other sneered, "So, you acknowledge that you are no match for us and resign yourself? Very well, it saves you from further suffering." He then addressed his companion, "Let us attack together. We must ensure Zhou Xuan does not leave here alive, or we shall all meet our doom." Chapter 81. Slay Them. The fearless, undying beings, that individual understood well that if Zhou Xuan emerged from this place alive, he would undoubtedly face the merciless wrath of the Northern Heavenly Emperor. He had heard that following the conclusion of the Phoenix Nest secret realm, the forces of the Northern Heavenly Emperor had slain many, even extinguishing several major powers. This was all due to Zhou Xuan being bullied within the Phoenix Nest. In order to avenge him, the Northern Heavenly Emperor had taken action against those individuals. This information indeed indicated Zhou Xuan's esteemed position in the eyes of the Northern Heavenly Emperor, yet it also subtly revealed that Zhou Xuan was nothing more than a waste. A person who, when bullied, could only seek aid from their elders. Wasn't he that the very definition of ineptitude? The 2 exchanged glances, their expressions conveying a mutual understanding. With a fierce shout, they suddenly launched an assault on Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan stood still, merely pitying the 2 pitiable creatures before him. Zhou Xuan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhou Xuan. "If you wish to challenge my husband, you must first contend with me." With a wave of her hand, a crescent moonblade, over 10 zhang long, shot forth, charging towards the 2 adversaries. Upon witnessing Zhou Xuan's attack, the 2 were momentarily taken aback, then hastily attempted to counter her strike. A tremendous noise erupted as both parties' attacks dissipated without a trace. Yet the 2 were forcefully pushed back several steps by the powerful impact. The man in the dark blue robe cautioned, "Be careful, for this woman is the saintess of the Yin Yang sacred land, possessing formidable strength." His companion retorted, regardless of who she is. Even if she is the saintess of the Yinyang sacred land, her power is still merely at the 7th tier of divine ability, whereas we are at the 9th tier. The man replied, "While that may be true, we are slightly inferior in talent. It is prudent to exercise caution." "Very well. Let's exert all our strength and eliminate this woman." The two of them, having abandoned their initial desire to capture Zhou Xuan, instead united to launch an assault against her. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Xuan's delicate visage darkened with fury as she declared, "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." She slowly raised her hand, and a colossal palm, spanning over 10 zhang, manifested before her. The palm, as pristine as jade, radiated a luminescence akin to moonlight. With a fierce motion, the immense hand descended upon the two assailants. Feeling an overwhelming threat from this maneuver, the two exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This woman possesses formidable power. We shall give our all and confront her head-on. With a simultaneous roar, they brandished their weapons and launched a fierce counterattack against the descending palm. However, their strikes met the hand with no more effect than a moth colliding with a boulder, utterly futile. The gigantic moon-white palm then crashed down upon them, producing a cacophony of snapping bones as they were violently thrust to the ground. Yet, they were not yet lifeless. They retained a flicker of breath and attempted to struggle away. But how could Zhou Xuan permit their escape? With a flick of her right hand, a series of crescent moon slashes erupted, striking the two with precision. They emitted no cries of despair, for they were cleaved into a myriad of fragments scattered across the ground. This was the first time Zhou Xuan witnessed such brutality in Zhou Xuan's combat, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "I must admit, your methods are indeed formidable." Zhou Xuan, slightly embarrassed, offered a modest smile. "In truth, you have seen even more powerful attacks from me before. They simply did not succeed." Zhou Xuan suddenly recalled the time in the Phoenix Nest when Zhou Xuan had unleashed her full arsenal against him, genuinely intent on ending his life, but ultimately fell short. Had she prevailed then, his fate would have been dire. However, he reassured himself that with Feng Yu present, he would have faced no peril. At that moment, an odd sound emanated from the ground, prompting Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan to glance down. To their astonishment, over a dozen undead creatures emerged from an unknown source, each of modest size, merely a zhang in length. These creatures were voraciously feasting upon the corpses of the two fallen foes. Initially, Zhou Xuan regarded this as a trivial matter and paid it little heed, but Zhou Xuan suddenly remarked, "These beings, after consuming the flesh of cultivators, experience rapid growth in power." Zhou Xuan then scrutinized the undead, and indeed, as Zhou Xuan had asserted, their strength was surging swiftly. In light of this revelation, Zhou Xuan began to comprehend why the mortality rate within this hellish relic was so alarmingly high. The blood and flesh of cultivators enhanced the abilities of these creatures, driving them to indiscriminately slay all who entered the relic. This was a stark contrast to other secret realms, where it was rare to encounter beasts or entities that actively hunted cultivators. In this place, all undead creatures would frantically launch attacks against them. The undead encountered at this moment were of low strength, posing little threat. However, as they ventured deeper, the power of the undead grew increasingly formidable. The fearsome undead, unafraid of injury or death, initiated assaults, the very thought of which sent shivers down their spines. Zhou Xuan seemed to have realized this as well. She turned to Zhou Xuan and said, "Husband, before our journey, Aunt Qin gifted me 2 treasures, claiming they would ensure our safety here. I shall present them to you now." Zhou Xuan waved his hand, responding, "Not just yet. Hold on to them for the time being. I am curious to see if the undead within can withstand my assaults." Seeing Zhou Xuan's unwavering confidence, Zhou Xuan chose not to press the issue. "Shall we continue onward?" she inquired. Zhou Xuan pondered for a moment before replying, "There is no rush. Let us wait here for Feng Yu. Her phoenix bloodline possesses a degree of suppression over these undead creatures." This was indeed a prudent decision, and Zhou Xuan did not object. The two found a vantage point to observe the undead while awaiting Feng Yu's arrival. After approximately 2 hours, Zhou Xuan suddenly sensed something and looked up, spotting a crimson flame rapidly approaching. It was Feng Yu, her fiery aura unmistakably that of the phoenix. In the next instant, the flames receded, revealing Feng Yu clad in a striking red dress before them. Yu Ruyun beamed upon seeing her, exclaiming, "Sister Feng Yu, you've arrived. We were just waiting for you." Feng Yu nodded, stating, "I encountered a bit of trouble along the way, but it has been resolved." Zhou Xuan rose, saying, "Now that you are here, let us venture deeper. These creatures are imbued with a chilling aura of death, and I believe your phoenix flames will exert a potent, restraining effect upon them." Feng Yu did not hesitate, replying, "Let us see how it unfolds. Onward to the depths and discover what lies within." With that, they set off. Chapter 82. Zhou Xuan takes action. The giant tortoise in the ensuing journey. Zhou Xuan and his companions faced countless assaults. As they had surmised, the undead creatures, regardless of their strength, relentlessly attacked whenever they drew near. Nevertheless, Zhou Xuan refrained from intervening, relying on Yu Ruyun and Feng Yu to fend off the undead for the time being. Perish! Yu Ruyun unleashed a powerful strike, vanquishing a colossal undead beast. After taking a couple of deep breaths, she surveyed the distant landscape. Turning to Zhou Xuan, she remarked, "Husband, the aura of death ahead grows increasingly dense, and the undead appear to be gaining strength, becoming more formidable and challenging to confront." Zhou Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I have observed this as well. Should we encounter more undead, let us strike together. Especially you, Ruyun. Ensure that you maintain ample strength within you, for you possess the precious artifact crafted by my grandfather, which will aid our survival." Yu Ruyun nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall be vigilant. I will rely heavily upon you and Sister Feng Yu from here on." Feng Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "It is only to be expected." Zhou Xuan glanced at the increasingly dense aura of death ahead and remarked, "Let us proceed. I am curious to discover what treasures lie within this infernal ruin." They pressed on without pause, delving deeper into the relics. After traversing 100 miles, a dark lake on the ground suddenly erupted, and a creature resembling a dragon but adorned with 2 wings ascended into the air. This creature was shrouded in thick bony plates, exuding an impressive defensive capability. The undead beast let out a deafening roar, emitting a sound that was excruciatingly unpleasant, and with a flick of its tail, it charged toward Zhou Xuan and his companions. Zhou Xuan snorted coldly, raising his arm and executing a powerful swing, unleashing a ferocious slash aimed directly at the undead creature. Perhaps sensing the might of the impending attack, the creature, wary of its peril, summoned a swirling mass of death energy, forming a thick wall before it in an attempt to shield itself from Zhou Xuan's strike. The slash penetrated the dense aura of death with ease, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, effortlessly cutting through the barrier and colliding with the undead being. The impact produced a resounding yet crisp explosion, as the thick bony plates of the creature were pierced, cleaving it in two. A long tail, losing its control, fell back into the lake, splashing a considerable amount of water. In the air remained only the front half of the undead creature, wings still flapping, despite its grievous wounds. It exhibited no fear, continuing its furious advance toward Zhou Xuan and his group. Zhou Xuan snorted once more, swinging his arm again. Perish, great slashing technique. A colossal slash erupted anew, descending upon the undead creature's head in the blink of an eye, cleaving it cleanly from its skull down to its tail, rendering it in 2 halves. The creature's movements froze instantly, severed and lifeless, before it plummeted into the lake. Zhou Xuan coldly regarded the vanishing undead being and remarked, "I expected this creature to possess greater strength. It appears it is not as formidable as anticipated. Let's move on." Yu Rushiwe and Feng Yu nodded in agreement, swiftly following Zhou Xuan forward. With Zhou Xuan's formidable presence, their subsequent journey became considerably smoother. None of the undead beings they encountered could withstand Zhou Xuan's great slashing technique. The majority were dispatched with a single blow, and if one strike proved insufficient, a second would suffice. Half a day later, Zhou Xuan and his companions beheld a colossal creature ahead, its size reaching a staggering 1,000 feet. This behemoth bore the form of a tortoise, yet its shell was not smooth. Rather, it resembled the hilly shape of an alligator tortoise, with sharp bony spikes adorning the edges. At that moment, 4 or 5 individuals surrounded the massive tortoise, unleashing an array of dazzling attacks that rained down upon it like a torrent. However, these seemingly formidable strikes, upon meeting the tortoise's shell, merely resulted in the scattering of tiny fragments, failing to create any significant breach in its defenses. This is akin to grasping and pinching an individual, resulting in a considerable effort that merely removes a minuscule layer of dead skin. The act is both insulting and profoundly injurious. Zhou Xuan gazed at the 4 or 5 individuals, turned to Zhou Xuan, and inquired, "My lord, shall we offer assistance?" Zhou Xuan resolutely shook his head. No. Feng Yu was not particularly surprised by this response. Yet her curiosity about Zhou Xuan's reasoning prompted her to ask, "Why not help them?" Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Firstly, aiding them would serve us little purpose, as their strength would not benefit us. Secondly, should we assist them, we might inadvertently foster a few ingrates who could easily turn against us. Thus, why should we extend our help? Let them meet their demise." Both Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu nodded subtly, acknowledging the validity of Zhou Xuan's words. Such a possibility indeed existed. After all, this was a relic, a place where they vied for treasures, and the quantity of treasures would undoubtedly be limited, inevitably breeding enmity among them. They could not guarantee that those individuals would abandon their pursuit of the treasures simply because they had been rescued. Feng Yu cleared her throat and suggested, "Shall we take another route?" Zhou Xuan surveyed the enormous turtle and remarked, "What is the point of changing paths? We shall remain here and observe. But we must exercise caution to avoid detection. It would be quite amusing if those ruffians brought the giant turtle here." They waved their hands, gathering a bit of dead energy to conceal their presence as they watched the unfolding confrontation. To speak of it, although this massive turtle was colossal, it exhibited remarkable agility. Whether pivoting or striking at the assailants, its speed was both swift and fluid. One male cultivator, caught off guard, was struck directly by the gigantic claw, the overwhelming force causing him to explode into fragments. He did not even have the chance to utter a final word before being obliterated. The giant turtle opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction emanated from within, drawing in the shattered remains of the male cultivator. A peculiar luminescence flickered across the turtle-esque form, augmenting the resilience of its shell. Witnessing this scene, despair engulfed the other cultivators. They had initially banded together in a group of over 10, only to be obstructed by this formidable turtle. They collectively launched a counterattack, intent on vanquishing the creature. However, little did they know, this turtle's high defense, swift movements, and immense strength resulted in the demise of 6 of their companions. Chapter 83. The Ferocious Turtle, Zhou Xuan Strikes. One female cultivator trembled, exclaiming, "We are no match for this beast. We must flee." Upon hearing her, the others hesitated not a moment, turning to escape. This left the female cultivator momentarily stunned. She had expected her comrades to utter a few words, at least a "let us go," yet they dashed away without uttering a single word, displaying a complete lack of martial ethics. In that brief moment of distraction, the giant turtle fixed its gaze upon her. He approached her with astonishing swiftness, opened his mouth, and took a bite. The delicate female cultivator met her demise, akin to a ripe peach bursting with juice. Witnessing her tragic end, the other cultivators fled even faster. Yet, how could the colossal tortoise allow their escape? From its massive form emanated a dark crimson energy, a potent amalgamation of malevolent and deathly forces that swiftly ensnared the fleeing individuals, drastically reducing their speed as if their legs were mired in a quagmire. Each step a Herculean effort. Seeing the effectiveness of its assault, the giant tortoise slowed its pace and ambled over to a male cultivator. Terrified, he repeatedly shouted, "Stay away from me. Don't come any closer." He unleashed a flurry of attacks with his weapon towards the tortoise. However, these strikes merely bounced off the creature's thick, armored shell. Despair enveloped the male cultivator, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Damn it, I do not wish to die. This lament became his final utterance. For in the next instant, the tortoise's jaws clamped down upon him, extinguishing his life entirely. After consuming the male cultivator, the tortoise turned its gaze toward the remaining cultivators, leisurely devouring them amidst their desperate performances. Once the tortoise had finished its gruesome feast, it abruptly lifted its eyes towards the location of Zhou Xuan and his companions. A peculiar glimmer shone in its ashen orbs, signaling that it had detected their presence. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhou Xuan dispelled the concealment of deathly energy and declared, "Prepare for a frontal confrontation. The tortoise has spotted us." Both Yu Ruxiang and Feng Yu nodded in agreement, instantly readying themselves for battle. Observing that Zhou Xuan and his companions did not flee, the tortoise accelerated towards them with alarming speed, its massive form reminiscent of a mountain. Zhou Xuan snorted disdainfully, raising his arm above his head and bellowing, "Perish!" A colossal strike, stretching 1,000 feet, erupted like a bolt of lightning towards the tortoise. The blow collided with the creature's shell, producing a resounding clang reminiscent of metal clashing. Simultaneously, the impenetrable defenses that had thwarted the previous cultivators crumbled under Zhou Xuan's assault. 3 prominent, hill-like protrusions on the tortoise's shell were severed, leaving a deep, precise fissure across its back. Zhou Xuan furrowed his brow slightly, muttering, "Curse it! I couldn't cleave this beast in two with a single blow." Feng Yu reassured him, "No matter. This is already an extraordinary achievement. You must understand, this tortoise is no ordinary creature. It is the renowned ironclad dragon tortoise, famed for its formidable defense." Ironclad dragon tortoise? Zhou Xuan narrowed his eyes, the name ringing a bell. It sounds somewhat familiar, but there is no time to ponder that. If it can withstand my first strike, then let us test the next one. Zhou Xuan issued a furious roar as the power of annihilation surged through him, gradually coalescing in his arm. The enormous turtle opposite him seemed to sense the impending danger. It let out a thunderous bellow and charged recklessly toward Zhou Xuan and his companions. Its speed was astonishing, defying all preconceived notions they had of turtles. Witnessing this, Feng Yu shouted, "Quick, dodge!" Yet Zhou Xuan remained rooted in place, bemused. "Are you jesting? You expect me to evade it? That is utterly impossible." In the blink of an eye, the colossal turtle was upon him. Seeing this, Feng Yu suddenly ignited a towering flame around her. "Damn it, I shall fight you to the end." Not only she, but even Yu Ruxiang drew forth the small sword gifted by Aunt Qin, channeling her spiritual energy into it, poised to sever the turtle's head with a single strike. At that moment, Zhou Xuan sprang into action, his arms swinging with ferocity, unleashing a colossal slash aimed directly at the turtle's head. This strike, forged entirely from the essence of annihilation, cleaved through the turtle's head and continued down to its tail, splitting its massive form in two. The severed halves of the turtle's body swept past Zhou Xuan, creating a scene of sheer awe as he stood like a solitary rock amidst a raging torrent, the currents swirling around him. As the spectacle unfolded, Feng Yu inhaled deeply, allowing her flames to gradually extinguish. The small sword in Yu Ruxiang's hand, now transformed into a modest 3-inch blade, lost its luminescence and nestled within her palm. She approached Zhou Xuan, a hint of reproach in her voice. "Husband, that was a rather reckless act you just committed. You must not do such things again." Feng Yu, with a stern expression, added, "You, the illustrious heir of the emperor, why must you engage in such perilous endeavors? Do you find it amusing?" Zhou Xuan grasped Yu Ruxiang's hand gently, responding, "Understood." He then turned to Feng Yu, teasing, "What is it? Are you afraid that if I perish, you shall accompany me in death?" This evident double standard left Feng Yu momentarily speechless as she pointed at him, exclaiming, You truly are something else. I have never encountered anyone with such contradictory principles." Zhou Xuan, unabashed, took pride in his stance. "And what of it? Ruxiang is my wife. It is only natural I treat her with tenderness. As for you, you promised to engage in that endeavor, yet you chose to hide away instead. Am I to blame?" Feng Yu's cheeks flushed crimson at his words. Stop, please. I implore you." Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. "Now that's more like it. Let us be on our way." Just then, Zhou Xuan, feeling slightly awkward as she listened to their banter, glanced around and suddenly spotted a glimmering orb nestled within the split body of the turtle. She quickly interjected, "Enough of this. Look at that shining object inside the turtle." The two ceased their quarrel and turned to gaze at the turtle's remains. Indeed, nestled within the turtle's head was a softly glowing orb radiating a gentle white light. Zhou Xuan's brows knitted in curiosity. "What is this?" He rushed forward and extracted the orb. The pearl, roughly the size of a fist, is not perfectly spherical, but rather resembles a milky stone, imbued with a breath of life. This discovery astonished him. How could such a vibrant object exist within a lifeless being? Chapter 84. The Yin must have Yang. Life emerges from death. Feng Yu, well-versed and knowledgeable, examined the pearl and remarked, "To be honest, it is not entirely surprising to encounter such a phenomenon within a lifeless entity, as there exists a notion that extreme Yin can give rise to Yang. In other words, under certain extreme conditions, entities that are the complete antithesis of the prevailing situation can emerge. For instance, in places saturated with heavy Yin energy, treasures of pure Yang can be born. Similarly, in such a realm steeped in death, the emergence of something teeming with vitality is not peculiar." Zhou Xuan pondered for a moment and found Feng Yu's reasoning to be quite sound. In any world, no matter how abnormal, there is a tendency toward balance. This hellish relic was utterly skewed, yet the world still endeavored to maintain equilibrium, resulting in the birth of such a life-infused entity. Zhou Xuan scrutinized the object in his hand, turned to Feng Yu, and inquired, "What do you think this object's purpose is? What utility does it hold for us? And for these undead beings? I can't shake the feeling that its function is not so simplistic." Feng Yu took the pearl from Zhou Xuan's hand and examined it with seriousness, stating, "The effects of this pearl are quite limited. It can merely expedite the healing of injuries, but beyond that, its use is rather negligible." Zhou Xuan contemplated this and uncertainly proposed, "Could it be possible that the pearl's limited effectiveness stems from the low power of this great turtle, and that the death energy within it is not as dense as we imagined? If it were to emerge from a more formidable undead being, might it possess greater capabilities?" The more Zhou Xuan considered it, the more he felt his reasoning was sound, prompting him to speculate more boldly. Thus, the most crucial elements within this hellish relic are likely those that have developed from the death energy, containing potent life force. I even suspect that the pinnacle of treasures within this relic might have the potential to resurrect the dead or transform undead beings into living creatures. Only such extraordinary entities could facilitate metamorphosis and the elevation of one's innate talents. Both Feng Yu and Zhou Xuan, upon hearing Zhou Xuan's conjecture, reflected and recognized its remarkable logic and validity. Feng Yu mused, "To be honest, there may be truth to your words." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Xuan's eyes as she said, "Then let us proceed forward. If we reach the core area, we may indeed uncover what we seek." Zhou Xuan handed the pearl to Feng Yu, saying, "You are older, you should hold on to it. When we find additional pearls, you can make a thorough comparison." This remark nearly incited Feng Yu's ire. She glared at Zhou Xuan, retorting, "If you lack the ability to choose your words wisely, it's best to remain silent. I may be older in wisdom, but this body is merely months old." Zhou Xuan chuckled softly, "Your soul is thousands of years old." Feng Yu, slightly exasperated, retorted, "I appear to be merely 18, blooming with beauty." Zhou Xuan, with a hint of disdain, reiterated, "Your soul is thousands of years old." Feng Yu, on the verge of laughter from frustration, exclaimed, "My physical age is considerably younger than yours. If you find my age unappealing, why do you insist on binding me to your side? What do you mean by tying me to you?" Zhou Xuan glanced at her indifferently. "What I value is your exterior, not your ancient soul." Left utterly speechless, Feng Yu raised her hands in surrender. All right, I concede. I shall not argue with you." Zhou Xuan scoffed lightly. "Your soul may be millennia old, yet it pales in comparison to the vitality of a 20-something maiden. Zhou Xuan has already become my wife, while you persist in secluding yourself from me. I truly wonder how you have spent these thousands of years. What meaning does your existence hold? Feeling personally attacked, Feng Yu gazed at Zhou Xuan and said, "What do you mean by that? Must age equate to experience? I simply am not prepared to be with you. I find you too youthful. What is wrong with that?" Zhou Xuan replied with a dismissive laugh. "You are not young. Your soul is thousands of years old." Stop, stop, stop. I do not wish to debate this further. Let us proceed deeper. If we linger, I fear I might lose my temper and strike you, Feng Yu urged. Zhou Xuan smirked and fell silent, instead taking hold of Zhou Xuan's hand. "Let us move." Zhou Xuan smiled at Feng Yu before soaring ahead alongside Zhou Xuan. Observing the couple intertwined in affection, Feng Yu's eyes brimmed with disdain. Ah, love and its nauseating sweetness is truly unbearable. After flying for over 1,000 miles, Zhou Xuan suddenly halted, warning Zhou Xuan, "Be cautious. I sense an extraordinarily potent aura." Zhou Xuan blinked, her eyes wide with vigilance but remaining silent. Feng Yu, too, could not help but heighten her alertness. As Zhou Xuan scanned the surroundings and found nothing amiss, she opened her mouth to inquire. Just then, a white arrow shot towards her with astonishing speed. Zhou Xuan, spotting the bone-like projectile, swiftly pulled the unsuspecting Zhou Xuan to his side. "Watch out." The white arrow narrowly grazed Zhou Xuan before veering towards Feng Yu. She quickly dodged, narrowly escaping the onslaught. However, just as they evaded this attack, 2 additional white arrows flew towards them, one aimed at Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan, the other targeting Feng Yu. With a contemptuous huff, Zhou Xuan swung his arm, unleashing a slicing strike that cleaved the bone arrow in two, causing it to plummet to the ground. Feng Yu, not to be outdone, swiftly shattered her arrow with a decisive slap. Having remained passive until this moment, Zhou Xuan finally took action. Under Zhou Xuan's protection, she had refrained from evasion, allowing him to discern the trajectory of the incoming arrows. She radiated a cascade of silvery moonlight, unleashing a flurry of sharp slashes directed at the path of the bone arrows. The relentless onslaught enveloped an area of 100 feet in an instant, and under the barrage, the ground was reduced to mere rubble. Where the moonlight's wrath struck, a resounding roar echoed. As the dust settled and the attack ceased, a towering figure emerged before them. This being, humanoid in form, stood an impressive 15 feet tall, with a robust physique clad in tattered armor, wielding a massive bow, and at his waist hung a quiver containing over a dozen white bone arrows. Chapter 85. Core of the Ruins. Reluctant to form a party upon realizing he had been discovered, the giant ceased pretense, slinging his bow across his back and brandishing a large cleaver as he charged toward Zhou Xuan and his companions. A palpable aura of death emanated from the giant, who swung his blade, sending forth a wave of death energy aimed at Zhou Xuan and the others. Zhou Xuan let out a cold snort and remarked, "A slash? Let me witness the true strength of your strike." He swung his arm, his palm transforming into a blade as a sharp slash burst forth, colliding with the giant's assault. With a resounding crash, Zhou Xuan's strike shattered the giant's attack, hurtling towards his massive form. With a clang, the slash impacted the giant's heavy armor, producing a deafening sound. Instantly, the armor was rent asunder, and the giant sustained grievous injuries. Yet, despite being wounded, the giant did not succumb. He continued to roar, raising his cleaver to launch another assault. Zhou Xuan swung his arm once more, releasing an even more powerful slash. This time, the formidable strike cleaved the giant in half. However, the giant, now severed, seemed impervious to pain as he pressed forward. Zhou Xuan scoffed and executed another strike against the giant. This time, the blow cleanly bisected the giant's colossal form. The massive body of the giant began to descend slowly, and with keen observation, Zhou Xuan noticed a softly glowing orb embedded in the giant's forehead. Rushing forward, Zhou Xuan extracted the orb, sensing its essence. Although it was not as large as the orb within the great tortoise, the life energy contained within was far more potent. It was not merely that the orb contained more life energy. Rather, the vitality within the giant's orb seemed of a superior quality compared to that of the tortoise's. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xuan tossed the orb to Feng Yu, saying, "Take a look at this. What differences do you perceive between these two orbs?" Feng Yu accepted the orb, examined it briefly, and replied, "The life energy within this orb is far more pure and refined, its efficacy surpassing that of the previous one." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuan smiled and remarked, "Does this not affirm our prior conjectures?" Feng Yu secured the orb, stating, "Indeed, it is true. Our next step is to venture deeper and discover the most potent concentration of life energy within these ruins." A glimmer of light flickered in Zhou Xian's eyes. "If that is the case, let's embark." The trio, invigorated, pressed deeper into the abyss. This time, they ventured thousands of miles, nearing the heart of the ancient ruins. Naturally, the number of undead creatures had significantly increased, and their strength was formidable. Most notably, a battlefield had formed in this region. Within Zhou Xian's line of sight, numerous cultivators were engaged in combat with the undead. The sheer volume of these creatures suggested they were guarding something, thwarting any attempts to approach. Observing this intense scene, Zhou Xian could not suppress a gasp. The fighting here is fierce. There must be treasures within. Feng Yu regarded him and queried, "Shall we join the fray?" Yu Shuang chuckled softly. "It is not a matter of whether we wish to join. They are already upon us." Zhou Xian looked up to see a colossal undead creature, akin to a western dragon, soaring towards them with its tattered wings. In truth, its current strength rendered wings unnecessary for flight, yet the act of flapping them had become a mere habit. Zhou Xian surveyed the creature, which spanned 100 feet in length, and felt no hint of interest. He clasped his hands together and then slowly parted them, assuming a stance reminiscent of a butcher preparing to execute a cleaver swing. "Go forth, great slash technique." A crescent-shaped strike erupted, colliding directly with the undead beast. In a swift motion, the creature was cleaved in two, the cut as clean as if crafted by a master artisan. Upon vanquishing this undead foe, Zhou Xian attracted the attention of more creatures, which roared and surged toward them. He wielded his hands once more, unleashing a strike measuring several hundred feet that sliced through the advancing horde. In mere moments, countless undead were severed, some plummeting, while others continued their relentless charge. Yu Shuang, witnessing the chaos, extended her hands. Moon wheel slash. A series of 10-foot-long moon blades surged forth, cascading relentlessly into the ranks of the undead. Feng Yu was equally engaged, summoning bursts of phoenix flames, sending forth waves of fiery, sword energy toward the approaching creatures. Within a few breaths, nearly 100 undead had been cleared from before Zhou Xian. After dispatching these foes, they swiftly advanced, soon encountering the next wave, an equally dense throng of hundreds of undead barreling toward them. Zhou Xian continued with his straightforward great slash technique, each strike extending several hundred feet, adeptly disrupting the undead's assault and inflicting substantial damage. Meanwhile, Yu Shuang and Feng Yu focused on eliminating any stragglers or wounded creatures. Through their seamless coordination, they advanced rapidly, soon surpassing those who had arrived before them. The situation surrounding Zhou Xian soon captured the attention of others, witnessing how effortlessly he dispatched the undead creatures. Many began to entertain thoughts of seeking his favor. Those who were relatively close cast aside their opponents and soared toward Zhou Xian, calling out loudly, "Esteemed trio, we wish to join you. Let's form a team." Upon hearing their clamorous voices, Zhou Xian turned to look, instantly filled with fury. It was one thing for these people to approach, but why were they accompanied by a horde of undead? Their prowess was undeniable. Slaying these creatures was indeed manageable. However, they ought to contribute their share of effort. Was their strength merely a gift? Zhou Xian's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "Step aside. I have no need for your companionship." Yet, those individuals seemed oblivious to his words, continuing their advance while chattering incessantly. Why so solitary? Joining forces would surely benefit us all. Indeed, strength in numbers. With our collaboration, we shall achieve far greater results. You three are too few. While it may suffice now, deeper within we shall encounter difficulties. You ought to be grateful for our offer to team up. Hearing their shameless declarations, Zhou Xian's face grew grim as he coldly remarked, "You foolish wretches." He turned away and launched an attack, exclaiming, "Die!" Great slash technique. Chapter 86. The colossal undead creatures. The intruders were taken aback by Zhou Xuan's immediate assault. Caught off guard, they were struck without defense. A cacophony of anguished screams echoed, and torrents of blood rained down. As the scent of fresh blood wafted through the air, the undead became frenzied, abandoning Zhou Xuan and Zhou Xuan to charge at the slain. Among those who had not been hit, some found themselves surrounded by the rampaging undead, who attacked with wild ferocity. In an instant, Zhou Xuan's vicinity was cleared. Observing the chaos around him, he urged Zhou Xuan and Fengyu, "What are you waiting for? We must move." Without regard for the fate of those left behind, they pressed forward. After traveling 100 miles, a towering mountain, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, loomed ahead, adorned with numerous undead creatures, each stretching over 100 feet in length. Suddenly, the mountain trembled, and the undead emitted a collective shriek, unfurling their wings and soaring into the sky, before executing a sharp turn to charge towards Zhou Xuan and his companions. Zhou Xuan sneered. These beasts truly show no signs of repentance. With a disdainful snort, he extended his hands, unleashing a colossal slash that surged toward the undead. However, these creatures were significantly stronger than those previously encountered. A palpable aura of death emanated from them, enveloping their forms like armor. The slash struck an undead creature, cleaving it in two. As the blade met another, the force diminished significantly, and after a laborious effort, the next undead was severed, leaving the strike utterly drained of power. Witnessing this, Fengyu remarked, "The strength of these undead has markedly increased. Relying solely on slashes will not yield the desired lethality." With that, she summoned brilliant flames of the phoenix, drawing forth a fiery red longsword and swinging it fiercely. Fools perish. Phoenix takes flight. Waves of sword energy, reminiscent of phoenix wings, surged toward the undead. Her attacks were both domineering and incisive, further amplified by the phoenix flames that naturally countered these creatures. In an instant, her sword energy tore through one undead, though it consumed most of its strength, dissipating entirely after striking another. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuan emanated an ethereal lunar power, manifesting her vision as a full moon hung high in the sky. With a cold gaze fixed upon the undead before her, she commanded, "Moonlight tide." Cascades of silvery light, akin to waterfalls, surged toward the undead, concealing within them razor-sharp edges. The moonlight tide collided with the undead, delivering a devastating blow, and in mere moments, several were torn apart. Although their assaults were formidable, the trio found it increasingly challenging to withstand the relentless onslaught of hundreds of undead. At that moment, Zhou Xuan extended his hands, gathering waves of annihilation energy upon his arms. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he declared, "If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." With a vigorous sweep of his arms, two colossal slashes erupted, entirely composed of annihilation energy. These strikes plunged into the throng of undead like a great whale breaching the surface, cleaving through them in an instant, leaving a dozen undead shattered. Without hesitation, Zhou Xuan unleashed two more slashes, this time in an intersecting pattern, dispatching dozens of undead and significantly alleviating the pressure on Zhou Xuan and Fengyu. He continued to wield his arms in rapid succession, unleashing slashes of 1,000 feet in length that viciously tore into the ranks of the undead, piercing through their lines. Bolstered by the annihilation energy, the trio swiftly vanquished the approaching undead. Yet, despite their victory over these creatures, Zhou Xuan and his companions remained on high alert, their gazes fixed intently upon the towering mountain before them, which loomed 1,000 feet high. Suddenly, the mountain began to tremble, rocks cascading down its slopes. Gradually, it rose upright, and Zhou Xuan, upon glancing at it, inhaled sharply. By the heavens, this beast is colossal. It stood an astounding 3,000 feet tall, its highest peaks shrouded in ominous clouds. Moreover, its appearance was reminiscent of a western dragon, evoking an unsettling aura. Zhou Xuan glanced at his companions and said, "Let us refrain from idle chatter and confront this beast." Zhou Xuan, gazing at the colossal creature before them, sighed in exasperation. How on earth are we to combat this? It is simply too large. Can we even hope to overpower it? Feng Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, this creature, during its living days, must have been extraordinarily formidable. Though it has perished and its energy has dissipated, the strength of its corporeal form remains intact. Engaging it will not be a trivial endeavor. Zhou Xuan smirked and replied, "Isn't that simply stating the obvious? If it were easy to defeat, I wouldn't be conversing with you. I would have charged in and dispatched it myself. In our current predicament, I must emphasize the necessity of caution. Very well. I shall take the lead and assess this beast's defensive capabilities." He advanced a few steps, coalescing energy into a blade of annihilation, and swiftly struck. The blade, stretching 1,000 feet in length, capable of rending all, collided fiercely with the undead creature. However, a dense aura of death and malice emanated from the creature, attempting to thwart Zhou Xuan's assault. Yet, how could such a force possibly obstruct the blade of annihilation? In no time, the blade pierced through the veils of death and malice, striking heavily against the undead beast. The razor-sharp blade penetrated deeply into its body, nearly severing one of its massive legs. This provocation stirred the colossal being into a furious roar, as it opened its abyss-like maw and unleashed a torrent of dark red flames upon the trio. Witnessing this, Feng Yu urgently warned, "Beware of the flames. They are imbued with deathly energy capable of annihilating life itself. Exercise extreme caution." As she spoke, a layer of phoenix flames enveloped her, prepared to counter the encroaching darkness. Above you, Zhou Xuan, a radiant moon hung high, casting silvery light upon her, providing her with an effective shield. Zhou Xuan's transformation was less conspicuous. Tendrils of annihilation energy swirled around him like serpents, encircling his form and safeguarding his body. In the next moment, the black flames struck them. Chapter 87. Resurrection of Flesh and Blood. The impact of the black flames was overwhelming, akin to a deluge of molten lava descending from the heavens. The three of them trembled momentarily, yet quickly regained their footing. However, the ground beneath them could not withstand the onslaught, groaning in agony before collapsing. After several minutes, the black flames finally subsided, leaving their surroundings transformed into a lake of molten rock. Only a pitiful patch of ground remained beneath their feet. Zhou Xuan coolly regarded the towering beast and declared, "Your assault has concluded. Now it is my turn." Streams of annihilation energy flowed from his being, transforming under his command into a series of razor-sharp blades. He extended his hands, launching relentless strikes, each blade spanning 100 feet, directed towards the monstrous creature. These assaults struck the undead creature, incessantly carving out numerous wounds upon its form. Soon, it was marred with injuries. Had it been capable of bleeding, a river of blood would have surely flowed. The undead being, evidently aware of its increasing afflictions, let out a ferocious roar and took to the skies. From a distance, it resembled a mountain soaring through the heavens. Zhou Xuan furrowed his brow and declared, "Wait here. I shall pursue." He swiftly gave chase, with Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu following closely behind without hesitation. Due to the creature's massive size, Zhou Xuan quickly caught up and landed firmly upon its back. Once stable, he raised his leg and ran toward its neck, determined to sever it. At that moment, Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu also ascended to its back. Recognizing Zhou Xuan's intent, they promptly commenced their assault on the creature's head, preventing it from diverting its attention to Zhou Xuan. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xuan made his way to the undead's neck, extending his hand to unleash a strike that spanned thousands of feet, delivering a fierce blow to the creature's neck. The razor-sharp strike cleanly severed its head, which plummeted to the ground like a small mountain. To Zhou Xuan's astonishment, he discerned fresh flesh and blood at the sight of the creature's decapitation. His eyes widened as he descended from the creature's back and approached its head, examining it intently. Just then, Zhou Xuan and Feng Yu landed beside him. "Husband, were you observing?" Zhou Xuan inquired. Zhou Xuan turned, excitement radiating from his expression. "Come and see. This creature is generating new flesh within its body." This revelation captivated both women, prompting them to approach and scrutinize the sight. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Xuan's eyes. Indeed, this is astonishing. Feng Yu's gaze gleamed with insight. This creature must possess something within it that is infused with potent life force. Zhou Xuan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Rising to his feet, he unleashed another strike, this time a standard blow aimed at the creature's mountainous head. The initial attempt failed to cleave through, so he tried again, yet still met with resistance. The creature's formidable physique, even in death, surpassed their current capabilities. Had its internal energy not been depleted, they would have faced grave peril today. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Xuan delivered yet another strike, finally cleaving open the creature's forehead. Within the vast expanse of its head lay a pearl, the size of a basin, luminous and white. Veins of blood intertwined upon the pearl's surface, drawing life energy from it, thereby facilitating the regeneration of the undead's flesh. Moreover, surrounding the pearl, there exists a substantial mass of vibrant, pulsating flesh. Though he had harbored such conjectures in his heart, witnessing this scene with his own eyes left Zhou Xuan profoundly moved. It was indeed unfathomable. We can now officially confirm, Zhou Xuan remarked, that within this relic, there must exist entities far more formidable, capable of utterly transforming a person. Feng Yu nodded, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes, and said, had I known such treasures were here, I wouldn't have rushed to reconstruct my body. Zhou Xuan looked at her with a hint of exasperation. I must say, do not act coy after reaping the benefits. What did my grandfather give you that isn't a treasure? You made use of it all, and I even provided you with 3 drops of phoenix blood. Yet here you are, expressing disdain. Feng Yu, noticing Zhou Xuan's expression, felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite Zhou Xuan being significantly younger than her, his anger made her slightly uneasy. That's not what I meant, Zhou Xuan. My current body is quite splendid, and my talents are exceptionally high. Zhou Xuan chose not to dwell on her words, instead suggesting, let us excavate this object. It may prove useful in the future. With a gentle motion of his fingers, sharp blades of energy emerged from his hand, clearing the flesh surrounding the pearl, which he then retrieved. After acquiring the pearl, Zhou Xuan handed it to Feng Yu. You hold on to it for now. Feng Yu, not hesitating, accepted the pearl and, sensing its vitality, exclaimed, what an overwhelming surge of life energy. This could undoubtedly revive the dead. Zhou Xuan smirked at her enthusiasm. I understand. Now, put it away. We must move on to the next destination. With a smile, Feng Yu stowed the pearl and approached Zhou Xuan, peering up at him. What is wrong, Zhou Xuan? You're not angry, are you? Zhou Xuan, with a half-smile, replied. If I said I wasn't, would you believe me? Feng Yu pondered for a moment and shook her head. I wouldn't. Huh. Zhou Xuan chuckled. Then why inquire? Let me tell you, Feng Yu, you're in trouble. I shall not engage with you in this relic. We will settle accounts once we are outside. Feng Yu dismissed his threats with nonchalance. All right, enough of that. Let us proceed into the depths. The trio took flight once more, racing towards the core of the relic. Shortly after passing the site of their recent battle, a towering creature appeared before them. A colossal flood dragon, its body a dark azure, exuding a menacing aura. Upon sighting the undead flood dragon, Zhou Xuan bellowed fiercely, Die, you wretched beast! With a vigorous swing of his arm, a ferocious blade of annihilation surged forth, cleaving towards the undead flood dragon. The creature slowly opened its mouth, and a mist of azure vapor emerged, coalescing into shards of icy blue that formed a massive shield before it. Chapter 88. The partial resurrection of a being this flood dragon was evidently distinct from the previous undead creatures they had encountered, as it possessed the ability to unleash spells it had wielded in life, a remarkable phenomenon. This also confirmed that this being had genuinely begun its resurrection. The blade of annihilation collided with the azure ice, slicing through it with precision, yet the blade's subsequent attack lacked considerable force. This azure ice appeared to differ from ordinary ice. It seemed to embody certain laws of ice, exhibiting a formidable resistance against the assaults of the annihilation principle. The azure dragon slowly raised its head, its grayish eyes fixating on Zhou Xuan, and then it gradually opened its mouth, exhaling a breath of gray chill. In the next moment, these icy breaths coalesced, forming numerous ice swords that swiftly launched toward Zhou Xuan and his companions. Zhou Xuan inhaled deeply, glancing at the two individuals beside him, and cautioned, "Be vigilant. This creature's attacks are rather extraordinary." The other two nodded solemnly, then activated their defenses. Their protective measures were akin to those from their previous encounter. Feng Yu summoned the flames of the phoenix, while Zhou Xuan conjured her own unique manifestation. However, both had also prepared additional contingencies. Feng Yu manifested a small shield in her hand, ready to deploy it should she falter. Similarly, Zhou Xuan held a delicate tower, 3 inches tall, gifted by Aunt Qin and personally crafted by Yi Junxiao, ready to activate at the first sign of trouble. Naturally, Zhou Xuan was not solely responsible for her own safety. She was also mindful of Zhou Xuan, prepared to activate the tower should he show signs of struggling. In the next moment, the azure ice swords struck against their defenses, and this assault was evidently far more potent than the previous one. The impact of the azure swords caused tremors in their protective barriers, a phenomenon that had not occurred during their previous encounter with the dragon's breath. Only Zhou Xuan remained motionless, the overwhelming force of annihilation flowing from him continuously dismantling the encroaching ice swords, leaving him entirely unscathed. Time progressed slowly. Although Feng Yu and Zhou Xuan found it increasingly challenging to maintain their defenses, they persevered. As the barrage of ice swords concluded, Zhou Xuan seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He once again concentrated the power of annihilation, unleashing a blade stretching 1,000 feet in length, hurtling towards the azure dragon. The azure dragon, in turn, summoned a shield of azure ice, which collided with the blade of annihilation. This time, the blade effortlessly cleaved through the ice shield, striking the azure dragon with tremendous force. With a resounding metallic clang, the scales of the azure dragon shattered, and the blade of annihilation embedded itself deeply within its body. The azure dragon let out a thunderous roar, soaring into the sky, its massive form obscuring the sun. It hovered above Zhou Xuan and his companions, swinging its tail, which was hundreds of feet thick, and began to lash down at the ground. With a singular strike, it created a massive pit 1,000 feet long and several hundred feet wide, fissures radiating outward like canyons. Seeing that this attack had missed its target, the azure dragon roared once more and swung its tail toward Zhou Xuan and the others. Such a method of attack left Zhou Xuan somewhat overwhelmed, and indeed, he could not withstand it head-on. It is essential to recognize that the physical assaults of these deathly entities are far more formidable than any spell. After all, they retain a fraction of their vitality from their former lives. Zhou Xuan dared not confront it directly. He could only take a deep breath and conjure a blade of annihilation, stretching 1,000 feet long, and fiercely cleave towards the tail of the dragon. This time, Zhou Xuan summoned all his strength, roaring, "Perish!" The sharp blade of energy collided with the rapidly descending tail, producing a sound reminiscent of clashing metal. The scales on the dragon's tail shattered once more, while the blade sliced deeply into it. Remarkably, without the consumption of azure ice, the blade of annihilation severed the dragon's tail entirely. A massive segment of the dragon's tail fell heavily to the ground. Zhou Xuan hurriedly glanced at the wound, eager to assess how much flesh had regrown. However, he discerned no signs of recovery on the dragon's tail. Paying little heed to this, Zhou Xuan turned his gaze back to the dragon above, enveloped in the power of annihilation, ready to deliver another crushing blow. Yet, to his astonishment, the azure dragon seemed to have no intention of engaging further. It merely glanced at Zhou Xuan before dragging its mutilated form away from the scene. The dragoness speed was remarkable, and by the time Zhou Xuan attempted to pursue, it had vanished without a trace. This left Zhou Xuan feeling somewhat helpless. Yet there was no alternative but to delve deeper into the ruins. After vanquishing 3 more colossal undead creatures, they arrived at the very heart of the ruins. Why was it deemed a core? Because as they approached, they were enveloped by a rich aura of life. Indeed, even the air was saturated with it. How potent was this vitality? With just a couple of breaths, all fatigue dissipated from Zhou Xuan's body. Yu Ruiying and Feng Yu had sustained minor injuries during the previous battle, yet upon encountering this life force, they swiftly recovered. The vitality suffusing the air was already astonishing. One could only imagine how remarkable the source might be. Zhou Xuan inhaled deeply, a glimmer of excitement crossing his face as he remarked to Yu Ruiying and Feng Yu, "I believe we are on the verge of witnessing the greatest miracle in this realm. Let us proceed." The two nodded in agreement, hastening to follow Zhou Xuan deeper within. No sooner had they advanced than an imposing creature appeared before them, resembling a colossal ape, standing 10 feet tall. Its head was vibrant with life, yet the rest of its form appeared to be in a state of decay. Zhou Xuan's eyes brightened instantly at the sight of the ape, exclaiming, "This creature is resurrecting. Did you see that? It is reviving." Yu Ruiying nodded, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is nothing short of miraculous." Feng Yu gazed at the ape with equal wonderment. The ape, having just regained its head, was not yet fully functional. Upon noticing Zhou Xuan and his companions observing it with such intensity, it became immediately enraged. Suddenly, the colossal creature let out a furious roar, pounding its chest with its fists as it charged toward Zhou Xuan and his companions. As they drew near, the beast leaped into the air, its body enveloped in a dense shroud of deathly energy that formed a suit of armor clinging tightly to its form. And it came crashing down with its fists aimed at Zhou Xuan and the others. Upon witnessing the creature's attack, Zhou Xuan did not hesitate. He unleashed a blade of annihilation. The formidable energy of the blade struck the beast with devastating force, cleaving its body in two. The severed halves of the creature plummeted to the ground, emitting a chilling wail of despair. Zhou Xuan swiftly launched another attack, mercifully ending the creature's suffering. After vanquishing the beast, Zhou Xuan carefully opened its skull, inspecting the interior, where he discovered a sizable pearl brimming with life energy, comparable in size to a bowl. Pulsating with vitality, without hesitation, he extracted the pearl and stowed it away. They continued deeper into the ruins, where the aura of life became increasingly potent, revealing a greater abundance of genuinely vibrant creatures. Simultaneously, they began to uncover items of true value, such as spiritual herbs capable of animating the deceased. Zhou Xuan collected these treasures without a moment's pause. With Zhou Xuan's formidable offensive prowess safeguarding them, the trio ultimately reached the heart of the hellish ruins, arriving at the edge of a lake. This lake, though not expansive, spans several hundred miles, its waters not clear and transparent, but rather a pale azure, exuding an intense aura of life. Gazing at the lake before him, Zhou Xuan mused, "Is this truly the most precious treasure within the entire ruins? How on earth are we to transport it? Surely, we cannot take all the water with us. There are no containers of such magnitude." Yu Ruiying observed the lake, suggesting perhaps the water itself is not the ultimate treasure, or it may not be intended for us to carry away, but rather for us to undergo a transformation here. Zhou Xuan pondered for a moment, then replied, "That makes sense. I shall descend to investigate. I have a strong feeling that something lies within these waters. It is peculiar that in this vast lake, not a single creature gathers here, which is clearly abnormal." Feng Yu nodded slightly, affirming, "You are correct. This situation is indeed rather unusual." Yu Ruiying turned to Zhou Xuan, cautioning, "Be careful when you go down. Should you take the item grandfather gifted you?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Xuan responded, "Please hand me the small tower from grandfather. I will delve into the depths." Aware of the uncertainty that lay beneath the water, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. Yu Ruiying passed him the small tower, advising him to remain vigilant. Zhou Xuan nodded, then leaped into the lake. With a splash, he submerged himself, surveying the depths but finding nothing amiss. Instead, he felt a surge of life energy flooding into his body from the water, continually enhancing his physical form. Perhaps it is due to the superior nature of Zhou Xuan's constitution that he did not perceive any enhancement in his innate talents. He turned to Yu Ruiying and remarked, "I can only sense a powerful life energy entering my body. Beyond that, I feel nothing. Would you like to give it a try?" Yu Ruiying glanced at herself, and then at him, questioning, Are we truly going in like this? Wouldn't that mean you'll see everything? Zhou Xuan, somewhat exasperated, replied, It's not as if you haven't been seen before. If you're coming, hurry up. Feng Yu shook her head and declared, If you do not enter, I shall. Just as she was about to immerse herself in the water, Yu Ruo Shuang suddenly exclaimed, There is something at the bottom of the lake. Feng Yu instantly halted her movements, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the water. In the emerald depths, she faintly discerned a large creature, serpentine in form, undulating through the water. Not only she, but even Zhou Xuan felt a tremor emanating from the lake bed. He immediately became alert, uncertain whether the entity beneath was alive or deceased. Regardless, he was certain of one thing. Its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Contemplating this, he grasped the small tower in his hand and gradually infused it with energy, causing it to radiate a rich golden light. At that moment, Zhou Xuan sensed an impending danger rising from the depths. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air. As his body cleared the water surface, the creature surged upward, breaking through the waves. It was a head, a full 10 zhang in width, grotesque in appearance, adorned with 2 antlers. Clearly, it was a flood dragon. The dragon was a vivid green, its scales glinting with a metallic sheen of azure. Most notably, its eyes were strikingly distinct, alive and vivid, signifying that this dragon was indeed a living entity. Zhou Xuan did not linger. He soared higher, knowing that any hesitation could result in being devoured by the dragon. Soon, the entirety of the dragon's form emerged above the water. One could not deny the dragon's beauty, its body shimmering in hues of blue and gold. Even in this sunless world, the azure flood dragon relentlessly pursued Zhou Xuan, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. With the dragon hot on his heels, Zhou Xuan grew anxious. He conjured a blade of annihilation in his left hand and struck it towards the dragon's head. The blade clashed against the dragon's skull with a resounding clang, sparks flying. Yet it failed to cleave the head in two. Instead, this action only served to enrage the dragon further, prompting it to intensify